Chapter 1. A Personal Account and Opportunities. I am an ordinary 30-year-old individual hailing from a rural background, possessing merely a junior high school diploma. In my earlier years, I navigated the bustling life of a metropolis, working in factories, tightening screws, and dabbling in the entertainment and service sectors. Eventually, I immersed myself in the realm of internet sales, dedicating several years to this pursuit, during which I garnered my first substantial earnings and achieved modest successes. As my experiences expanded, so too did my ambitions, leaving me unsatisfied with my current circumstances. Despite having ascended to the position of manager at a certain company, I resolutely resigned to embark on the path of entrepreneurship, striving fervently to realize my dreams. As the saying goes, ideals are lush, yet reality is stark. At the age of 29, believing I had a firm grasp of the industry's core and brimming with youthful vigor, I ventured into my first entrepreneurial endeavor in City Inn, fueled by over 300,000 yuan in savings accumulated over the years. I had anticipated boldly forging a new path, yet within a mere 6 months, the company I founded collapsed, delivering a crushing blow to my fervent aspirations. In retrospect, I can only shake my head and smile ruefully. I lost all my savings and accrued considerable debt to the bank. However, as the old adage suggests, there are gains and losses. With loss comes gain. This failure, akin to a prelude orchestrated by fate, propelled me into the tumultuous currents of life, but that is a tale for another time. After a brief period of despondency, I regained my confidence, resolved to cast aside past accolades, and start new. Having experienced the failure of entrepreneurship and lost my capital for experimentation, I turned my gaze towards the realm of cost-free online literature writing. In my view, crafting a novel is not the exclusive domain of the highly educated as long as one can articulate thoughts clearly and convey emotions, coupled with a wealth of stories stored in one's mind. An ordinary person can produce remarkable works, and I believed I possessed these qualities. Without hesitation, I set to work. On a stifling summer night, I propped my elbows on the computer desk, resting my chin on my left hand while clutching a cigarette in my right, my eyes fixated intently on the chapter writing page of the Tomato Novel website. As a novice, I could barely conjure a single chapter title, while the subsequent content remained stubbornly locked away, as if obstructed by a dam. It's difficult, exceedingly difficult. After staring blankly at the empty screen for what felt like an eternity, I could not suppress a long sigh. Just as the thought of giving up began to surface, a series of questions echoed within me. What happened to those brilliant flashes of inspiration? Was this not a well-considered choice? At that moment, a sudden searing pain struck unbeknownst to me. My cigarette had burned down to the filter, the scalding ash cascading down the softened sponge and landing with a plop on my foot. I hurriedly crouched down to pat it away, my skin instantly marked with a red blotch the size of a fingertip, fearful of blistering. I rushed to the bathroom to rinse it under cold water. "Forget it, I want right today," I muttered, my frustration mounting as I pressed the shutdown button on my computer, the screen's light abruptly extinguishing. The following morning, my biological clock awakened me punctually. After completing my morning routine, I embarked on my daily exercise regimen. For an hour, I alternated between home push-ups, stretching, and other light strength training exercises. Years of unwavering commitment have allowed me to maintain a remarkable physique even at the age of 30. Standing at 180 centimeters tall and weighing 68 kilograms, I appear slender in attire, while my bare form reveals well-defined muscle lines, slightly prominent pectorals, and the contours of abdominal muscles, making me look 4 or 5 years younger than my actual age. Such a physique enables me to effortlessly tackle various tasks, imbuing me with a perpetual sense of vitality. After my morning exercise, I took a cold shower, which swept away my fatigue and invigorated my mind. I recalled the chaotic thoughts that plagued me while writing late into the night yesterday, rendering me utterly incapable of producing a single word. At this moment of clarity, I am convinced that I will successfully complete the first chapter of my novel today. As I opened my computer, I instinctively logged into WeChat to check for new messages, preparing to embark on today's writing journey. Upon logging in, over 10 unread messages instantly appeared, with my childhood friend's profile picture standing out prominently, accompanied by 2 missed voice calls. It seemed urgent. Without hesitation, I returned the call. "I just woke up. I keep do not disturb mode on while sleeping. What's the matter?" "Are you free today? I need you to come with me to a place he'll pick you up shortly," he replied, his voice hurried and tinged with urgency. "All right, they'll wait for you to arrive," I responded before ending the call. I was uncertain about what Chang needed, but since he mentioned he would be coming soon, I refrained from pressing for details. Chang is a childhood friend who, despite once enjoying a prosperous family background, squandered it all due to a gambling addiction and now works a meager job in the city. Before long, I heard the sound of car horns outside, signaling his arrival. Peeking through the curtains, I noticed his car parked at the entrance. I made my way downstairs and stepped outside, where he rolled down his window and called out, "Get in." I jumped into the passenger seat and fastened my seatbelt. "What's the rush?" As he reversed the car, he exclaimed, "Do you know Brother Shui?" Of course. Who in the vicinity doesn't recognize him as the foremost sailor? "That's the one," Chang affirmed, then continued. "Last night he mentioned arranging a job for me on a ship with an annual salary between 300,000 to 500,000, just doing miscellaneous tasks in international shipping. That's fantastic. In this current climate, landing a job with such a salary is indeed a rarity." I concurred. Chang smiled slightly. As soon as Brother Shui brought it up last night, I immediately agreed to join him. When I asked if he could take someone else along, he mentioned that positions are limited, but he could accommodate a couple of people, and you were the first person who came to my mind. My eyes gleamed with excitement. What a true brother. After the company went under, I was at a loss for where to begin anew. Just last night, I resolved to try my hand at writing a novel, and now with your news, I might as well abandon that notion. Chang shook his head. "Enough of that. How much can you earn from writing novels? Let's head to Brother Shu's place and discuss the job details." I suggested. "Let's stop by the city first to buy some gifts. It wouldn't do to approach him empty-handed." Chang hastily waved his hand, saying, "No need, no need. I've already spoken to him. Before coming to fetch you, we can go straight there." My childhood friend, Chang, hails from a neighboring village, while the person we are visiting, Brother Shui, is from the same village as a Chang, located merely 2 to 3 kilometers from my home. As we spoke, we arrived at Brother Shui's doorstep. He is over a decade older than us, having begun his career as a sailor at the tender age of 16. In our region, many rely on the profession of seafaring to sustain their families. My father was also a distinguished sailor. However, when I was 15, he mysteriously vanished during a maritime disaster and has since remained unaccounted for. I have come to accept that I shall never see him again. Returning to Brother Shui, he received my father's guidance during his early years at sea. Over the years, he has ascended from an ordinary sailor to the esteemed rank of captain. Upon entering the courtyard, Brother Shui greeted us with a beaming smile and a wave, exclaiming, "You've arrived, Chang." But Chang and I nodded in acknowledgement. Flanking the entrance stood a pair of magnificent marble mermaid statues, towering over 2 meters in height. Upon crossing the threshold, we were immediately met with the ancestral altar, a customary feature in the layout of living rooms in our region, dedicated to honoring one's forebears. The hall was resplendent, with a grand crystal chandelier cascading above and the floor tiles arranged in geometric patterns that formed a colossal floral motif. A wide, classical wooden screen partitioned the spacious living area into 2 halves, with each corner adorned by towering blue and white porcelain bonsai. The walls were festooned with a variety of paintings, while intricately carved wooden statues of tigers, deer, and cranes were displayed along the edges, each piece exuding vivid life. I could not help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, he is the wealthiest in the village. This house resembles a museum. We settled onto the sofa on the right side of the hall, as Brother Shui busied himself brewing tea on the coffee table. Although Brother Shui's home was not far from mine, I had never visited before. I vaguely remembered coming here once in my childhood when it was merely a dilapidated dwelling. Now it had transformed into this opulent villa. A Chang produced a pack of Haiyun Jinlong cigarettes and offered them to Brother Shui, who paused his tea preparation and graciously accepted the cigarettes with both hands. Witnessing this, I silently reflected. Indeed, successful individuals appreciate the finer details. Not only is he older than us, but as someone we seek favor from, he still remembers to accept gifts with both hands, a testament to his success. It seems I have chosen the right person to approach. Subsequently, Brother Shui employed tea tongs to present the brewed tea before us, inquiring, "You two don't suffer from seasickness, do you?" "Not at all," we both replied in unison. "You see, our vessel is a 300,000-ton ocean-going cargo container ship. It's a large freighter. This year marks my inaugural year as captain of this ship. I aspire to cultivate our own people to work aboard. I discussed the remuneration with Chong last night. If you have any questions, feel free to ask at any time. Brother Shui spoke with a smile, his tone earnest. I have no questions to have such a job, especially under your guidance. Makes me nothing but joyous and eager. A Chong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. At that moment, Brother Shui turned his gaze toward me and added, "You must be Zhao. I heard Chong mention you last night." "Yes, Brother Shui. This opportunity has taken me by surprise, but I am sincerely grateful. I have always desired to pursue a career at sea. Yet due to my father's tragic accident, my mother has vehemently opposed my following in his footsteps. However, now that I have reached the age of 30, following a failed venture, I find myself idling away most of my days. I believe I have the right to make decisions about my life. It is indeed an honor to work alongside Brother Shui." Perhaps due to an overwhelming mix of excitement and nervousness, I stumbled over my words as I spoke. Brother Shui, observing my anxious demeanor, took a small sip from his teacup and smiled, saying, "Regardless of the work one undertakes, as long as it remains lawful, it is a righteous path. I can understand your mother's concerns. Your father's situation is indeed lamentable. However, each person's destiny is uniquely their own. You are at an age where you should be taking on significant responsibilities. Rather than remaining stagnant in a small hometown, it would be far more beneficial to embark on a journey across the seas, laying a solid economic foundation for your future. Work diligently for a year, and upon your return, you can marry and enjoy quality time with your wife and children during your rest periods, allowing you to work with peace of mind while at sea. Provided you are willing to commit to hard work, this industry offers a relatively stable opportunity for wealth accumulation." "All right, Brother Shui, what preparations do we need to make?" Xiangzi inquired. Before Brother Shui could respond, I interjected, "Brother Shui, why is the salary so remarkably high? Is it because you are the captain that you are particularly accommodating to us?" At my words, Brother Shu's previously smiling face suddenly turned serious as he took another sip from his teacup. "Had you not asked, I might have forgotten to mention this. The pay has indeed increased significantly this year, primarily due to the high probability of war breaking out, which has escalated the risk factor in the maritime industry, consequently raising crew salaries. Before boarding, you might want to reconsider whether you are willing to take this risk." Xiangzi turned to look at me, and I met Brother Shui's gaze with determination. "I have no objections. I thrive on adventure. The notion of danger is irrelevant. As you mentioned, each person's fate is distinct. If you're willing to grant me this opportunity, I will work diligently and leave the rest to fate." "I have no objections either," Xiangzi echoed. Hearing our resolve, a look of satisfaction spread across Brother Shui's serious face. "It is good to see you possess this awareness. Rest assured, while risks are involved, as both your captain and the one guiding you into this industry, I will ensure your safety is my utmost priority. If all is well, you may return and make your preparations. You won't need to take the seaman's examination yourself. I will arrange that for you. The ship is currently at port loading cargo, and it will be 3 days before it's fully loaded. The day after tomorrow, we will head to Port F together to board the ship." "Absolutely," Xiangzi and I responded in unison. Chapter 2. Brother Shu's Daughter. Just as Xiangzi and I were about to leave, Brother Shui suddenly called us back. "By the way, you two should rest well. I have made a reservation at a restaurant in the ancient town for dinner. I will call you around evening, and we can all go together." Upon hearing this, Xiangzi and I exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed we were destined for a night of revelry. After leaving Brother Shu's residence, Xiangzi drove me home. Reflecting on our meeting with Brother Shui, I felt that the discussions regarding the maritime work lacked clarity. Neither of us had any practical experience in the maritime field. Brother Shui merely mentioned that we would be assisting on the ship, noting that specific positions would be handled by dedicated crew members. However, the generous salary of several $100,000 seemed far too substantial to merely be a general assistant. As I pondered, I could not restrain myself from asking, "Xiangzi, do you think Brother Shui's offer for us to board the ship as helpers is too lenient, especially with such generous compensation?" Xiangzi retorted, "What? Are you concerned that Brother Shui has ulterior motives for us?" I shook my head. Brother Shui is a local. He was mentored by my father when he first entered the industry. I harbor no ill thoughts. I merely feel that, given our lack of experience and skills, His decision to assign us to work on the ship raises questions about his intentions. Could it be that he simply wishes to support us in light of our unemployment? Indeed, he is looking out for us. What else could it be? Even if there was something more, it would not necessarily be a bad thing. Xiangzi replied in a calm tone. Naturally vigilant, I tend to overthink issues, yet my intuition whispered that Brother Shui bore no malice. After Xiangzi escorted me home, he mentioned he would return in the evening to take me to Brother Shui's banquet. Upon entering my room, I reclined on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, my heart a mixture of anticipation and unease. Despite it being a fortuitous opportunity, why did I feel such disquiet? Could it be that my father's demise in a maritime tragedy casts a shadow over my decision to pursue the same line of work? Perhaps my late father, in some enigmatic manner, was sending me foreboding signals through an unseen connection. Lost in my thoughts, my vision gradually blurred, and I unwittingly drifted into slumber. The abrupt sound of a car horn jolted me from my sleep. I opened my bleary eyes, stretched, and glanced out the window. The sun had set, and the warm orange glow of twilight filtered through the half-drawn curtains, casting a gentle light upon the walls. I rose and approached the window, indeed spotting Xiangzi's car parked below. "I'm coming," I called out to him. Our village lies approximately 10 kilometers from the city center, and before long, we arrived at the picturesque ancient town. Such towns exist in numerous cities, designed to emulate ancient architecture while integrating local cultural elements, serving as commercial and tourism complexes that encompass shopping, sightseeing, vacationing, and leisure. The restaurant Brother Shui had reserved was the largest and most opulently decorated in the ancient town. Upon entering, the establishment exuded an aura reminiscent of a luxurious inn from a bygone era. In the private room watercolor world on the third floor, Brother Shui was already present. In the center of the room stood a grand round table adorned with a magnificent lotus flower at its core, surrounded by an array of roses, peonies, and tulips, each petal vividly detailed and the leaves lush and vibrant, unmistakably fresh. The rotating platter at the table brimmed with an assortment of culinary delights, featuring an abundance of mountain and sea treasures, each dish appealing to the senses, causing both Xiangzi and me to salivate, our stomachs audibly protesting. Upon noticing our arrival, Brother Shui greeted us with a warm smile, beckoning us to take our seats. The private room, in addition to the grand round table, was equipped with a projection screen and professional sound system, accompanied by a spacious corridor balcony offering a view of the ancient town's nightscape. Such an ambience was perfectly suited for dining and spontaneous karaoke entertainment. As I surveyed the scene, I noticed that most of the attendees were Brother Shui's family and close relatives. My gaze fell upon the song selection booth, where a figure captured my attention. She had long, jet black hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, wearing a light purple fitted t-shirt that accentuated her graceful curves. Her lower attire consisted of elegantly draping wide-leg pants that perfectly complemented her voluptuous silhouette. The entire atmosphere was infused with youthful vitality, yet radiated a captivating maturity. Noticing my engrossed gaze, Xiangzi poked me playfully. "What are you so focused on?" "Oh, nothing at all." I snapped back to reality, offering him an awkward smile. At that moment, Brother Shui took the microphone and addressed everyone, saying, "Dear family, it's a rare occasion for us to gather as one big family, and I am particularly delighted today. Over the years, I am grateful for your understanding and support. It is because of you that I am able to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to my career. I have spent many years at sea, and it has been 3 long years since we last gathered. In these 3 years, my career has seen progress, advancing from chief engineer on a 10th Ascendant vessel to captain of 100,000 in ship. After this meal tonight, I must once again part from my family and embark on my journey across the oceans. I hope my family continues to support me. As always, this toast is to you." Upon hearing Brother Shui's words, the attendees erupted in applause. His speech was sincere, yet for some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled a corporate address, perhaps even a promotional speech from a live stream. This sentiment may stem from my own circumstances growing up in a single-parent family after losing my father at a young age, and remaining unmarried to this day, making it difficult for me to genuinely grasp the happiness of a large family reunion. Instead, his words felt overly formal and somewhat courteous. With this thought, a sense of melancholy washed over me, and I silently vowed to make something of myself, to build my own family, and to one day experience the warmth of togetherness like Brother Shui. As an outsider in the gathering, I raised my glass and stood up. Brother Shui, thank you for your care. I raise this glass to you. Brother Shui smiled and lifted his glass in my direction, then introduced me to the crowd. This young man is Zhao Guest's son, Xiao Zhao. I plan to take Xiao, Zhao, and Xiangzi with me on the next voyage. Everyone nodded with smiles. At that moment, I noticed the young woman who had been at the karaoke station glancing my way. After finishing my drink, I lifted my gaze and our eyes met. Her expressive eyes flickered away upon realizing I was looking at her, perhaps a sign of shyness. Brother Shui also observed this exchange and chuckled. Liner, this is your Zhao Ge. Zhao Ge, hello, I'm Lin Lin. Her cheeks flushed, and her voice was soft. I picked up the conversation. So you're Lin Lin? The last time I saw you, you were just a little girl, and now you've blossomed into such a beautiful young woman. Xiangzi grinned from the side, his gaze teasing. Liner transferred to the provincial school in elementary, and she hasn't returned home much during university. We rarely get to see her. Water Sister, sitting beside Brother Shui, gently explained. At this, Lin Lin lowered her head, her ears turning a deeper shade of red. The banquet continued in a warm and harmonious atmosphere, with everyone consuming quite a bit of wine. As Brother Shu's relatives began to depart, only I, Xiangzi, Brother Shui, Water Sister, and Brother Shu's daughter Lin Lin remained in the private room. Brother Shui rose and moved to the tea table on the observation balcony, beckoning us to join him. Xiangzi and I took our seats beside him, while Water Sister led Lin Lin to the railing a few meters away, gazing out at the night scenery of the ancient town. Brother Shui handed us cigarettes and began. This time I brought you on board for two purposes. I might as well be frank with you to prevent any whispering behind my back. His words instantly piqued my curiosity, and both Xiangzi and I nodded, our gazes fixated on Brother Shui. He took a drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling the smoke. Liner wishes to experience an ocean voyage, believing it would benefit her university thesis. Having spent many years away, I have little time to accompany her, and all I can offer is financial support. Now that she has grown, she expresses a longing for the sea, wanting to seize this opportunity to truly immerse herself in maritime life. But you must understand, ocean voyages are never to be taken lightly. One risk is the unpredictable sea conditions, another is the possibility of encountering pirates in certain waters. More critically, the current international situation is precarious, with the potential for war erupting at any moment. Our large cargo vessels, traversing international shipping lanes, could easily be misidentified as enemy ships and face sinking. Even if we manage to evade such fate, the risk of being caught in the crossfire remains. I initially opposed this venture vehemently, but Liner's persistent pleas ultimately swayed me. He took another deep drag from his cigarette, the ashes fluttering from his fingertips. Xiangzi, looking puzzled, scratched his head. What can we do about these dangers? Are you asking us to fight? Brother Shui chuckled wryly. It's not about making you confront warfare, rather. It's about ensuring you protect Liner on board. The crew consists of dozens of men from various backgrounds, and I cannot help but worry. Having you two by her side brings me peace of mind. After all, I have watched you grow, and our families share a deep bond. Xiangzi and I exchanged glances, warmth swelling within us, and we nodded solemnly at Brother Shui. Your primary task on this journey is to safeguard Liner while familiarizing yourselves with the various roles aboard the ship. Once this voyage is complete, I will assign you formal positions. Understood, Brother Shui. We replied in unison, our voices brimming with determination. At that moment, the wheels of fate had silently begun to turn. Chapter 3. Departure. Time is of the essence. You two have indulged in quite a bit of wine. It would be prudent to return early and rest, for we embark for Port F tomorrow afternoon. Moreover, after boarding the vessel at the port, we shall spend the night on the ship before setting sail the following day. As Water Brother spoke, he extinguished his cigarette. Very well, Water Brother. You and Water Sister, as well as Lin Lin, should also retire early. We shall take our leave now. With that, Xiangzi and I stood to bid farewell. Upon departing from the ancient town's restaurant, Xiangzi rolled down the car window and offered me a Haiyun Jinlong cigarette. We are leaving this place tomorrow, and I find myself feeling a bit lost, he remarked. I took the cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply. You truly have not ventured far from the city. I, on the other hand, am accustomed to traversing both north and south, having even traveled abroad. So farewells do not weigh heavily on me. Shall we visit a bar? There will be no place to entertain ourselves at sea, Xiangzi suggested with a grin. All right, I shall accompany you in revelry tonight. Before I could finish my sentence, he pressed the accelerator, steering us toward the liveliest bar in the city. We settled into a booth directly facing the stage. The thunderous beats of the DJ's music intermingled with dazzling lights, igniting the atmosphere. Having consumed a considerable amount of baijiu at the restaurant, at least a bottle of Maotai each, we continued to drink in this vibrant setting, one glass flowing into the next. Before long, I felt my consciousness begin to blur, and I slumped against the booth, drifting into unconsciousness. Upon awakening the next day, I found myself sprawled on a double bed in a hotel room, utterly alone. I hastily checked my pockets. My phone was still there, and I let out a sigh of relief. I quickly dialed Xiangzi. Xiangzi, weren't we at the bar last night? How did I end up at the hotel? A colleague from the bar brought us here. Xiangzi's voice was hoarse. I stepped out to buy some hangover remedy. My head is pounding. We need to recover quickly, as we are to meet Water Brother for Port F this afternoon. All right, I'll hang up for now. I acknowledged him and ended the call. After leaving the hotel, we returned home to await Water Brother's notification for departure. I quickly packed my belongings, stuffing a few articles of clothing into a small backpack. Water Brother had mentioned that work uniforms would be provided on the ship, along with all necessary daily supplies, so there was no need to bring much. My mother entered the room, her expression filled with concern. This journey will last a year. You must be cautious. If you have signal, do call me often. As I organized my things, I replied, I understand, Mom. Please don't worry. I am 30 now. I cannot remain cooped up at home forever. The economy is tough in every industry, and Water Brother's willingness to take us is a rare opportunity. Whether the earnings are plentiful or scarce matters little. What is paramount is safety and health. My mother continued to express her worries, and I recognized the weight of her concern. I set aside my tasks and listened attentively, without a hint of impatience, such as the nature of mothers, perhaps universally. Before long, my phone rang unexpectedly. I answered, and it was Xiangzi's voice again. We are preparing to leave. I will be at your house shortly to pick you up. With that, he hung up. I gathered my packed backpack and made my way downstairs, taking a seat in the living room. My mother followed, sitting beside me. I placed my backpack on the sofa and gently grasped my mother's wrinkled hand. Say, Mom, do not worry. I am merely going out to work, and I shall return each year for a holiday to see you. Please take care of yourself at home and engage in some activities. Once I have worked for a year and earned some money, I will return to find a wife and bless you with 2 chubby grandchildren. A look of contentment spread across my mother's face as she replied, I have been waiting for those words. Beep, beep. 2 honks of a car horn signaled that Chang's vehicle had arrived outside. With my mother's reluctant gaze upon me, I climbed into the car. Once inside, Chang informed me that we would soon switch to Brother Shui's car and then drive together to Port F with Brother Shui and Lin Lin, taking turns as drivers. I responded affirmatively, no problem. Before long, we arrived at Brother Shui's doorstep, where he and Lin Lin had already packed and loaded all their luggage into the vehicle. Brother Shui's chariot was a Toyota Alphard, a spacious and comfortable ride, which accommodated our party of 4 with ease. The journey from our current location to Port F spanned over 500 kilometers, anticipated to take 4 hours. According to our plan, Chang would drive the first half, while I would take the latter segment. Brother Shui and Lin Lin settled into the back seat, as this vehicle was specifically designed to transport his family of 5. Originally a 7-seater, it had been modified to 5, with independent seats for the driver, front passenger, and 3 in the rear, each equipped with a massage function for utmost comfort. This car drives so smoothly, Chang exclaimed. Not bad, right? I haven't driven it much since I bought it. Usually, Lin's mother drives it, although she doesn't do so often. Brother Shui replied with a smile. My mom prefers not to drive such a large vehicle. She usually takes her little bingwa, Lin Lin interjected. Chang picked up the thread of conversation. Indeed, the bingwa is quite suitable for getting around, small and convenient. Seizing the opportunity to engage, I asked Lin Lin, what year are you in now? I'm a sophomore. She replied. I continued, what made you want to accompany your father on this maritime journey? She glanced out the window, her expression contemplative. You have no idea how monotonous university life can be. Each day is filled with endless courses, and the academic pressure feels suffocating. Whenever I think of the vast sea and the azure sky, I feel a sense of liberation that brings me solace. I cherish that feeling, which is why I wish to experience life at sea. Brother Shui, watching his daughter, smiled silently, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness. At that moment, Chang suddenly chimed in, "Isn't university all about dating?" Brother Shui and I shared a hearty laugh, turning our gaze towards Linlin to see how she would respond. Linlin pouted slightly. "I haven't dated anyone. I'm not interested in the boys at university. They are all so immature." Brother Shui, still smiling, prodded further. "What about Zhao and Chang? What do you think of them?" Linlin's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink as she shyly replied, "Both Zhao and Chang are wonderful. They are like my dear older brothers." Upon hearing this, we all erupted into hearty laughter. It seemed evident to me that Water Brother cherished Linlin as a treasure jewel. How could he possibly part with her for someone like me or Qiangzi, who are mere commoners? His earlier remarks were merely a test to gauge our intentions towards Linlin. Indeed, Linlin is an admirable young woman, not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessing a unique aura. However, to me, there exists a nearly 10-year age gap. While her body has matured, her heart remains that of a youthful girl brimming with innocence. I find myself more inclined towards mature, intellectually stimulating companions with whom I can resonate on a profound level, engaging in candid conversations. To me, Linlin is merely a sisterly figure. Perhaps the comfort of the seats in the car lulled us in a slumber, for it wasn't long before we gradually drifted into dreams. It was only when Qiangzi drove into the service area and roused us from our slumber that we began to disembark and stretch our limbs. After freshening up in the restroom, I took the wheel for the remainder of the journey, my heart filled with an infinite yearning for the 30,000-ton vessel ahead. Chapter 4. The 300,000-ton mobile giant city. After 2 hours, it was now past 7 in the evening. The navigation system skillfully guided us to the port where Brother Shui's cargo ship was docked. "Phew, we've finally arrived. Let us all get out and stretch our legs," Brother Shui exclaimed. I pressed the button to unlock the car door, asking, "Is this where we park?" Brother Shui replied that he would drive the vehicle to the basement of a nearby hotel, where he had his designated parking space. Upon alighting, I was profoundly awestruck by the colossal sight before me. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this a 10,000-ton giant ship? Is this the grand vessel we are about to board and live upon?" It is simply immense, resembling a floating city. Qiangzi stood beside me, equally mesmerized, eventually snapping back to reality and exclaiming, "It's enormous, far larger than I had imagined." Linlin, gazing at the massive ship, hurriedly pulled out her DSLR camera and began snapping pictures. "All right, you all wait here for a moment while I park the car. I will return shortly, so we can board together," Brother Shui stated before starting the vehicle and driving toward the hotel near the port. I walked over to the railing by the dock and noticed a sign detailing information about the docked vessels. The colossal cargo ship was named Gay 24 AP, boasting a tonnage of approximately 300,000 tons. It utilized a fourth-generation thorium-based molten salt reactor nuclear power system, measuring 333 meters in length, 60 meters in width, and with a draft exceeding 20 meters. Its container stacking height is comparable to that of a 25-story building, covering an area equivalent to 5 football fields. This mobile giant city had the capacity to accommodate 24,000 TU containers. After absorbing this information, I looked up at the massive structure once more, my excitement nearly overwhelming. The thought of boarding this mobile giant city made me want to shout, "Oh yeah," a phrase that felt slightly juvenile. Beside me, Qiangzi clucked his tongue and muttered in his native dialect, shaking his head in what I could only assume was a form of expression I did not comprehend. Before long, Brother Shui returned, accompanied by 2 staff members wearing identification badges. He beckoned us over, informing us that we needed to complete some necessary procedures and undergo a thorough security check before boarding. We complied willingly, and after about an hour, we finally began to board the ship with our luggage in tow. Stepping onto the ship was an even more exhilarating experience. By this time, night had fallen, and the bow of the ship was brilliantly illuminated. Following the port staff and Brother Shui, we arrived at the first floor of the bow. The environment completely shattered my preconceived notions of cargo ships. It felt akin to the lobby of a five-star hotel on land, utterly devoid of the sensations associated with being aboard a vessel. An elevator connected the first floor to the top, and it was said that the bow of this giant ship comprised 18 levels. As the captain, Brother Shui enjoyed the finest living quarters, the 18th floor, closest to the bridge, offering the most panoramic views. Benefiting from Brother Shui's goodwill, we, as family members, were also assigned to this level, and in accordance with the standards of senior crew members. Each of us enjoyed the privilege of a private, luxurious cabin. Brother Shui guided Lin towards his exclusive captain's quarters, while two staff members escorted us to a slightly more secluded area on the same floor. From the bow to the stern, my room was situated on the left side, directly opposite to Qiangzi's door on the right. Under the staff's guidance, we entered our respective rooms. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by a large floor-to-ceiling window. The arrangement of furnishings and amenities inside was indistinguishable from that of a high-end hotel on land, complete with a television, lamp, bedside table, vanity, private bathroom, and air conditioning. A 1.8 by 2 meter comfortable mattress added to the inviting atmosphere, which was both tidy and warm. I couldn't help but exclaim, "This is not merely a workplace, but rather a place of leisure. How delightful!" Drawing back the curtains revealed a view of the port, illuminated by the vibrant lights of the shore, while the distant city sparkled with a kaleidoscope of neon colors. I sat at the window, gazing into the distance, when suddenly a knock on the door jolted me back to reality. I quickly opened the door to find a staff member dressed in a blue uniform, around 35 to 40 years old, smiling as he said, "Hello, the captain has sent me to take you to the captain's room." I acknowledged with a nod, and he turned to knock on Xiangzi's door. Once Xiangzi emerged, we followed the staff member towards the captain's room near the bow. Upon entering, we found Brother Shui smoking in the living area, while Lin sat quietly beside him. As we settled down, Brother Shui inquired, "So, how do you find the environment on the ship? Are you satisfied?" "Quite well. It's comparable to a high-end hotel on land," Xiangzi responded. Brother Shui nodded with a smile and turned to me. "And you, Zhao, what are your thoughts?" I excitedly declared, "Not only am I satisfied, but it has far exceeded my expectations. I almost feel like I'm on vacation rather than working." Haha, laughter erupted among us at my remark. Brother Shui took a puff of his cigarette and said, "All right then, you shall stay here tonight. Initially, I planned for you to stay at a hotel near the port before we set sail, but upon reflection, the hotel might not be as pleasant as the ship itself." He paused, adding, "Furthermore, please rise at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Come here to find me, as I will gather the heads of various departments for a meeting in the conference room and distribute your uniforms." Xiangzi and I responded affirmatively and departed the captain's room to return to our own quarters. Perhaps fatigued from the journey, I returned to my room, took a shower, and soon found myself drifting into slumber upon the bed. The following day, as the alarm rang, I opened my eyes and got out of bed. After freshening up, I opened my door and knocked on Xiangzi's door directly opposite. He had just finished getting ready, and together we made our way to the captain's room. Upon arrival, Brother Shui and Lin were already waiting for us. Seeing us, Brother Shui rose to welcome everyone towards the large conference room on the 15th floor. This was a spacious meeting room, specifically designed to accommodate over 100 people. In the center of the room stood a long, oval conference table, with Shui sitting at the head, gesturing for us to take our seats as we pleased. After approximately 10 minutes, the ship's crew began to arrive, each taking their place around the table. Once everyone was present, Shui commenced his speech. "To all the staff of GUE 24 AP, your hard work is greatly appreciated. First, allow me to introduce 3 new members. This is Zhao, and this is Chong, my long-term special security personnel, primarily responsible for ensuring safety aboard the vessel. Similar to the security firm we usually collaborate with, both new colleagues possess legal firearm licenses. Additionally, this is Lin, my daughter, currently in her 2nd year of university, who has come aboard to experience life at sea. In addition to introducing the 3 of us, Shui also acquainted us with the heads of the main departments on his ship, before emphasizing the various regulations, safety protocols, and performance-related work requirements on board, the specifics of which I shall omit for brevity. After more than an hour, the meeting finally concluded. Besides myself and Chong, there were 4 professional outsourced security personnel on board. According to regulations, ordinary crew members, including the captain, are prohibited from carrying firearms. But in response to sudden threats, such as piracy, the captain is authorized to hire professional personnel from a licensed security firm who are qualified to bear arms. Shui allowed us to board as security personnel, enabling us to legally possess weapons while ensuring his daughter Linlin's safety. After all, we were trusted allies. Subsequently, Shui instructed us to follow the head of security to collect our uniforms and equipment. Under the captain's guidance, we arrived at the equipment room. He first distributed a set of uniforms reminiscent of the Marine Corps. The sharp tailoring and sleek design left me in awe, exclaiming, "How cool!" Following that, we were also given bulletproof vests, tactical waist packs, and helmets. In terms of weaponry, each of us was equipped with a G37 handgun. As the captain explained, this pistol excels in mid-range combat, boasting a high TTK, time to kill, and stable handling, suitable for various combat scenarios. The primary weapon was the AK-117 assault rifle. Renowned as a star firearm within the AK series, celebrated for its rapid firing rate, stable performance, and precise aiming, with exceptional recoil control, making it adept for both rapid fire and precise strikes. Of course, these technical specifications were entirely foreign to Chong, relying solely on the captain's detailed explanations. He also informed us that once the cargo ship entered international waters, daily firearm training and a series of security skill workshops will be scheduled, all meticulously arranged by Shui in advance. Gazing at these advanced firearms, I felt a surge of excitement within, oblivious to the impending clouds of fate looming overhead. Chapter 5. Security Training. After the security captain distributed our gear, Xiangzi and I had just donned our combat suits when he guided us to the training level beneath the deck. As the elevator descended slowly, I observed Xiangzi, fully equipped, and stole a glance at the stainless steel door, polished to a mirror finish. Reflected within was my own visage, adorned with a bulletproof helmet and a tactical pack on my waist, exuding a certain martial elegance that made the corners of my mouth curve upward. Judging solely by appearances, few would doubt our authenticity as legitimate security personnel. Ding! The elevator announced our arrival at level -3, its doors gliding open smoothly. The captain led the way, with Xiangzi and I following closely behind. Upon entering the training area, I was struck by its vastness, far exceeding my expectations. To the left lay a shooting range, with targets neatly arranged behind soundproof glass. To the right was divided into a lounge and a fitness area, where the weightlifting racks gleamed with a metallic sheen under the stark fluorescent lights. We felt like naive newcomers in a bustling city, eyes wide with wonder as we trailed the captain. He ushered us in the lounge, where a row of elongated stainless steel tables stood, flanked by benches of the same material, all glimmering coldly under the white illumination. "You will start by studying the weapon manuals here," he commanded. "Familiarize yourselves with the assembly structure of the firearms. I will return in 1 hour, and I expect to see you both capable of completely disassembling and reassembling your weapons. Should you fail to grasp this, I shall impose a slight physical reprimand." The captain's tone was icy. At his words, the astonishment on our faces swiftly morphed into confusion and anxiety. After all, as ordinary individuals, we had never encountered real firearms before, let alone with only an hour to master them. Nevertheless, with the captain's instructions hanging in the air, we steeled ourselves and delved into the manuals, grasping the firearms to study them. Focusing intently on the diagrams, I meticulously followed the steps to disassemble the AK-117. Half an hour later, as the final component, the bolt assembly, gently clattered to the table, the rifle lay dismantled into a disarray of parts before me. I glanced over at Kyung-si, who was struggling with a partially disassembled G37 pistol, the screwdriver spinning in his hands. I couldn't help but smile triumphantly. "This isn't something that requires a screwdriver at all. How did you learn so quickly?" Xiangzi asked, his brow furrowed in worry. I chuckled and leaned in to explain the intricacies of the firing mechanism, the magazine well, and the barrel assembly's dismantlement. Before long, he too had transformed his pistol into a pile of components. We exchanged grins, a swell of accomplishment rising within us. If we could take it apart, surely reassembly would not prove too difficult. Following the manual's instructions, I gradually reassembled the weapon, completing the task in just a matter of minutes. Xiangzi, still a beat behind, finally finished his assembly 5 minutes after I had completed mine. After this flurry of disassembly and reassembly, an hour had quietly slipped away. At that moment, the captain approached us with measured strides, his expression grave. "Stand up. Place both your primary and secondary weapons on the table. On the count of 3, you will begin disassembly and reassembly. You have 10 minutes. We both swiftly rose to attention, fully focused as we awaited the captain's countdown. 3, 2, 1, commence. Upon hearing the command, I immediately began to disassemble the AK-117, constantly reminding myself to remain calm and composed. Adhering to the steps outlined in my mind's manual as I meticulously detached each component before reassembling them in the correct order. Approximately 8 minutes later, I completed the assembly and reported loudly, "Captain, assembly complete." The captain shot me a sidelong glance, approached, and picked up the G37 pistol from a table. His tone icy. "Do you think this G37 is not a weapon? When did I specify that only the primary weapon was to be disassembled?" At this, Chang, standing nearby, ceased his actions and set down the incomplete AK-117. Furrowing my brow, I was at a loss for words and could only await the captain's punishment in silence. 50 push-ups for each of you, plus 100 squats, and I expect you to commence immediately. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thus, we silently accepted our penalty. After half a day's rigorous training, the captain had us endure at least 300 to 400 push-ups and squats. Although not done in one go, it was still quite taxing. For me, it was bearable. I maintained a fitness routine and my physical condition was decent. But for Chang, it was a different story. He had never been fond of exercise. Despite not being overweight, he lacked muscle. I truly could not fathom why Water Brother had chosen him for security. At this moment, Chang lay collapsed on the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably even as he rested. "Look at your physical condition," the captain intoned coldly. "After lunch, I will distribute a training schedule. You are to follow it for a week, and I will assess your progress thereafter. Let me be clear. Should you fail to meet the standards, I will revoke your security status. Should you lose your qualifications, you will be repatriated at the first port the cargo ship docks." Upon hearing this, both Chang and I furrowed our brows. Noticing our expressions, the captain added, "I understand you're under the captain's command, but security work is no trifling matter. As long as you do not meet the standards, your fate is in my hands. Even the captain has no authority to intervene." "Understood, Captain." Chang and I responded in unison. After a morning of intense physical training, my legs, though sore, could still manage to walk reasonably well, but Chang was utterly drained and required my support to move. Upon reaching the dining hall, we were greeted by an array of sumptuous dishes, yet due to the prolonged exertion, our appetites were diminished, and we hastily consumed only a few bites before retreating to our quarters for rest. At 1:30, the captain notified us via intercom to proceed to the 3rd basement level for further training. Without hesitation, I stood and exited the room. Chang, gritting his teeth, managed to rise from the bed and stagger out of the room, his steps unsteady and limping as he made his way toward the elevator. Observing his hunched posture and the comical sway of his legs as if burdened with lead, I could not help but chuckle softly. Upon reaching the 3rd basement level, the captain awaited us at the elevator door. As we stepped out of the elevator, he handed each of us a training schedule delineating the tasks for the week. Day 1. Master the art of firearm disassembly and complete 100 push-ups and 100 squats. Day 2. Run uninterrupted on the treadmill for 1 hour, accomplishing 150 push-ups and 150 squats. Day 3. Repeat the tasks from the previous 2 days, with an additional 50 pull-ups. Day 4. Complete all training exercises from the first 3 days. Day 5. Repeat the task from the previous 4 days and commence firearms target practice. Day 6. Accomplish 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 50 pull-ups. and hit the target 10 times within the inner circle. Day 7. Assessment. Upon reviewing the training schedule, Xiangzi's complexion turned pale, nearly causing him to faint, and I couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Upon passing the assessment after 7 days, you will officially become qualified security personnel, and I shall bestow upon you a bodyguard certificate. The captain cast a stoic glance over us. I patted Xiangzi on the shoulder and, gritting my teeth, urged, "No matter what, let us endure this." The physical exhaustion was of little concern to me. However, an inexplicable sense of unease began to stir within, reminiscent of the feeling I had while lying in my old room before departure. Chapter 6. Departure of Xiangzi. The captain's intention was for us to engage in self-directed training over the next 7 days, without his constant oversight. Consequently, Xiangzi and I decided to return to our quarters for some much-needed rest, as the formal training would commence only the following day. Upon entering the room, the first order of business was to indulge in a soothing bath to alleviate the muscle soreness brought on by today's intense regimen. I must commend Brother Shui for his generous provisions. Each of us was granted a luxurious single room, equipped with an en-suite bathroom and ample space. Even with an adult-sized bathtub, the area felt far from cramped. As I reclined in the tub filled with warm water, I closed my eyes, savoring the comforting embrace of the heat, allowing my thoughts to drift away. Suddenly, a series of knocks shattered this serenity. I hastily rose, wrapping myself in a bathrobe as I approached the door. Who could it be, interrupting my moment of relaxation? I grumbled under my breath, somewhat impatiently swinging the door open. "Did I disturb you?" Lin's apologetic gaze met mine as she took in my bathrobe-clad figure. Upon realizing it was her, I quickly masked my irritation. "Ah, Lin, not at all." Her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "My father mentioned there's a freshwater pool on the rooftop of the 18th floor. Would you accompany me to see it?" Relieved it was merely a trivial matter, I readily agreed, "Of course. But you'll need to wait a couple of minutes while I change." "Great," she replied, nodding enthusiastically. After changing, I knocked on Xiangzi's door, but there was no response. I knocked more forcefully, yet still met with silence. It seemed he had truly been exhausted by this morning's training, so it would just be Lin and me venturing to the rooftop. Upon reaching the 18th floor, we were greeted by an expansive freshwater pool, spacious enough to accommodate dozens of revelers. Several lounge chairs were neatly arranged by the pool's edge for sunbathing, and a tall railing encircled the rooftop, offering an unobstructed view of the entire harbor. With a splash, Lin leapt into the pool, exclaiming, "How refreshing! This feels amazing." I turned to see that she had donned a striking swimsuit, her figure accentuated by the form-fitting black fabric. The material barely concealed her curves, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her fair skin and the alluring contours of her body as she moved gracefully through the water. Her long, slender legs splashed playfully, and her shapely form appeared both firm and inviting. I couldn't help but think, this girl has an impressive figure, an alluring silhouette that exudes an air of sophistication, undoubtedly captivating many young men. "Brother Zhao, come join us," Lin called out, her invitation warming my heart. However, after a moment's reflection, I decided against it. I was clad in ordinary underwear, the thin, icy fabric slightly transparent. While comfortable and breathable, once submerged, it would cling to my skin. I could only fear the unfortunate outcome of such a scenario. Moreover, in the presence of Lin's enchanting form, I worried I might struggle to maintain my composure. Upon reaching this point, I suppressed the impulsive surge within me and awkwardly replied, "You go ahead. I shall merely observe from the sidelines." After approximately an hour, Lin, having grown weary of her play, we retreated to our room on the 18th floor. As we stepped back inside, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over me. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from the morning's rigorous training, or perhaps the adrenaline still coursing through my veins after witnessing Lin's striking figure at the rooftop pool. At that moment, I felt utterly drained, and it was imperative that I succumb to a deep sleep. When I awoke again, it was already 9 p.m., and the phone by my bedside rang. I answered, and the voice of Brother Shui resonated through the receiver, requesting my presence in the captain's room for an urgent discussion. Rising from my bed, I exited my room and knocked on Xiangzi's door directly across the hall. but received no response. A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over me, prompting me to hasten towards the captain's quarters without delay. Upon my arrival, I found Brother Shui and Lin Lin seated on the sofa in the lounge. Before they could utter a word, I anxiously interjected, "Brother Shui, Xiangzi has been unresponsive since he returned to his room after the morning training. I've knocked several times today, yet there have been no answer." Brother Shui appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself and advanced to his designated desk, picking up the internal phone. "Please send someone up to open room 18 to 13, he instructed. Lin Lin, visibly perplexed, clearly had no idea of the unfolding situation. Before long, a staff member responsible for managing the keys arrived. We promptly made our way to Xiangzi's room. At the door, the staff member utilized an internal key to unlock it. I was the first to rush inside, only to find Xiangzi curled up on the bed, drenched in cold sweat, utterly unconscious. "Quickly, carry him to the medical room," Brother Shui urged, his expression fraught with urgency. Without hesitation, I bent down to lift Xiangzi onto my back and hurried toward the infirmary. Upon our arrival, the medical personnel swiftly assisted me in settling him onto a hospital bed. Minutes later, the ship's doctor emerged, his expression grave as he delivered the grim news. Xiangzi, due to a long-standing lack of physical activity, had suddenly been subjected to an excessive training load, resulting in severe muscle spasms and a critical overload of his cardiopulmonary function. He was teetering on the brink of life and death, necessitating immediate transfer to a land hospital for treatment. Otherwise, his life would be in jeopardy. As the words left his mouth, we wasted no time and quickly arranged for Xiangzi's transfer. Fortunately, the cargo ship had yet to set sail. Had we been adrift in the vast ocean, Xiangzi's fate would have been dire. At the hospital in Port F, I, Brother Shui, Lin Lin, and another crew member anxiously awaited outside the emergency room. 2 hours later, the attending physician finally emerged, bringing news. The patient had stabilized and was no longer in immediate danger. However, due to widespread muscle spasms and compromised cardiopulmonary function, he would require at least 3 months of recuperation to gradually recover. Even upon recovery, he would be unable to engage in strenuous activities, and his overall physical capabilities would be significantly diminished. With no other option, Brother Shui arranged for Xiangzi to remain in the hospital for treatment, planning to send him back home for convalescence once his condition had stabilized. Upon learning this outcome, my heart was heavy with despondency. Firstly, I was concerned about the possibility that Xiangzi's health might never fully recuperate. Secondly, the thought of facing the future alone aboard the vessel, bereft of my steadfast comrade with whom I had shared countless battles, loomed ominously over me. How would I navigate the forthcoming days at sea? After departing from the hospital, I leaned against the port railing, smoking a cigarette in silence as I gazed at the sky. At that moment, Brother Shui approached and gently patted my shoulder. "Xiao Zhao, this is entirely my fault. I should not have imposed such stringent expectations on the security captain regarding you. My intention was merely to inspire you to acquire more skills, enabling you to accompany me on my maritime journeys in the long run. Now, Xiangzi must return to his hometown. Do you wish to continue working alongside me, or would you prefer to accompany him back?" Before I could respond, he continued, "The ship has yet to set sail, and the arduous days ahead at sea are numerous. I have great faith in your potential and wish to nurture your talents, but I must prioritize your safety and respect your choices." I retrieved my cigarette case and offered him one, lighting another for myself. "Brother Shui, it is an honor to follow you. I cherish this opportunity immensely. I have made my decision. I will continue to work alongside you." A smile of satisfaction spread across his face as he patted my shoulder once more and nodded silently. Having endured the events concerning Xiangzi, it was now deep into the night. I sat by the window in my room, gazing at the brightly lit city in the distance. As memories of my time spent with Xiangzi unfolded in my mind like scenes from a film. Chapter 7, Destination, Brazil. A thunderous horn suddenly pierced the tranquility of my slumber, jolting me awake. The sound resembled the furious roar of an underwater volcano, its intense subsonic waves penetrating through layers of decks, resonating within my very bones and causing my chest to vibrate, leaving my teeth chattering uncontrollably. I pulled the blanket over my head, yet this piercing noise remained unrelenting, compelling me to rise and approach the window. It was already 9 a.m., and as I drew back the curtains, the blinding sunlight nearly rendered me unable to open my eyes. Squinting out the window, I beheld a bustling port thronged with people, a dense crowd filling the dock, where a captivating lion dance performance was taking place. Suddenly, it dawned on me that a departure ceremony was underway. Today, this massive vessel, a veritable floating city, was set to embark upon the vast, boundless ocean. After a quick freshening up, I made my way to the captain's quarters. The door was ajar, revealing only Lin seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. "Is Brother Shui here?" I inquired. "He went to the departure ceremony," Lin replied without lifting her gaze. I scratched my head awkwardly. "All right. Such an important event. How could the captain be absent?" At this, she couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Noticing her apparent boredom, I suggested, "I'm heading to level -3 for training. Would you like to join me?" Her eyes brightened, and she eagerly agreed. Upon reaching level -3, I retrieved the training schedule given by the captain and began my push-ups. Lin, intrigued, leaned closer to examine the schedule, her expression one of astonishment. "Wow, you have to do so many push-ups. Are you sure you can keep up, Zhao?" "I'm not as fragile as you think. Just sit back and watch," I confidently replied as I exerted myself with each push-up. "Go, Brother Zhao." She cheered enthusiastically, diligently counting for me. 23, 24, 25. With her encouragement, my pace noticeably quickened, as if a surge of adrenaline coursed through me, filling me with renewed vigor. Following the requirements of the training schedule, I completed all the tasks. Breathless and exhausted, I collapsed onto the ground. Glancing at the time, I realized it had slipped into midday. After a brief 10-minute rest, Lin and I made our way to the dining hall. The dining hall was abuzz with excitement, filled to the brim with people celebrating the departure ceremony. As we entered, all eyes turned toward us. Lin and I paid little heed, proceeding directly to the food station. After finishing our lunch, we returned to the captain's quarters, where Brother Shui was seated on the sofa, a cigarette perched between his fingers. Upon seeing us, a smile spread across his face. "Have you two had lunch?" "Yes, we have," Lin and I replied in unison. He nodded. "Take a seat. I'll explain the route and purpose of this ocean voyage." I responded with a nod and took my seat, fully immersed in anticipation of his words. Brother Shui placed the globe upon the table, rotating it as he elucidated. This voyage involved the transportation of various automotive components, with approximately 20,000 containers aboard, valued at over $10 billion. Our cargo is destined for the port of Santos in Brazil. We will embark from our current location, Port F, traversing the South China Sea, then along the eastern coastline of Vietnam, before passing through the Strait of Malacca into the Indian Ocean. After several days at sea, we shall arrive at the waters near the Cape of Good Hope. We will navigate around the Cape, situated near Cape Town, South Africa, avoiding the Suez Canal, as our final destination lies along the eastern coast of South America. Upon rounding the Cape, we will enter the Atlantic Ocean, following the Brazil current northward, ultimately reaching the port of Santos. The entire journey spans approximately 12,000 nautical miles, and our nuclear-powered vessel maintains an average speed of about 25 knots, theoretically allowing us to arrive in 20 days. However, considering the variables of weather and sea conditions, the actual travel time may extend to around 1 month. Lin and I listened in astonishment, exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. For me, this transcontinental voyage represented an unprecedented experience. While Lin, though a university student, possessed only theoretical knowledge from geography textbooks and lacked practical maritime experience. Observing our bewilderment, Brother Shui chuckled. "Are you feeling a bit lost? No witties. I will provide you with an overview to help you form a general understanding. As the ship progresses, you will gradually grasp the details." Lin and I nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grain. "Is it common for pirates to hijack ships?" I could not resist inquiring. Brother Shui lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. "Pirates do exist, particularly after entering the Atlantic, navigating north along the western coast of Africa to the core region of the Gulf of Guinea. where several incidents of crew abduction and vessel hijacking occurred last year. However, you need not worry. We have employed professional security personnel aboard, and the International Maritime Police will provide escort in the event of a pirate attack. As long as we can withstand the initial assault and buy time for the International Maritime Police to arrive, we should face minimal trouble. But if we do encounter pirates, how long would it take for the Maritime Police to come to our aid across the vast ocean? I pressed on. Not long at all. In emergencies, aerial fighters will be deployed for support, traveling at speeds measured in Mach, allowing them to arrive in the blink of an eye, Brother Shui replied. Lin and I nodded once more. He smiled faintly. Then his expression shifted to one of seriousness. These pirates, in the face of our 300,000-ton behemoth, are akin to mere ants. Even if they wished to board, it would be nearly impossible. Beyond the hull's waterline, they would need ropes several dozen meters long to ascend. Yet, with the tumultuous waves at sea, climbing such a rope in those conditions is utterly impractical. Moreover, our security personnel shall not remain idle. Upon detecting any signs of hostility, they will unhesitatingly neutralize the threat, ensuring that such foes become fish food. He paused momentarily. My true concern lies not with pirates, but rather with the specter of war. While we may perceive tranquility within our homeland, over 20 nations across the globe are currently embroiled in conflict. Should the flames of war extend to the seas, our journey would inevitably become exceedingly perilous. His words stirred a sense of unease within me. War is no trifling matter. If we were unfortunate enough to be struck by a missile or torpedo, this colossal cargo ship, weighing 300,000 tons, could succumb to the depths in an instant. Yet, upon further reflection, I realized that such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Surely, we could not be so unfortunate as to encounter such a fate, could we? The entire afternoon was spent listening to Brother Shui recount his extensive maritime experiences, and before we knew it, dinner time had arrived. Lin and I opted to dine at the restaurant, while Brother Shui proceeded to the bridge. After our meal, we ascended to the rooftop to enjoy the evening breeze. By this time, the massive vessel had sailed far from the harbor, and as I gazed into the distance, the vast expanse of the ocean unfolded before me. The sea breeze caressed my face, and the sunset's glow cast a golden hue upon the boundless waters, as if gilding the ocean with a shimmering layer of gold leaf. As I beheld this picturesque scene, the melody of my heart will go on. The iconic theme from the film Titanic resonated in my mind. Lin stood by the railing, gazing quietly into the horizon. As I approached, I discovered she was softly singing My Heart Will Go On. Ah, as anticipated, in the face of such beauty, most would instinctively think of this classic tune. Unlike Jack in the film, I refrained from immediately engaging. Despite my desire to replicate the iconic scene of soaring at the ship's bow, I was uncertain if she would be willing to partake. Thus, I patiently awaited the conclusion of her song, after which I applauded and sincerely exclaimed, "That was truly beautiful, so melodious." She turned her head, a shy smile gracing her face. "Zhao, do you not find the current scenery utterly romantic?" I nodded eagerly. "Indeed, it is exceptionally romantic, paired with your singing. It feels as though we are immersed in a film." After showering her with compliments, sensing the atmosphere had reached the right note, I finally voiced the thought that had lingered in my mind. How about we recreate the flying at the bow moment? She laughed, offering no immediate response, but gradually leaned against the railing, spreading her arms wide in a pose reminiscent of Rose from the movie. I stepped forward slowly, gently encircling her waist. Chapter 8. The fall of the great vessel in the Indian Ocean in the subsequent days. I accompanied Lin on board as we explored the ship, adhering strictly to my training regimen. Finally, the long-awaited assessment day arrived, with the captain personally supervising the evaluation of my training results. Perhaps due to his apprehension over the incident where Xiangzi was hospitalized due to excessive punishment during the last training session, the difficulty of this assessment was relatively manageable. After a series of physical fitness tests and firearms shooting exercises, the captain announced my successful completion of the assessment on the spot. From that day forth, I officially became a ship security officer. After several days of navigation, our mobile giant was cruising through the southern waters of the Indian Ocean. As a newly appointed security officer, I was fully armed and patrolling the deck when a piercing alarm suddenly blared. Immediately, urgent instructions crackled through the intercom. All security personnel and department heads, please assemble in the main conference room at once. Repeat, all security personnel and department heads, please assemble in the main conference room. Acknowledging the command, I hurriedly made my way to the conference room on the 15th floor. Upon my arrival, the oval conference table was already filled with key figures such as Waterbrother, the chief engineer, and the first officer. The head of security was the first to speak. We have just received internal intelligence indicating that a war is likely to erupt in our current maritime area. The situation between Curry Land and Pakistan has been deteriorating, and the Curry military has deployed the Vikrant aircraft carrier battle group to prepare for action in these waters. While the Pakistani Navy's Tugri, Taimu, Sudan, and Shah Jahan vessels have also been positioned in the vicinity. Upon hearing this alarming report, expressions of panic and helplessness spread across the faces of those present. I turned to Waterbrother, who was engaged in a whispered discussion with the chief engineer. Clearing his throat, he addressed everyone. According to the directives just issued by the board of directors, we are required to proceed to the nearest port for safety. We are currently situated in the southern region of the Indian Ocean, with the nearest port being Port Louis. Although this is the optimal choice, even at full speed, it will take at least 3 days to reach our destination. During our journey to Port Louis, all departments must prepare for comprehensive precautionary measures. After nearly half an hour of urgent deliberation, the ship's senior management unanimously agreed with the board's decision, officially announcing our course toward Port Louis for safety. As evening descended, the ship sped toward Port Louis at a velocity of 28 knots. The sun was on the verge of setting, casting an orange-red hue across the horizon. With the majority of the sun submerged in the ocean and only a sliver remaining, radiating a brilliant glow, waves of 4 to 5 meters surged, stirring the vibrant twilight. Lin and I stood by the railing at the ship's bow, her gaze lost in the undulating sea, while I silently prayed for our safe arrival at Port Louis. Within mere minutes, the sun vanished beneath the horizon, and darkness enveloped the entire ocean. The once cloudless sky had transformed into a foreboding black, devoid of stars. As sparse raindrops began to fall, sensing the impending rain, I quickly grasped Lin's hand and dashed towards the 18th floor. Upon entering the captain's cabin, a sudden flash of blinding white light illuminated the night sky, as massive bolts of lightning tore through the darkness like silver serpents, followed by a series of deafening thunderclaps. Lin, frightened, curled up on the sofa, clutching a cushion tightly to her chest. I rose to the window to draw the curtains, and, just as I settled beside her, she abruptly discarded the cushion and lunged into my embrace, trembling with a whimper. "Zhao, I'm scared." "Do not fear. It is merely thunder and rain, quite common at sea." I reassured her, my left arm wrapping around her while my right hand gently caressed her head. Crash bang! 2 more thunderous roars erupted, causing her to cling even tighter to me. As I soothed her, a sudden, muffled thud resonated from below the ship, starkly contrasting with the thunder. Before I could comprehend the situation, the vessel lurched violently, and we were thrown against the wall. I shielded her head with my arm as my back collided heavily with the wall. At that moment, the emergency lights flickered on, and piercing alarms blared around us. Lin clutched my neck tightly, and I could feel her trembling throughout. Without a moment to ponder, I hoisted her onto my back and stumbled toward the door. My sole thought was to reach the bridge and find Brother Shui. She quivered on my back, her voice tinged with tears. "Zhao, are we hit by a missile?" "It seems so. We must find your father quickly," I replied, my heart racing. The unexpected assault caused the ship to tilt dangerously, making it nearly impossible to run steadily. I stumbled, and we both crashed to the floor of the corridor. I quickly propped myself up. Lin, do not panic. Hold onto my hand and follow me. I cannot carry you steadily." She said nothing but gripped my hand tightly. The cabin was in chaos. Crew members were either fleeing in panic or screaming incessantly, while equipment and furnishings toppled and slid about. After much effort, Lin and I finally reached the bridge, where Brother Shui and the chief engineer were desperately trying to regain control of the ship. Upon spotting us, Brother Shui bellowed, Zhao, Get Lin Lin into a life jacket and head to the deck to launch the lifeboats. Do not worry about me. Go now. He forcefully nudged us onward before turning back to manage the plethora of buttons and controls. With no time for hesitation, I grasped the tear-streaked Lin Lin and rushed toward the deck. However, as we stepped outside, the sight before us sent chills down my spine. The tilting, swaying ship, with the bow and stern slowly sinking, while the central section rose ominously, containers sliding perilously to either side. Rows of containers, each weighing several tons, toppled towards the bow, crashing against the structure with a shower of sparks, compounded by the torrential rain pouring from the heavens. A truly harrowing scene. Realizing that the ship would soon split in two and plunge into the depths, I acted swiftly, racing to the lifeboat and untying the ropes. I lifted Lin Lin and tossed her into the boat before climbing in myself. Just as the hull emitted a resounding crack of metal, I pulled the release cord for the lifeboat, and two individuals plunged from the deck's precipice, dozens of meters high, into the tumultuous, roaring sea. "Where's my father? Where is he?" Lin Lin cried out in despair. I remained silent, one arm tightly embracing her while the other grasped the coarse rope at the edge of the lifeboat, fearing the force of the fall would hurl us from the vessel. Chapter 9. A grain of sand. I gritted my teeth, bracing myself against the impact of plunging into the sea. The moment the lifeboat touched the water, I glanced up at the ship's hull, which was now more than half submerged. Flames erupted from the engine room at the break of the colossal vessel, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of explosions, the screech of metal fracturing, and the violent clatter of containers crashing down. An overwhelming cacophony of deafening noises intertwined around us. Countless containers rained down like an avalanche, sending waves surging through the surrounding waters, relentlessly pushing our lifeboat farther away. The torrents were so fierce that I feared the lifeboat would capsize, prompting me to hastily secure the top hatch. This lifeboat, a standard feature on modern merchant ships, boasted a manually operated hatch crafted from flame-retardant materials. It was designed to withstand extreme temperatures and effectively repel seawater, ensuring remarkable watertight integrity. The heart-stopping scene made my heart race. I had never experienced such terror, even while watching movies or reading novels. Was this a nightmare or reality? If it were a dream, I wished to awaken swiftly. Before I could ponder further, my thoughts returned to my side where Lin Lin lay motionless in the lifeboat. I hurriedly cradled her head with my right hand while gently patting her cheek with my left, calling out Lin Lin, Lin Lin. After being shaken and called upon, she finally opened her eyes, only to be met with the violent rocking of the lifeboat, and she burst into tears. I embraced her tightly, whispering reassuringly, "Don't cry, Lin Lin, we are still alive." The lifeboat continued to jolt and sway amidst the waves. The hatch securely closed, leaving us unaware of our surroundings. I dared not open the hatch to assess the situation outside, fearing that a single misstep could allow seawater to flood into the cabin, sealing our fate. Despite my continuous reassurances, Lin Lin trembled uncontrollably, though she gradually ceased her sobbing. "Brother Zhao, are we going to die?" she asked, her voice trembling. "No, we are fine for now. This lifeboat is sturdy. It will hold. Do not be afraid." I quickly comforted her. Her face was etched with terror as she pressed on. "What should we do now? What about my dad?" I paused, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, while everyone was hurriedly abandoning ship and boarding the lifeboat, Brother Shui had remained steadfast in the control room. The waves were too tumultuous, and I had no idea of the situation outside. It was best to keep the hatch closed for now. As for your father, I could only pray he would manage to board a lifeboat as well. Upon hearing this, she let out another cry. "The waves are still too strong. We'll wait until the rocking subsides before opening the hatch. If we can see the wreckage of the ship, we can use the oars in the lifeboat to paddle over and search for any usable supplies." She looked up at me and nodded gently, finally managing to stifle her tears. Time slipped away, and we soon noticed the lifeboat as jolting began to ease. Only then did I press down the hatch latch, pulling it open with force. In an instant, a damp, briny sea breeze enveloped me, though the night still lingered. The rain had ceased. I slowly rose to my feet, my gaze desperately sweeping the surroundings, and all that met my eyes was the vast expanse of the ocean. Nothing else. I was utterly oblivious to where the tumultuous waves had carried us. As I beheld this desolate scenery, the only sound gracing my ears was the rhythmic crashing of the waves against one another. In the boundless sea, I profoundly understood the insignificance of a single grain of sand amidst an ocean, and an overwhelming sense of despair surged within me. Lin also gradually rose, glancing around and realizing, as I did, that there was naught but the endless sea. Instinctively, she clung tightly to me. I embraced her and gently crouched down, then began to rummage through the lifeboat. I recalled perusing the crew manual aboard the ship, which meticulously detailed the provisions available in the lifeboat. Such lifeboats typically contain 16 liters of fresh water, a large tin of compressed biscuits, and a substantial canister of energy bars, essentially high-calorie treats like chocolate. Additionally, there was a fishing tackle kit, a small first aid kit containing bandages, antiseptics, and analgesics, as well as 3 handheld signal flares. Seeing these supplies intact within the lifeboat, I couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief and turn to Lin, saying, "Fortunately, these provisions remain. With them, we can endure for a while at sea. If a passing vessel comes by, we may yet be saved. But what if no ship passes?" She inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. "If that is the case, we shall devise every means to survive, for each additional day we endure increases our chances of rescue," I replied with unwavering determination. She nodded gently. I continued, "Check what you have on you. Anything could prove useful now." With that, I began to carefully inspect my own belongings. I was clad in a robust life jacket, having been on patrol when the incident occurred, and I was still wearing the Marine Corps-style combat uniform issued to me by my commander. Unbuckling my tactical pouch at my waist, I discovered a sharp Nepalese knife concealed within. On the right thigh of my trousers, I found a G37 pistol, my sidearm, while my primary weapon, an AK-117, was lost during the escape. Thank goodness, I murmured, relieved that I still possessed these supplies and weapons. It seemed this sea would not claim my life. Compared to the maritime disasters depicted in films and novels, my circumstances were far more favorable. At this thought, I couldn't help but smile broadly. Seeing my sudden grin, Lin chided me gently. "Zhao, what are you laughing about at a time like this?" I feigned composure, of course. "We must laugh. As the old saying goes, those who survive great calamities are destined for blessings. What we have just endured is more thrilling than any movie. Yet we are alive. Doesn't that warrant a hearty laugh?" With that, I intentionally let out a hearty ha-ha-ha. Lin expressed that apart from the clothes she wore, she possessed nothing else, as her phone had been lost in the chaotic escape. After organizing the supplies, I secured the Nepalese knife back at my waist and tucked the G37 pistol into its holster on my leg. I recalled the first time I met your father back home. He uttered a phrase that left a profound impression on me. "What did he say?" she inquired, lifting her gaze. "He remarked that everyone has their destined fate," I replied. Unsure if she comprehended my words, she remained silent, merely leaning against me and resting her head gently on my shoulder. As we sat in the swaying lifeboat, I couldn't help but reflect on the stark divergence of human destinies. We have no control over where fate leads us. Much like the events that have transpired recently, just days ago, I was merely an aimless, unemployed youth back home, and suddenly I found myself aboard a 300,000-ton vessel alongside Brother Shui. Yet within a mere 2 days, Xiangzi was hospitalized due to excessive training. Upon deeper contemplation, Xiangzi was, in fact, fortunate. Had he not been hospitalized and joined us at sea, his fate could have been dire. As for me, having just passed the assessment to become a formal security officer, I anticipated a stable job with an annual salary in the hundreds of thousands, only to be swept into a war-induced maritime disaster, now adrift in the vast ocean, unaware of my whereabouts. Such is life. With these thoughts, I embraced Lin, my consciousness gradually fading, and before I knew it, I slipped into a slumber. Chapter 10. A grain in the ocean, too, when I opened my eyes once more, the sunlight streamed through the exhaust vents of the lifeboat's roof into the cabin. It would be more apt to describe these as holes rather than windows. Each exhaust vent was only the size of a fist, covered by a fine stainless steel mesh so tightly woven that even mosquitoes could not penetrate. On the inside, there were manually operable sealed windows. I rubbed my bleary eyes and noticed Lin Lin was fiddling with a can. Upon seeing me awake, she hurriedly handed it over, a hint of grievance in her tone. Zhao Gu, this can is too sturdy. I can't open it and I'm starving. I took the can and was astonished to see it was as large as a big tin of biscuits from Su Fuji. I examined it thoroughly but could not find the pull tab, unable to suppress my frustration. What kind of inhumane design is this? It's supposed to be emergency rations at sea, yet it seems intent on costing us our lives. Indeed, I woke up early and struggled with it for quite some time. I didn't want to disturb your peaceful slumber, Lin Lin chimed in. Never fear, watch me, I declared, swiftly drawing a Nepalese army knife from my waist. I thrust the blade's tip into the lid, and, with a decisive cut along the rim, the can was soon opened. Inside, there were around 40 to 50 compressed biscuits, each roughly the size of 2 fingers held together. Given our current predicament, we resolved to limit ourselves to 1 biscuit each at a time, with a maximum of 3 per day. By this plan, this single can of biscuits could sustain us for about a week. Moreover, we had a can of chocolate energy bars. Considering our available supplies, if we refrained from fishing, these rations could barely keep us afloat for half a month. Our fresh water supply consisted of a case of bottled mineral water, totaling 24 bottles of 500 milliliters each. Under normal circumstances, 1 bottle would suffice for a single sip. However, in our current situation, I decided we should limit ourselves to 1 bottle per person per day, adhering to the principle of drinking only when truly thirsty and making do with half a bottle, if possible, to conserve resources. Lin Lin wholeheartedly agreed with my strategy. After a simple meal of compressed biscuits, I opened the lifeboat's roof. The sun hung high above us, mercilessly scorching the endless expanse of the sea. Due to the chaos during last night's shipwreck, our phones, radios, and other devices were lost. We had no means of keeping time, yet judging by the sun's position, it was likely midday. I turned to Lin Lin and said, Lin Lin, the sun is too harsh. Why don't you go to the back of the lifeboat for some shade? The small overhang there can shield you from the sunlight. However, Lin Lin expressed her desire to linger a little longer, wishing to take in the vastness of the ocean. I crouched down and rummaged through the fishing tackle bag, which contained 3 fish hooks, each attached to a line, along with 3 silicone lures. To be honest, I had little interest in fishing. I even found it to be rather tedious. After all, interests and hobbies vary from person to person. However, the current circumstances do not allow me the luxury of being selective. I endeavored to recall the fishing techniques I had seen while scrolling through videos on my phone, untangling the knotted fishing line and casting the bait into the sea. Mimicking the seasoned anglers, I grasped the line, tugging gently, and waited patiently for a bite. Lin Lin, perched on the edge of the lifeboat, watched with keen interest. Time slipped away unnoticed. My hand grew sore from the effort. Yet not a single fish had grazed my line. Nevertheless, I remained unperturbed, shaking out my arm to alleviate the fatigue and continuing my patient vigil. At that moment, Lin Lin suddenly inquired, Zhao Gu, what if we catch a fish and I can't eat it? I simply cannot abide raw meat. The moment it touches my lips, I feel an overwhelming urge to gag. Before I could respond, she continued, the taste and texture of raw meat are truly unbearable for me. I turned to her with a reassuring smile. That is not a problem at all. We can fillet the fish, thread the pieces onto the line, and hang them over the side of the lifeboat to dry. Once they are sun-dried, the fish will lose much of its pungency, making it more palatable, with a delightful natural saltiness. I added, for now, the priority is to catch a fish. Her eyes lit up, and she nodded enthusiastically. Dried fish sounds quite appealing. Do we have any spare fishing line? I'd like to try my hand at fishing. Accordingly, I handed her the line I had been using and retrieved another from the toolkit. We focused on fishing while remaining vigilant for any passing vessels on the water. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Lin suddenly erupted in excitement. I've got one. Zhao Gu, help me. Her face was a blend of exhilaration and anxiety, the line in her hands thrashing wildly. I quickly grasped the line, wrapping it around my palm a few times. There was considerable resistance from the fish below. I estimated it weighed at least 5 or 6 pounds. As I pulled steadily on the line, the fish finally broke the surface of the water. With a swift motion, I yanked it into the lifeboat. Linlin clapped her hands in delight, bouncing on the spot. Wow, it's enormous. Indeed, it was nearly as wide as two palms pressed together. From its appearance, it resembled a tilapia, though having been caught in the sea, it was likely a snapper. I could not be certain of its species. But the prospect of a meal was what mattered most. I extracted the hook from its mouth and turned to Linlin with a grin. You did brilliantly. This initial success belongs to you. She seemed to momentarily forget the terrors of our predicament, excitedly poking at the fish's eye. Drawing my Nepalese knife from my waist, I sliced open the belly of the fish and removed its entrails. Just as I was about to discard the innards into the sea, a wave of concern washed over me. What if the scent of blood attracted sharks? With that thought, I hastily returned the entrails to the fish's body. Linlin, observing my actions with wide eyes, looked puzzled until I voiced my concern, at which she nodded in partial understanding. In the time that followed, we were unable to catch another fish. As dusk approaches, the sun gently descends towards the horizon, casting a breathtaking spectacle of molten gold upon the sea. Yet it is imbued with a piercing sense of solitude. Gazing into the distance, there is nothing but an endless expanse of azure waves, devoid of any sign of human presence. Linlin leans against the lifeboat, the torment of the past 2 days etched upon her weary face. With a pang of sympathy, I sit beside her and gently wrap my right arm around her, to which she offers no resistance, instead embracing me in return. At that moment, I suddenly feel a dampness on my chest. Looking down, I see that her cheeks, kissed by the sun, are streaked with tears that flow freely from her crystalline eyes, each drop falling onto my heart. I am acutely aware of her sorrow and despair, which mirror the depths of my own heart. I remain silent, merely stroking her hair in an attempt to convey a semblance of comfort. She gazes up at me with tear-filled eyes and asks, Brother Zhao, once we have consumed all the food, will we perish on this lifeboat? My throat tightens, and for a moment, I am at a loss for words, succumbing instead to a profound silence filled with contemplation. Chapter 11. The dragon drinks water. Linlin, a girl of 20, is in the prime of her life. Having never faced significant hardship, coming from a privileged background, she has always resided in a cocoon of happiness. Perhaps it is due to her sheltered existence that she persistently chose to accompany Brother Shui onto the ship to experience life. Yet here we are, lost to the tumultuous waves in an unknown corner of the ocean. Reflecting on my own circumstances, I had initially believed that following Brother Shui would lead me to a path of prosperity, but I never anticipated encountering such peril at sea. I recall my father, who also succumbed to the treacheries of the ocean. The mere thought of my mother at home sends a wave of sorrow crashing over me, tightening my throat and stinging my nostrils. After a lengthy pause, I wrestled with my overwhelming emotions and took a deep breath. If death is to come, so be it. I understand the multitude of people and things that weigh heavily on your heart, for I feel the same. However, at this juncture, as long as we draw breath, we must face our present circumstances with optimism. I licked my parched lips and continued, You are still young. I did not intend to burden you with heavy thoughts. Yet I fear that anxiety may hasten our demise. Let us not dwell too much on our plight. Instead, let us cherish each day. Regarding the supplies on this lifeboat, I shall not impose frugality. Eat when hungry, drink when thirsty. Seeing my nonchalant demeanor towards life and death, she crossed her legs and softly replied, Brother Zhao, I will heed your words. Yet, the mere thought of my father possibly sinking with the ship overwhelms me with sadness. I shook my head. Perhaps your father has already been rescued by the rescue team? After decades in maritime transport, he possesses an abundance of experience. What unforeseen circumstances has he not encountered? I have faith in his ability to turn misfortune into fortune. Lin's eyes flickered as she considered my words, and she gently nodded in agreement. By this time, the sky had darkened completely. A gust of wind swept by, causing the edge of the lifeboat's cover to whistle ominously. I glanced upwards, predicting another downpour, much like before. With the harsher the sun blazed during the day, the more torrential the rain fell by night. Hastily, I secure the lifeboat cover. It seems rain is imminent. We should rest. Tomorrow, Perhaps we shall catch an even larger fish." She murmured an agreement and lay down beside me. Just as I settled in, a sudden thought struck me. I realized that rain would mean the possibility of collecting fresh water, thus enhancing our survival supplies. I quickly retrieved the tin containing compressed biscuits and poured its contents out, instructing Lin to store the biscuits properly. Next, I drew out my Nepalese knife and sliced open the unsealed chocolate energy can. These 2 cans would serve perfectly to collect rainwater. Drip, 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 the sky began to shed sparse raindrops. I motioned for Lin to huddle at the back of the lifeboat while I opened the cover and stood up, given the strong winds. Placing the cans outside to collect water would only see them blown away. I grasped each can tightly in my hands. At that moment, a flash of lightning split the night sky, followed by a resounding clap of thunder, and then the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. As I collected rainwater, I shouted aloud, "Come on, let the storm rage even fiercer." Oh, I turned a glance at the edge of the lifeboat, where the snapper I had caught earlier that day was still tied with fishing line, now swaying wildly in the downpour. Before long, 2 containers were filled to the brim with rainwater, each holding approximately 5 liters. Although Lin was sheltered at the stern of the boat, the rain was so torrential that she was already drenched. I crouched down to set the water containers aside and struggled to secure the lid. At that moment, the lifeboat had accumulated a fair amount of rainwater. It seemed we would have to spend the night soaked. The rain intensified, and the wind howled with increasing ferocity. Lin and I held each other tightly, both of us thoroughly soaked. She wore a thin dress, curled up in my embrace. Trembling from the cold and fear, I knew she was frightened, so I held her even closer. Suddenly, the wind surged violently, and the lifeboat was unmistakably propelled forward by the tempest. I paid no heed to anything else, letting it carry us wherever it wished. If it could blow us ashore, we would be saved. We clung to one another, and at that moment a sudden and overwhelming sensation of weightlessness engulfed us. Instantly, the entire lifeboat began to spin uncontrollably, the velocity increasing with each passing moment. I could distinctly feel the vessel ascending rapidly, as if ensnared by a mysterious force. We were tossed about within the cramped confines of the boat, our bodies crashing repeatedly against the walls. Fortunately, I had secured the lid in time. Otherwise, we might have been flung overboard, lost to the depths. This near-chaotic whirl and impact persisted for over 2 minutes, and then an even stronger wave of weightlessness swept over us. With a thunderous crack, the lifeboat slammed into the ocean's surface, the tremendous force shattering the lid into pieces. Lin and I first fell heavily within the boat, only to be propelled upwards by inertia before both plunging into the ink-black waters below. The sea instantly engulfed me. A piercing pain shot through my abdomen, and despair washed over me. Could I truly not escape this fate? In the dark waters, I briefly sank into a suffocating silence. After several seconds, the instinct for survival was ignited, and I forced myself to remain calm, my mind racing to devise an escape plan. With all my might, I swam toward the surface, and when my head finally broke through the water, I gasped greedily for air. Ignoring my racing heartbeat, I took a deep breath and submerged once more. Finding Lin was my utmost priority. I searched around me, but Lin was nowhere to be found. The night was already pitch black, and with the torrential rain, the scene before me resembled the depths of hell. Despairing, I floundered on the surface, gasping for breath while calling out hoarsely, "Lin, Lin, Lin, Lin." The only response was a lightning bolt that sliced through the night sky. Crack! A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, and in that fleeting flash of lightning, I beheld the silhouette of a lifeboat floating a mere 5 or 6 meters away. With every ounce of strength I could muster, I swam towards it. Just as my fingertips grazed the hull of the boat, a soft hand suddenly grasped my right hand with a vice-like grip. Instinctively, I shuddered in the water, only to be overwhelmed by an exhilarating joy. It was Lin. She was indeed aboard the lifeboat. In that instant, the heart that had been lodged in my throat finally found some respite. I lifted my left hand and clung desperately to the edge of the boat, while my right hand was yanked upward by Lin's forceful pull, allowing me to finally heave myself onto the lifeboat. There was no time for any superfluous actions. I enveloped her tightly in my embrace, and she, with all her might, reciprocated the gesture. Amidst the boundless expanse of the ocean, beneath the pitch-black sky, and under the relentless torrent of rain, we held each other closely. At long last, I shed all pretense of strength and wept openly. Chapter 12. In despair, a path seems unreachable that night. Lin and I once again brushed perilously close to the clutches of death. The overwhelming panic left us both physically and emotionally drained, and we collapsed into unconsciousness, entwined in the rain. When I regained consciousness, the horizon was tinged with the pale light of dawn, and the sea had returned to a placid state. Lin, still nestled in my arms, had yet to awaken. Reluctant to disturb her slumber, I gently shifted my position to lean against the stern of the lifeboat. Gazing out at the seemingly infinite expanse of the ocean, the harrowing events of the previous night flooded back, igniting a wave of trepidation within me. Indeed, I feared death, but my greater dread was the thought of losing Lin. Alone in this vast ocean, I could scarcely fathom how I would endure. This girl had become my sole reason for survival. As I looked down at her, I could not help but lean down and bestow a soft kiss upon her forehead. To my surprise, this gentle gesture roused her from her slumber. Her immediate response was to grasp my thigh tightly, causing me to yelp in pain. I hastened to apologize. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take advantage of you." Lin remained silent, her gaze vacant as she stared at me, then pinched her own thigh, suddenly bursting into tears. Confusion washed over me as I observed her erratic behavior, prompting me to inquire, Lin, what's wrong? Have you lost your senses from last night's ordeal?" I pulled her back into my embrace, gently patting her back. After a minute of sobbing, she broke free from my hold, her voice thick with tears as she exclaimed, "I thought we were both dead." "Wah!" And with that, she began to cry once more. I chuckled softly. "We're not dead, we're still alive. Heaven must have taken pity on us and decided to spare us for the time being." Finally, her tears subsided as she studied my face for a few moments. Then, she lifted her hand and lightly poked my cheek with her fingertip, asking, "Zhao, does it hurt?" Instinctively, I touched my face and winced slightly, prompting me to ask, "What is wrong with my face?" A long-lost smile graced her lips as she replied, "Your face is swollen, like Zhu Beiji." She erupted into laughter. Swollen or not, the important thing was that I was alive. As I continued to feel the swelling on my cheek, I sighed deeply. We might have encountered a waterspout last night, known colloquially as Shenlong Shishui. This phenomenon typically occurs when the sun heats the water's surface, causing warm, moist air to rise and encounter cooler air layers above, resulting in condensation that forms clouds. This releases heat and intensifies the upward currents. If a strong wind arises, the airflow begins to rotate, ultimately forming a spinning column of water, commonly referred to as a waterspout. Fortunately, we sheltered in the sealed lifeboat last night. Otherwise, if we had been caught in the waterspout, we would have likely drowned or suffocated in the swirling column. Even if we had survived, merely witnessing the terrifying spectacle of the waterspout would have been enough to extinguish any will to live. As for how Lin managed to climb back onto the lifeboat after falling into the sea, I dared not inquire further, fearing that recalling it would send her into another fit of tears. According to my conjecture, at the moment she fell into the water, she was not propelled too far by inertia and, in her panic, managed to grasp the edge of the lifeboat while I was flung several meters away. I straightened myself and stretched lazily, saying, Lin, please check how much supplies we have left." No sooner had I spoken than I began to rummage through the contents. We searched meticulously in the empty cabin for quite some time, yet we could not find even a morsel of edible food. The lifeboat's canopy had detached due to the fall from such a height, and its whereabouts were now unknown. At present, we were left with nothing but a bare lifeboat and a fishing line originally intended for drying sea bream, which had vanished without a trace in the chaos. Fortunately, the fishing line remained intact, along with the hook and the lure. Additionally, my Nepalese knife in its sheath at my waist and the G37 pistol in its holster on my leg were both securely in place. I must say, those sheaths were remarkably sturdy. At this moment, both Lin and I were ravenously hungry, and our prospects for survival seemed precariously dire. I had to force myself to calm down and contemplate a solution to our predicament. I instructed Linlin to sit at the edge of the lifeboat and refrain from moving. There was about 3 fingers depth of rainwater collected inside, which was incredibly precious to us at this juncture. To avoid the risk of illness, she needed to remain still until the impurities settled before we could drink it. A rough estimate suggested that, after accounting for natural evaporation, this volume of fresh water should suffice for 3 to 5 days. While the freshwater situation was temporarily resolved, our immediate priority was to procure food as swiftly as possible. I untied the fishing line secured at the edge of the lifeboat, shaking my head with a rueful smile. Alas, we have lost everything. We must now rely solely on this fishing line. In any case, we had to exert every effort to survive. Linlin nodded silently, her eyes betraying an undeniable trace of concern. For an extended period thereafter, I gripped the fishing line, focused on angling, yet yielded no results. When Linlin took over, the situation did not improve either, and, as the twilight painted the sea crimson, our hooks remained barren. With nightfall imminent, we had no choice but to cease our fishing endeavors. To prevent contamination of the scant rainwater we had, we resolved to rest at the bow of the lifeboat that night. She gently leaned against my shoulder, and I instinctively wrapped my arm around her waist. In this desolate predicament, our shared warmth became our sole solace. I pondered how much longer we could endure under these circumstances. Zhao, are we just going to sit here tonight? Linlin inquired softly. There's no choice. As long as our bodies can withstand it, we should avoid touching the little fresh water we have. Once we can no longer endure, we will lie down inside the cabin. I sighed, my voice heavy with resignation. Perhaps due to our seated position, even long after nightfall, sleep continued to elude us. I gazed upward at the night sky, where countless stars adorned the vast canvas above, and sighed deeply, lamenting my own lack of knowledge in celestial observation. If only I were more learned, I could discern our position through the alignment of the stars. With this thought, I turned to Linlin. Linlin, as a university student, do you possess the skill to read the night sky? She smiled ruefully and shook her head. No, I am merely an ordinary student, not an ancient oracle. Her words elicited a mixture of resignation and amusement within me. Alas, it seems we are indeed at the mercy of fate. I cannot do it either. The only thing left for me to do is to hold you tightly, shielding you from the chilling winds of the night. Linlin did not respond. Having gone the entire day without sustenance, she now leaned weakly against me, and I could feel her body tremble. Time passed in an indeterminate blur, and she soon succumbed to slumber in my embrace. I bent my neck closer, listening to the steady rhythm of her breath. Yet I dare not close my eyes, fearful that if I succumbed to sleep, a sudden wave might sweep us both away into the depths of the sea. After what felt like an eternity, I cast my gaze towards the horizon. The sea remained enveloped in a deep indigo hue, yet the tips of the waves began to glimmer faintly, as if myriad scales were gently stirring beneath the water. The edges of the clouds were the first to blush with a delicate crimson, a hue so faint and tender, reminiscent of a distant land as blush carried to the depths of the ocean, softly tinted by the briny sea breeze, transforming into a gossamer veil of mist. I knew that the moment of dawn was drawing near. Chapter 13. A glimmer of hope in my arms. Linlin remained sound asleep, her breathing steady and even. As I gazed at the pale light breaking over the horizon, I was acutely aware of the aches and pains coursing through my body. The injuries on my face and head were the result of repeated impacts endured while trapped in a sealed lifeboat amidst a waterspout, and a dull ache radiated from my back. Fortunately, I had clutched Linlin tightly to my chest with all my strength. Otherwise, she might have suffered even more grievously than I. The most intense pain resided in my hips. The left side throbbed with each heartbeat, an unbearable sensation. Yet, with Linlin sleeping so deeply in my embrace, I dared not move, fearing that even the slightest motion would rouse her. As dawn broke, suddenly a piercing, melodious cry shattered the mist, followed by several short calls, reminiscent of a glass jar filled with silver bells being shaken. The sounds drew nearer, yet their source remained elusive, accompanied only by the rustling of wings slicing through the air. Perched at the bow of the lifeboat, I craned my neck to see, and behold, a silver-edged rift had appeared in the gray-blue sky. Emerging from the fog were 4 or 5 seagulls, their snowy underbellies skimming the crests of the waves, sending up a spray of glistening droplets. Soon, more figures appeared in clusters. A total of roughly 20 to 30 seagulls formed a loose formation above the sea, occasionally folding their wings to dive and then unfurling them to ascend, their amber eyes shimmering in the mist like stars scattered across the ocean's surface. The leading gull let out a commanding call, and the flock responded by shifting their formation, the sounds of flapping wings and cries intertwining into a melody of hope. At that moment, I suddenly regained my senses and exclaimed, "We are saved! We are saved!" In my exuberance, I nearly jolted Lin Lin from my grasp and into the sea. She gasped, springing upright from her slumber. I hurriedly steadied her shoulders and shook her gently. "Lin Lin, we are saved." My face was alight with excitement, nearly overflowing. Yet she reached out with her delicate hand to touch my forehead, bewildered, and asked, "Zhao Go, are you unwell?" "Unwell. I am perfectly fine." I waved my hands dismissively, my voice trembling with exhilaration. "I just saw the seagulls. They flew right over us, a whole swarm of them." Perhaps still groggy from sleep, Lin Lin squinted at me, her face a canvas of questions. Before she could respond, I eagerly continued, "The presence of seagulls indicates that there must be an island nearby. It is morning. They are surely heading out in search of food. If we paddle in the opposite direction of their flight, we are certain to find the island from which they have set out. Look, is that not a flock of seagulls?" I pointed towards the rising sun, where the tiny silhouettes of seagulls could still be glimpsed moving against the horizon. Lin Lin followed my gaze, her eyes suddenly brightening, her voice imbued with joy. "Indeed, there are seagulls." In a moment of shared exhilaration, we embraced, unable to contain our tears, as the sight of hope blossomed before us. As my racing heart began to calm, I turned to Lin Lin and said, "The most pressing matter now is to paddle towards the direction where the seagulls are flying. We've lost our oar in the whirlpool, so we must devise a means to create a tool for rowing." She nodded, immediately scanning our surroundings. I stood up and stepped into the lifeboat, where some rainwater had accumulated, but at that moment, I paid it no mind. Finding an island was far more critical. Fresh water could be easily obtained thereafter. After rummaging through the boat for what felt like an eternity without discovering anything suitable to use as an oar, I contemplated resorting to paddling with my hands. Suddenly, my gaze fell upon Lin Lin's feet. She was wearing a pair of Converse sneakers, and the flat soles would serve perfectly for paddling, far more efficient than using my palms due to their larger surface area. "Lin Lin, take off your shoes. We can use them as makeshift paddles," I instructed. She agreed and obediently began to untie her shoelaces. I refrained from suggesting my own shoes, as I was wearing heavy combat boots, ill-suited for the task at hand. Lin Lin removed her shoes and handed them to me. I took the left shoe and slipped it onto my left hand, asking her to help secure it around my wrist with the shoelaces, thus fashioning a rudimentary paddle. The right shoe was then given to Lin Lin to wear on her right hand, given her smaller stature and the fact she was not left-handed. This would allow her to paddle with greater ease. With our makeshift paddles in hand, we began to row towards the direction of the seagulls. By this time, the sun had risen, and layers of mist hovered over the morning sea, partially obscuring our view. Yet, I remained undeterred, my focus unwavering on that distant point. Exerting forceful strokes, we sat on opposite sides of the boat, strenuously paddling. Though I could not tell how long it had been before we gradually emerged through the thickening haze. Having gone nearly 2 days without food, Lin Lin appeared visibly drained. She ceased her efforts, her voice trembling with fatigue as she said, "Zhao Go, I truly have no strength left." I immediately halted, moving beside her, and gently placed my arm around her shoulders. "Hang in there, Lin Lin," I urged, observing her pale face and striving to maintain a steady tone. "Remember, we saw the seagulls at dawn. I believe we must be close to the island from which they took flight." After releasing her, I cupped my hands to gather some rainwater and brought it to her lips. "Drink a little," I urged. She sipped slowly, leaning against the side of the boat, breathless. I inquired if she felt better, to which she responded faintly, but the weakness in her voice betrayed her efforts to appear strong. My heart tightened, and after a brief pause, I reached out to support the back of her neck with my right hand and leaned down to kiss her. The moment our cracked lips met, an electric thrill coursed through my entire being. Her lips were soft, evoking a tremor within me, akin to fingertips sinking into fluffy cotton candy, yet possessing a tangible resilience that was more authentic than sugar. With the slightest contact, I could feel the delicate patterns of her lips subtly rising and falling against mine. As our breaths intertwined, a coolness emanated from our lips, slightly cooler than body temperature, reminiscent of warm porcelain cradled in one's palms on a winter night, providing a comforting sense of security. The kiss deepened to the point where we both nearly gasped for air when we finally parted, each of us breathing heavily. She gazed at me with her tear-filled eyes, her face flushed with a hint of shyness, yet also reflecting a sense of bewilderment. "Don't misunderstand," I hastily clarified, my voice somewhat strained. "I read somewhere that a kiss can transmit energy and nourishment through saliva. Right now, we possess nothing. I even contemplated that if you could consume any part of me, I would willingly offer it." I spoke earnestly, my eyes fixed upon her. She inhaled sharply and regarded me for a few seconds before suddenly throwing herself into my arms, playfully striking me with a quivering voice. "Fool, who will want to eat your flesh?" I gently patted her back, waiting for her sobs to subside. After a minute or two, she finally pulled away, wiping her face as she said, "Zhao, I've rested enough. Let's continue paddling." Chapter 14. The pristine island after that kiss. It seemed as though she had truly drawn some mysterious power from it. In the ensuing moments, we fervently paddled our way forward. As the sun ascended, its rays grew increasingly intense, and the hazy mist that had cloaked the sea gradually dissipated. I lifted my gaze toward the horizon, and, not more than 1,000 meters away, a magnificent island loomed before us. To confirm that this sight was not a mere illusion, I strained to maintain my balance with my left hand while swiftly scooping a handful of rainwater from the lifeboat with my right, splashing it onto my face. The icy sensation jolted my senses, and I rubbed my eyes vigorously, looking again. Indeed, the island stood resolutely ahead, through the lingering mist. The silhouettes of swaying palm trees along the shore became discernible. My voice trembled with excitement as I raised my right hand, pointing ahead and calling out, "Linlin, look, look!" Upon hearing my voice, Linlin glanced up, hope igniting in her eyes, and she exclaimed with joy, "It's an island. We are saved." In that moment of exhaustion, the sight of the island represented our sole hope for survival. There was no time to celebrate. We summoned the last of our strength and paddled with renewed vigor. Moments later, the island was nearly within reach. At that juncture, Linlin suddenly halted her strokes, her expression clouded with concern as she asked, "Zhao, what if this island is a mirage?" Without a moment's hesitation, I replied, "It cannot be a mirage. A mirage is an optical illusion formed by the refraction of light. Something visible yet unattainable. But look, we are truly approaching it." The palm trees at the shore sway gently in the sea breeze, clearly welcoming us. After hearing my words, Linlin resumed paddling, nodding vigorously amidst heavy breaths. After an arduous and protracted struggle, we finally felt a slight tremor beneath the lifeboat. The hull had grazed the rocky shore of the island. Both of us were breathless, our chests heaving. Yet the instinct for survival compelled us to press on. We mustered the last vestiges of our strength to rise, our legs unsteady as we stumbled down from the lifeboat. The moment our feet touched the sandy shallows, exhaustion and exhilaration intertwined. We gasped for breath, nearly frenzied, scrambling toward the beach. Upon reaching the shore, Linlin and I collapsed onto our backs, panting heavily, expending our final ounce of energy to shout towards the sky above the island. These faint cries became an outlet for our pent-up emotions. After a few shouts, I rolled over to Linlin's side, untying her shoes which she had used as paddles, carefully helping her put them back on, then assisting her with the other shoe as well. Subsequently, I reclined, wrapping my arm around her neck. She instinctively nestled into my embrace. We lay quietly on the beach, savoring the tranquility that followed our harrowing ordeal. A few minutes later, I summoned the strength to help Linlin to her feet, and together we staggered towards the nearby grove of palm trees. We leaned against the trees to rest, our stomachs grumbling from 2 days without food. I instinctively cast my gaze upon the coconut palm before me. Indeed, just as portrayed in films and novels. Where there are islands, there are coconut trees, and where there are coconut trees, there are coconuts. This particular palm was laden with an abundance of fruit. Struggling to rise from the ground, I unfastened the Nepalese knife from my waist and, without uttering a single word, made my way towards the tree. At that moment, my strength was nearly depleted, rendering me incapable of climbing the tree. Thus, felling it became the most effective means of procuring coconuts. Although cutting down the tree would also require considerable exertion, the sharpness of the Nepalese knife was astonishing. I pondered that while my strength was lacking, the blade's edge would compensate, and I swung the knife towards the palm. I lost count of how many strikes I delivered, but eventually, the crooked palm could no longer withstand the assault and came crashing down, the ripe coconuts scattering across the ground in the aftermath of the impact. I knelt on one knee in the sand, gripping the handle of the knife, using its tip to steady my breathless form against the earth. Observing this, Lin hurriedly rose and dashed towards the pile of coconuts, clasping too tightly in her arms before quickly returning to my side. Perhaps fatigued, Lin said little, gently placing the coconuts before me. Sitting cross-legged on the damp sand, I positioned the coconuts on my knees and, with a swift motion, brought the knife down. The sharp blade embedded deeply into the shell, and the refreshing coconut water gushed forth. Lin exclaimed anxiously from the side, "Zhao, go. All the coconut water is spilling out. How will we drink it?" I chuckled sheepishly, pressing the coconut down with my left hand while using my right to apply force, splitting it apart with a crisp crack. Although some juice spilled onto the ground, the milky white coconut flesh inside was irresistibly enticing. I used the knife to scoop out a few pieces and offer them to Lin, saying, "You should have some coconut flesh to tide you over. I will prepare a complete one for you." After 2 days without food, we devoured 8 large coconuts in one sitting. Lin consumed 3 coconuts, including both flesh and water, while I managed 5, barely satiating her hunger. Once satisfied, we reclined against the coconut palm to rest. I could not tell what time it was, but the sun hung high overhead, and, thankfully, the palm's fronds provided shelter from the harsh rays. Steadying myself against the trunk, I surveyed the coastline, and to my surprise, I noticed a massive boulder standing on the right side of the shore. The rock faced the vast ocean, while behind it sprawled a sloping earth bank, adorned with unidentifiable weeds, their stems swaying gently in the sea breeze, standing around 30 to 40 centimeters tall. Having regained some strength, I pointed toward the boulder and said to Lin, "Look over there." Climbing to the top of that rock should give us a clear view of the entire island. Lin nodded, and I took her hand as we approached the boulder. In no time, Lin and I had ascended to the summit of the giant rock. It towered approximately 10 meters high, roughly the equivalent of 5 stories, with a relatively flat top. The moment we stood atop the boulder, our perspective expanded dramatically. I looked up and estimated that the island's diameter was roughly 5 to 6 kilometers, with the coastline forming a naturally winding arc. Near the beach lies a grove of coconut trees, appearing somewhat untamed. Each tree stands in a unique posture, some reaching straight upwards, others leaning slightly as if to embrace the sea, while some trunks twist and spiral. The broad, feathery leaves rustle gently in the caress of the sea breeze. I turned to gaze inland, where a lush, pristine forest unfolded before my eyes. In the center of the island stands a towering tree, its species indiscernible from my distance. It rises majestically, its stout branches stretching outward, while cascading aerial roots form layers resembling verdant curtains. In the distance, the tree canopies undulate, resembling rolling green waves extending to the island's edge. The entire island boasts a remarkable topography. Dense primordial forest occupies the center, flanked by towering peaks on either side. It is neither vast nor diminutive, yet it exudes an intense primal essence, permeated with an air of mystery. Lin also observed the island intently. After a while, she turned to me and asked, "Zhao Ge, do you think there are other humans on this island besides us?" I looked at the verdant, untouched scenery before me and shook my head, replying, I am uncertain, but given the island's pristine appearance, it seems likely that we are the only humans here. Chapter 15. Constructing a shelter. Upon hearing my words, Lin's expression gradually darkened. To her, the absence of other humans on the island suggested that we might be forever trapped on this desolate isle. However, as I gazed at the lush, untamed landscape before me, my thoughts diverged. The sudden emergence of such a solitary island amidst the vast ocean could signify that the presence of other humans might not be a fortuitous occurrence. Having traversed the world and encountered the complexities and perils of human nature, I pondered that if there were indeed other inhabitants on the island, they would likely not be benevolent. Survivors like us, stranded on a remote isle, could face grave dangers if discovered. While I harbored no fears for myself, the situation of the young maiden Lin was far more precarious. With this in mind, I grasped Lin's hand tightly and earnestly conveyed, "It is perhaps for the best that there are no other humans on this island, for we are wholly unaware of each other's intentions." She seemed to comprehend the underlying concern in my words, nodding gently before inquiring, "What shall we do now?" "First, we must seek a place to rest," I replied promptly. "We need to find a refuge that can shield us from the elements." She nodded again, her gaze imbued with newfound determination. A gust of wind, laden with the fragrant essence of the island's flora and the briny scent of the sea, swept past us, prompting me to instinctively glance towards the beach where we had landed, only to see our lifeboat being swept away by the waves into the deep sea. My heart sank, and I slapped my thigh in alarm, exclaiming, "This is bad." Following my gaze, Lin gasped, "Oh no, our little boat." Without a moment to lose, I seized her hand and dashed towards a massive rock, both of us stumbling and racing towards the shore. By the time we reached the beach, the lifeboat had already been claimed by the waves, now merely a distant silhouette bobbing amidst the undulating sea. Gasping for breath, I halted Lin, saying, "Do not pursue it. We cannot catch up. The boat contained little in the way of supplies anyway. Let it go." She gazed forlornly at the water, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of loss, while her chest heaved from our frantic run. I too felt a twinge of regret. I had intended to haul the lifeboat ashore, upturned to dry, as it would have provided at least a semblance of shelter. After all, it was a product of modern civilization, offering a greater sense of security than sleeping under the open sky. Yet, I had to suppress that thought, pointing towards the coastline as I said to Lin, "Let us search along the beach. Perhaps we will discover a suitable place to set down." She softly responded with an agreeable and together we ventured towards the left side of the shore. The damp sand crunched beneath our feet, while the sea breeze splashed the foamy waves against our ankles. The palm trees cast dappled shadows in the sunlight as we wandered into the unknown awaiting us. I could not ascertain how long we had walked along the beach when we encountered the retreating tide, revealing a sandy expanse scattered with an array of shells. We paused our steps, bending down to pick up shells for closer inspection. The petite tiger-striped shell was exquisitely crafted, adorned with a myriad of deep and shallow brown patterns, shimmering with a pearlescent glow under the sunlight. There was also an unappealing creature resembling an oyster, its surface pockmarked, with tender flesh visible through the slightly cracked seams. Additionally, some unknown sea snails boasted shells covered in sharp spines. Wary of being pricked, I dared only to observe them from a distance. However, as I continued my journey along the coast, the landscape was dominated solely by coconut groves and bizarre rocks entwined with vines. Gazing ahead, all I could see was the endless expanse of beach and the boundless ocean, with no suitable refuge in sight. Instinctively, I shifted my gaze from the sea to the dense, untamed jungle behind me. Its intertwining branches and layers of vegetation concealed countless unknown dangers, venomous snakes slithering through the decaying leaves, scorpions and centipedes possibly lurking in the crevices of stones, and perhaps even formidable beasts hiding deep within the thickets. Just as I pondered these thoughts, a piercing scream suddenly shattered the silence. Lin trembled, her finger quivering as she pointed toward the coconut trees on the shore, her voice laced with terror. "Brother Zhao, look at that monster." I rushed to Lin's side, shielding her as I followed her gaze. There, at the base of the coconut tree, lay a massive coconut crab. I quickly reassured her. "Fear not, this is a coconut crab, quite a delicacy." Yet, to be frank, its appearance was indeed quite daunting. Its body, the size of a dinner plate, boasted 3 spiny claws on either side, while its robust pincers glimmered with the unique sheen of crustaceans, capable of crushing a coconut with a mere swipe. The crab was scaling the inclined trunk of the coconut tree, resembling a giant spider from a distance, which undoubtedly explained Lin's fright. I couldn't afford to linger in comforting her, fearing this delectable find might escape, so I hastily approached the coconut crab. Upon my approach, it raised its formidable pincers and waved them vigorously, the spines glinting ominously in the sunlight, as if warning me to keep my distance. However, undeterred by its hefty form, I boldly advanced and reached out to grasp its back, its considerable weight pressing down on my wrist, surely weighing no less than 7 or 8 pounds. Seeing me approach with the clawing coconut crab, Lin began to stomp her feet in fear. "Brother Zhao, don't come any closer. It's too frightening." I chuckled, waving my trophy. "What are you afraid of? This is a coconut crab, fresh and ready. I'll roast it for you later." Yet, she frowned and shook her head, taking small steps back while exclaiming, "I want to eat it, I want to eat it." Noticing her genuine fright at the sight of this crustacean, I walked to the shore, tearing a sturdy vine from the vine-covered rocks and deftly binding the crab's massive pincers. I then called out to her on the beach. "All right, it's secured now. It won't pinch you anymore." Only then did her panic subside, and she cautiously approached me, though her gaze still darted toward the bound creature, her toes anxiously scuffing the sand. We settled beneath the swaying coconut palms, and I gazed at the desolate shoreline. Addressing Lin, "We haven't found a place to stay on the island. It seems we must construct our own shelter." She nodded earnestly, tilting her face upwards to inquire, "Brother Zhao, how may I assist you?" I smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, replying, "Just keep an eye on this large crab for me." She grimaced and shook her head, clearly still haunted by the encounter with the coconut crab. "Then you shall sit here quietly and refrain from wandering," I amended. And seeing her obedient nod, I secured the crab, bound with vines, to the trunk of a tree. I then unfastened the Nepalese knife from my waist. Its blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. First, I needed to chop some sturdy branches to use as building materials. In my mind, I envisioned the blueprint for our shelter. I must first fell a straight coconut tree, then cut its trunk into segments of about 2 meters in length. The diameter of this coconut trunk was nearly as wide as 2 hands, and to construct a bed sufficient for both of us, I would need to chop at least 6 or 7 such pieces of wood. Fortunately, the island's coconut trees could grow to heights of 20 to 30 meters, so 1 tree would suffice. Having calculated this, I immediately set to work. I gripped the Nepalese knife tightly and struck the selected coconut tree trunk with force. The sound of wood fibers snapping mingled with the sea breeze as dark green leaves rustled above me. Thus commenced our struggle for survival on this deserted island, marked by that first decisive blow. Time lost its meaning as I labored, panting heavily as I collapsed onto the sandy ground. The chosen coconut tree had been reduced to 8 segments of timber. Lin, noticing the beads of sweat on my brow, approached me and gently wiped them away with her palm. "Brother Zhao, shall we build the shelter on the beach?" she asked breathlessly. I shook my head. "The beach is too damp. The moisture seeps up through the sand at night, and we would surely catch a chill. Then where should we build it?" She pressed. "The jungle is too dense, teeming with venomous insects and wild beasts. For now, we should avoid venturing too far in." I pointed to the right side of the coast, suggesting, "Let us transport the wood to that large boulder we climbed earlier. Its top is relatively flat. We can lay the timber as a bed and weave a rain cover from coconut leaves. This will suffice for a night." She frowned. "But the wind is so strong on the boulder. What if we fall?" However, sleeping elsewhere poses greater dangers. The beach is vulnerable to tidal flooding, and the jungle may harbor unseen threats. I deliberately softened the words snakes, insects, rodents, and she tightened her grip on my sleeve, her eyelashes trembling with fear. I patted the back of her hand, urging, "Let us move the wood first." I spread my arms wide, lifting a coconut trunk in each hand. The heavy timber pressed painfully against my shoulders. Behind me, Lin struggled to carry a smaller piece of wood, stumbling as she followed. The freshly cut coconut trunks still retained moisture, weighing significantly more than anticipated. As I carried two at a time, each step required me to brace the wood against my knee to adjust my balance. I could hear Lin's labored breaths behind me. Her bangs clung to her forehead with sweat, and her fingers, gripping the wood, were turning pale from exertion. She had to pause every few steps to catch her breath. In my eyes, this gentle girl who usually struggles to even twist off a cap from a bottle of mineral water is now, at this moment, able to grit her teeth and lift such a heavy log, stirring a wave of tenderness within me. We trudged along, sometimes sinking deep and other times barely skimming the surface, until we finally reached the slope beneath the colossal boulder. The two of us placed the log onto the sandy ground and collapsed back to back, our chests heaving violently, unable to utter a single word. At that moment, two audible growls from our stomachs shattered the silence, a protest from our bellies. I turned to Lin, noticing the beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, her hair clinging to her flushed cheeks. Unsure of the time, I wiped my brow and decided we should find something to eat. We couldn't possibly build a shelter on empty stomachs. She nodded, breathless. The sea breeze, laden with the fragrance of coconuts and the briny essence of the ocean, enveloped us, while in the distance, a coconut crab restlessly crawled along the vine. For soon we would have to rely on this formidable creature to satiate our hunger. Chapter 16. The sanctuary on the boulder let us roast that coconut crab for a feast, I exclaimed, rising to my feet and pulling Lin towards the beach where we had just felled the coconut tree. At that moment, the coconut crab, tightly bound at the base of the tree, was struggling, waving its pincers in a desperate attempt to escape. I pressed down on its back, pinning it to the sand with one hand while grasping its flailing claw with the other. With a firm twist, I detached the massive claw from its body. Methodically, I removed the crab's other legs as well. The body was discarded without hesitation, for Lin expressed that it appeared too frightful. Having dealt with the coconut crab, I turned to Lin and suggested, "Let us gather some shellfish and oysters from the beach to roast. We shall indulge in a splendid seafood feast today." Her face lit up with anticipation as she nodded enthusiastically. Before long, we had collected a bounty of scallops, oysters, 2 substantial crab claws, and 6 crab legs, ample provisions for a hearty meal for the two of us. As we settled beneath the coconut grove, Lin suddenly inquired, "Zhao, shall we use friction to create fire?" I set down the crab claws, crab legs, and oysters, assuring her, "Fear not, I have prepared for this." I then produced a G37 pistol from the holster strapped to my thigh. This Glock 37 automatic pistol, given to me by the security captain aboard the ship, had a standard magazine capacity of 10 rounds and was equipped with the latest 45 caliber ammunition. I ejected the magazine, retrieved a single bullet, and drew my Nepalese kukri from my waist. Carefully, I sliced the bullet open at its neck with a sharp blade. I must say, this kukri was exceptionally keen, and it took but moments to successfully open the bullet. Inside, I found it filled with black gunpowder. I instructed Lin to gather some dried coconut leaves that had fallen around us. Before long, she had collected quite a handful. I tore the dried leaves into pieces, kneading them into a bundle on the ground. Then, I picked up 2 fist-sized pebbles from the beach, poured the gunpowder onto one of the stones, and surrounded it with the leaves. I then raised the other stone and struck it forcefully against the powder. In an instant, sparks flew, accompanied by a pungent smell of gunpowder and a billow of smoke. The flames ignited the leaves, and I hurriedly directed Lin to fetch more leaves while I ventured into the underbrush of the coconut grove, where I found plenty of dry twigs. Soon, I returned with a bundle. Thus, the fire blazed to life. I broke the twigs and tossed them into the flames, watching as the fire grew more vigorous. At this juncture, I employed the kukri to pry open the scallops and oysters, crafting chopsticks from the fronds of the coconut leaves. As I grilled the succulent scallops and oysters over the flames, I tossed the crab claws and legs directly into the fire. As the flames licked the shellfish, the scallops and oysters began to sizzle, bubbles forming as the oyster meat gradually curled, their edges turning an enticing creamy white, eliciting an involuntary swallow from Lin, who watched with eager eyes. Observing her expression of longing, I smiled and said, "Patience, my princess. It shall be ready shortly." Her face broke into a long-awaited smile. Lin took the roasted oyster from my hands, carefully using the chopsticks I had fashioned to lift the tender meat, blowing gently upon it before savoring the morsel. After chewing for a moment, I inquired if she found the food delectable. With an expression of pure enjoyment, she nodded while chewing. It would be even better with a dab of wasabi soy sauce. I shrugged in resignation, choosing not to respond. Zhao, you should eat too. Don't just focus on grilling for me, Lin remarked. I smiled and picked up a slice of raw oyster, placing it into my mouth. In an instant, the tender and warm sensation erupted on my palate. The briny freshness of the sea first awakened my taste buds, akin to the gentle caress of the morning sea breeze. Soon after, the delicate oyster meat melted between my teeth, a soft yet springy texture reminiscent of a morsel infused with the essence of the ocean. I couldn't help but exclaim that the oysters on this island were indeed sumptuous. Such was the epitome of earthly delights. After savoring the oysters, I used a wooden stick to extract crab claws from the fire pit. At this moment, the hard shell of the crab claw had been charred to a crisp, revealing the succulent and plump crab meat inside, wafting an enticing aroma through the cracks of the shell. I pried open the hard shell, exposing a piece of crab claw meat the size of Lin's palm, and with a smile, I presented it to her, saying, "It doesn't look terrifying now, does it?" She took the crab claw, inspected it, and replied, "Not terrifying at all. It smells like king crab." With that, she devoured it eagerly. The ground was strewn with shells, oyster and crab shells alike. We had lost count of how many we had consumed. Leaning against a coconut tree, we both belched, each holding a large coconut, which served as our post-meal refreshment. I patted my protruding belly and glanced at Lin, who wore a satisfied expression. In that fleeting moment, I felt as though we were not in distress, but rather on a vacation. After a brief respite, I turned and said, "There's still a few logs left. Let us start moving them now." She nodded, and we set to work. After days of maritime misfortune, today marked our first foray into meat, and following the seafood feast, our strength surged, allowing us to complete the log movement in no time. The sea breeze, laden with the briny scent of the tide, swept past our ears. Behind the massive rocks, on the sloped earthen ground, Lin crouched in the shadows woven with vines. She deftly wrapped the pliant vines around a rounded log, securing it with a firm knot, and called out to me, "It's all tied up." I leaned over the edge of the boulder, the coarse rock surface numbing my knees as I grasped the dangling vines tightly, flexing my arm muscles. The damp vines pressed into my palms, causing a slight sting, yet it paled in comparison to the thrill of the wood swaying precariously. After several repetitions, the last log was finally hoisted up. Beads of sweat trickled down my brow, stinging my eyes with their salty sting, and Lin and I exchanged a smile, our muddy faces reflecting the exhilaration of having survived this ordeal. As we joined the logs together, the vines and wood clashed, producing a crisp sound. I tightened the vines into the crevices and wrapped them a few more times, crafting a bed frame from the assembled logs. However, the joints were uneven, necessitating the weaving of a mat from coconut leaves. I instructed Lin to rest on the boulder while I descended the slope towards the coconut grove, selecting some well-grown coconut leaves for mat weaving. This island was abundant in coconut trees, and before long, I had gathered a generous supply of broad, lush leaves. I taught Lin the art of weaving grass mats, and she grasped it effortlessly after observing my demonstration. It appears that girls possess a natural affinity for such crafts. The main stems of the coconut leaves were sturdier than I had anticipated, each measuring 5 to 6 meters in length. Inspired by a sudden idea, I resolved to use them to construct a shelter against the wind and rain. First, I twisted vines into sturdy ropes and securely bound the stems to the edges of pre-laid logs. Then, with considerable force, I pressed down to bend the straight stems into a robust arch, repeating this process. 7 or 8 coconut leaf stems were intertwined, gradually forming a graceful arched framework. Subsequently, I layered the coconut leaves over one another, meticulously filling every gap, and thus a primitive wooden roof began to take shape. The surface of the logs laid on the massive stone was uneven, with depressions at the joints that were quite uncomfortable. I gathered handfuls of wild grass from the slope and carefully stuffed them into the indentations, repeatedly stepping on them to compress them until the once rough surface became smooth and soft, alleviating any discomfort. By this time, Lin had also completed her grass mat. This mat measured approximately 1.5 meters in width and nearly 2 meters in length, clearly exceeding my own height of 1.80 meters by the span of a hand. Upon seeing this grass mat, I felt a great sense of satisfaction and remarked to Lin, "I never expected this sweet princess to be quite skilled. This mat is exquisitely woven. Thumbs up." I praised her. She smiled with pride, responding, "It's not difficult. It's as simple as braiding my hair." The top of the massive stone was about 3 meters wide, with one end facing the vast sea, where misstep could easily lead to a fall into the water. Thus, we chose our refuge 2 meters from the edge, a distance sufficient to ensure safety under normal circumstances. After a flurry of activity, twilight descended like liquid gold, quietly enveloping the summit of the stone, while the sea below churned with waves resembling shattered silver, crashing against the rocks and splashing crystalline droplets. Deep within the island, the primeval forest transformed into a silhouette of dark green, with ancient trees entwined in vines and rugged stones appearing intermittently. Occasionally, the sounds of unknown beasts echoed through the damp air, penetrating the atmosphere before fading into the expanse above the untouched isle. Chapter 17. Intensifying pain, our sanctuary nestled atop a colossal boulder, measuring approximately 1.78 meters in width, 2.56 meters in length, and a mere 1.23 meters in height. These dimensions were all estimated by the naked eye, for even a ruler had become a luxury on this desolate island. I meticulously spread out the grass mat that Lin had woven throughout the night within the confines of our refuge. As my body sank into the soft bedding, an enveloping sense of security washed over me. With this haven, we no longer had to endure the harshness of the wilderness or remain vigilant against the encroachment of wild beasts. At that moment, Lin also curled up beside me, first adjusting her position by shifting from side to side before attempting to turn over, the dried grass beneath her producing a soft, rustling sound. "This feels quite nice." Her voice was tinged with a hint of joy, as if she had narrowly escaped a perilous fate. I lay quietly, turning my gaze toward her, and we exchanged a smile. Yet, before our laughter could fully bloom, I sensed an unsettling thought creeping in. Before I could voice my concern, she suddenly exclaimed, "Zhao, why don't we make a pillow out of the weeds?" "Yes, I was just thinking something was missing," I quickly agreed. As the sun's last rays gradually faded, the night crept silently upon us. I hastily retrieved my Nepalese army knife and cut a large bundle of weeds from the sloped earth, then turned to return to our sanctuary atop the boulder. Lin emerged to take the weeds from me and quickly dove back inside to arrange them. Standing outside, I suddenly realized a grave problem. The sanctuary had no door. It was imperative to construct one before darkness fell, lest serpents and insects infiltrate our refuge during the night. With little time to ponder, I dashed down the boulder, collecting the remaining coconut frond from the base and hauling them back up. By the time I returned, Lin had fashioned the weed pillow and poked her head out to call, "Zhao, the pillow is ready. Come in and try it." "Lin, you are truly resourceful. However, we need to make a door. Otherwise, we risk snakes slithering inside at night." No sooner had I spoken a word, snake, than Lin, frightened, quickly emerged from the sanctuary and pressed closely against me. I immediately set to work, stripping the leaves from the coconut fronds, leaving only the main stems. After measuring its size against the entrance, I shaped the stem into an inverted U and secured it with vine, ensuring it would not spring open due to the tension. I continued weaving with the vines, filling the gaps with weeds, and soon enough, a rudimentary door for our sanctuary was complete. Given the urgency of time, I opted not to create a complex opening mechanism. Once inside, one could simply block the entrance from within and secure it with vines, releasing it the following day. By this time, the sky had fully darkened, the night descending like silk soaked in ink, slowly enveloping the entire island. We huddled together in our boulder-top sanctuary, the coconut frond roof whispering softly in the sea breeze, harmonizing with the distant roar of waves crashing against the rocks, resembling a lullaby from nature itself. Deep within the island's primordial jungle, occasional rustlings echoed, Whether from nocturnal creatures traversing the underbrush or the night wind whispering through the trees remained uncertain. At times a long, haunting call of a beast pierced the silence, approaching gradually before fading away, adding an element of thrill to the mysterious wilderness. Lying in the shelter, I listened to the whispers of the sea breeze, the rhythmic lapping of the waves, and the faint sounds emanating from the depths of the jungle. Drowsiness intertwined with a profound reverence for nature in my heart, as we were on the cusp of experiencing a unique night of coexistence with the wilderness on this secluded island. Brother Zhao, how long are we going to live on this island? Lin suddenly inquired softly. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from building the shelter during the day or the excessive indulgence in oysters and coconut crabs, but I felt an overwhelming fatigue throughout my body, especially the pain in my hip, which throbbed in sync with my heartbeat. I suppressed my discomfort and replied, my voice slightly hoarse. I don't know how long we will stay, nor do I have any idea of this island's position on Earth. Tomorrow, we'll arrange the letters SOS on the beach. If fortune smiles upon us, we might be rescued. If not, we must prepare for a prolonged stay. Upon hearing my words, she turned and embraced me, only to realize I was drenched in sweat. A wave of concern washed over her. Brother Zhao, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so much? I instinctively shielded my injured hip with my hands, acutely aware of the swelling pain in the lower left area. It hurts. Perhaps when we encountered the water spout, I fell from a height with the boat, and my hip struck the edge of the lifeboat. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Let me see. Lin's voice trembled with urgency. Fearing her excessive worry, I bore the pain. It wouldn't help. You can't treat it anyway, and besides this area. It's quite embarrassing. What does it matter at a time like this? She exclaimed, her voice tinged with a sob. Resolutely, she pushed my hands aside. As she unfastened my belt and began to pull down my pants, I winced and cried out, slow down, it hurts. I'm so sorry. She quickly softened her movements. However, in the darkness, it was impossible to see clearly. Yet, without the constraining fabric, the pain did indeed lessen somewhat. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing pain struck me, and I couldn't help but let out a yelp. She had inadvertently brushed against my injury. Goodness, it's so swollen, like a salted duck egg, she exclaimed. I grimaced in agony, wishing to disappear into a crevice. Please, don't touch my injury. It really hurts. She withdrew her hand, falling silent for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, I was already drenched in sweat from the pain. After a prolonged bout of laughter, she finally paused to ask, Brother Zhao, why is your injury only now hurting so severely? Gritting my teeth, I explained it started hurting at sea, but it wasn't as severe. Today, perhaps due to the excessive consumption of oysters and coconut crabs, the internal heat aggravated the injury. She reached out to wipe the sweat from my forehead, her voice trembling. What should we do now? You won't be in any serious trouble, will you? Don't leave me all alone. As she spoke, she burst into tears. Don't worry, your brother Zhao is not going to die. If the pain becomes unbearable, I will simply cut it off. I feigned calmness. She shuddered at my words. Is cutting it off really the solution? What if it turns into? No, cutting off one leaves another, and I will still be quite the man. She turned away from her tears, a smile breaking through as she enveloped me in a tender embrace. The sea breeze, laden with the briny scent of the tide, slipped through the crevices of the palm fronds in our sanctuary, caressing my cheek with a fine, sandy tickle. Outside, the symphony of insects wove a tapestry of sound, the buzzing of beetles flitting about, the croaking of tree frogs, and the rustling of unknown beetles traversing the dry leaves, all converging into a harmonious chorus within the stillness. The throbbing ache in my hips surged like the tide, and the anxiety of tomorrow's uncertainties weighed heavily in my heart like a submerged rock, while weariness enveloped me, blurring my consciousness. Lin's arm rested lightly around my waist, her breathing rhythmic like the ocean's waves, her warm breath mingling with the scent of coconuts as it brushed against my neck. When her fingertips accidentally grazed my wound, a jolt of pain coursed through me, yet there was solace found in that touch. Outside our refuge, the forest of the island emitted peculiar sounds, at times a creaking akin to coarse rope tightening around a tree trunk, and other times a sibilant whisper that seeped with a chilling undertone, reminiscent of a serpent flicking its tongue. The intertwining of pain and drowsiness formed a net, gradually drawing me into slumber. Lin's breathing was the sole anchor, its rhythmic rise and fall resonating in my ears. The hissing sounds outside seemed to draw nearer, accompanied by the faint sound of scales brushing against the rocks. Instinctively, I tightened my grip on the military knife by my side. Yet fatigue proved overwhelming. Within the cadence of her steady breath, my eyelids grew heavy and succumbed to the encroaching darkness, allowing it to swallow the last vestiges of my awareness. Chapter 18, Memories in the Shelter. I certainly would not consider severing anything, for on this unspoiled island, there is not even a semblance of a hospital, let alone basic medical supplies. The first aid kit from the lifeboat had vanished during the tumult of the waterspout, and now even the last remaining lifeboat has drifted away with the ocean's winds and waves. If I were to truly sever it, it would not be long before the wound becomes infected and inflamed, leading to gangrene and ultimately death. I express these thoughts partly to comfort myself, and partly to spare Lin from undue worry, feigning strength in the face of adversity. That night, I endured a tormenting struggle between pain and drowsiness, as they intertwined like creeping vines, gradually sapping away my consciousness. Ultimately, in this torment, I slipped into unconsciousness and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, morning light seeped through the gaps woven with grass, and the mat in the shelter still bore the coolness of the night dew. The delicate chirping of birds flitted through the humid air, reminiscent of fledglings pecking at shells with their sharp beaks. The sea breeze, laden with a briny tang, seeped through the cracks in the roof, while the tide rhythmically crashed against the rocks below, akin to distant drums beating in a variable cadence. Suddenly, a flurry of wings swept over the roof, startling the seabirds into abrupt cries that shattered the morning's tranquility. I, too, was roused by the commotion. With my face slightly wrinkled, I opened my eyes like an old newspaper being unfurled. To my astonishment, Lin was sitting cross-legged beside me, her gaze fixed intently on my groin, her right hand extending with her index finger slowly approaching. In that moment, realization struck me. I had fallen asleep naked. I shuddered involuntarily, instinctively covering myself with both hands before hastily pulling up my trousers. This series of actions elicited a muffled laugh from Lin, who covered her mouth. Zhao, why so nervous? I haven't done anything. With a flushed face, I retorted while fastening my belt, You little rascal, staring at someone's lychee in broad daylight. Aren't you ashamed? She released her hand and burst into laughter. I'm not just anyone. But Zhao, it seems like the swelling has gone down a bit. Last night, it felt as large as a duck egg, but now it doesn't appear to be as swollen. Does it still hurt? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I lowered my head and replied, Yes, it still hurts quite a bit. It seems I want to be able to walk today. Before she could respond, I continued, Let us just eat coconuts today. Since I can't walk, you go to the coconut grove beside the giant rock and gather a few coconuts. There are many scattered on the ground where I felled the coconut tree yesterday. She nodded and promptly exited the shelter. Before long, Lin returned with 4 or 5 large coconuts in her arms. She placed them at the entrance of the shelter and called out to me, Zhao, I brought back the coconuts. Hearing her call, I crawled out of the shelter on my knees, sat cross-legged on the giant rock, and retrieved my Nepalese machete to begin opening the coconuts. My appetite was no longer as exaggerated as it had been upon my arrival on the island. We shared and consumed only 4 coconuts, both meat and juice combined. It is said that an excessive consumption of coconuts may not be advisable. Coconut water is rich in electrolytes such as potassium, sodium, and magnesium, which can swiftly replenish hydration. However, it is almost devoid of proteins and carbohydrates that provide energy. Conversely, coconut flesh contains a certain amount of fat, offering some caloric intake. Yet prolonged consumption could impose a burden on cardiovascular health and may potentially lead to risks such as bloating and diarrhea. At present, I find myself hindered by swelling in my hip area, making ambulation quite challenging. Once my condition improves slightly, I intend to explore the island's primal jungle, where I might discover valuable resources. I am uncertain how long I shall reside on this island, but given the current circumstances, it seems I will be here for at least a year and a half. I still have 9 rounds left in my G37 pistol magazine. I cannot afford to waste a bullet for every fire I ignite, as that would not sustain me for long. Once my injuries heal, I shall need that weapon for protection while venturing into the island's interior jungles. Thus, more than my physical ailments, my immediate concern lies with securing a source of fire. After consuming some coconuts to quell my hunger, Lin and I retreated to our makeshift shelter. No sooner had I reclined than Lin suddenly sat up, exclaiming, "Zhao, go. You rest here and take off your clothes. I'll wash them." I was taken aback. Where's there fresh water on this island? What do you plan to wash them? I could not help but caution her, Lin, do not venture deep into the forest. Such dense woods could be hiding venomous snakes and fierce beasts. She quickly shook her head. Can I wash them with seawater? I pondered for a moment. That could work, but it will leave salt crystals when dried. However, that's not too troublesome. A good shake will remove them. I began to undress, instructing her to wash by the beach and not to wander too far. I was clad in a uniform issued by the security chief, reminiscent of a Marine Corps style, a camouflage jacket on the outside, with a bulletproof vest and a fitted camouflage short-sleeve shirt underneath. After enduring so much, my clothing had become quite worn and glossy, almost polished. Thus, I felt a tinge of embarrassment as I undressed. My lower half was clad in camouflage pants, and once removed, I was left with nothing but a thin, translucent pair of silk boxers. She took the clothes into her arms, but remained seated beside me. I curiously urged, "All right, go wash them. You've worked hard." However, she pointed to my boxers, saying, "You should take these off too and wash them." My face flushed with embarrassment. Perhaps that isn't necessary." "No way. Even if they're worn, they must be washed. If this drags on, your nest will decay." Lin chided playfully, her tone tinged with a hint of mischief, and before I knew it, she had pulled my boxers away. After she left with the clothes, I lay there exposed, contemplating the events of these past few days as they surged through my mind like a tide. The first thing that came to mind was the moment the great ship sank. As I pulled Lin to safety on the deck, I witnessed the midsection of the vessel rising high, the bow and stern tilting as it slowly descended into the depths of the sea. Earlier, in the captain's cabin, a dull thud resonated, followed by a violent tremor of the vessel. It was only when I pieced together the fragments of the scene that I comprehended the severity of our predicament. The colossal ship had been struck by a torpedo below the waterline, at its midsection. Later, as Lin and I boarded the lifeboat and descended into the sea, the bow and stern of the ship had already fractured into 2 sections, gradually succumbing to the depths. I found myself pondering whether any rescue teams would arrive before the ship was completely submerged. In that moment, fearing that the lifeboat might take on water, I hastily secured the cover. The tumultuous waves, generated by the sinking vessel and the cascading containers, relentlessly pushed us away, leaving me oblivious to what transpired thereafter. Alas, perhaps this is fate. Even if we were not swept away by the waves, it is doubtful we would await the arrival of rescuers. Once the ship had entirely vanished beneath the surface, we would inevitably drift upon this vast expanse of ocean. As these thoughts lingered, fatigue enveloped me, and I succumbed once more to a deep slumber. Chapter 19. Lin's confession. I was uncertain how long I had slept, but upon awakening, I found no sign of Lin's return, which inevitably stirred a sense of unease within me. Hastily, I emerged from my shelter and climbed atop a boulder, scanning the surroundings. My gaze fell upon the beach, where I beheld a young girl, her body bare, bending over as she drew in the sand with a stick. It became apparent that she was inscribing the letters SOS. I was certain it was Lin. Upon seeing her safe and sound, my worries dissipated like mist. As my anxiety faded, it was supplanted by a more primal reaction typical of a man. I found myself mesmerized by Lin's enchanting figure. Perhaps it was the solitude of our island existence that allowed her to feel liberated, for she wandered the beach unadorned, her garments likely washed away. I must admit, Lin's physique was undeniably alluring. From my vantage point on the boulder, even at a distance, I could discern the delightful sway of her curves as she bent to write, her form reminiscent of 2 large bowls inverted. Her long and graceful legs were also on full display. To avoid being labeled a peeping Tom, I called out to her, Lin. Upon hearing my voice, she looked up, discarded the stick, and instinctively shielded her bosom. I continued, Lin, are your clothes ready? She tilted her head and replied, they're done, but I lack the strength to wring them out. Just wait. I responded loudly, bending my legs and waddling toward her like a penguin. As I approached the beach, Lin turned to face me, and upon witnessing my peculiar gait, she erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Zhao, go. Your walking style is hilarious. Just like a penguin. Of course, her laughter did not truly resemble a goose. I merely wished to convey the depth of her joy at that moment. With my hands awkwardly shielding my modesty and my face flushed with embarrassment, I smiled and said, Lin, could you hand me my shorts? These silk boxers were quite thin, and I could easily wring them out to wear. She, too, felt a touch of shyness, stifling her laughter as she approached, her fingers timidly clutching my shorts. Despite the pain coursing through me, I could not suppress the surge of masculinity within as I beheld her alluring, naked form. Nervously, I cover myself with my hands, my toes unconsciously digging deep impressions into the sand. She stood before me, one hand shielding her lower half while the other concealed her bosom, playfully gesturing with my shorts. Saying, hurry up and put them on, I took the shorts from her, turned away to wring out the seawater, and hurriedly donned them before making my way to the rocks. The clothes that had been washed upon the rocks were still damp, and as I picked up my camouflage jacket, I felt its heavy weight. Soaked, it must have weighed at least 20 to 30 pounds. No wonder Lin had said she couldn't wring it out. I set about wringing each piece, finally attending to her lacy shorts adorned with a cat motif, and turned to say, they're wrung out. You can put them on now. She accepted the shorts and donned them promptly. I cradled the other garments in my arms as I made my way with Lin towards the sanctuary atop the colossal rock. Upon reaching the summit, I shook out the freshly laundered clothes and draped them over the shelter's roof to dry. To secure them against the gusty sea winds, I gathered some vines to tie them down. After hanging the clothes, Lin and I sat at the edge of the rock, gazing out at the boundless ocean. Just as I was about to speak, my eyes inadvertently caught sight of Lin beside me. Although we were alone on the island, such unreserved intimacy felt inappropriate. Embarrassed, I rose, bending my legs as I walked to the sloping ground behind the rock, where I plucked 2 broad leaves from the dense underbrush. I was unsure of the plant's name, but each leaf was larger than my palm, smooth to the touch, reminiscent of taro leaves yet smaller. I also grabbed a slender vine and waddled back to Lin. Threading the thin vine through the 2 leaves, I said to her, let us use this for some cover. She looked at me with an amused expression. You help me tie it on? Thus, oblivious to the passage of time, we resembled 2 primitive beings, half-naked, seated at the precipice of the rock. The briny sea breeze caressed our cheeks, and below us, the waves gnawed at the rocks, creating frothy, white spray. The tide, with its mournful murmurs, crashed against the cliffs, and the splashing droplets sparkled in the sunlight, transforming into countless dancing silver fish before plunging into the unfathomable indigo abyss. With her hands propped against the rock, Lin gazed at me with deep, affectionate eyes and asked, Zhao Gu, what do I mean to you? In response to her question, I replied cheerfully, you are Water Gu's daughter. I've always thought of you as my sister, but after experiencing such thrilling and life-altering events together, I paused. I now regard you as my dear sister. Turning to look at Lin, I noticed a flicker of disappointment in her eyes as she nodded, her gaze drifting forward as she took a deep breath. Then, she turned back to me and declared, Zhao Gu, I like you. After uttering those words, she fidgeted awkwardly, her legs inadvertently entwining against the rock, her toes playfully nudging each other. I froze in shock. My mind went blank, and a sudden buzzing echoed in my ears, as if a swarm of golden bees were colliding within my temples. My throat tightened uncontrollably, and even swallowing became a laborious task, my knuckles digging into the stone surface. After a long silence, sensing my stillness, she huffed and began to rise to leave. Regaining my composure, I grasped her shoulder gently. Lin, I like you too. But what? She inquired, looking at me intently. I lower my gaze slightly, but this may be a fleeting impulse on your part, influenced by all we've gone through together and the current circumstances that have led you to this conclusion. If we had not shared these experiences, would you still have feelings for me? To know that I am indeed a decade your senior, and yet a mere impoverished man who has accomplished nothing. Upon hearing my words, she gently caressed my cheek, saying, "Silly, what does age matter? It is merely a number. Besides, Zhao, you are not old at all. A man at 30 is in the prime of his life, is he not?" She paused, her gaze imbued with sincerity, and added, "In you, I perceive something far more significant than mere success and fame. What I see is responsibility, a sense of duty, and the virtues of a gentleman. On this deserted island, you have always respected me, never harboring any ill thoughts. Moreover," she suddenly laughed, her eyes curving into beautiful crescents, "you are undeniably a handsome man." Just as I was about to say something, she continued, "In this lifetime, I have chosen you. No matter where we may be, I wish to belong to you." With her words hanging in the air, I embraced her tightly. The briny sea breeze whispered past my ears, while beneath us, the eternal sound of the waves echoed. As our lips met, I heard a voice deep within me cry out, "Kites have the wind, dolphins have the sea, and I have you. That is enough for this life." Chapter 20. A glimpse into the future. It is often said that dry kindling meeting a fierce flame is bound to ignite. Yet in my current state of overwhelming desire, I find myself incapable of engaging in a profound discussion with Linlin. After a brief moment of intimacy, we lay within our sanctuary, and I began to share my aspirations for the future with her. Our activities on this island, approximately 5 to 6 kilometers in diameter, are currently confined to the sandy shores and the lush coconut groves, with the colossal rocks on the right side of the coast serving as our refuge. To ensure our survival in the long term, it is imperative that we expand our range of exploration. At present, our most pressing need is a source of fire. Once we secure that, we shall no longer fret over sustenance. This island is abundant in seafood. Coconut crabs, shellfish, oysters, and various fish are all readily available whenever we desire them. Furthermore, the island's dense vegetation likely harbors a plethora of wild fruits and vegetables. I am quite certain that the jungles within also conceal formidable beasts such as wild boars. With a stable source of fire, indulging in culinary delights from land and sea could become our daily reality. I began to mentally sift through information on how to create fire. The first thought that crossed my mind was the ancient method of friction, but that is best left to the realms of television and literature, as the practical execution is far more challenging. It is likely that one might end up with blistered palms without producing a single spark. So I set that aside for the moment. Additionally, given the island's ample sunlight, one might harness the power of lenses to focus sunlight into flame. However, aside from the clothes on our backs, we possess only a Nepalese army knife and 8G37 handgun, rendering this method infeasible as well. With one option after another proving futile, I found myself in a state of confusion, longing for a good night's sleep. Just as I was about to drift off while holding Linlin, she spoke up. "Zhao Ge, is it possible that there are flints on this island?" Her words jolted me to attention. I promptly slapped my thigh and exclaimed, "Of course. How did I not think of that?" Flint is a natural firestone capable of generating intense heat through impact or friction with metal, producing sparks that can ignite a fire. If we could procure a piece of flint, our fire dilemma would be resolved. My excitement surged as I cupped Lin's exquisitely beautiful face and planted a fervent kiss upon her lips, declaring, "There must be flint on this island." I recall reading that flint typically accumulates in shallow marine environments, and it is also likely to be found in areas previously affected by volcanic eruptions. This island, in my estimation, is the remnant of an ancient volcano. The slopes on either side rise, while the central portion dips, indicating that this island once experienced a volcanic eruption long ago. Over the eons, it has evolved into its current topography. Linlin nodded in agreement, then suggested, "Once you're feeling better, we shall embark on a quest for flint." "Absolutely," I replied. After our discussion, we had made preliminary plans regarding our fire source. Yet the issue of shelter loomed ominously before us. Atop the monumental rock, we constructed a shelter that was as cramped as a narrow box, barely accommodating 2 individuals lying down, with our heads nearly brushing the ceiling when we attempted to sit up. The perilous terrain posed an even graver threat should a tempest arise. this precarious little abode would be utterly incapable of withstanding it. Thus, the urgent necessity of erecting a spacious and sturdy new shelter had become a matter of life and death. According to my current survey of the island, the coconut grove is unsuitable for construction due to its excessively humid conditions. The dense vegetation elsewhere harbors numerous toxic elements, making it equally ill-fitted for a dwelling. After much contemplation, I realized that the slope behind the rock would be ideal. This incline connects to the stone at one end and slopes inward toward the island at the other. We need only clear a patch of land to the summit of the slope using a Nepalese knife. After thorough consideration, the blueprint for the new shelter has crystallized in my mind, exhibiting great feasibility. First, the straight trunks of the coconut trees present exceptional building materials. I plan to excavate 6 pits approximately half a meter deep on the slope, inserting 6 carefully selected coconut trunks vertically, then compacting the surrounding soil with stones to ensure a foundation as solid as a rock, capable of withstanding daily tremors and external forces. Once the foundation is secure, the next step will be to construct the framework. I will select slender, flexible coconut trunks for the beams, binding them firmly to the foundational wood with vines, thereby forming a robust hexagonal structure. To deter snakes, insects, and rodents, I intend to elevate the living area to a height of 1 meter above the ground, ensuring safety while facilitating ventilation. The floor will consist of tightly interlocked coconut slats, reinforced with crossed vines to create a sturdy surface. As for the shelter's enclosing structure, I will adopt a strategy of utilizing available materials. Coconut fronds will be woven into a framework, first erected around the perimeter and then layered and filled until it fits snugly, providing protection from wind and rain while shielding us from the harsh sun. The roof will be slanted, similarly covered with dense coconut leaves to ensure efficient drainage of rainwater. Additionally, I plan to construct an elevated wooden bed using coconut lumber, accompanied by dry ferns as a mattress, ensuring comfort while further isolating us from the ground's moisture. Although the undertaking is considerable, each step is meticulously planned, and all materials are readily accessible. Until the new shelter is completed, Lin and I can continue to reside in the existing small shelter as a temporary arrangement. If we act swiftly, I am confident that this sturdy and functional new home will soon be realized. After spending much of the day with Lin discussing plans within the shelter, I was eager to spring into action, but the swelling pain in my lychee prevented me from doing so, and I reluctantly remained lying down. At that moment, Lin emerged from the shelter, and when I inquired about her destination, she mentioned that the clothes might be dry. Nodding in agreement, I followed her outside. Indeed, the garments hung on the shelter's roof were thoroughly dried. Lin and I untied the vines that had secured them against the sea breeze and collected our clothing. As the garments had been washed with seawater, they retained a significant amount of salt, prompting Lin and me to shake each piece one by one. We had just finished sorting our garments when the dark clouds in the sky, resembling ink stirred by an unseen giant's hand, began to rapidly engulf half of the heavens. The sea breeze abruptly shifted, carrying with it the briny scent of dampness that crashed against the massive rocks, emitting a wailing sound akin to a lament, causing the fronds of the coconut trees that sheltered us to rustle ominously. In the distance, the sea was the first to sense the impending storm. Beneath the gray cloud cover, the waves began to churn restlessly. Initially mere ripples, they swiftly transformed into undulating gray-blue mountains, cascading towards the shore in layers. The wind intensified suddenly, flattening the wild grasses along the rocky edges. On the surface of the sea, the once delicate spray morphed into fierce fangs, crashing heavily against the reefs and sending plumes of white mist soaring high into the air. Further out, countless wave crests were sheared by the ferocious winds, transforming into fine rain arrows that wove a hazy gray veil between sea and sky. Meanwhile, the primordial jungle behind us roared like a colossal beast. The tall coconut trees swayed violently in the gale, their broad leaves striking one another with a crisp, crackling sound. The underbrush deep within the island bent under the pressure of the wind, and the occasional snap of a dry branch pierced through the cacophony, startling a flock of frightened seabirds. whose shrill cries filled the air as they flapped desperately, helplessly swirling beneath the ominous clouds. The sky grew ever darker, the clouds hanging low as if within reach, the air thick with the scent of moist earth. Finally, the raindrops, as large as beans, began to plummet down, prompting me to urgently call out to Lin, "Quick, dive into the shelter. A torrential downpour is imminent." Once Lin had squeezed into the refuge, I hurriedly seized the vines to securely bind the coconut logs forming the base of our sanctuary, wrapping the other end around the roots of the creeping vines clinging to the edge of the boulder. Repeating this process, I firmly secured all four corners of the shelter in preparation for the approaching tempest. Having completed these tasks, I swiftly joined Lin inside and shut the door of our sanctuary, fastening it tightly. At that moment, a sharp, resounding clap of thunder echoed, and then a deluge of rain descended in sheets. Our shelter's roof could not entirely repel the rain, which began to drip steadily within. I held up my camouflage jacket, and we huddled closely beneath it, our hearts fervently praying for the ferocious storm to pass swiftly. Chapter 21. The baptism of the storm. Our prayers appeared to have elicited no mercy from the heavens, as the rain continued to pour with increasing ferocity. The torrential raindrops hammered relentlessly upon the shelter's roof, while the thunder roared overhead like a colossal drum. Lightning, akin to silver serpents, sliced through the inky blackness of the sky, and the winds howled like a frenzied beast, shaking the very foundations of our refuge. The leaves of the palm trees creaked under the unbearable strain, as if they could collapse at any moment. Lin trembled throughout her being, curling up tightly in my embrace like a frightened fawn. I quickly wrapped her in my camouflage jacket, my voice resolute as I reassured her, "Do not fear. I am here." She gently nodded in my arms, her icy fingertips gripping my shirt with fervor. At that very moment, a piercing shriek pierced through the curtain of rain, and a gust of wind, more violent than before, struck suddenly. The roof of the shelter was ripped away in an instant, tumbling through the air before plummeting into the churning sea below, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The chilling rain poured down upon us, leaving us utterly exposed to the tempest's wrath. At that moment, fear surged within me like a tidal wave, but there was no time for contemplation. I swiftly lifted Lin and stood up, struggling against the fierce wind as I made my way up the muddy slope. I wished to comfort her with words, yet the deafening din of the rain, howling wind, rumbling thunder, and the crashing waves against the rocks created a cacophony that rendered our voices inaudible. Even as we huddled closely together, I clutched Lin tightly, my mind consumed with a singular thought. Even at the cost of my own life, I must ensure her safety. Pain shot through my hips, yet I gritted my teeth and carried her, stumbling down the muddy slope, racing toward the palm grove. Upon finally reaching the grove, I gently set Lin down beside a palm tree, allowing her to lean against the trunk. I spread my arms wide, embracing both her and the tree, creating a barrier against the wind with my body. The wind continued to howl, and the treetops swayed violently above us. I worried about falling coconuts, but there was little room for concern at that moment. I simply lowered my head to shield Lin, thinking, "Let the coconuts fall upon me." I cannot say how much time passed, but the torrential downpour gradually transformed into a gentle drizzle. I maintained my stance, feeling Lin's breathing stabilize, my heart brimming with gratitude for our survival. Fortuitously, no coconuts had fallen upon us. Amidst this harrowing storm, we ultimately found solace in each other's protection, awaiting the moment when the rain would cease. Having endured this tempest, my quest for flint was momentarily set aside. I deemed it imperative to construct a more robust shelter. Though the rain had stopped, the night was swiftly approaching. I had intended to kindle a fire to roast some seafood and dry our rain-soaked garments, yet the surrounding landscape was drenched and devoid of firewood, compelling me to abandon that plan. I picked up 2 coconuts from the ground and extracted my Nepalese knife to begin carving them. Meanwhile, Lin sat in bewilderment beneath the palm tree, silent and lost in thought. I handed her the finished coconut, and she mechanically accepted it, her gaze vacant as she stared out at the chaotic beach. In recent days, it seems as though we are perpetually besieged by harrowing calamities. and I fear she is nearing her breaking point. I crouch down, gently brushing aside the disheveled strands of hair from her face, tucking them behind her ear, and said, "Lin Lin, have some coconut water." At last, she could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed into my embrace, weeping profusely. The sea breeze, laden with remnants of humidity, struck us head-on. With my left hand, I cradled the freshly cut coconut, its shell still bearing the marks of the blade, while my right hand softly caressed Lin Lin, who curled up in my arms. She cried for what felt like an eternity, her eyes swollen, her voice choked with emotion as she asked, "Must we live in such constant trepidation?" Gazing at her fragile form, I wiped away the tears from her cheeks, my throat tightening as I replied, "In the face of nature, we are powerless. Yet, as long as I am here, I will not allow you to suffer even the slightest harm." My words resonated like a promise, a vow. Lin Lin merely nodded in silence, cradling the coconut as she lowered her head to drink, a few tears falling into the shell, creating small ripples. Witnessing her vulnerability pierced my heart with a sharp pang. Gripping my Nepalese knife tightly, I approached the nearby coconut tree. With each strike of the blade, I expressed my defiance against fate. After just a few blows, the tree crashed to the ground. I severed 3 fronds and turned to Lin Lin, saying, "Let us return to the sanctuary atop the boulder." Upon reaching the summit, we found the remnants of the storm's wrath scattered about. Fortunately, the wooden planks, securely bound with vines, remained intact. I immediately set to work, using the newly cut coconut fronds to reconstruct the roof. Lin Lin busied herself as well, quietly gathering the scattered vines, occasionally glancing at me, her gaze imbued with newfound determination. The makeshift shelter, though rudimentary and thin, at least provided some respite from the wind. As night fell, Lin Lin and I lay within our humble refuge, listening to the mournful sound of the waves crashing against the rocks below. I held her tightly in my arms and softly murmured in the dark, "Fear not, tomorrow we shall build a sturdier shelter." Lin Lin nodded in my embrace, silent yet reassured. Though the storm was daunting, as long as we were together, no obstacle was insurmountable. Time slipped by, and before I knew it, Lin Lin's even breaths, sweetened by the essence of coconut, wafted against my neck. She curled up into a small ball, her eyelashes still glistening with remnants of tears. Yet she had drifted into a peaceful slumber. The night following the tempest was particularly serene, the only sound being the relentless waves continuing their weary rhythm against the rocks. Emitting a low lament, I gazed upward, the rain clouds having dispersed, revealing a sparse array of stars twinkling in the deep blue tapestry of night, while the moonlight cast a cold, silvery sheen over the island. My fingertips unconsciously grazed the ends of Lin Lin's hair, but my thoughts had already wandered far. The harrowing scenes of the storm replayed in my mind, the fierce winds, like a frenzied beast, effortlessly tearing the roof from our shelter, the stinging raindrops pelting against us, the boulder trembling in the fury of the storm. These images pierced my heart like sharp thorns, each one a reminder of our vulnerability. The location of the earthen slope appears to be exceptionally advantageous, yet it has also become a focal point of contention. In the face of nature's formidable power, even the most robust constructions seem utterly vulnerable. I resolved inwardly that no further edifices should be erected at such heights. While elevated terrain may provide refuge from rising tides, it undeniably exposes one to the peril of fierce winds. Perhaps I could consider the sheltered foot of the mountain, where the majority of the wind could be thwarted, simultaneously evading the threat of landslides. Additionally, the verdant coconut grove might serve as an alternative, utilizing the naturally grown trunks as foundational pillars, constructed at a height of 1 meter above the ground, thus mitigating the risk of excessive moisture. Regarding materials beyond the coconut trees and their fronds, I must seek sturdier timber, and for the vines, I shall select the most resilient varieties. Gazing down at Lin Lin in my arms, she is the most cherished presence in my life. This tempest has deepened my understanding that a refuge is not merely a shelter from the elements, but a fortress that safeguards her well-being. Even if it requires more time and effort, even if I must toil under the scorching sun, and even if my hands are left blistered, I am resolute in my determination to construct an indomitable home. As night deepens, the stars become increasingly luminous. I gently adjust my position to ensure Linlin's comfort, my gaze steadfastly fixed upon the night sky. At dawn, I shall embark on a new quest, a new sanctuary, one that will undoubtedly be more resilient and inviting than its predecessor. Chapter 22, an unexpected gift resting my head upon the coarse palm fronds. I gaze at the makeshift canopy above, hastily crafted from coconut leaves. Thoughts of constructing a more robust shelter for the morrow filled my mind. With a resolute determination and unwavering faith in my ability to build anew, I gradually succumbed to sleep. As dawn broke, golden rays of light filtered through the crevices of my shelter, gently caressing my face. Upon awakening, I found the sun had risen, its golden light pouring over the island, drying the damp earth that had been washed by yesterday's tempest. The moist soil exuded a unique fragrance, a blend of grass and wood, as it basked under the sun's warm embrace. The sunbeams penetrated the gaps of the makeshift canopy, casting a soft and radiant glow upon my face. I cast a glance at Linlin nestled in my arms, curled up like a delicate fawn. Her hair danced lightly at the tips, and her eyelashes fluttered gently with each breath, lost in the depths of slumber. I dared not move, fearing that even the slightest motion might shatter this hard-won tranquility. Instead, I continued to hold her close, savoring the rhythm of her steady breathing. Suddenly, a cacophony of flapping wings shattered the serene morning. The shelter trembled violently as the sound of birds in frantic flight echoed above. Through the sparse openings of the canopy, I beheld a massive shadow descending, its sharp talons gripping the fronds with an iron grasp. Each claw gleamed with a chilling light, as if capable of rending any prey asunder. Upon closer inspection, I noticed it clutched an unknown fish in its beak, the tail thrashing desperately, droplets of water cascading down and striking the canopy with a soft patter. The commotion startled Linlin awake. She instinctively tightened her hold on me, her body taut like a frightened doe. With sleepy eyes still half closed, she murmured, "Zhao, what is happening?" I held my breath and whispered, "Stay still. Look at our canopy. There is a big bird." With that, I gradually released my embrace around Linlin, my gaze fixated intently on the magnificent creature. A thought flickered in my mind. If I could capture it, perhaps today we would feast upon a delectable roasted bird. Almost as if my body had anticipated this thought, I instinctively reached out toward the bird's leg with remarkable speed, a reaction so swift that even I was taken aback. As if driven by primal instinct, my fingers clamped around one of its legs as securely as a vice, the powerful muscles concealed beneath its rigid feathers palpable to my touch. Startled, the bird dropped the fish it had been clutching, which landed with a soft thud. It let out a piercing shriek and flapped its vast wings in a desperate bid for escape. Each powerful stroke sent a gust of wind that rustled the coconut leaves of the canopy, threatening to dislodge them. Yet, I was resolute. I would not let it flee so easily. Gritting my teeth, I summoned all my strength and yanked, causing the bird's hefty body to lose its balance and be pulled into our cramped shelter. Linlin, terrified, shrank to one side and began to scream, while the great bird flailed wildly, its wings beating furiously and its sharp beak pecking aimlessly. The humble sanctuary was instantly thrown into chaos, with coconut fronds swirling in disarray, and the already rickety roof teetering precariously. One hand firmly grasped the bird's leg, ensuring it had no chance of escape, while the other seized a moment to swiftly grip its neck, forcefully pinning it against the makeshift bed fashioned from coconut logs. In the midst of this fierce struggle, I finally discerned its features. Its hawk-like eyes gleamed with a wild ferocity, piercing through me as if to see my very soul. Its deep brown feathers shimmered with a metallic sheen, glistening magnificently in the morning light, and its hooked beak shone with a chilling glint, unmistakably capable of rending flesh with ease. A jolt of realization struck me. It was a sea eagle, the apex predator of the island, and I had unwittingly captured it today. Though subdued beneath me, it continued to thrash and emit furious cries that reverberated within the confines of the sanctuary, causing my eardrums to throb painfully. I paid no heed to its identity, My temples throbbed with exertion as I called out to Lin Lin, who was cowering at a distance. Lin Lin, fetch me a vine. I shall bind it. No sooner had I spoken than Lin Lin darted out of the sanctuary like a nimble fawn, the dry coconut leaves crackling beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, she returned, breathless and clutching a vine as thick as a chopstick, glistening with fresh sap. Zhao, go here. Her hair danced with her movements, and her eyes sparkled with excitement and trepidation. I pressed my right foot firmly upon the sea eagle's thrashing talons, the rough coconut bark creaking under the strain. My left knee pressed down on its stubbornly twisting head, allowing me to hear its deep, rumbling growl clearly. With both hands freed, I swiftly unraveled the vine, the damp sea breeze carrying a briny scent that caressed my cheeks. The cool touch of the vine sent a shiver through my fingertips as I exerted all my strength to bind the eagle's expansive wings, which flapped like sails in a storm, almost toppling the fronds at the edge of the sanctuary. I then bent down to ensnare its sharp claws tightly, inadvertently slicing my palm on one of the remaining talons, warm droplets of blood falling onto the eagle's glossy feathers, resembling blooming red plum blossoms. As I secured the final knot, I exhaled a long breath, sweat trickling down my jawline to my chest. Emerging from the sanctuary with the thrashing sea eagle in hand, the morning light enveloped us. I raised my prize high, a surge of euphoric triumph radiating from my face. This was a divine gift, and it seemed fortune was smiling upon us today. Lin Lin tilted her head back, her eyes sparkling with admiration, her laughter ringing out amidst the crashing waves against the rocks. Zhao Ge, you are incredible. Look, Zhao Ge. Lin Lin suddenly tugged at the hem of my shirt, her delicate fingers pointing towards a stone slab beside the sanctuary. Following her gaze, I noticed the fish that had fallen from the sea eagle, now lying upon the boulder, its silvery scales shimmering under the sunlight like pearls. I hastened to the right side of the shelter, feeling the damp stone beneath my feet yield slightly to my weight. As my hand grazed the slick body of a fish, this resilient creature suddenly writhed violently, leaping upon the surface of the boulder and splashing briny droplets that found their way to the corner of my mouth. I was momentarily taken aback, then burst into incredulous laughter. It was still alive. Lin Lin, beside me, also laughed, her hair tousled by the sea breeze, yet unable to conceal the vibrant vitality in her eyes and brows. The ocean wind swept over the jagged rocks, stirring up frothy white waves. As I gazed at the sea eagle in my hand and the fish that continued to leap, a tide of complex emotions surged within me. Indeed, every gain comes with a loss, and from loss, one might also find gain. Yesterday's tempest had rampaged wildly, overturning the roof of our painstakingly constructed shelter, engulfing us in fear and despair. Yet today, fate delivered a bountiful gift in such a dramatic fashion. The sun gently bathed this pristine island, casting our slanted shadows upon the boulder, as if narrating the whimsical unpredictability of life. No matter where we find ourselves, unexpected surprises await quietly around the corner. Chapter 23. Dandelion for reducing swelling and alleviating pain, I carried the sea eagle and fish and said to Lin Lin beside me, "Let us go to the beach and prepare these two creatures for roasting." Lin Lin nodded, linking her arm with mine as we strolled toward the shore. The weight of the sea eagle felt substantial in my grip, weighing down my wrist, and I estimated it to be around 6 or 7 pounds. The fish beside me bore an unusual appearance, reminiscent of the mackerel, but much more robust, weighing no less than 2 or 3 pounds. As the sharp blade sliced through the eagle's neck, warm blood gushed forth. I casually discarded the eagle's head into the sea, sending ripples across the surface. Gripping the still, twitching body of the eagle, I sensed the life ebbing away between my fingers, dark red blood spurting from the severed neck and spreading a scarlet hue upon the water. Once it lay still, I began to pluck its feathers. When I reached the glossy flight feathers on its wings, a sudden inspiration struck me. These resilient feathers would be perfect for crafting a fan or arrow fletching. I hastily gathered the intact, long feathers with care. After tending to the sea eagle, I seized my Nepalese knife and deftly opened the fish's belly, quickly clearing out its entrails. At that moment, Linlin approached, carrying a bundle of firewood from the shore, the sea breeze caressing her face and causing her hair to flutter. I hoisted the prepared eagle and fish, adopting a penguin-like waddle as I made my way toward her. Once again, we ignited a fire amidst the coconut grove. As firewood was scarce, I retrieved the bullet from my G37 pistol, carefully cutting a small opening in the shell to extract about a third of the gunpowder inside. I then bent the shell back together, preserving it for future use. Given the limited amount of gunpowder this time, I chose to wrap it in dry leaves, forming a nugget the size of my thumb, and encircled it with more dry, flammable grass. With a decisive strike of the stone against the powder, an explosion ensued, igniting the leaves in a burst of flame. Before the crackling fire, I skewered the sea eagle on a branch, holding it over the flames to roast. The rising flames sizzled against the eagle's skin, releasing its fat and filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. I also skewered the fish, creating a veritable feast of mountain delicacies and ocean treasures. Linlin watched eagerly from the side. As I turned the branch in my hands, I remarked to her, "This sea eagle is truly a treasure. We must roast it until it is crispy and fragrant, akin to Peking duck, for us to savor later." Linlin nodded in agreement. "Zhao, I need to urinate," Linlin suddenly said. While tending to the roasting eagle, I teased in response, "Go ahead, just relieve yourself over there. There's no one else around. Oh, but make sure to stay 5 or 6 meters away, so it doesn't affect our sea eagle feast." Linlin huffed and dashed off to the grass beside the coconut grove. Moments later, she returned bouncing with excitement. "Tada! Zhao, look." In her hand, she clutched several dandelions, and with a puff, the seeds scattered into the air, drifting above the bonfire. I exclaimed, "Wow, where did you find those?" "They're beautiful." Linlin explained that she had picked them while she was away, just in the nearby thicket. With a smile, I turned the branch of roasted sea eagle in my hand, when suddenly a realization struck me, and I slapped my thigh, exclaiming, "Of course. I recall that dandelions possess anti-inflammatory and analgesic properties. It seems my predicament may be alleviated." Linlin, blowing on the dandelion in her hand, gazed at me in confusion. I continued, "Linlin, why don't you take over the grilling for a moment while I gather more dandelions?" She took the skewer from me, and I rose to venture into the thicket where she had relieved herself. Before long, I returned with a generous handful of dandelions. At this time, the midday sun streamed through the coconut trees, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The charcoal in the fire pit glowed ever more intensely, emitting a sizzling sound. On the makeshift grill fashioned from branches, the sea eagle and fish danced merrily, their skins gradually acquiring a honeyed hue, while oil dripped onto the coals, sending up wisps of smoke infused with the aroma of meat, intertwining with the sweet fragrance of the coconut grove, stirring our appetites. With my knife, I sliced through the crisp exterior of the fish, and a wave of steam enveloped me, carrying the scent of the pristine white flesh. Amber-hued fish oil trickled slowly down the cut. As I tore off a piece of the charred fish, its savory aroma immediately filled my nostrils. With a bite, the crust crumbled, while the interior revealed succulent, tender meat, bursting with the flavor of the sea. The roasted sea eagle beside me was equally tempting, its golden, crisp skin glistening with grease. A gentle tug separated the strands of meat from the sinew with ease. I tore off the most substantial piece from the leg, and the hot juices splattered onto my palm. Ignoring the heat, I hastily wrapped the leg bone in a coconut frond and handed it to Linlin, who eagerly took a bite. I, too, savored a piece of the eagle's wing. The firm meat grew more flavorful with each chew, the smoky char melding harmoniously with the essence of the meat, delighting my senses and compelling me to lick the oil from my fingers. Linlin indulged heartily in the eagle's leg, but did not forget to reach for the wing I held. Sunlight danced through the coconut leaves upon us, illuminating the scattered bones and the oily corners of our mouths. In the distance, the sound of waves crashed, and in this moment, only the exquisite flavors could dispel the fatigue and hunger brought on by the relentless sun. Time slipped away unnoticed as we devoured 2 to 3 pounds of sea fish and 5 to 6 pounds of sea eagle, now reclining under the coconut tree. Satiated and content, I mused silently how wonderful it would be to have a cigarette at that moment. Ever since Lin and I faced that shipwreck, I had not had a single puff. Surprisingly, I had not felt the urge to smoke during these days. It seemed my craving had waned. Yet, perhaps due to the recent feast of sea eagle, a desire to smoke resurfaced. However, in this desolate island, where could I find a cigarette? I resolved to dismiss the thought from my mind. After a brief respite, I picked up the dandelions I'd gathered and said to Lin, "Let us return to the shelter atop the giant rock, where you can assist me with the ointment." At the summit, I began to crush the dandelions with a stone, soon forming a mass the size of my fist. I presented the crushed dandelion paste to Lin, who accepted it, asking, "Will this truly heal your wounds?" I replied, "Indeed. Dandelions possess anti-inflammatory and analgesic properties. I believe that with 2 days of application, the swelling will subside." With that, I reclined into the shelter. Due to the transformation of my relationship with Lin, I no longer felt the need to conceal anything. I simply reclined, exposing my injury. Lin reached out, delicately touching the painful spot where I had struck against the edge of the lifeboat, and with a smile, she inquired, "Does it still hurt?" I replied, "Yes. After sprinting with you in the storm yesterday, the situation has worsened. Please help me apply some ointment." Lin's smile gradually faded, and with a pained expression, she nodded and applied the crushed dandelion to my swollen area, subsequently assisting me in adjusting my clothing. Enveloped in this sticky substance, I felt a coolness, and the pain began to subside. I had initially intended to commence the felling of trees necessary for constructing a new shelter today, but due to the ointment, I found it difficult to move, and for the moment, I could only continue to lie still. After enjoying a hearty meal, Lin also began to feel weary and gently lay down, resting her head in the crook of my arm. Chapter 24. Meteor shower beneath the flying clouds on this island. We possess no devices to mark the passage of time. Our perception of time relies almost entirely on the natural rhythms of sunrise and sunset. In the early morning, as the sun hangs low on the horizon, we recognize it as morning. As the sun ascends gradually, when it reaches its zenith directly overhead, it signals midday. And as the sun gently descends, disappearing below the horizon, evening quietly approaches. This primitive yet intuitive understanding of time, synchronized with nature, allows us to grasp the flow of a day, even in the absence of modern time-keeping instruments. Having applied dandelion fluff to my aching hips, I now felt considerably better. The pulsing pain that aligned with my heartbeat had faded. Observing the sun as it slowly neared the horizon, dusk had arrived. The sunset painted the sky in hues reminiscent of orange soda, while the waves caressed the shore, shimmering with particles of light like fragments of gold, rhythmically crashing against the rocks. I propped myself up, sitting upright as the sea breeze brushed past my ears. At this moment, Lin sat just a few paces away on the edge of a massive rock, deftly playing with her long, dark brown hair. The wind seemed to tease her locks, lifting a few strands that she gently coaxed back into her palm. The setting sun cast a honeyed halo around her, and her hair glimmered with a silken sheen in the fading light. Grasping a slender vine resting on her knees, she fashioned it into a hair tie, artfully twisting her cascading hair into an elegant updo, securing it with a sharp coconut branch. Stray strands fell gracefully at her neck, swaying gently as she turned her head. In the distance, the sunset transformed half the sea into a warm amber hue, while returning seabirds soared through the clouds, casting elongated shadows across the sky. Suddenly, Lin's hairstyling paused. Her flushed face turned towards me, her eyelashes adorned with orange-tinted reflections. "Zhao, do you hear?" The sound of the tide seems to synchronize with my heartbeat. At that moment, I could only perceive Lin as the most beautiful and endearing girl in the world. I rose and sat beside her, wrapping my left arm naturally around her cool shoulder, my fingertips brushing against her delicate skin at her collarbone, warmed by the sun's embrace. I couldn't help but exclaim, "You are truly beautiful." As the words left my lips, my own gently pressed against her warm forehead, tasting a hint of elusive coconut fragrance. Lin tilted her face upwards, golden orange rays still clinging to her eyelashes, her smile radiating more brilliantly than the fiery clouds on the horizon. As she leaned closer, the coconut branch nestled in her hair brushed against my chin, carrying the unique, bittersweet scent of the plant. We nestled together, allowing the sea breeze to stir the loose strands of her updo, weaving a delicate golden net over our intertwined shadows. I wish to hold your hand forever, yearning for a love that could remain blissfully pure, devoid of sorrow. I softly hummed Jay Chou's Simple Love, and Linlin joined in. I lean against her shoulder. I fall asleep on your chest. I gaze at her in surprise, and together we sang, "In a life like this, I love you, you love me." Upon finishing the song, we exchanged smiles, and beneath the breathtaking sunset, we embraced and shared a kiss. Zhao Ge, I didn't expect you could sing. With a radiant smile, Linlin gazed at me and confessed, to be honest, I truly enjoy singing. I often sing at home, and I can spend hours alone in my room, listening to music while singing along and recording myself. Boys who can sing are the most charming, Linlin added, her admiration evident. Shall we sing a duet? I suggested. She twirled around, sparkling eyes, and replied, Sure. Which song shall we sing? I said, How about Under the Flying Clouds? Can you sing it? Yes. Linlin responded eagerly. Under the flying clouds, a forgotten home speaks in my ears, urging me not to dwell on pain and fear. As inspiration struck, Linlin and I lost ourselves in song, serenading the vast ocean with several melodies. Nightfall enveloped us, and suddenly Linlin grasped my wrist. The night sky above resembled a canvas splashed with silver paint, countless stars cascading down to weave a resplendent Milky Way. These luminous points shone brighter than any jewel, like a divine lantern spilled over, with glimmering light flowing along the galaxy, transforming the fronds of coconut trees in Linlin's hair into shards of diamonds. Look, Linlin's voice, laced with the sea breeze, reached my ears. A streak of indigo light suddenly crossed the horizon, trailing a long tail as it plunged into the sea, followed by a second and a third. A meteor shower blazed through the galaxy, inscribing ephemeral verses in the night sky with golden dust. Linlin's hair danced in the wind, her eyelashes adorned with starlight, her profile breathtakingly beautiful. She then joyfully exclaimed, Quick, make a wish. The sea, unbeknownst to us, had begun to ripple with a deep blue glow. As countless shrimp leapt with the waves, transforming the entire expanse into a flowing galaxy. The waves crashed against the rocks, and the splashes sparkled with a bluish light. Linlin, marveling the sight, gasped, Oh my goodness, this is so beautiful. In the distance, the shrimp swarmed with the tide, outlining a winding trail of light against the darkness. Echoing the Milky Way above, blurring the lines between heaven and sea, my fingertips unconsciously traced the rough texture of the boulder. As the starry river and bioluminescent glow intertwined before me, as if all the light in the universe converged in this moment. When a meteor streaked across the Milky Way, the overwhelming awe within me nearly burst forth. The terror of encountering a torpedo attack on a massive ship, the fear of drifting amidst turbulent waves, and the despair of being washed by storms all transformed into a surging warmth in my eyes, revealing that fate had long laid its plans. The darkness and struggles I had traversed were merely to make this moment of brilliance all the more precious. The night breeze carried the scent of coconuts from Linlin's hair, brushing past my ears, and I suddenly understood that every hardship conceals a foreshadowing. When the Milky Way cascaded and the phosphorescence danced upon the sea, I finally grasped the profound meaning of fate's gifts. I do not know how long it had been. The moonlight now enveloped this tranquil island like a silver veil, and the waves tirelessly crashed against the rocks, producing a rhythmic sound. Linlin and I sat upon the cool boulder, her coconut leaves swaying gently in the night breeze, occasionally brushing against my arm, bringing a teasing sensation. I gazed at the star-studded sky, feeling the dry night breeze caress my face, breaking the silence. Given this weather, it seems unlikely that it will rain in the next few days, at least not within 3 or 4 days. Linlin tilted her head slightly, the moonlight gently illuminating her profile, delineating her exquisite features. She quietly nodded, her hair swaying gently with the movement. I reached out to brush away a fallen leaf from her shoulder and continued, with this fine weather, we should begin constructing a new shelter tomorrow. The last downpour left our refuge in ruins. We must hasten to build a sturdier one. Upon hearing this, Lin's previously tranquil expression was suddenly tinged with worry. She turned towards me, her hands lightly resting on my legs, her gaze fixed intently on my injured hip, her voice imbued with concern. If we start tomorrow, will your injury be healed? Zhao, ge? She paused, recalling how pale I had been from the pain. I was truly frightened. Her voice trailed off, her fingers unconsciously stroking my pant leg. I chuckled softly and ruffled her hair, my fingertips gliding through her silken strands. I feel much better. The swelling has subsided. After a good night's sleep, I should be able to walk normally by morning. See. I stood up and took a few steps, no longer needing to bend my leg. Though there was still some discomfort, it was significantly better than during the day. Rest assured, with this dandelion poultice, I'm quite stable. Lin bit her lower lip, a blush rising to her cheeks, a mixture of shyness and mild reproach. Well, let us see how you feel in the morning. If it's not better, don't push yourself. I certainly don't want to feel like a widow. After saying this, she quickly cast a glance at me before burying her head in my embrace, her arms tightly encircling my waist. Her candid words elicited a light laugh from me, and I held her tightly in return, resting my chin atop her head. I understand. I know my own body. I promise you, I won't overexert myself. After all, I wish to witness many more sunrises and sunsets with you on this island. In the night's embrace, we nestled together, listening to the sound of the waves, feeling each other's warmth, as if, in that moment, the entire world contained only the two of us. Chapter 25. Through thick and thin, though, I find myself marooned on a desolate island, I am surprisingly content with my current existence. Setting aside moral considerations, I even feel a greater sense of happiness than I did prior to my isolation. Reflecting on the days of unemployment, burdened by the debts of a failed venture, I was a solitary figure at 30, grappling with anxieties about my future and the declining health of my mother. In terms of establishing a family and a career, I had achieved nothing, living each day engulfed in worry. In stark contrast to my former life, my present situation, despite its challenges, has gifted me with profound love. Lin's companionship envelopes me in warmth and bliss, no matter where I may be. As for the somewhat precarious circumstances I currently face, I hold steadfast in my belief that through persistent effort, my life will improve. It may seem selfish to some, yet I know Lin would not share this sentiment. Her love for me is genuine. Yet she yearns to leave this island and return to her home filled with happiness, warmth, and abundance. I harbor no intention of confining her to this island, as my love for her is equally sincere. I neither romanticize this life nor relinquish any opportunity to escape. Rather, I have accepted fate's design and chosen to live in the moment. What I can do now and what I must do is to ensure we both thrive in this island setting. This morning, I arose early, for the injury to my hip has nearly healed, allowing me to move freely without pain. I made my way to the beach to cleanse the dandelion fluff from my wound before embarking on the construction of a new shelter. Concerned that Lin might awaken and panic in my absence, I hastily washed my injury and returned to the refuge atop the boulder. Lin remained in a deep slumber, and seizing the opportunity, I began to plan the number of coconut trees that would need to be felled. Constructing our dwelling within the coconut grove was certainly feasible. I merely needed to identify a few suitably spaced trees to commence building, which would save us the effort of laying a foundation. By inserting beams at a height of approximately 1 meter above the ground of the living coconut trees, I could then use smaller coconut trunks to create a loft floor. The surrounding walls could be framed with several coconut trunks, supplemented by the frond's main stems, and finally woven with coconut leaves to form a thatched enclosure, thus resolving the issue of the walls. The roof would be constructed in a sloped fashion, employing coconut trunks and fronds as the framework, then covered with woven coconut leaves. Additionally, a layer of grass would be laid atop, topped by another layer of coconut leaves. This triple-layered structure would sufficiently repel rainwater. With the plans finalized, I approached Lin and gently kissed her cheek before softly rousing her. Upon opening her eyes and seeing me, she exhibited a hint of morning irritation, playfully nestling into my embrace. I held her close, gently patting her back, and said, "Lin Lin, I must go chop down some coconut trees. If you feel you haven't rested enough, please continue to sleep. When you awaken and wish to find me, just come to the coconut grove." Lin Lin stretched languidly, rubbed her eyes, and declared, "I want to go too." I stood amidst 4 towering coconut trees, gazing up at their trunks that pierced the sky, symmetrically arranged like loyal sentinels, encircling a clearing of approximately 12 square meters. This space was destined to become our new home on this deserted island. Lin Lin sat beneath the shade of the trees, cradling the coconut I had just carved for her. The sweet aroma of coconut water mingled with the sea breeze, and as she tilted her head back to sip, warmth surged within me. I gripped my Nepalese army knife tightly, its blade glinting with a cold sheen. Taking a deep breath, I began to ascend the coconut tree. The rough bark grated against my palms, and with each upward movement, the sea wind whipped more fiercely past my ears. Upon reaching a height of 4 meters, I steadied myself and struck the trunk with the knife. With a crack, wood chips flew, and with each forceful chop, deep gashes began to form in the bark. To prevent this severed trunk from crashing down upon me, I securely tied a vine at approximately 7 meters and instructed Lin Lin to pull from below. "Lin Lin, be cautious. Pull with all your might when I say go," I called out, my voice echoing through the grove. Lin Lin nodded resolutely, her slender figure gripping the vine tightly, her eyes filled with trust and concern. As the countdown came to an end, Lin Lin exerted all her strength to pull the vine while I released my grip in an instant. A thunderous crash resounded as the coconut tree fell with a howling sound, shaking the ground and startling a flock of seabirds hidden among the fronds, their wings flapping in shrill cries piercing the air. Breathless, I descended the trunk, my legs slightly trembling, and reached for a coconut, skillfully slicing it open and tilting my head back to gulp down the refreshing liquid. The cool coconut water flowed down my throat, alleviating some of the heat and fatigue, but soon I was immersed in the next round of chopping. The sun appeared to climb higher, the heat becoming increasingly oppressive. I continued to search for a straight coconut trunk to serve as a beam, my army knife striking down repeatedly, my arms gradually growing heavy as lead. Sweat soaked my clothes, only to be slowly dried by the sea breeze, leaving streaks of white salt. Occasionally, Lin Lin would rise to hand me a coconut, gently urging me to take a moment's respite. Yet glancing at the sun dipping toward the horizon, I understood the urgency of time and could only shake my head to continue. Gradually, a piercing pain radiated from my palms, and upon glancing down, I saw 2 or 3 blisters forming, yet the knife in my hand showed no signs of halting. Numbness began to replace the pain, propelling me to mechanically repeat the chopping motion. Meanwhile, Lin Lin followed my instructions, heading to the rocky beach to gather shells and oysters. From a distance, her figure flitted among the rocks, occasionally bending to pick something up, her skirt gently lifted by the sea breeze. At one point, she accidentally slipped, causing my heart to tighten in alarm, and I instinctively wanted to rush to her side, only to see her laughingly rise again, waving to reassure me. In that moment, my heart swelled with both concern and guilt for her, yet it also solidified my determination to create a safe haven for her. As the sun began its languid descent beyond the horizon, twilight enveloped the palm trees like a delicate veil. We finally completed the construction of the beams. 4 robust beams stood steadfastly between the 4 coconut trees. Though rudimentary, they bore our aspirations. Next came the assembly of the floor for the pavilion. I tirelessly continued to fell the coconut trunks, meticulously measuring each one to ensure a perfect fit. When Lin Lin returned, she joined in our efforts, and we worked in harmonious synchrony, exchanging smiles that alleviated our fatigue. As night fell, darkness gradually enveloped our surroundings. We kindled a fire within the grove, using the remaining gunpowder from the bullets we had previously opened as the key to igniting it. The flames danced in the darkness, illuminating our faces, which were slick with sweat and dust. Lin Lin placed the oysters and scallops she had gathered on the stones beside the fire, and soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. I had intended to catch a coconut crab to enhance our meal, but the encroaching night rendered the surroundings pitch black, forcing me to abandon that idea. Sitting around the bonfire, we savored the roasted oysters. Though devoid of seasoning, they tasted remarkably delightful. The firelight reflected our labor's fruits. The rudimentary wooden structure that was beginning to take shape, a product of our sweat and toil. Happiness radiated from Lean's face as we ate, dreaming of our future life and planning how to make this home even more comfortable. Sweat trickled down my forehead, yet my heart brimmed with a profound sense of security and contentment. This deserted island, with each other and the shelter we had built with our own hands, was gradually transforming into a semblance of home. Chapter 26. Moving into the seaside villa as I had anticipated. The tumultuous storm that had once gripped us has left the skies clear, and for days, not a single drop of rain has graced the ground. Lin and I have devoted nearly every waking moment to constructing our shelter. With the final palm frond woven into place atop our new abode nestled among the coconut trees on the sandy shores. We have finally reached the moment of completion, a testament to our collaborative efforts and relentless determination. Barefoot on the delicate, soft sand, Lean's hand clasped tightly in mine. We shared a moment of joy, our laughter reflecting the shimmering surface of the sea. Turning to face the vast ocean, we shouted in unison, "Hey, ocean, how are you?" Our voices, entwined with the sea breeze, drifted far away. As the echoes of our cheers faded into the distance, we turned to behold our handcrafted sanctuary, standing proudly just 30 meters away. The palm-thatched roof glimmered under the sun, while the sturdy framework of coconut wood held steadfast. This small wooden house, a vessel of our toil and aspirations for the future, radiated a warm, gentle glow, akin to a beacon illuminating the solitude of this beach and the journey that lies ahead. I gently patted Lean's shoulder, dusted with fine sand, as the sea breeze danced through her hair, sparkling with salt under the sunlight. Let us venture to the rocky area for a seafood blind box. We must celebrate our new home tonight. Lean's eyes sparkled like the sea at high tide, and without hesitation, she took my hand and sprinted towards the shallow waters left by the receding tide. The shells beneath our feet crackling delicately. The exposed rock formations resembled a treasure chest unveiled, and as Lin knelt beside a crevice adorned with seaweed, a joyful shriek escaped her lips. She carefully cradled a scallop with a pearl-like sheen, her eyelashes framing eyes that reflected the pristine flesh within. Meanwhile, I rolled up my pant legs to my knees and crouched to explore the crevices. Suddenly, my fingertips grazed something slick and firm. With a determined tug, a dark red lobster burst forth, its claws flailing, sending splashes of water that revealed several gleaming mantis shrimp leaping out. On our way back, I discovered a coconut crab, as large as a dinner plate, diligently carving intricate patterns into a coconut shell with its serrated pincers. Having tasted coconut crab before, Lin was no longer fearful, allowing me to seize it. When we returned to our shelter, our arms laden with a bounty woven from vines and palm fronds. The setting sun bathed the coconut grove in a warm honey hue. Lin tiptoed to collect the sun-dried seaweed hanging from the eaves, while I retrieved my Nepalese army knife to gently straighten the lobster's antennae. This villa, infused with our countless efforts, finally welcomed the essence of life. The coconut wood floor of the loft, crafted by our own hands, bore the scars of time, its surface uneven and gnarled. Lying upon it, I felt the discomfort against my back, yet Lin had already fashioned a small mountain of soft seaweed and sun-dried palm leaves. Once we finish our meal, let us create a super thick mattress. She lay on the floor, her legs swaying as she gazed at the ceiling, unperturbed by the discomfort beneath her. With a smile, I rose and stepped outside. The tide was rising, and the shimmering reflections atop the waves resembled scattered fragments of gold. This beach, facing the vast ocean, had truly transformed into our backyard. Suddenly, I recalled that I had yet to procure a proper stove for our new home. So I seized a machete and struck at the coconut tree. As the robust trunk was cleaved into half-meter-long logs, the fragrant scent of fresh coconut wafted through the air. I dug a square pit in the sand, 2 meters from the eaves, using a sharpened stick, and deeply embedded the logs to form a tidy fire pit. Lin had approached at some point, clutching dried coconut leaves in her hands. "I'll find some straight branches for a grill," I busied myself with the fire pit while reminding her, don't wander too far. As the last remnants of gunpowder spilled from the open bullet, the first flicker of flame leapt up in the fire pit, casting a warm glow over the entire coconut grove. Lobsters were skewered on the pointed branches, their juices dripping into the flames with a delightful crackle. Lin placed oysters atop the scorching stones, watching as their shells slowly opened to reveal succulent flesh glistening with oil. We perched on the coconut log at the entrance of our new home, the sea breeze carrying the enticing aroma of grilled seafood through our hair, while the distant waves gently caressed the shore. Would you consider this the most luxurious seaside abode on the island? I offered her a crab claw wrapped in coconut leaves. Lin took a large bite of crab meat, her cheeks puffed like a little squirrel. It's undeniably the best in the world. She suddenly dashed towards the loft and returned with a wind chime made of shells and vines, its tinkling sound mingling with the rhythm of the waves, echoing within the humble shelter we had built together. After indulging in our feast, the night had enveloped us in darkness. Inside the wooden house, Lin rested in the crook of my arm. We spoke not a word, simply listening to each other's breaths and heartbeats in the tranquil silence. Perhaps it was the novelty of our new home or the satisfaction from our seafood banquet that stirred our restless hearts. In an environment where a woman feels secure and warm, thoughts of intimacy often surface, especially in the presence of a beloved, where desires are unabashedly expressed. With her head nestled in my arm, one of her hands gently caressed my face, her voice laced with temptation as she whispered in my ear, "Zhao, go. Is your wound completely healed?" As she spoke, she softly exhaled near my ear. I did not respond. Instead, I turned and kissed her, omitting 100,000 words. That night, I nearly expended all the energy I had accumulated over 30 years. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the coconut leaves, sketching delicate golden lines across the loft floor. Groggily, I opened my eyes. The first thing I noticed was the fresh scent of Lin's hair. She curled beside me, her light brown strands splayed like seaweed over the thin blanket woven from coconut leaves, gently rising and falling with her tranquil breaths. The sea breeze slipped through the half-open wooden window, lifting the wisps of hair near her ear and adorning them with a soft golden halo in the dim light. Suddenly, she unconsciously snuggled closer to me, her nose brushing against my wrist, sending a delightful shiver through me. I gently brushed aside the strands of hair from her face, my fingertips grazing the faint red marks imprinted on her skin by the coconut wood floor, and I couldn't help but chuckle softly. The sound startled her. Her eyelashes fluttered twice, and her sleepy eyes gradually opened. At first, she stared at me in bewilderment, then a sweet, soft smile blossomed at the corners of her mouth. "Good morning, the exclusive wake-up service of the seaside room," she said. We lingered in the wooden cabin, listening to the rhythmic sound of the waves. Outside, the coconut trees rustled softly, and the clear calls of seabirds echoed from an unknown distance. Suddenly, Lin propped herself up, the morning light cascading along her curved spine, coalescing into a warm glow at the dip of her waist. She pointed towards the window, where the clouds were painted in hues of gold and crimson, her eyes sparkling as if adorned with stars. "Look, the dawn has turned the sea into orange soda." Before she finished speaking, she dashed barefoot towards the wooden door. I hastily grabbed my camouflage jacket and followed her, only to find her standing beneath the sunlit eaves. The sea breeze lifted the hem of her dress as she tiptoed to reach the dangling coconut fronds. A droplet of dew fell upon the nape of her neck, startling her into a fit of giggles. In the distance, the sea shimmered under the sunlight, and a few dolphins suddenly leaped from the water, tracing brilliant silver arcs in the dawn light. Lin excitedly tugged at my arm, her warm palm radiating through the fabric, a vibrant pulse of energy. In that moment, the morning light, the sea breeze, the waves, and the joyous laughter of the girl beside me transformed our handcrafted wooden cabin into the coziest corner of the world. Chapter 27. Shadows beneath the deep pool. The sea breeze swept fine sand past the eaves as I secured my Nepalese knife at my waist, my gaze drifting over Lin's hair, which was dusted with coconut fibers. "You stay here in the cabin to guard our home while I venture into the island's jungle," I suggested. If I can find flint, we won't have to waste bullets on firewood, and I'll also search for fresh water. Relying solely on coconut juice isn't sustainable. Suddenly, Lean's fingers gripped the rolled-up cuff of my sleeve, her nails creating delicate creases in the fabric. She gazed into the distance at the jungle, which loomed hazily in the morning mist, her brow furrowing with concern. Zhao, those vines are thicker than arms, and venomous snakes and wild beasts lurk everywhere. Before she could finish, a sound akin to a beast's roar erupted from deep within the thicket, startling the birds perched in the treetops into frantic flight. Lean's eyelashes fluttered with alarm, and the grip on my sleeve tightened. I clasped her icy fingertips in my hand, the chill of the knife's metal seeping through the fabric. Do not fear. I drew the gleaming Nepalese knife, its blade reflecting the light and slicing through the air with a cold arc. I patted the G37 pistol strapped to my thigh. With these in hand, the world is mine. These two tools are sufficient for self-defense. Yet, she suddenly rose on tiptoe, wrapping her arms around my waist, her cheek pressed against my neck. The scent of sea salt mingling with the fragrance of coconut invading my senses. When I am alone in the cabin, the sound of the wind weaving through the coconut trees feels as though someone is weeping. Perhaps I should accompany you? I can help keep watch, and also... No. My voice involuntarily rose as I cradled her dew-kissed face in my hands, my thumbs gently brushing over the faint shadows under her eyes. Wild boars in the jungle can shatter trees as thick as bowls, and leopards can silently lurk above. Even with a gun, I must remain completely alert. It is far too perilous for you to accompany me. Seeing her still hesitate, I handed her a sharpened wooden stick a meter long. Stay here and guard our home, and await my return with good news. The sound of the tide mingled with the rustling from deep within the jungle. Lin gazed up at me, her moist eyes reminiscent of a shallow shore during high tide, reflecting the tumultuous clouds overhead. After a long moment, she nodded softly, her hair cascading down to obscure her unspoken worries. I turned to face the dense, primeval jungle behind me, brushed my fingers along the grip of my Nepalese knife, took a deep breath, and stepped into the depths of the forest. As I ventured further, the coconut trees receded behind me, becoming a golden barrier. Before me, ferns loomed like monstrous claws, their damp tendrils ensnaring my ankles. The Nepalese knife struck through the underbrush with a dull thud, green sap splattering onto my face and mingling with the cold sweat trickling down my neck. The chirping of insects abruptly fell into an eerie silence, replaced by a sound reminiscent of nails scraping against tree bark, approaching from all directions, yet its source remained indistinguishable. The 30-meter stretch of grass felt like traversing a century, and soon I found myself amidst the island's primordial forest. As the shadows of the ancient woods enveloped me, the scent of decaying leaves thickened in the air, almost tangible. On the gnarled ancient tree, grayish-white parasitic plants dangled, swaying eerily in the still air, resembling countless suspended arms. Occasionally, faint rustlings emanated from the hollow of the tree, and dark red beetles would tumble down, their shells glistening with a metallic sheen. I tightened my grip on the G37 pistol, the click of the safety being disengaged, echoing sharply in the silence of the forest. I pressed onward, acutely aware of the ground beginning to slope downwards, the thickness of the humus nearly engulfing my ankles. With each step, the ground yielded a soft, mushy sensation akin to treading upon the innards of some creature. Vines coiled around the trunks like enormous serpents, and as I severed them with my blade, dark red sap oozed from the cut, crystallizing into tiny droplets upon the edge of my military knife. In the distance, an unknown animal emitted a sound reminiscent of a child's wail, drawing closer and receding, sending chills racing up the nape of my neck. As I rounded a moss-covered boulder, a deep pool of water suddenly came into view. The water manifested an eerie emerald hue, as though crushed gemstones were steeped in decay. The surface lay still as glass, devoid of any reflection. Only a mass of silver scales stirred beneath, the shoals of fish gliding without causing a single ripple. The air by the pool clung thickly, almost viscous, imbued with the scent of rust and decaying aquatic vegetation. A towering tree stood sentinel by the water's edge, its bark etched with deep grooves. reminiscent of the skin of an ancient elder. The trunk was so vast it would require a dozen or more people to encircle it. Air roots hung like draperies, their surfaces coated with a black, viscous substance that dripped intermittently into the pool, creating tiny black bubbles. The crown of the tree obscured the sun, fragmenting its light into delicate patches that cast a web-like shadow upon the surface of the pool. I recognized this colossal tree as the one I had glimpsed from atop the boulder, gazing into the depths of the island. I crouched down, curious to ascertain whether the water in the pool was fresh. The surface reflected a distorted visage, my own face twisted by fear. Without further contemplation, I scooped up the water, feeling its icy chill pierce through to my bones. Yet it carried a subtle bitterness, akin to some mineral infusion. It was undoubtedly fresh water. I splashed some on my face, the texture beneath my fingertips surprisingly coarse. Upon glancing down, I discovered my palms speckled with fine black grains, reminiscent of the substance that had oozed from the severed vines. Just as I was about to rise, a sound of something heavy dragging emerged from the depths of the pool. I jerked my head up, and there, at the submerged roots of the giant tree, a shadow as thick as a gaskin was slowly writhing. Its surface was covered in scales, and with each movement, the water rippled with an uncanny indigo hue. I rubbed my eyes and focused again, but below remained only the gnarled roots, quietly unfurling in the eerie green water. Cold sweat drenched my back, my heartbeat resonating painfully against my eardrums. It must be an illusion, surely a mere figment of my imagination. I muttered to myself, yet as I turned, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a silver flash on the water surface. It was the shimmering reflection of scales as the fish school abruptly shifted direction. Yet their arrangement did not resemble the natural flow of movement. Instead, they formed a colossal circular formation, at the center of which faintly emerged the silhouette of some gigantic creature. At that moment, I could no longer afford to search for Flint. I turned and fled in a frenzy. Behind me came the thunderous crack of breaking branches, seemingly accompanied by the roar of some creature. It sounded akin to metal scraping against glass or nails dragging across a skull. Decayed leaves splashed beneath my feet, and tendrils, unbeknownst to me, ensnare my ankles. I brandished my blade to sever them and continued my mad dash. At that instant, deeply understanding the sensation of my spirit soaring ahead while my soul lagged behind. When fear reaches its zenith, the mind short-circuits. I lost track of time as I ran, when the golden sunlight of the coconut grove once again graced my face. I could still feel that chilling shadow lurking in the depths of the pond. No, it was the eerie form of a bizarre creature, black and red intertwined. I was now drenched, soaked in the cold sweat that my own terror had evoked. Gasping for breath, I glanced back, and the ancient trees of the forest loomed like primordial deities, their aerial roots swaying in the wind, as if silently beckoning. Chapter 28. Has Linlin disappeared? Having left the jungle behind, a briny sea breeze, laden with fine grains of sand, struck against my damp neck. As the swaying coconut trees came into clear view, the quaint wooden cabin constructed from palm timber glowed warmly under the setting sun, allowing my taut nerves to relax ever so slightly. The encounters in the jungle clung to my mind like entwined vines, refusing to be banished, deep emerald pools, towering trees reaching for the heavens, and the sluggish movement of ominous dark shapes. At this moment, with the sight of the cabin, these memories receded into the depths of my consciousness. Walking along the soft sandy beach, I approached the cabin, my steps alternating between deep and shallow. Should I reveal the truth of our harrowing experiences in the jungle to Linlin? This question whirled incessantly in my mind. If I were to speak honestly, her lively eyes would surely fill with terror. Yet if I chose to gloss over the details, she would likely insist on accompanying me in future escapades. Linlin, I'm back, I called out as I stood before the cabin. Yet my voice was mercilessly swept away by the wind. Silence enveloped the wooden structure, save for a few dry leaves swirling at the entrance. I raised my voice, calling again, Linlin, I'm back. Are you home? In response, only the wind chime crafted from vines and shells swayed beneath the eaves, producing a soft, tinkling sound. A heavy weight settled in my heart as I forcefully pushed open the coconut wood door. The cabin was starkly empty. Cracks in the walls held strands of dried seaweed, and faded shells lay heaped in a corner, but Lin was nowhere to be found. My right hand lingered in the act of pushing the door, sweat from my palm seeping into the rough texture of the wood. Anxiety surged like rising tides, rapidly overwhelming me. Lin! I turned and sprinted towards the beach, sand slipping into my shoes, painfully grinding against my soles. The setting sun stretched my shadow long, casting a pale silhouette upon the shore. The waves crashed against the beach, emitting a low, mournful sound as if lamenting my distress. I searched the beach frantically, my gaze sweeping over every rock and patch of coconut grove. Yet that familiar figure eluded me. Suddenly, my eyes were drawn to a towering boulder in the distance. That was once our sanctuary. From its heights, the entire coastline was visible. Perhaps Lin was waiting there for me, waving joyfully with a newly found shell. This thought reignited a flicker of hope within me. And gritting my teeth, I charged towards a giant rock. Upon reaching the summit, I found only the discarded remnants of our coconut wood. I called out for Lin in every direction, but the howling sea wind devoured my voice, yielding no response. My legs weakened, and I sank to my knees upon the rocky surface, slapping my face in frustration. It's all my fault for insisting on exploring that forest on the island. If only I hadn't ventured out alone today. Fear and guilt engulfed me like a tidal wave, and visions of the dangers Lin might be facing flooded my mind. Attacks from ferocious beasts, being swept away by the rising tide, or getting lost deep within the jungle. When one is consumed by overwhelming worry, the mind tightens like a drawn bowstring, ready to unleash the worst of imaginings at the slightest disturbance. Time slipped away unnoticed, as the salty sea breeze gradually dispersed my chaotic thoughts. Reason slowly returned, and I reminded myself not to be governed by fear. Perhaps Lin had merely ventured to a more distant beach, where shells were abundant. She must have wished to surprise me. I inhaled deeply, forcing myself to rise. Yet my legs felt as heavy as lead. Dragging my weary body back to the wooden cabin, the suffocating silence within was palpable. Without Lin's presence, the entire room transformed into a frigid prison. Leaning against the rough wooden wall, I stared vacantly outside. As dusk deepened, the last traces of twilight lingered at the horizon, casting reflections of the beach into the cabin's doorway. I wrapped my arms tightly around myself, gazing at the endless sea, praying for Lin's safe return. Each crashing wave echoed her footsteps. Every gust of wind seemed to carry her voice calling for me. Seconds turned into minutes. As fear and hope alternated in tormenting my heart, I silently vowed that as long as Lin returned safely, I would never again let her out of my sight, nor would I embark on solitary adventures. As the sun approached the horizon, the clouds were painted a brilliant red, and the sea mirrored this golden hue. Sitting on the steps of the cabin, anxiety and fear gripped me, my nails digging into my palms. The sea breeze whipped sand against my face, yet no pain could compare to the dread in my heart. The waves crashed relentlessly against the shore, sounding like distant cries for help, while the shadows of coconut trees swayed in the sky, reminding me of Lin's pale face. I lingered in this agonizing wait, each second a torturous eternity, nearly crushed by despair. Just then, I spotted someone approaching from the beach. Lin appeared, her dress smeared with mud, cradling several stones the size of eggs in her arms. As she walked, the stones clinked together, creating a rhythmic sound. Her hair, matted with sweat, clung to her face, and her eyes brimmed with exhaustion. Yet upon seeing me, she broke into a smile and exclaimed, "Zhao, you're back." At the sound of her voice, I could no longer contain my emotions. I stumbled toward her, disregarding the sand pouring into my shoes. She ran toward me as well, her hair still carrying the scent of the sea breeze. When she reached me, I embraced her tightly, my grip so strong that she let out a surprised ouch. The stone she held fell to the ground, rolling into the sand. Lin, where on earth have you been? I clutched her firmly, burying my face in her hair, my voice trembling with tears. Do you know? I searched the entire beach and was nearly driven mad. I held her as if afraid that loosening my grip would cause her to vanish again. She paused for a moment, then gently patted my back as if soothing a child. I went to look for flint along the shore. There's a sandbar where stones pile up like small hills. She lifted her head, her sandy fingers brushing away the tears on my face before continuing. It's in that direction. Following her, I gazed toward the bay in the distance, where the sunset cast a golden shimmer upon the water, the rocks appearing dark against the increasingly dimming sky. You mustn't wander off alone again. Though I appeared fierce with my words, I nonetheless knelt down and carefully gathered the stones scattered upon the ground. The stones still radiated warmth, each bearing numerous pockmarks, unmistakably crafted by lean shell strikes. At that moment, the sea breeze transformed into a gentle caress, lifting the grass clippings from her hair. All my feelings of fear and anxiety suddenly melted away, leaving behind an indescribable mixture of discomfort and relief. Chapter 29, Nightmarish Serpent Beneath the Eaves. Lin and I perched upon a flattened coconut tree, its unique form repurposed as a bench, positioned before our wooden cabin. Suddenly, Lin shattered the silence, her voice laced with anticipation. "Brother Zhao, is there fresh water in the forest?" Her eyes sparkled in the dim light, and with fresh water, our lives could be transformed for the better. "Yes, but..." As the words escaped my lips, the horrific scenes from earlier in the jungle surged forth in my mind like a tidal wave. Those chilling images were far too unsettling to share with her. I opened my mouth, yet ultimately swallowed back the words I'd almost uttered. "But what?" Lin immediately pressed, leaning closer to me, her face a portrait of curiosity and anxiety. I gazed up at the darkening sky, contemplating if I withheld the truth. She might believe the forest was innocuous and devoid of peril. She could very well wander in unawares one day, and by then, it would be too late to warn her. After much hesitation, I gently pulled her into my embrace, hoping to provide her with a semblance of security. "The forest is indeed eerie and terrifying," I began slowly, my voice instinctively softening. "Within it dwell various creatures I have never encountered before. In the heart of the island lies a sunken terrain where a bottomless pool of fresh water resides." Lin suddenly lifted her head from my embrace, her eyes wide with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, does that mean we can finally enjoy the freedom of fresh water?" Her face radiated joy, completely oblivious to the horror that awaited her ears. I offered a wry smile and shook my head gently, patting her shoulder. "Please let me finish." Lin obediently nodded, her hands gripping my clothing tightly, her gaze brimming with anticipation. Beside that pool stands an enormous ancient tree. I inhaled deeply, continuing, "Its roots are half submerged in the water, gnarled and twisted, creating a most unsettling sight. Today I approached that place feeling a bit parched, and drank some water by the pool, washing my face in the process." What transpired next? I paused, sensing Lin quiver slightly in my embrace, and I recounted the peculiar creature I had encountered, one I had never seen before. Lin instinctively clutched me tighter, her voice trembling. What kind of creature?" I struggled to articulate my thoughts, furrowing my brow in recollection. It intertwined with the roots of the giant tree in the water, revealing only a segment, perhaps over a meter long and as thick as a gas cylinder. It bore several striking red stripes that stood out against its predominantly black form. And those stripes were vertical. Lin, gripped by anxiety, trembled, her nails digging into my flesh. "Is it a large snake?" Her voice quivered with fear. I nodded slowly. "It's possible, but it seems somewhat different. Such a large serpent could not possibly exist in reality. This is not an age of ancient beasts. Moreover, the vivid red stripes, reminiscent of blood, appear profoundly discordant. The snakes I have seen, even those on television, typically possess horizontal patterns. I have never encountered one with vertical stripes of such hue. Could it be a dragon?" Liline suddenly uttered a remark, her voice tinged with a hint of hopefulness. I sighed in resignation, replying, "That is even less likely. Where in the world could there be dragons?" The massive object I had glimpsed earlier instilled in me a sense of eerie dread, as if it were guarding the pool of water. I resolved never to venture into that forest again. It harbored too many mysteries beyond our comprehension. After a moment of silence, Liline nodded gravely and murmured, "I had intended to wash some clothes, but after hearing that, I dare not go." She nestled her head into my embrace. "It's getting dark. Let us return to the cabin," I suggested as I took her hand and led her back to the wooden structure, closing the door behind us. Lying on a mattress woven from coconut leaves and dried seagrass, Liline curled up beside me, while my mind remained uncontrollably haunted by the image of that colossal entity in the forest. What could it possibly be? Lost in thought, I eventually drifted into slumber. Once again, Liline was gone. I stumbled along the shoreline, anxiety searing my throat. The sunset cast the last vestiges of light upon the beach. Yet Liline's footprints abruptly ceased at the water's edge. My knees crashed down onto the scorching sand, and a heart-wrenching cry erupted from my throat, startling the seabirds perched upon distant rocks. "Liline! Liline!" My calls were mercilessly swallowed by the waves, and panic surged like the rising tide, swiftly drowning my reason. I wiped my face, unsure whether it was sweat or tears, and suddenly remembered a place I had yet to search: the ominous, primal forest. I sprang to my feet, the Nepalese knife at my waist glinting coldly in the twilight. "No matter what sort of monster you are, I will find Liline." My grip on the hilt tightened, veins bulging, nails nearly digging into my palm. As I plunged into the forest, the decaying leaf beneath my feet emitted a nauseating crunch, the air thick with the scent of damp rot, as if I were ensconced within the belly of a great beast. Vines coiling around the trunks of trees suddenly writhed, their deep purple skins oozing a viscous black liquid that exuded a pungent stench. I swung my knife ferociously. As the blade sliced into the vine, black liquid erupted like a fountain, splattering across my face with a searing sting that nearly blinded me. Yet the thought of Liline potentially in peril spurred me on, and I gritted my teeth, continuing to sprint. A thunderous roar reverberated from ahead, and a bear, towering 2 meters high, brandished its claws, blocking my path. Its eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty gleam, a chunk of putrid flesh hanging from its jaws. Without hesitation, I drew my pistol, the cold metal handle slick with my sweat. Bang! Bang! The gunshots reverberated through the dense thicket, and the bear's massive body collapsed with a thud, splattering blood that stained the moss beneath my feet. I stepped over the twitching carcass, my legs feeling as heavy as lead. When the pool finally came into view, I was nearly overcome with exhaustion. The water shimmered with a bizarre shade of dark green, reflecting the towering tree that cast a vast shadow over the shore, its roots sprawling across the surface like the tentacles of a great octopus. "Lin Lin, Lin Lin," my voice echoed over the water's surface, startling a flock of bats hidden in the shadows. Suddenly, a tremendous splash resonated from the water, as a colossal serpent's head broke the surface. Its eyes the size of my palm, with pupils narrowed into fine slits. Its forked tongue, over 1 meter long, flicked about, exuding a foul, fishy scent. The serpent's body coiled around the roots of a tree, its obsidian scales glistening coldly under the moonlight, while 3 vivid crimson stripes snaked from its neck into the unseen depths. Fear coursed through me like electricity, paralyzing my limbs. My heart raced, threatening to leap from my chest. Yet, Line's smiling face flickered through my mind, igniting a surge of adrenaline within me. To hell with it. I raised my pistol and fired wildly. Bullets struck the serpent's scales, sparking with each impact, but only elicited an enraged hiss from the beast. At that moment, a faint voice emerged from the depths of the tree. "Zhao Gu, don't shoot. It means no harm." I looked up sharply, my pupils constricting in shock. Line's body was partially embedded in the tree bark, her hair entwined with vines, a strange smile adorning her face. "Release her." I lost all semblance of reason, racing around the pond, oblivious to the sharp stones tearing at my feet. Just as my blade was about to strike the trunk, the massive serpent lunged like a bolt of black lightning, its icy body ensnaring me tightly. Its strength was astonishing, my ribs creaking under the pressure, the stench of its breath overwhelming me, its gaping maw nearly devouring my head hole. No! Despair washed over me as I closed my eyes, and at that moment, a violent shudder jolted me awake from the nightmare. I sat up abruptly, drenched in cold sweat, realizing that it had all been but a dream. Linlin, startled by my sudden movement, exclaimed, "Zhao Ge, what's wrong?" She embraced me, noticing that I was soaked with perspiration. I gasped for breath, still shaken, and replied, "It's nothing. I just had a strange dream." Chapter 30, Flint. As the morning light filtered through the fronds of the coconut trees, I groggily opened my eyes to find Linlin still curled up beside me, asleep. Her hair was tousled, still carrying the scent of the sea breeze from the night before, and her eyelashes fluttered gently with her breath. Outside, a dull thud resonated, likely a ripe coconut falling to the ground, while the rhythmic sound of the waves lapped against the shore. Sunlight caressed Linlin's face, casting a warm golden hue upon her features. I reached out to gently push aside the hair that obscured her eyes. Her skin felt warm, more comforting than the newly risen sun. A gust of sea breeze swept in, lifting the gauzy curtain by the window, filling the air with the rich scent of coconut and the briny tang of the ocean. At that moment, Linlin suddenly turned over with a smile, her voice languid. "Can we sleep a little longer, please?" I smiled and nodded in agreement, cherishing her suggestion. On this tropical island, we were unencumbered by any constraints, free to sleep as long as we wished and to do as we pleased. This profound sense of liberty once again enveloped me in the bliss of our current existence. I had designated the island's primal forest as a forbidden zone. A single visit there had haunted my dreams, the sights far more exaggerated than any film could portray, far beyond what any novel would dare to describe. After a while, Linlin awakened, and we made our way to the wooden bench outside. The weather was splendid, with the morning sea breeze gently caressing us, infused with a hint of saltiness and the aroma of coconuts. The sun lazily draped itself over the beach and the coconut grove, while overhead, seabirds called out melodiously. Such delightful weather compelled me to take action. Ah, yes. Linlin had collected a bunch of egg-sized stones yesterday. Perhaps one of them contained flint. With that thought, I began to experiment. The first stone must be it. Linlin knelt beside me, her knees still speckled with the mud from yesterday's stone gathering at the shallows, her eyes sparkling like two tiny stars. I grasped a pale gray stone, its surface intricately patterned, resembling the weathered palm of an elderly hand. My arm muscles tensed as I bit down, applying forcefully against the spine of my knife, producing a dull, rustling sound. Why was there no reaction? Linlin leaned in closely, her warm breath brushing against my damp neck. Try harder. Yet, where the stone met the knife, only faint white marks were left behind. Disappointment washed over me as I tossed the stone aside, and Linlin's enthusiasm waned. Perhaps the next one. The second stone, a rich brown with sharp edges, felt heavy in my hand. This time it would surely work. Linlin clutched her clothing nervously, her voice instinctively rising. I swung the stone vigorously, the sharp clacking reverberating painfully in my ears, sending tiny shards flying towards her hand. Yes, I felt it, but Linlin suddenly froze, staring at the knife's back. Devoid of any sparks, her anticipated cheer caught in her throat. "Let's find a harder one." She casually picked up another stone and handed it to me, her hair tousled by the wind. The third stone was a glossy black, exuding a striking sheen. Linlin crouched beside me, cradling her chin in her hands. "This one looks formidable." I slowed my pace, once, twice, each friction imbued with reverence. "Hurry up and ignite." Linlin suddenly grasped my hand, her grip astonishingly firm. Yet, the blade's spine bore only chaotic scratches. Abruptly, she released her hold, her nails leaving crimson imprints on my skin. "What?" Her voice quivered with tears. I looked up to see the droplets swirling in her eyes, oppressive like the rolling clouds on the horizon. Just as despair enveloped us, a deep gray pebble caught our gaze. "Please let it be." Linlin turned her back, hands clasped in earnest prayer. I mechanically picked up the stone, lethargically rubbing it against the blade's spine. Suddenly, with a crisp sound, a golden spark streaked before us. "Wait!" My voice cracked, and Linlin whirled around, her hair sweeping through the air in a graceful arc. More sparks erupted in succession, like golden sprites dancing upon the blade. "We have fire." "Linlin!" I leaped up and embraced her, her body trembling with excitement. I saw it. She suddenly pried my fingers from the flint, fervently scraping it herself. Sparks landing on her nose, igniting tiny red dots, yet she remained oblivious. "We have fire! We have fire!" she exclaimed, dancing with glee, startling a flock of seabirds perched upon the nearby coconut trees. Within the palm of fate lies unwrapped candy, even when stranded on a primitive, uncivilized island. Life can unexpectedly tear through the clouds, allowing surprises to leap forth like phosphorescence from the sea, transforming into glowing stars in one S-palm. With this flint, countless endeavors awaited us. The sea breeze swept the salty tang across the thatched roof of our wooden shelter as I crouched amidst the scattered coconut shells. Using a machete to peel the thick husk of a coconut, Linlin approached, cradling a bundle of dried coconut fronds. Her hair still dusted with the lime from our morning flint scraping, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she softly inquired, "Zhao, what are you studying now?" "Take a guess." I gently set the machete beside the pile of coconuts, the shell pinned and tied to the handle, chiming softly with my movement. She placed the fronds down and skipped over, her canvas shoes slightly yellowed from the sea's embrace, crunching softly on the sandy ground. The faint aroma of coconut wafting from her hair as she leaned closer. "Zhao, tell me, don't keep me in suspense. Linlin, would you like to savor a steaming bowl of seafood soup?" I lowered my voice, deliberately adopting an air of mystery as I winked. My fingertips unconsciously traced the patterns on the sheath, startling a seagull dozing on the roof. Upon hearing this, Linlin's eyes sparkled like they were filled with starlight, her lips curving into a sweet smile, and a delicate dimple appeared on her cheek. "Of course I do," she exclaimed, her hands clasped in anticipation, only to momentarily furrow her brow, her gaze dropping to a shell at her feet. "But we lack pots, bowls, and fresh water. How can we cook?" I rose with a smile, gently tucking the wind-tousled strands behind her ear, my fingertips brushing against the salt crusted on her cheek. "This dried coconut shell can be fashioned into a bowl." As I deftly sliced through the coconut shell with the blade, shards of wood flew about, revealing the pristine white interior. Whether or not we had a pot was of little consequence. I shook the coconut in my hand, and the juice within gurgled delightfully. Infusing the coconut water with seafood would render an even sweeter and more delectable flavor. Linlin, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, covered her mouth in surprise as she cautiously accepted the coconut with both hands, as if cradling a precious treasure. "Wow, Brother Zhao is truly clever," she exclaimed, rubbing the coconut against her cheek before tossing it lightly into the air and catching it again, her laughter illuminating her expressive eyes. "Let us venture to the tidal flats to gather seafood." With that, I sheathed my Nepalese knife at my waist, and arm in arm with Linlin, we strolled toward the shallows. Chapter 31. The fierce battle on a rainy night, I ventured deep into the island's jungle, nearly losing my life. Yet I found not even a trace of the flint. Meanwhile, Linlin casually picked up some pebbles on a shallow beach, and by sheer coincidence, the flint was nestled among them. Indeed, it resonates with the old adage, one may tread for miles in search of iron shoes, only to find what they seek effortlessly. The receding tide revealed a shallow expanse glimmering like mother of pearl, with gentle waves caressing the exposed rocks, leaving behind sinuous silver trails upon the sand. Linlin, barefoot, stepped into the water up to her ankles, her skirt billowing in the sea breeze. Suddenly, she crouched down, her fingers parting the swaying seaweed, startling a swarm of translucent shrimp. "Zhao, go!" she exclaimed, rising with a purple-red clam held aloft in her hand. The shell's surface was adorned with spiral protrusions, resembling intricately entwined vines. "Can we eat this?" Water trickled from the shell's crevice down her wrist, sparkling in the sunlight like tiny jewels. I was perched on a rock 2 meters away, prying something from the crevice with my military knife. The briny sea breeze, laced with the scent of seaweed, enveloped my face, while the sound of retreating waves whispered in my ears. "Yes, we can eat it. Keep it," I responded without turning, exerting force with my wrist. With a snap, a grayish-blue crab, hidden in the rock crevice, scuttled out, its 8 delicate legs tapping rapidly against the stone. Once I had stowed the crab in my coconut leaf fish basket, I turned to find Lin Lin on tiptoe, peering deeper into the cluster of rocks. Suddenly, she pointed excitedly at a nearby puddle, her eyes wide with wonder. Zhao, what is that? Following her, I noticed a large splash in the depression of the sand, where a grouper, nearly the length of my forearm, was thrashing about. Its deep brown body was covered in coin-sized black spots, and its tail thrashed against the mud, sending plumes of sediment soaring. Goodness, a grouper weighing 5 or 6 pounds. I dashed forward, my coconut leaf basket jingling at my waist. The grouper sensed the disturbance and violently flicked its tail, attempting to return to the sea, but having been stranded for too long, its strength waned, akin to a soft thump against cotton. I knelt in the muck, firmly cradling its heavy belly in my hands, the cool scales gliding against my palm, while its gills opened and closed rapidly, splattering salty seawater onto my face. Quick, open the fish basket, I shouted. Lin Lin instantly grasped the edges of the basket, shaping it into a funnel. I slightly rose, using just the right angle to slide the grouper into the basket. The woven body of the coconut leaf basket creaked under the strain, yet securely held the sizable fish. As Lin Lin leaned in for a closer look, the grouper suddenly thrashed its tail, splattering mud across her face. She wiped her face, but couldn't contain her laughter. This fish is quite feisty. Tonight, we shall feast. I couldn't help but smile alongside her. After this brief afternoon of gathering by the sea, the sun had begun its slow descent toward the horizon, casting an amber hue upon the waters as we walked side by side along the beach. The grouper in the fish basket continues to flail defiantly, its scales glinting with a metallic sheen in the twilight. The coconut fronds that form the basket sway gently with each step, producing a soft, rustling sound. In front of the wooden hut, I'm tending to our fire pit while Lin Lin diligently gathers dried branches and coconut leaves to place before it, as we prepare for tonight's fish feast. Though we're the only 2 souls on this island, our lives at this moment seem remarkably complete. The sea breeze whistles around us, and on the sandy ground lies a pile of dry grass that Lin Lin and I have collected. Kneeling beside the fire pit, I grip my Nepalese knife tightly in my left hand, while my right hand clutches a flint stone, vigorously scraping the back of the blade. With a sharp sound, the first sparks barely emerge, falling onto the sand and disappearing immediately. Breathing heavily, I hasten my efforts, sweat trickling down my chin and landing in the sand. Lin Lin squats beside me, her eyes fixed on the task, whispering encouragement. Almost there, as I increase the frequency of my friction. A burst of sparks erupts, diving straight into the pile of dried grass. The moment the grass meets the dense flurry of sparks, it begins to smoke, and suddenly, flames leap forth. Lin Lin quickly grabs more grass to cover it, and the flames rise higher, casting a warm glow upon our faces. Watching the dancing flames, Lin Lin and I break into smiles. I glance at the flint stone in my hand, feeling its warmth and seeing smoke wafting from it. Observing the deep grooves inflicted by the vigorous scraping, I furrow my brow. This flint indeed ignites fire, but the wear is considerable. Lin Lin, while adding more firewood to the pit, remarks, "We can find more of these stones. There are plenty where I collected them last time." As dusk deepens, the setting sun bathes the beach in hues reminiscent of honey. The coconut shells and dried branches in the fire pit crackle and pop, sending sparks that momentarily dance upon the sand before vanishing. The large grouper is skewered on a branch and suspended above the fire, sizzling as it meets the flames, releasing a delectable aroma that mingles with the sea breeze. Lin Lin murmurs beside me, "Don't burn it," as she eagerly watches the fish glisten with oil, swallowing hard in anticipation. For the so-called seafood soup, I have hollowed out a fresh coconut, removing a portion of the flesh, and mixed in chunks of grouper and some crab meat. Then filled it with coconut water before placing it over the fire to simmer, releasing a sweet, fragrant steam. "Zhao, go. Eat more. Replenish yourself," Lin Lin says playfully, offering a large piece of grouper with a pair of chopsticks crafted from branches, a mischievous grin on her face. I open my mouth and savor the tender fish, chewing as I tease, with that expression, "It seems you plan to challenge me tonight." She shyly nudges me before sipping the steaming soup wrapped in coconut leaves. blowing gently to cool it down. As night fully descends, Lin and I have just satisfied our hunger and thirst when a gust of sea breeze sweeps through, causing the coconut leaf roof of our wooden hut to rustle, while the shell wind chimes hanging from the eaves chime merrily. I crouched beside the fire pit, suddenly inhaling the earthy scent of damp soil in the air, a distinctive aroma that heralds the impending tempest. In the distance, the ocean roared with a deep, resonant sound, not the crashing of waves, but rather thunder rumbling within the clouds. Lin, with her arms crossed, gazed at the somber night sky, murmuring, "The wind feels off." Before she could finish her sentence, a blinding flash of lightning cleaved the heavens, like a sword piercing through the heavy darkness. In an instant, the beach, the wooden cabin, and the tumultuous waves were illuminated. I beheld a wall of ink-black clouds roiling at the horizon, advancing with alarming speed. The thunder followed in a deafening roar, causing sparks to scatter from the fire pit. The first raindrop struck my face, still warm, and then the torrential downpour began, drenching us and extinguishing the flames in the fire pit. Lin and I hurried into the wooden cabin. I swiftly closed the coconut wood door, securing it with vines to prevent it from being blown open by the storm. The cabin's only wooden window was also tightly reinforced with vines, ensuring that not a drop of rain could seep inside, regardless of the deluge outside. After securing everything, I lay down on a mattress woven from dried seagrass and coconut leaves. At that moment, a thunderclap echoed, causing Lin to shiver, gripping my wrist tightly, her nails almost digging into my flesh. Outside, the rain lashed against the wooden walls, whipped by the wind, while beads of sweat mixed with seawater trickled down her neck. I took her icy hand in mine, my thumb brushing against the calluses formed from days of weaving. "Do not fear," I declared, my voice rising above the sound of the rain. "The roof is secured with 3 layers of coconut fibers, and the door is tightly fastened." She looked up at me, the lightning illuminating the droplets on her eyelashes. Another thunderclap reverberated, and she suddenly pressed my hand against her chest. My heart is racing. Her voice trembled, recalling the time atop the boulder shelter when I truly believed the wind would sweep us away. I gently brushed the wet hair from her face with my other hand. This time is different. No storm can penetrate. As soon as I spoke, a gust of wind surged, causing the cabin to sway gently, without a sound of cracking from the coconut frond roof. Lin stared at the swaying door, gradually loosening her grip on my hand. She nestled closer into my embrace, resting her head on my shoulder. If I weren't worried about being blown away, rainy days would be the most comforting for sleep. I held her tenderly, my expression serene. "Rest assured, it won't sweep us away. How about we take advantage of this downpour and enjoy a rain shower?" She paused in contemplation, likely weighing the thought that our wooden cabin is sturdy enough. It would be nice to wash off and then return to sleep. Suddenly, she sat up and replied, "All right." We stripped off our garments, unfastened the vines binding the door, and dashed into the torrential rain, exclaiming, "Let it pour harder, let it pour harder." The two of us reveled in the downpour, joyfully scrubbing the dirt from our bodies. Later, upon returning to the cabin, still damp and concerned about wetting the coconut leaf mattress, we leaned against the wooden walls. At that moment, I playfully leaned in for a wall slam, teasing her. "Who was it that just told me to take care and catch up on my rest?" She smiled softly without uttering a word, yet her arms had already encircled my waist. Chapter 32. Crafting a water jar yesterday, engrossed in the pursuit of the sea. I completely forgot to prepare a container for collecting rainwater, resulting in a missed opportunity during a torrential downpour. The regret was palpable. Today, it is imperative that I resolve this matter of the container. On this primitive island, our tools are woefully limited. The only implement at our disposal is this Nepalese military knife, which we must rely on to carve everything out stroke by stroke. To create a container of the size of a water bucket, one would typically need to find a tree of similar girth. However, attempting to fell such a stout tree with merely this knife seems utterly fanciful. While coconut palms are easier to manage, their wood possesses too low a density. If used to hold water, it would likely leak dry within a day. What to do? Just as I was mired in despair, Lin suddenly spoke up. "Zhao Ge. We could learn from the ancients and fashion a large jar from clay." I looked up at her, perhaps nourished by the prior night's exertions. Her face glowed with a delicate flush, radiating vitality. I realized, with a spark of inspiration, you're right. But where can we find clay on this island? She pointed towards a slope behind a massive rock on the beach. A wave of realization washed over me, and I slapped my forehead, chuckling foolishly. What a forgetful mind I have. Truly like a pig. Lin giggled at my jest. Indeed, you're just a big, clumsy pig. Fortunately, we now possess flint, enabling us to kindle a fire at will. Without further ado, we set to work. As the first rays of morning sun pierced through the clouds, Lin and I stood beneath the slope behind the great stone. We began by etching a cross into the earth with a military knife, then used a sharpened stick to excavate the surface layer of sandy soil. Thanks to the previous night's rain, the soil had softened, and it wasn't too long before rich, dark clay emerged, glistening with morning dew, its texture sticky and pliable. Lin knelt down, carefully scooping the clay into a woven basket made of coconut fronds with a large shell, her movements as gentle as if she were collecting treasures. Zhao. This clay has remarkable adhesive properties. I hastened my efforts, beads of sweat quickly soaking through the back of my shirt. The sun climbed higher, and soon the basket brimmed with a mound of clay. We poured the clay onto the flattened, sandy ground in front of our wooden hut and began preparing to mold it. Lin first divided the clay into evenly sized portions, while I gathered several flat stones, using the back of the knife to smooth their edges. These would serve as tools for shaping the jar's walls. We commenced with the base, ensuring it was adequately thick. As I spoke, I took a large chunk of clay and forcefully pounded it against the sand to compact it. She immediately understood and followed suit, each strike imbued with vigor. The pounded clay was then rolled into stout strips. Lin sat on her knees, deftly coiling the clay into a circle with a diameter of 0.5 meter, forming the foundation of the water jar. Meanwhile, I meticulously refined the edges with a seashell, ensuring the base was perfectly level. I gently reminded Lin, who then grasped the edge of the coconut leaf mat and slowly rotated the mud ring by 90 degrees, allowing me to continue shaping our creation. As the coils of clay stacked upward, the nascent form of the water jar gradually emerged. However, when the wall reached half a person's height, a problem arose. The right side of the clay wall suddenly collapsed, and Lin's expression shifted to one of urgency. What should we do? Taking a deep breath, I steadied the tilted jar. Stay calm. Remove the upper clay coils and reinforce the base. As I spoke, I carefully sliced away the loose sections with my knife, while Lin swiftly fashioned new clay coils. Our teamwork was seamless as we thickened the base by 2 additional rings. To bolster the jar's durability, we decided to incorporate coconut leaf fibers into the clay. Lin sat beneath the shade of a tree, methodically tearing the coconut leaves into strips and skillfully twisting them into fibers, her focus unwavering. Meanwhile, I mixed the remaining clay with seawater, crafting a thick slurry. Adding more fibers will prevent cracking, I remarked as I evenly blended the coconut strands into the mixture. She promptly scooped up the slurry with a seashell, meticulously applying it to both the inner and outer walls of the jar. With each layer, she pressed down firmly with the shell, ensuring a tight bond between the slurry and the jar. Time slipped away unnoticed as the sun edged closer to the horizon, and we were still engaged in our final adjustments. Lin, on tiptoe, carefully smoothed the rim of the jar with a shell, making it sleek and rounded, while I crouched to check the thickness of the base, gently tapping it with a stone slab to ensure it was solid and secure. The sea breeze carried fine sand against our faces, but we remained oblivious, entirely absorbed in the impending completion of the water jar. After an indeterminate amount of time, a knee-high water jar finally stood steadily before the wooden hut. Though its surface bore imperfections and marks from the shell, it represented the culmination of our dedicated efforts throughout the day. Lin reached out to caress the jar's wall, her face illuminating with a radiant smile. Zhao, we finally have a place to store water. I gazed at her sun-kissed cheeks and then at the jar before us, a wave of indescribable accomplishment swelling within me. Nonetheless, I cautioned, don't celebrate too soon. We haven't even begun the firing process. Upon hearing my words, A hint of disappointment flickered across Lin's face. She inhaled deeply and then exhaled slowly, her dismay dissipating. Then let us begin the firing. We constructed a makeshift kiln from stones and mud, though it appeared rudimentary. It was a commendable effort given our surroundings. As dusk deepened, I struck flint to create sparks, igniting the dry grass, and flames leapt up, illuminating her clay-streaked face. We need to surround the jar with the fire, I instructed, adjusting the position of the coconut shells with my knife, the heat enveloping my face and causing it to sting. Lin nodded, grabbing a handful of sun-dried seaweed and tossing it into the flames, which surged dramatically, casting the water jar in a vibrant orange glow. As the night deepened, the coconut shells in the fire gradually transformed into glowing embers. We took turns adding fuel to the flames, unwilling to let our guard down for even a moment. Time slipped away, and the sea breeze grew chilling. Yet the fire blazed brightly. Lin's eyelids drooped heavily, and I gently nudged her. Dear, why not take a rest? I can keep an eye on the fire. You needn't stay awake with me. She rubbed her eyes and stubbornly shook her head. We must watch together. If the fire diminishes, the jar may crack. As she spoke, she added a thick coconut log to the flames, causing the flames to leap high, illuminating the fine vapor rising from the surface of the water jar. The fire continued to burn until the next day, as the sky began to blush with the first light of dawn. Our eyes were bloodshot, and our bodies were covered in ash. The water jar had been under fire for over 10 hours, and the flames gradually waned, revealing a rustic, gray-brown hue as the surface lost its damp luster. Almost done, I croaked, reaching out to touch the jar's body, but Lin hurriedly stopped me. Be careful, it's hot. She picked up a stick and gently tapped the jar's wall. A clear, resonant sound echoed back, and we exchanged glances, our weary faces breaking into delighted smiles. Perhaps the clay here was indeed special. We had initially feared that skipping the drying process would lead to failure. Yet the outcome was surprisingly positive. The jar may not be remarkable, but it could certainly hold water. As the sun rose, we slowly cleared away the cooling ashes. The water jar stood slightly askew on the sandy ground, adorned with natural kiln patterns, radiating a gentle sheen in the morning light. Lin reached out to caress the jar's wall, her voice tinged with emotion and exhaustion. We did it. I gazed at the jar, a testament to our labor, my heart swelling with reflection. From digging the clay to shaping it, and finally firing it. We had created our first true water container on this desolate island. Though fatigue weighed heavily upon us, Lin and I proceeded to the final step, together. We moved the jar beneath the eaves of our wooden shelter and constructed a simple water channel on the roof. From now on, whenever it rained, the raindrops would flow effortlessly into the jar. Having completed this task, Lin and I, both weary and drowsy, hurriedly took each other's hands and walked to the beach, rinsing off the dirt with seawater. Back in the wooden house, I embraced her and fell into a deep slumber, but as I held her close. You know what I mean? Chapter 33. The island travel plan. After an all-night endeavor of crafting a water tank with Lin, we spent the entire day in slumber. When I awakened once more, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Through the window of the wooden cabin, the distant sea was bathed in an amber hue by the setting sun, while a few leaden clouds hung low in the sky, their edges tinged with a luminous orange. Rising from my slumber, I stepped outside the cabin, where flocks of returning seabirds soared past, their wings tracing dark arcs against the twilight glow, occasionally punctuated by a call that pierced the dusky air. The water tank stood quietly on the sandy ground before the cabin, its surface marked by kiln-altered patterns that flickered intermittently in the evening light, with remnants of charcoal still emitting wisps of blue smoke that curled upwards into the darkening sky. In the soft light of dusk, I was stretching my stiffened limbs, and it was then that Lin, having awakened at some point, called from within the cabin. Zhao, can you come here for a moment? Pausing my stretching, I hurried inside. Zhao, I've started my menstrual period. What should I do? I stood momentarily stunned, my mind racing to devise a solution. In this desolate island, managing a woman's period posed undeniable challenges. Where could I procure a large adhesive bandage for her? Noticing my silence, she shook my hand gently and implored, Zhao, it's flowing out. Regaining my composure, I carefully lifted her and made my way toward the beach. Upon reaching the shore, I set her down on a rock and advised, "Why don't you squat there for a moment? I have a solution in mind." With that, I turned back toward the cabin. Moments later, I returned with a soft piece of fabric in hand. "Look," I presented it to her. She gazed at me in disbelief, asking, "Where did you get this?" While handing over the fabric, I explained, "I tore it from my camouflage jacket. It's a lining. There's no winter on this island, so I doubt I need such a thick outer layer." She smiled, her brows arching playfully, and began to fold the fabric, seemingly preparing to wrap it around her waist. I quickly interjected, "Wait, don't use it just yet. This cloth isn't clean. We'll need to collect rainwater and sterilize it with boiling water before it can be used." She nodded, saying, "I just wanted to check the size," and flashed me a smile. I ruffled her hair gently, saying, "I apologize for the inconvenience. For now, you'll have to manage this way. I will take good care of you." She looked at me with warmth in her eyes and nodded in agreement. As night descended like a deep blue velvet curtain, it slowly enveloped the secluded island. The rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the rocky shore seeped through the cabin's crevices, gently reverberating against our eardrums. Linlin and I lay side by side on a makeshift mattress woven from coconut fronds, the wooden floor still retaining the warmth of the sun's embrace from earlier in the day. The interlaced coconut leaves cast delicate shadows above us, resembling a fluid ink painting under the moonlight. We lay in tranquil silence, neither of us daring to disrupt the serenity. After an indeterminate span of time, Linlin broke the silence. Her voice carried a hint of hesitation and anticipation. "Brother Zhao, can we leave this island?" I sensed the unease hidden within her words, and I reached out to gently pull her into my embrace, my hand gliding across her delicate neck. The scent of seawater intertwined with coconut milk enveloped her, and her soft strands of hair brushed against my cheek. Taking a deep breath, I felt her body tremble slightly. "We can, but not in the immediate future." I'm uncertain about that. This statement served both as a comfort to her and a means of persuading myself. "How do we leave?" Linlin pressed, her voice tinged with urgency. She lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling in the darkness like two twinkling stars. I looked up at the interlacing coconut fronds, collecting my thoughts. This island is not small. I estimate its diameter to be at least 5 or 6 kilometers. Given the current level of human technology, such a large island cannot remain undiscovered. Furthermore, our exploration area is exceedingly limited, and the opposite side of the island remains an unknown territory. She nodded gently, the tips of her hair brushing against my arm, sending a delightful shiver through me. In the coming days, I will attempt to craft some bows and spears. Once your menstrual cycle has passed, we can embark on a circumnavigation along the coastline. Who knows? We might encounter passing ships or uncover traces left by those who came before us. These could be key to our escape. A circumnavigation? Linlin elongated her words, her tone brimming with curiosity. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the coconut leaves, casting dappled shadows on her face and rendering her expression particularly vivid. I gazed ahead, recalling the days we had spent on the island, struggling for survival together. From her initial panic to her current calmness in the face of adversity, a complex emotion surged within me. Yes, when we resided atop the giant rock, we surveyed the entire island from a distance. Only the side where we currently dwell is flat, with expansive beaches suitable for constructing wooden shelters and gathering food. I paused, reminiscing about that moment. The other side of the island is surrounded by rolling hills, and from above, one can hardly see any trace of sand. What might the other side of the island be like? She inquired with curiosity, instinctively leaning closer into my embrace. I suspect there are cliffs, sheer precipices that plunge into the sea. I envisioned the unknown landscape. The central part of the island is concave, forming a vast primordial forest. There, wild beasts, venomous insects, colossal black-red creatures, ancient trees, and various unknown dangers abound. We cannot venture deep within, but it would still be feasible to circumnavigate along the coastline. She shifted slightly, her movements exceedingly cautious, as if afraid of staining the coconut leaf mattress. Suddenly she asked, "Brother Zhao, do you think there are wild men on this island? Cannibals? Her voice held a touch of tension alongside a childlike curiosity. I couldn't help but chuckle. Have you watched too many movies? Nowadays, where would one still find cannibals? As I reminisce about our recent explorations, I continue. We collected shells on the beach and gathered fruits from the coconut grove. With such commotion, if there were truly savage inhabitants, they would have emerged wielding spears by now. However, Linlin insists, in movies, castaways always encounter wild men who capture them for sacrificial rituals, only to devour them. Her tone is exaggerated, and she deliberately adopts a fearful expression. Her antics amuse me, and I reply, "You must be referencing the tropes from Robinson Crusoe. I have seen numerous films of this genre, and their plots tend to be remarkably similar. Yet, you must understand that we are genuinely stranded on an uninhabited island. Reality lacks such dramatic flair. If there were indeed wild men, our activities over the past few days would have surely drawn their attention." Suddenly, she turns, enveloping me in a tight embrace. Her voice muffled. "Zhao, if we are to be trapped here for eternity, we must strive to live well." Her words warm my heart, tinged with a bittersweet sensation. Throughout these days, I have harbored concerns that despair might overwhelm her, given the bleak prospects of leaving this island. We are oblivious to our location on this planet, devoid of any means of communication or sufficient resources to construct a vessel for our escape. This sense of helplessness can easily plunge one into despair. I hold her close, feeling her warmth, and reassure her, absolutely, we will persevere. Her ability to think this way fills me with genuine joy. I have been worried about your mental state. In such an environment, maintaining a positive outlook is of utmost importance. She nods in acknowledgement. In my heart, I silently reflect. We must do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. All we can do is to attend to each task at hand, entrusting what remains to destiny. Outside, the moonlight continues to gently bathe the sea, shimmering like scattered jewels. The rhythmic sound of the waves seems to narrate the tale of this desolate island, while plans for circumnavigating the island have officially been set in motion. Chapter 34, Island Journey, Part 1. With the successful firing of the water tank, a plethora of ideas began to take root in my mind. Recently, a torrential downpour filled the water tank beneath the eaves, liberating us from the sole reliance on coconut juice. The morning light filtered through the coconut grove, casting delicate patches of illumination upon the clearing in front of the wooden cabin. I knelt beside the newly constructed earthen stove, the damp soil still clinging to my palms, as I meticulously adjusted the curvature of the clay pot. Drawing from the experience of crafting the water tank a few days prior, I endeavored to create a cooking pot, approximately 20 centimeters deep and 30 centimeters wide, perfectly sized to rest upon my newly built earthen stove. "Brother Zhao, is the heat sufficient?" Linlin inquired, crouched alongside me, gently prodding the kindling in the stove with a sharpened stick. As the flames flickered to life, they cast a dancing light upon her face, illuminating it in a rhythmic play of shadows. I extended my hand to gauge the temperature around the clay pot. The crackling of burning straw and coconut husks released the unique aroma of scorched earth. Since our arrival on the island, we had been limited to rudimentary barbecuing over the bonfire, resulting in fish and meat that were charred on the outside yet undercooked within, while crabs carried the bitter taste of smoke. Should this clay pot succeed in its firing, we would be able to cook our meals, and even boiling rainwater would significantly enhance our daily existence. After a morning of diligent crafting, the pot seemed to align with my expectations, prompting me to set it aside to cool while I conferred with Linlin regarding our plans for circumnavigating the island. Our only armaments consisted of a Nepalese knife and a G-37 pistol with a mere 8 rounds, clearly inadequate for the potential perils of our journey. To conserve our precious ammunition, I had spent several days fashioning a bow and arrows from the trunk and fibers of coconut palm leaves, with arrowheads carved from the sturdy tips of the coconut branches and fletchings fashioned from the feathers of a sea eagle I had fortuitously captured earlier. Though the bow's range and lethality were limited, it was certainly preferable to being unarmed in dire circumstances, at least reducing our dependence on the pistol. Additionally, I whittled 2 straight wooden poles, each the height of a person, sharpening their tops into pointed spearheads. These poles would prove invaluable during our island expedition, for instance. They could be used to part dense underbrush, driving away any concealed snakes or similar creatures, or serve as makeshift canes to support our bodies while traversing steep inclines, alleviating the burden on our legs. Having completed our preparations and secured the wooden cabin, Lin and I set forth, each of us leaning on our wooden staffs. I carried the bow and arrows on my back, the Nepalese knife firmly sheathed at my waist, and the G37 pistol secured to my thigh, while Lin wielded merely a single wooden stick. We advanced along the left coastline of the island, the damp sea breeze mingling with fine sand, a salty sting that drew a frown upon our faces. The sandy terrain gradually gave way to fragmented coral reefs, and despite wearing shoes, the sharp edges inflicted pain upon the soles of my feet. After approximately 2 hours of trekking, the landscape began to incline steeply, transforming the scenery before us. What once was sparse vegetation suddenly burgeoned into a dense thicket. Amidst the waist-high grasses, the feathery fronds of ferns intertwined with the tendrils of climbing plants, unfurling like a vast green net. The unknown wild grasses, adorned with delicate clusters of purple flowers, bore serrated spikes along their edges, densely forming a natural barrier that even sunlight struggled to penetrate. Lin tightened her grip on the sharpened wooden stick, her voice trembling slightly. "Zhao, the grass is growing too thick." Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden rustling emerged from the depths of the foliage, hinting at the presence of some unseen creature. I clenched the hilt of my knife and pulled her behind me, my gaze fixed intently on the quivering blades of grass. Within the dark brown thicket, a glimmer of diamond-shaped scales flashed briefly, exuding a chilling metallic sheen. "Step back," I whispered, gently parting the grass with my stick. At that moment, a snake, as thick as a wrist, suddenly raised its head, venom dripping from its fangs as it hissed, and lunged 1/2 meter into the air. Lin gasped and stumbled back, while I vigorously struck the thicket with the stick. The startled serpent quickly retreated into the depths of the grass, leaving behind a nauseating stench. "It's all right, it's just a snake. It's already gone." I turned to reassure her, only to find her face as pale as a ghost. Her eyes filled with terror as she stared at the foliage. I took her hand and gestured to the right. "Let us avoid the thicket. Let us try walking along the edge of the cliff instead." At that moment, we stood atop a steep incline, and turning back, the coastline we had traversed appeared as a winding silver ribbon nestled in the azure sea. To our right, the cliff presented a heart-stopping sight. It was almost a vertical black rock face, its surface as smooth as if cleaved by a giant axe. Moss stubbornly thrived in the crevices. It could not conceal the rock's inherent ferocity. Leaning over the edge, I beheld the dark green waters at the cliff's base, resembling a solid piece of jade. Though deep within, eerie whirlpools churned. The sound of waves crashing against the cliff resonated like thunder, and the splashing spray transformed into a white mist in midair. The drop was at least 100 meters. I crouched down, picked up a stone, and hurled it over the cliff. The stone plummeted faster and faster, and after a few seconds, it struck the sea with a resounding splash, the ensuing waves quickly swallowed by the whirlpool. The clusters of reefs at the cliff's base resembled lurking monsters, their jagged edges piercing the water's surface, revealing a grayish-blue texture as the waves receded. They were densely covered with shells and barnacles, resembling a menacing armor. Further out, beneath the sea's surface, a colossal shadow glided slowly, and as its fin broke the surface, a fissure opened, revealing an unknown species of whale, though the distance obscured my view. Lin inched along the rock wall, her grip on the stick trembling. If we slipped down there, we'd be lost forever. Her voice was fragmented by the sea breeze, and I reached out to shield her head, feeling her body tremble violently, not from fatigue, but from the primal terror evoked by the chasm that seemed to have been carved by a colossal beast, and the abyss below, a ravenous emerald ocean, striking at our very nerves. We had traversed scarcely 100 meters along the cliff's edge, and the terrain grew ever more perilous. The moss upon the cliff face glistened like oil, necessitating that each step be cautiously tested with a wooden stick. Suddenly, Lin lost her footing. exclaiming as she staggered perilously close to the precipice, the stick slipping from her grasp and plummeting into the abyss. Her entire being leaned outward over the cliff, her center of gravity abruptly shifting. Instinctively, I reached out and grasped her arm, my fingertips nearly sinking into her flesh. The sea breeze howled in my ears as her body swayed precariously over the edge, the soles of her shoes scraping against the protruding stones, dislodging a few fragments of rock that tumbled downwards. I clenched my jaw, the veins in my arm bulging as I exerted every ounce of strength to pull her back towards the rock face. She stumbled into my embrace, her back crashing against the damp moss with a muffled groan. "Steady yourself," I urged, pressing firmly upon her shoulders until her breathing gradually steadied. Linlin stared down into the unfathomable depths of the chasm, her complexion as pale as parchment, her lips moving soundlessly. I enveloped her in my arms, offering solace, grateful that the ordeal had only induced a fright. The further we advanced, the slickness of the moss intensified. We edged cautiously along the cliff, each step resembling a tug-of-war with death itself. The dark green waters below churned with increasing ferocity, the lurking shadows seemingly drawing nearer to the surface, occasionally revealing dorsal fins that sliced through the waves, reminiscent of a slumbering sea beast awakening, poised to drag any unfortunate soul who fell into the eternal darkness. "Follow my footsteps," I whispered, then traced a shallow mark in the moss with my military knife, signaling the way forward, inch by inch. She nodded faintly, yet her face remained ashen from the earlier fright. I pondered whether to press onward. Chapter 35, Circumnavigation, Part 2, Lining the Rugged Cliffside. Linlin and I ventured approximately 100 meters, only to confront a narrow and slippery expanse ahead. A glance revealed that we would need to traverse an additional 300 meters to reach the summit of the opposite hill. The stark contrast between this treacherous environment and the warm, cozy abode nestled among the palm trees on the beach made my desire to linger here non-existent. Casting my gaze downward toward the tumultuous sea, which plunged 100 meters below, I turned to see Linlin, who was pale as a ghost after nearly slipping into the abyss behind me. Resolute, I decided to halt our advance. Even if we managed to navigate the remaining 300 meters, the conditions at the mountain's peak appeared equally dire, perhaps even more perilous than the cliff we currently clung to. I ceased my forward motion and turned to Linlin, saying, "Let us retrace our steps, but do not glance down at the precipice." She nodded, her breath labored, her face still ashen and devoid of color. Slowly, Linlin pivoted, pressing her back against the moss-covered rock face, her knuckles whitening from the strain of gripping the crevices. Each cautious inch she moved in her canvas Converse shoes was a careful negotiation of the damp surface. The briny sea breeze tousled her disheveled hair, strands sticking to her clammy forehead, swaying with her trembling form. I remained a half step behind, frequently admonishing her, "Do not look to the left, do not lower your gaze." The sound of gravel cascading beneath our feet mingled with the roar of the waves, echoing like the countdown of death itself. Each second on that precarious cliff seemed to stretch infinitely. Her knees quaked uncontrollably, yet we avoided any unfortunate mishaps. Upon finally reaching the summit once more, we nearly collapsed in exhaustion. Linlin's body continued to tremble uncontrollably, her complexion still a stark pallor. Her vacant stare fixated on the churning sea, where the glimmering reflections danced like shards of light, obscured by an impenetrable haze. I reached out to brush aside the damp strands clinging to her face, my fingertips touching her icy skin. It seemed our circumnavigation was destined to conclude prematurely. Before I could finish my thought, Linlin suddenly raised her trembling finger, her voice quaking, Zhao looked following the direction of her pointed finger. I spotted a lifeboat bobbing upon the waves about 1,000 meters from us. Its white hull gleamed in the sunlight, and the bright orange interior stood out starkly against the deep blue of the sea. "It is indeed a lifeboat," I exclaimed in astonishment. "Zhao, are there people aboard?" She inquired weakly, likely drained from the intense focus required to navigate the cliffside. "It is too distant to discern," I replied, then drew my G-37 pistol and fired a shot into the sky. The sharp crack of gunfire pierced through the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks. Yet the distant lifeboat remained unresponsive, continuing to sway with the currents. I holstered my G-37 and said to Lin, I suspect it may be empty. Even if there are occupants, they might be unconscious aboard the lifeboat. It is too far to see clearly. She gazed at me with a hint of perplexity. Could it be the lifeboat that was swept away by the waves? I focused my gaze once more on the distant lifeboat on the sea. No, our lifeboat is entirely orange, while this one has a white hull. I paused for a moment before continuing. Let us return to the wooden cabin. That small boat is drifting far out on the water, beyond our reach. Lin nodded. By this time, dusk had settled in, the briny sea breeze carrying fragments of golden sunlight across the surface of the water. In the distance, where the sea meets the sky, the clouds were painted a honeyed orange, their edges shimmering with molten gold, as if an artist's palette had been overturned, staining the vast expanse of the heavens. The sea transformed in color from near to far, with the nearby waves glimmering amber, while slightly further out, they morphed into a warm brown akin to honey, gently merging with the twilight above. The waves crashed against the jagged rocks, sending up sprays of water that refracted the dying light into a kaleidoscope of colors, only to plunge back into the depths. We retraced our steps for nearly an hour, the last indigo rays of daylight being devoured by the encroaching dusk, our vision blurred as if seen through frosted glass, the distant rocks and waves reduced to mere silhouettes. The sound of Lin's shoes scuffing against the sand produced a delicate rustling, a comforting contrast to the rough terrain we had traversed before. I held her damp hand tightly, feeling her pulse quicken, likely from anxiety. The sea breeze, thick with moisture, enveloped us, and, as I glanced unconsciously at the water, my heart skipped a beat. There floated the white lifeboat I had spotted from the mountaintop, now adrift amidst the gray-blue waves, its hull a faded, paper-like gray, swaying towards our beach. Approximately 500 or 600 meters from us, the sea swallowed its outline, resembling a creature caught between the jaws of a colossal beast. Lin, look at that boat. As I paused, I unintentionally kicked a shell, the sharp crack startling her so that her shoulders instinctively tensed. Following my gaze, her entire demeanor tightened, the tips of her hair brushing against my hand, sending a shiver through me. Zhao, her voice caught in her throat, her nails almost digging into my palm. Let us not worry about it. Let us hurry away, shall we? The distant lifeboat drew closer, appearing like a melting wax stain in the dimming twilight, inching towards us with a slow yet undeniable certainty. In the ensuing moments, we hastened towards the coconut grove, taking 2 steps for everyone. By the time we reached the small cabin nestled among the palm trees, night had fully enveloped the landscape. Without attending to anything else, we hurried inside the wooden structure. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the cabin, casting scattered silver patches upon the woven coconut leaf mattress. The sea breeze swept in, laden with the saltiness of the ocean, transforming the thunderous crash of waves against the rocks outside into a sporadic, mournful wail. Lin and I lay side by side on the coconut leaf mattress, the scent of sea salt clinging to her hair mingling with the fragrance of coconut, gently swaying with the rhythm of her rapidly rising and falling chest. Zhao, do you think that little boat could be a ghost ship? Lin suddenly spoke, her voice quivering slightly. Her icy fingertips unconsciously tugged at the fabric of my clothing, producing a faint rustling sound amidst the silence. I wrapped my arms around her trembling shoulders, drawing her closer, only to feel the cold sweat trickling down her back, which made me realize my palms were damp as well. This is not a phantom ship. I lowered my voice, attempting to steady my tone, yet my throat betrayed me with an involuntary tremor. I surmised it was likely left by some unfortunate soul, but whether there were any living beings aboard. Before I could finish my thought, she suddenly curled into my embrace, her head brushing against my chin, accompanied by a delicate shudder. In the distance, the anguished cries of an unknown bird echoed, while the beams of the wooden cabin creaked under the pressure of the wind, reminiscent of some unseen entity gasping upon the rooftop. I am terrified. We must cease our island travels. Her voice was muffled against my chest, the quiver of suppressed tears whisked away by the sea breeze into the darkness. I rested my chin atop her head, feeling the rapid pulse in her neck. We shall not go again, never again. I tightened my embrace, recalling the moment a few hours prior when she had slipped, the sound of gravel cascading into the depths below, her body leaning over the precipice. At that moment, I forced myself to steady my frayed nerves, yet now, in hindsight, I realized my legs still quivered. Today, you nearly plummeted into the abyss. It almost stole my very soul. That path is too narrow. Lin sobbed, her voice fragmented. The cliff loomed high, and the water was as dark as if it sought to consume us whole. I was blinded by stars, thinking this would truly be the end. Her nails dug deeply into my arm, as if she remained ensnared in that nightmarish brink of life and death. I caressed the back of her cold hand, observing the shadows cast by moonlight upon her eyelashes, gently quivering. Henceforth, let us remain upon this beach. The cabin can shield us from the wind and rain, and during low tide, we can gather various seafood. Moreover, we now have fire, water, and a pot. What more could we desire? As for leaving the island, we shall speak of that when the opportunity arises. She softly murmured in acknowledgement, her breath gradually becoming long and warm. The sound of retreating tides echoed in the distance, accompanied by the soft clattering of fragmented shells. I gazed at the moonlight filtering through the gaps in the roof until her breathing began to synchronize with the rhythm of the waves, allowing me to finally press my taut spine against the mattress. The night breeze brushed past the eaves, and the mattress woven from coconut fronds whispered softly, momentarily evoking the image of that mysterious white vessel. Chapter 36. The white lifeboat. The sun streamed through the seaweed curtains, casting a warm glow upon the wooden cabin, where Lin lay soundly asleep in my arms. To be frank, Lin possesses an extraordinary ability to slumber. Aside from the days when I was injured, I am usually the first to awaken each morning. I gently rose and stepped outside the cabin, where the morning sun enveloped me in a comforting warmth. The sea breeze, as ever, carried a hint of saltiness, while seabirds perched upon the crowns of the coconut trees. Gazing at the full water barrels beneath the eaves and the clay pot that had been fired yesterday, my spirits lifted, as if the troubles of our island journey had been swept away. Morning exercise is an unwavering habit of mine. Even on this island, I adhere to it without fail, unless circumstances dictate otherwise. Each morning upon opening my eyes, I dedicate an hour to stretching my limbs. At that moment, I was sprawled upon the soft sand, performing push-ups, counting steadily 1, 2, 3, 4. I contemplated that once my morning routine concluded, I would take Lin to the shallows to gather some treasures, to bless the newly crafted clay pot. Suddenly, a heavy feeling gripped my heart, and my hands, which were braced against the sand, froze. The white lifeboat. Last evening, we had spotted it drifting towards the beach on our return journey, but in our haste, we had not taken a closer look, nor did we ascertain whether anyone remained aboard. I must investigate. I hastily pushed myself up and strode towards the beach. The briny sea breeze whipped up fine sand, stinging my cheeks. Barefoot, I trod upon the sand left by the receding tide, my gaze sweeping over the undulating waves. Approximately 300 meters from the coconut grove, the white lifeboat lay askew, wedged among the rocks, its hull entwined with dark green seaweed, glistening with a cold sheen under the glaring sun. Although the sun blazed above, a chill crept over me, prompting me to quicken my pace, clad only in shorts. As I approached the lifeboat, my steps faltered. Oh no, in my eagerness for morning exercise, I had left my Nepalese knife and handgun behind. A palpable silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the relentless crashing of waves against the rocks, echoing ominously, as if heralding some foreboding sign. I glanced towards the shallows, picked up a sharp-edged pebble, its rough surface numbing my palm, yet providing a slight solace to my taut nerves. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, and the familiar briny scent vanished, replaced by an overpowering stench. This foul odor invaded my nostrils unbidden, a nauseating amalgamation of the sea's tang and decaying flesh. My stomach convulsed violently, but I pressed on, enduring the noxious aroma as I took a few more steps. As I neared the lifeboat, the stench thickened, nearly suffocating. I held my breath and craned my neck to peer inside, only to be rendered motionless by the sight before me. A highly decomposed corpse lay sprawled within the boat. Clad in a white military uniform, the fabric was visibly alive with writhing maggots. The corpse's head had swollen beyond recognition, its flesh rotting like mud. The original features had long since vanished, leaving behind only two hollow eye sockets, from which swarms of maggots ebbed and flowed, emitting a faint, unsettling buzzing sound. I bent over and retched, while mixed with gastric acid surging up to scorch my throat, leaning against the side of the lifeboat for a considerable time. My legs continued to tremble uncontrollably. Staggering into the sea, I splashed my face with the briny water, but its saltiness could not wash away the horrific images etched in my mind. Fixating on the white military uniform, my voice quivered. It's a sailor. Given the state of decomposition, he must have been dead for at least 2 weeks, and I pondered from where he might have drifted. The lifeboat swayed upon the waves, groaning with a creaking sound. Were it not daylight, I would have undoubtedly fled faster than a kangaroo. Disgusting as it was, this lifeboat might contain some useful items. Gritting my teeth, I turned around and snapped off a branch the thickness of my wrist from the shore, the sound startling a flock of seabirds that took to the skies towards the island. Returning to the boat, I gripped the branch tightly, inhaled deeply, and aimed it at the writhing maggots on the corpse. The moment the decaying flesh met the branch, it emitted a sticky and repulsive squelching sound, sending chills down my spine. First, I uncovered a military canteen, unscrewed the lid, and found it still usable. I rinsed it several times with seawater. Next, I discovered an assault rifle, which appeared relatively new, made of quality materials, and entirely free of rust. In the corner of the lifeboat lay a box of ammunition, heavy and cumbersome, weighing roughly 20 pounds, straining my arms. Scattered around the rear of the lifeboat were 7 or 8 empty cans of luncheon meat, teeming with maggots and stained with dark red residue, which I disdainfully kicked aside. Finally, I retrieved a crumpled page from a diary, filled with densely packed English handwriting, marred by seawater, from the pocket of the military uniform. In the chest pocket, I also found a fountain pen and removed a pair of binoculars hanging around the neck. Despite the stench from the maggots, they remained undamaged. After scavenging all the useful items, I thoroughly rinsed them with seawater and then slung the canteen, assault rifle, and binoculars around my neck, clutching the box of ammunition in my arms as I sprinted towards the wooden cabin. Upon reaching the cabin, I tossed the items onto the sandy ground. The canteen clanged against the rifle, startling Lin from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she groggily stepped out of the cabin. "Zhao, what are you doing?" Gasping for breath, I pointed to the items on the ground. "I just found these on the lifeboat we saw yesterday." Lin released her hands from her eyes, squinting at the sight. "Wow, an assault rifle. Is there a ghost on the boat?" I forced a smile and shook my head. "No ghosts, but there's a dead man." The lifeboat contained the lifeless body of a sailor, decomposed, and likely dead for at least 2 weeks. Upon hearing my words, she timidly leaned against the doorframe. Before she could utter a response, I continued. "In addition to these, I have discovered a fragment of a diary page." With that, I retrieved the torn page that had been tucked into the elastic band of my shorts. Initially, I had no intention of bringing it back, but considering I have a college princess, I decided to do so. Take a look at what is inscribed upon it. Lin took the diary fragment from my hand and examined it closely. Before long, she began to read aloud, but I interrupted her with a hint of exasperation after she had only uttered a single sentence. "Stop, stop, stop. My college student, please read it directly in Chinese." Although I possess a somewhat rudimentary understanding of English, it pales in comparison to her proficiency. She shot me a disdainful glance and then proceeded to translate. Chapter 37, Engel's Diary Fragment. Today marks the 3rd day adrift upon the ocean. The sea breeze carries the acrid scent of charred remnants, and my wounds fester and ooze. The water shimmers with an eerie green luminescence, and the carcasses of fish float aimlessly, while even the edges of the lifeboat are corroded and pockmarked. The ravages of nuclear radiation have rendered my gums bloodied and my body covered in crimson blotches. Each breath is a painful ordeal. All of this is the consequence of war. When the nuclear bomb detonated near the HMS Elizabeth, a blinding light consumed everything. Some of my comrades vanished without a trace. while others were torn asunder by the shockwave. Within the choking smoke, our commander, his body disintegrating, with skin peeling away in chunks, nonetheless pushed me towards the lifeboat, cramming my hands with canned goods. In his final moments, he saved me, while he himself was destined to remain forever within that inferno. Va, you have robbed me not only of my life, but also of so many vibrant souls and countless futures that should have been filled with promise. Mary, I abhor this war. Just last Christmas, we spoke of marriage, your smile glimmering as you adorned a silver necklace. We dreamt of seaside holidays after the war, of raising delightful children, and of cultivating your beloved lilies of the valley in a quaint garden. Yet now, those dreams have evaporated into nothingness. I lack the strength even to touch your photograph. The sea grows colder, and I know I cannot endure much longer. I pray that you, far on land, remain safe. Mother and father, I am deeply sorry. Your son, who did not perish on the battlefield, must instead suffer a painful demise in the depths of the ocean. I wonder if home has also been ravaged by the flames of war? Does the sky above resemble the dreary haze that envelopes this place? Once, we gathered around the dinner table, laughter ringing through the air, but with the advent of war, everything has changed. If there is a next life, how I long to never don this military uniform again, to be at peace by your side rather than awaiting death upon this war-torn sea. Va, how many more lives will you claim? Our aircraft carrier, our home, our future, all obliterated by that accursed nuclear bomb. It has shattered countless families, filling the world with anguish and despair. I am utterly consumed by hatred for all of this. If it were within my power, I would drag every arms dealer to this death-laden sea, compelling them to witness the sins they have wrought. Engel, this is a soldier from country Y, I remarked, astonished after hearing Lin Lin's translation. At that moment, a flicker of disbelief crossed Lin Lin's face. Zhao, could it be that the Third World War has? Before Lin Lin could finish, I interjected. Indeed, judging by the contents of the diary, even soldiers from country Y have engaged in battle, indicating that the S3 season has commenced. Lin Lin asked, does this mean our country? I nodded, then picked up a wooden stick resting against the cabin and walked towards the grove of coconut trees. Where are you going, Zhao? Lin Lin called after me. I frowned and turned back. These items have been tainted by nuclear radiation and must be discarded. I need to dig a pit to bury them, lest the radiation affect us. She nodded in agreement and followed closely behind. Approximately 300 meters behind the coconut grove, I began to dig a pit in the earth. Immediately afterward, I used vine branches to drag the salvaged rifle, telescope, ammunition, and water bottle to a pit for burial. It is indeed a great pity. The rifle and a full box of ammunition were thus interred. I had initially envisioned using this gun to explore the island's jungles without restraint, but now I can only lament this missed opportunity. Reflecting on my brief encounter with these items, I felt a twinge of apprehension. After bathing in the sea, having just touched these objects, I knew I needed to cleanse myself thoroughly. Lin Lin nodded and then inquired, what about that small boat? Will its grounding nearby contaminate the seawater? As I walked toward the beach, I replied, we'll set it ablaze shortly. From the diary of the naval soldier. It seems that the outside world has likely erupted into season 3 of the conflict. I cannot help but worry about my mother's safety at home. Yet, despite my concerns, there's little I can do, feeling utterly powerless. If the world has indeed plunged into World War III, no one will discover us. The likelihood of ships or planes passing by will diminish greatly, as everyone will be preoccupied with their own battles. The prospect of leaving this island has become increasingly bleak. However, perhaps this is for the best, as we need not fear being drawn into the war. Lin Lin and I lead a blissful life on this island. As long as we refrain from reckless adventures, each day is filled with richness and flavor. With this thought, I could not help but feel a sense of gratitude. I was quite apprehensive about the potential for nuclear contamination, so I soaked in the sea for about an hour. Afterwards, Lin Lin and I gathered some dry firewood and coconut fronds by the white lifeboat, encircling it with kindling before igniting the fire. As the flames roared to life, Lin Lin leaned her head on my shoulder and said, Zhao Go, I miss my mom and dad. I remained silent, gazing into the distance. After incinerating the lifeboat, we returned to the wooden cabin. Inside, I declared, for the sake of our health and safety, we shall not go fishing today. Let us wait a day or two until the sea has diluted the remnants of a lifeboat. Linlin nodded, somewhat disappointed, then looked up at me and asked, so today, are we limited to coconuts? I smiled and shook my head. Have you forgotten? The coconut grove is teeming with coconut crabs. Today, I shall prepare a dry pot of crabs for you. Wonderful. I love that, Linlin exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight, seemingly forgetting her initial fright upon encountering the coconut crabs when we first arrived on the island. In front of the wooden cabin, a plume of smoke rose gracefully. The rainwater in the clay pot began to bubble, and as I saw it nearing a boil, I promptly added the crab claws and legs. Linlin, the body of the crab is quite delectable as well. Shall we cook it together? Linlin, who was adding more firewood, paused at my words and asked, will there be any disgusting innards inside? I lifted the crab's body and shook it gently, responding, not at all. It's akin to stinky tofu, smelling foul but tasting exquisite. Though the coconut crab may appear fearsome, it is quite delicious. The crab body lacked roe but was filled with succulent meat. The innards, like those of other crabs, comprised only a small portion, which we could easily scoop out and discard later. Linlin nodded in agreement. Before long, a pot of coconut crab, exuding a subtle and enticing aroma of coconut, made its grand entrance. Linlin and I sat beside the earthen stove, indulging ourselves in the succulent, sweet flesh of the crab, each mouthful a delightful ecstasy. Just as we were savoring our feast, a sudden, thunderous crack echoed from the island's primordial jungle. Linlin and I quickly rose to our feet in alarm, but due to our low vantage point and the dense cover of the coconut grove, we could see nothing. Yet, at that moment, an ominous premonition surged within me. Chapter 38. The King and Queen of Coconut Island. We were momentarily taken aback when Linlin broke the silence, asking Zhao, what was that sound? I paused my chewing of crab meat, my gaze fixated on the forest behind the wooden cabin, and replied, it sounds like the cracking of trees. I pondered to myself, such a resounding noise, and there is hardly any wind today. How could trees break? I continued, let us finish our meal first, and afterward we shall venture to the summit of the giant rock for a closer look. She nodded in agreement. Due to the startling sound, Linlin and I hurriedly completed our meal and made our way to the giant rock. This rock, a prominent vantage point within our usual territory, offered the most expansive view and was also the easiest to ascend. Upon reaching the summit, I gazed far into the forest of the island, and indeed, a tree had been shattered. In the distance, I could discern a massive tree in the center of the forest with one of its branches broken. The fibrous remnants dangled from the trunk, swaying gently in the breeze. I had previously visited this spot and was well aware of the tree's formidable girth. The branch I now observed, at least as thick as an oil barrel, raised questions about the force that could have caused its breakage. Suddenly, a weight settled in my chest. Could it be the enormous, crimson-black entity lurking in the pond at the tree's base? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I muttered to myself, sensing my murmurs. Linlin nudged my arm and asked, Zhao, what are you thinking? I feigned calmness as I replied, oh, nothing. Let us head back to the cabin. As we made our way back from the summit, I was consumed by thoughts of what force could have severed such a substantial branch. If it were indeed that crimson-black creature, how colossal must it be? The last time I glimpsed it through the pond, it appeared no thicker than a gas canister. It seemed implausible that it could break a branch as thick as an oil barrel. Yet, if it truly was that creature, could the segment I witnessed previously merely represent a part of its body? The more I contemplated, the more fear enveloped me. Yet the deeper my fear grew, the more I felt compelled to uncover the truth. This must be what they mean by curiosity killed a cat. Nevertheless, confronting fear is often the best remedy for it. Resolute in my determination to ensure a peaceful existence on the island, I silently vowed to seek an opportunity to unravel this mystery. Upon returning to the cabin, Linlin and I tidied up the scattered firewood from our earlier cooking, then sat upon the coconut wood bench, enjoying the refreshing sea breeze while gazing at the shimmering surface of the ocean, enveloped in silence. After a lengthy pause, Linlin broke the silence once more, suggesting, Zhao, shall we make some more pots? Now that we have clay pots, we can boil seawater, evaporate it, and harvest the salt. allowing us to enjoy a savory flavor in our meals. Only then did I snap back to reality from my introspections and respond. Making clay pots is unnecessary. If we merely require a container for salt, we can utilize dried coconut shells. She pondered for a moment and then exclaimed, "You're right. Let's boil the seawater now." I nodded and then picked up the earthen pot, making my way to the beach. Before long, I returned to the wooden cabin, carrying a pot brimming with seawater. Linlin, upon seeing my actions, swiftly intervened. "Zhao, go. We need to filter the seawater first. Otherwise, the salt we extract will taste unpleasant due to the mud and sand mixed in." I looked at Linlin in surprise. "Oh? It seems the Grand Princess has conducted specialized research on salt production from seawater." With a sense of pride, Linlin approached me and declared, "Of course. I remember reading an article about extracting salt from seawater during my school days." I gave her a thumbs up. "Then I shall heed the Grand Princess's instructions." Linlin dashed into the wooden cabin to retrieve my camouflage jacket, handing it to me with the instruction, "Tear off the inner lining. We will use it to filter the seawater." I gazed at the jacket in my hands, recalling that I had already torn half of the lining during her previous visit due to her menstrual period. "Clever, Linlin. I have underestimated you all along." Showered with compliments, Linlin's enthusiasm grew. "Hand me the fabric. I will wash it while you start the fire." Standing tall, I saluted. "At your command." I took out flint and a military knife, squatting in front of the earthen stove to kindle the fire. Meanwhile, Linlin discarded the seawater I had just collected and, holding the earthen pot, picked up dry coconut shells from the ground as she headed towards the beach. Before long, I had managed to ignite the fire, adding kindling to the stove as Linlin returned with a pot full of filtered seawater. I rose to assist her in placing the pot atop the stove. After a considerable time, I gazed at the boiling seawater, watching as the foam thickened, resembling soapy suds. Linlin suddenly handed me a small stick from behind. "Stir it, so it doesn't stick to the bottom." I complied, and she continued, "The book says the more frequently you stir, the finer the salt crystals will be." Nodding, I began to stir with the stick. We squatted by the earthen stove, the steam rising from the pot obscuring Linlin's face. Suddenly, I recalled the thrilling episode we had experienced days earlier on the cliffside. In that moment, the fire's glow illuminated her windswept hair, creating a scene that felt stable, grounded, and warm. "How long do you think we can eat from this batch?" I asked, just as a large bubble erupted from the pot, splattering scalding salt water onto my wrist, causing me to gasp in pain. Linlin stifled a laugh beside me, giggling softly. After some time, the seawater in the pot had evaporated significantly, revealing a layer of white salt crystals at the bottom. At this point, Linlin removed some of the kindling. "Next, we need to simmer it on low heat until all the moisture evaporates." The day was consumed with our salt-making endeavors, and as dusk began to settle, the once golden sun was now filtered through heavy clouds into a sickly orange hue, casting shifting shadows upon the sand through the swaying coconut fronds. The distant horizon blended slowly with the darkening clouds, signaling that rain was imminent. Rising to my feet, I remarked, "It looks like it's going to rain again. Let us head back inside." Linlin gazed at the increasingly ominous clouds overhead and, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "The weather here is truly peculiar. It threatens to rain without any prior warning, and we have no place to dry the sea salt we have prepared." As I tidied up the remaining firewood, I replied, "No worries. We can store the ready sea salt indoors and take it out to dry once the rain subsides. Typically, after a rainfall, this island remains dry for several days." Linlin nodded in agreement. Just as we finished organizing everything and stepped into the wooden cabin, the first raindrop fell, landing heavily on the palm leaves. The rain soon cascaded down in torrents, enveloping the entire coconut grove in a shroud of silvery droplets. While the coconut trees swayed perilously in the gusty winds, and grains of sand danced in the air, perhaps due to her gradual acclimatization to the island's climate, Linlin no longer sought refuge in my embrace at the onset of rain. This time, she lay serenely on the mattress woven from palm leaves, her eyes sparkling with thoughtfulness. "Zhao, since we're the only two on this island, does that mean everything here belongs to us?" I gently caressed her cheek and replied, "One could indeed think of it that way. Yet we do not require such vast lands, and the island's circumstances are intricate. Even if it were granted to us, we might not be able to manage it. Lin nestled closer to me, saying, "Then we only need the coconut grove and the beach." I nodded in agreement, declaring, "Indeed, from this day forth, we shall be the sovereigns of this realm. I hereby appoint you as the Queen of Coconut Island." With that, I rose and knelt on one knee, my left hand behind my back and my right hand over my heart, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to your majesty." Lin, brimming with excitement, sat up and exclaimed, "You may rise, my loyal subject." "Wait, if I am the queen, then does that not make you the king?" I immediately shifted to a seated position, crossing my legs and sitting upright. "Quickly, kneel and pay homage to your king." Outside, the rain continued to pour while inside, Lin and I indulged in our playful game of make-believe. Chapter 39. The Falcon-class missile boat last night. The torrential rain seemed to last an eternity, and as Lin and I played, we eventually found ourselves entwined in slumber. Upon awakening today, we discovered that the island was shrouded in thick fog. In the coconut grove, raindrops occasionally dripped from the leaves, and the sandy ground felt soft and damp beneath our feet. The water tank beneath the eaves of the wooden cabin was filled to the brim, albeit positioned rather askew, causing water to overflow and form a small puddle on the ground. Turning my gaze to the adjacent earthen stove, I noted with dismay that it had succumbed entirely to the downpour, its once orderly structure reduced to a heap of muck, with several branches submerged in the muddy water. Indeed, this earthen stove proved unreliable. Constructed of clay, it was rendered useless by a single rainstorm. I gathered a few stones from the vicinity to fashion a makeshift support and tossed the coconut crab I had just caught into the pot to boil. Once satiated, I would seek additional stones to reconstruct a more robust cooking platform. Lin soon awoke, rubbing her eyes as she approached me. Peering into the bubbling pot, she inquired, "Zhao, do you think we will ever tire of eating coconut crabs every day?" I stirred the crab meat with a stick, the simmering broth splattering and bubbling as I replied, "Certainly. However, I plan to set a few traps to catch some wild rabbits or squirrels for a change of flavor." Lin tilted her head, her expression one of curiosity. "Wild rabbits? Are there really any here?" I gestured dramatically toward the depths of the coconut grove and proclaimed, "Of course. This island is lush with trees and dense vegetation, and with a warm climate, what animals are absent except polar bears and penguins? What about cats and dogs? Let us catch one to keep as a pet." Lin's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. I chuckled and shook my head, catching sight of her disappointed demeanor. I explained, "Even if there were, they would be wild, fierce in temperament, and no different from other beasts. They could never be domesticated." Lin pouted and murmured, "That's so dull. How about we catch seabirds instead? That big sea eagle we saw last time was delicious." I looked up at the sky. Although the fog had not entirely dissipated, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a rainbow across the sky. Seabirds are not so easily caught, and with only 7 bullets left in the pistol, shooting them would be a waste. With a sigh of disappointment, Lin kicked at the pebbles by her feet and turned to return to the cabin. Once again, we feasted on succulent crab meat, the orange-red shells coated in sea salt, releasing a delightful aroma as we cracked them open. Lin and I indulged, our mouths glistening with the rich flavors. The addition of sea salt made the crab meat even more delectable than usual. After appeasing our hunger, we strolled along the soft, sandy beach, Lin's fingers gently entwined with mine. The sun gradually ascended to its zenith, its golden rays slicing through the thick fog, revealing the once obscured contours of the coastline. The memory of yesterday's thunderous sound, the image of the giant tree branch snapping, lingered vividly in my mind. I paused, kicking aside an unidentifiable small seashell, and turned to Lin, suggesting, "The fog is clearing. Shall we ascend the summit of the giant rock and see if there is any sign of the broken branch from yesterday?" Lin shook my hand and nodded, her gaze fixed on the sandy beach beneath our feet. Standing atop the giant rock, the sea breeze intensified, carrying the briny scent of the ocean mingled with the earthy aroma of mud. Lin's long hair danced wildly in the wind, strands occasionally brushing against my face. Though the thick fog has dissipated considerably, the view remains shrouded in a hazy mist. Gazing inward towards the island, the forest is still enveloped in a dense fog, making it difficult to discern the broken branches. Looking out to sea, a blanket of white vapor swirls atop the waves, rendering even the nearby rocks barely visible. We decided to settle upon the rugged stones, with Lin instinctively leaning against my shoulder, and I embraced her gently. Facing the vast ocean, we listened to the harmonious interplay of the waves and the wind, savoring the unique tranquility and dampness of the post-rain island morning. The evening breeze rustled through the bamboo groves, while the moonlight elongated our shadows. Fireflies flickered, dancing like scattered coins across the mountains. Leaning against my shoulder, Lin softly hummed a tune, which I recognized as Sakura Grass by the Sweetie Group. I quietly listened to her melodic hum, my gaze wandering over the distant sea. Suddenly, amidst the rising mist, a dark silhouette emerged, a vessel. It floated serenely upon the shimmering surface of the water, gently rising and falling with the waves. I refrained from interrupting Lin's song, merely holding my breath as I scrutinized the warship. The white hull number 824 stood out sharply in the sunlight. The ship's island appeared to have endured a violent explosion, with a significant portion twisted and deformed. At the bow, the vibrant red character for Falcon pierced the eyes. The entire vessel was relatively small, swaying precariously on the water's surface, seemingly on the brink of sinking. As an enthusiast of military news, I recognized it instantly. A small missile boat of the Falcon class, though the one before us bore the unmistakable scars of battle, adrift between sea and sky, exuding an inexplicable sense of eeriness and oppression. Lin, look. I shook her shoulder and pointed emphatically towards the fog-laden sea. She ceased her humming, her eyelashes fluttering in the morning mist as she followed my gesture. Is it a ship? A rescue vessel? Her voice trembled with excitement, her eyes sparkling like two suddenly ignited flames. I remained silent, hastily moving to the edge of the boulder, the briny scent of the sea flooding my nostrils. Indeed, those four dark figures on the deck were in motion, one slowly climbing the railing, while two others curled up on the deck, their shoulders visibly rising and falling. It's not a rescue vessel. As I turned, my throat tightened, staring at the surprise etched on Lin's face. It was a missile boat from the small nation, with four individuals on board, two lying down, one sitting, and another clambering at the railing. Lin stumbled over, nearly slipping off the rock as she tiptoed, but I caught her securely. With a hint of panic, she exclaimed, "Are they injured?" Her voice was fragmented by the sea breeze, and I watched her trembling fingertips point towards the warship. Within the char gap of the ship's island, I could faintly discern a twisted metal framework, and the cabin likely had taken on water. Confronted with this warship, a cascade of questions erupted in my mind. How could a missile boat, which should have been stationed near the coast, drift to this desolate island? The vessel designated with hull number 824, a member of the Hayabusa-class fleet, ought to be stationed in the southwestern islands. Are we truly positioned less than 100 kilometers from the Ryukyu Islands? The individuals upon the deck are clad in remarkably new military uniforms, with reflective insignias visible on their left breast pockets. Yet, why have they not deployed the lifeboats? More critically, do they possess weaponry in their hands? Let us return to the cabin. I grasped Lin's hand tightly as we ascended the earthen slope, her fingertips chillingly reminiscent of the sea. As we traversed the damp incline, I could not help but steal a glance back. The warship resembled a wounded sea creature, languidly rising and falling amidst the waves. The character for Hayabusa at the bow was blurred by the mist, yet it still appeared as a crimson scar, searing itself into my retina. Are they survivors, or, in a sense, invaders? Chapter 40. The harrowing return. Upon returning to the cabin, I promptly donned my camouflage jacket, devoid of any lining, torn away, as previously described. The Nepalese knife and my G37 pistol, with a mere 7 bullets remaining, were securely fastened to my person. Lin gazed at my fully armed appearance, her face a blend of confusion and concern. "Zhao, what are you doing?" As I organized my gear, I clarified, "This vessel does not come with good intentions. It appears to have suffered defeat, drifting here after losing power." Lin hesitated before responding, "They may not necessarily be villains. They seem injured. Perhaps we should assist them?" I crouched before her, cradling her face in my hands. My princess, you are far too naive. On such a desolate island, one must not easily trust in human nature. Before she could interject, I continued, the world outside is engulfed in conflict. In this apocalyptic environment, these soldiers are no different from prisoners of war, perhaps even more terrifying. Moreover, they hail from a nation with a notorious reputation. History does not deceive. If I were alone on this island, I might consider saving them, but your presence alters everything. Should we rescue them, they might express gratitude initially, yet as time passes, the situation could change drastically. These soldiers could very well attempt to take you from me, and I will not allow that. Upon hearing my words, Lin seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and rushed into my embrace, asking, "What shall we do now?" I directed my gaze out the window. Since they are from that nation and the S3 season has commenced, I suppose eliminating a few of them would serve my country well. I continued, "You stay here in the cabin and do not come out. I will go and deal with them." With that, I burst through the door. I sprinted toward the beach, peering out at the distant sea. The missile boat was still several hundred meters from the shore, adrift due to its loss of power, slowly being pushed toward the beach by the wind and waves. I drew my G37 pistol and quickly concealed myself behind a large rock, contemplating, once they land, I will eliminate them all. Though merely an ordinary person, I felt an unprecedented surge of courage and resolve within me. If one were to seek a justification, it might stem from a desire to protect my beloved or perhaps from the deep-seated hatred for that nation ingrained in my very being. As I hid behind a rock, I waited in silence, cautiously peeking out. The missile boat had drifted only a couple hundred meters closer to the shore. My right hand gripped the G37 tightly, my palms soaked with cold sweat, anxiety intensifying. I gathered my thoughts. With only 7 bullets in my possession and my shooting skills honed for merely a week aboard a massive vessel, how could my aim compare to that of these professional soldiers? If I were to exhaust my ammunition without neutralizing them, both Lin and I would find ourselves in dire straits. How could we possibly respond to such a predicament? Suddenly, I struck my thigh with realization. Wasn't there a rifle and a box of ammunition buried amidst the coconut grove? With that rifle in hand, dealing with these famished and wounded enemies would be a mere, trifling task. I could no longer afford to contemplate the risks of radiation. I had to excavate that weapon. I dashed back to the wooden cabin, seized a sharpened stick from beneath the eaves, and hurried toward the coconut trees. Inside, I heard a commotion. Lin poked her head through the wooden window, and upon recognizing me, she called out, "Zhao Ge." Without turning back, I hastily replied, "Stay inside and keep safe." I remember distinctly marking the nearby coconut tree when I buried the rifle, thinking it might be useful one day. Little did I know that the moment had indeed arrived. I swiftly located the burial site and began to dig fervently. The rifle was not buried deeply, only about 40 to 50 centimeters, and I extracted it with relative ease. Everything inside remained intact. In addition to the rifle and ammunition, I also took the binoculars with me. With these provisions, I felt a surge of confidence. Even if my marksmanship was less than stellar, I now had a greater assurance in confronting the 4 famished, wounded foes. Once more, I returned to my concealed position behind the rocks at the shoreline, clutching this assault rifle. Although I was uncertain of its exact name, its modern design was unmistakable. The weapon was equipped with a scope, and through the English markings, I discerned it to be a 3x magnification. Having resolved to unleash a torrent of vengeance, I no longer hesitated. I rested the rifle upon the stone and peered through the scope. On the deck, 2 injured soldiers lay sprawled, one with a severe thigh wound, blood oozing profusely. The other, shot in the shoulder, had one arm weakly dangling over the edge while the other clutched his wound. The remaining 2 soldiers appeared unscathed, seated on the deck, vigilantly scanning the surrounding island. Crouched behind a rough stone, I braced the metal frame of the scope against my brow, the pressure causing discomfort. The briny sea breeze whipped sand against my face, and in the distance, I could hear the intermittent groans of the wounded, their words unintelligible. I surreptitiously calculated my strategy. I must first eliminate the 2 unharmed soldiers before dealing with the injured. There was no time to waste. Should they reach the shore, A single misfire could allow them to flee inland, resulting in dire consequences. My aim gradually shifted toward the soldier on the left side of the deck. Through the 3x magnification, I could clearly see the prominent veins in his neck, and the cuffs of his uniform were stained with dried blood. As this was my first act of taking a life, beads of cold sweat formed on my palms, moistening the rifle stock. My index finger trembled slightly above the trigger. I bit down hard on my molars, nearly digging my nails into my palm, forcing myself to maintain composure. Bang! The bullet tore through the air with a sharp crack, startling the seabirds into flight. The soldier barely had time to utter a scream before he collapsed onto the deck, blood gushing from the bullet hole in his forehead, winding its way like a river across the rusted metal surface. His companion's pupils dilated in shock, and he shouted, "Nanny!" As he stumbled and rolled into the shadow beneath the anti-aircraft gun, the sound of his helmet clattering to the ground echoing sharply. The other two wounded soldiers struggled to shift their bodies, leaving behind dark red streaks of blood from their injured thighs on the deck. Among them, the soldier with a gunshot wound to the shoulder grimaced with every movement, blood seeping through the gaps of his fingers as he pressed against his wound. Their terrified gazes darted back and forth along the shore, yet they were unable to pinpoint my location. Nevertheless, they raised their weapons and fired erratically towards the land. I quickly regulated my breathing and aimed at another uninjured soldier who was crouching, clutching a submachine gun while anxiously peering around. I exhaled slowly, releasing the pent-up air, and gently pressed the trigger with my index finger. The second gunshot shattered the silence, eliciting a short, strangled gasp from him as he clutched his chest and collapsed, blood streaming from between his fingers. The remaining two wounded soldiers were utterly panicked, shouting, "Nanny? Yamit! Yamit!" They curled up behind cover, yet due to the tilt of the vessel, much of their bodies remained exposed. Without a moment's hesitation, I fired 2 precise shots to their vital points. With the sound of gunfire, they convulsed and fell beside their comrade, their limbs twisting unnaturally. A pool of blood quickly gathered on the deck, dripping through the drainage hole and staining the pale blue sea a deep crimson. I blew on the heated barrel of my gun and uttered a phrase in a foreign tongue. Saga su ni. The sea breeze carried the heavy scent of blood towards me, while the echoes of gunfire still reverberated in my ears. In the distance, 4 lifeless bodies lay twisted on the vessel, gradually losing their warmth under the scorching sun. When these 4 enemies reached the island's edge, they likely held high hopes, yet they perished without ever setting foot on land. I can only wonder what they felt in their final moments. Nonetheless, I am unwavering in my belief that my actions were justified. Ancestors, I have upheld your will. Thank you for your protection, allowing my shots to strike true. Chapter 41. Looting after dispatching several adversaries, I felt no remorse or trepidation in my heart. In fact, the act of sniping enemies from a distance left me with a lingering sense of exhilaration. Upon my return to the grove of coconut trees, I unexpectedly encountered Linlin, who was rushing out in a state of panic. The moment she spotted me, she dashed toward me like a startled fawn. I halted on the sandy beach in front of the wooden cabin, and she threw herself into my embrace, her arms tightly encircling my neck, trembling uncontrollably. Having just heard a flurry of gunfire, my heart felt constricted with concern. With a quivering voice, she wept, her hot tears soaking my collar. I was so afraid something happened to you. My mind was filled with the worst possible outcomes. As she spoke, her shoulders shook with each sob, her nose red and glistening with tears. I gently patted her back, attempting to soothe her. Do not fear, it is all over. Those enemies have been dealt with, and we are safe now. Yet, Linlin continued to weep, her tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. Resigned, I slung my rifle over my shoulder and bent down to lift her into my arms, walking across the soft sands toward the cabin. Inside, I gently placed Linlin on the coconut leaf mattress and then removed my heavy gear. Squatting before her, I playfully teased, "You crybaby," at 20 years old and still shedding tears. At my words, she sniffled and managed to smile. "I was worried about you. There were 4 of them, armed with submachine guns." I smiled softly, wiping away her tears and snot with my hand. "I just unearthed the rifle we buried in the grove a few days ago. It was thanks to this rifle that I could eliminate those foes. Only then did Lin Lin notice the rifle lying in the cabin, and she quickly inquired, "Is there any risk of nuclear radiation?" I exhaled deeply. I doubt it. We handled it a few days ago, and there have been no adverse reactions. I speculated that the wise soldiers had been adrift at sea for so long that any radioactive materials would have been diluted by the ocean breeze. She blinked her swollen eyes, looking at me with concern. I continued, "Even if there is a slight radiation risk, we cannot afford to worry about that now. If we do not eradicate them, we will be the ones to suffer. They might kill me, and you could be." I trailed off, unable to voice the terrible thought, but I reassured myself that they were all dead now. Once that missile boat drifts to the beach, we can board it and scavenge for supplies. She nodded gently and nestled closer into my embrace. "Let us go and take a look." With that, I took her hand and led her toward the beach. The missile boat was now quite close to the shore, approximately 100 meters away. Observing the lifeless bodies on the deck, Lin Lin instinctively tightened her grip on my arm, her voice trembling as she said, "Zhao, go. I'm scared." I turned her to face me and wrapped my arms around her gently. What is there to fear? Once dead, there is nothing left to be afraid of. Pausing for a moment, I added, "I will go aboard to loot, and you should wait for me in the cabin." She nodded in a state of mild panic. The briny sea breeze, laden with the pungent scent of blood, struck me forcefully, causing me to furrow my brow in distaste as I spat onto the sand. At that moment, the missile boat lay firmly stranded on the beach, with a significant gap between its hull and the ground. I hurried back to the wooden cabin, extracted a sturdy, thick vine from beneath, and swiftly returned to the vessel's side. With a vigorous toss, I flung one end of the vine over the railing of the deck. Once secured, I quickly doubled it over, gripping it tightly, and, using both hands and feet, I ascended the vine to board the Falcon-class missile boat. This small military vessel, with a full displacement of 200 tons, bore the scars of battle. Its bridge and missile launchers were irreparably damaged, and the cabin was inundated with water. In addition to the 4 enemy soldiers I had previously dispatched, 2 more corpses lay submerged within, their skin pallid and swollen, faces grotesquely bloated, emitting a faint yet unmistakable stench of decay. It seemed these 2 had perished several days prior. Perhaps out of camaraderie, the 4 soldiers on deck had refrained from casting them into the sea. After a thorough search, I managed to gather the following supplies: 6 Type 20 rifles, Japanese rifles, which utilize 5.56mm NATO ammunition, had a magazine capacity of 30 rounds, and weighed a total of 3.5 kilograms. The upper handguard featured a Picatinny rail for attaching various modules, and the grip was designed with anti-slip textures, ensuring a firm hold even when drenched in water and oil. Additionally, I found 6 SFB-9 semi-automatic pistols, modeled after HK's P-30, crafted with a polymer frame and incorporating the latest ergonomic designs, operable by both left and right-handed users, chambered in 9mm. The combat boots were constructed from genuine leather, offering high durability and minimal discomfort. The soles were reinforced with anti-stab steel plates, providing protection against sharp objects such as nails and daggers. Furthermore, I unearthed 2 pieces of the Type 18 bulletproof vests, a replica of the U.S. military's MSV vests, reduced in weight to 19 pounds and equipped with a quick-release system, making them more advanced. In addition to the aforementioned weaponry, I also retrieved 2 Sony mobile phones from the enemy soldiers, though both were devoid of power. Moreover, I discovered over 1,000 rounds of rifle ammunition and 120 rounds for the pistols. The cabin, almost entirely filled with seawater, likely contained other useful materials. But due to the severe damage inflicted on the vessel, the space had become narrow and distorted, and the presence of the 2 decaying bodies deterred me from diving deeper to scavenge further. After hastily depositing these valuable items onto the beach, I took my leave. The appearance of these weapons was akin to a miniature armory, precious beyond measure. While rummaging for supplies, I contemplated the necessity of gathering wood to construct a small storage facility, ensuring these treasures would be safely housed for potential future use. As an enthusiast of military news, I possessed a fair understanding of most weapons, save for the assault rifle wielded by the soldiers of Y Country, which remained unfamiliar to me. I tirelessly transported items back and forth between the beach and the wooden cabin, and by the time I completed my endeavors, the afternoon had already arrived. As the storage room was yet to be built, I temporarily stashed these weapons beneath the cabin. Our wooden cabin is constructed about 1 meter off the ground, allowing us to store items underneath for protection against the rain. Zhao, have we gathered all the supplies? Lin leaned against the doorframe, her hair dancing gently in the sea breeze. I raised my hand to wipe away the beads of sweat from my brow, my throat parched from the relentless sun. Yes, we have taken everything we could. She hurried towards me, her smile fading into a look of concern. What shall we do with that warship and the soldiers' bodies? I gazed at the dilapidated vessel in the distance, the dried blood on its hull glistening ominously in the sunlight. The warship was colossal, forged of iron. It could not simply be burned. We would have to wait for the tide to rise and let the sea breeze carry it back into the ocean, much like how our lifeboat was swept away when we first landed on the island. She bit her lower lip, her eyes darting anxiously. What if the wind shifts? What will happen to the bodies left here? So many dead. Her voice trembled, and her hands instinctively clenched the hem of her shirt. I remained silent for a moment, the salty sea breeze brushing past my ears, stirring the scattered shells on the beach. Indeed, decaying bodies could breed bacteria, and the stench might attract further dangers. I have a solution, I suddenly exclaimed, patting my thigh. We can move the bodies into the boat's cabin and cover them with palm fronds. Even if they begin to rot, the odor and fluids will remain contained. As for the dead, I fixed my gaze on Lin's slightly reddened eyes, softening my tone. They are a threat only while alive. In death, they are but empty shells. There are no spirits to fear, so do not frighten yourself. I am here. She hesitated, but eventually nodded, still displaying a hint of tension. Yet she leaned closer to me. The distant waves crashed against the rocks, producing a muffled sound. I picked up a thick vine from the ground and continued aboard the warship to attend to the bodies. Chapter 42. Preparing for the storm, I grasped the Nepalese dagger firmly and deftly felled a lush coconut tree, swiftly stripping its fronds from the trunk. Cradling the leaves in my arms, I returned to the enemy's missile boat. On the deck lay 4 lifeless bodies, one of which remained with its eyes wide open. An unsettling sight, even in broad daylight, sending a chill down my spine. To avoid direct contact with the corpses, I procured a sturdy stick and, utilizing leverage, pushed the bodies into the cabin, carefully covering them with the coconut fronds. Exhausted after completing this grim task, I leaned against the railing of the vessel, gasping for breath. At that moment, Lin called out from a few meters away on the beach, "Brother Zhao, is everything taken care of?" I nodded in response, but did not leave immediately. Her voice was tinged with urgency. "If you're done, come back. Let us find something to eat." I gazed at the battered missile boat, pondering its substantial damage, yet recognizing that numerous useful parts might still remain. On this desolate island, any resources could prove invaluable. My eyes swept over the bodies concealed beneath the coconut fronds, and I hesitated, contemplating whether to strip the enemy uniforms for future use. However, as I regarded those garments, a wave of revulsion surged within me. Although I am an atheist, the thought of donning the clothing of the deceased was utterly repugnant. Surveying the vessel, I realized that without tools, disassembling any parts was impossible. After much deliberation, I ultimately decided to forego that idea. Once I left the boat, I washed away the grime from my body in the sea, then engaged Lin in conversation about dinner. "Brother Zhao, I really don't want to eat coconut crab anymore," Lin said, frowning. I pondered for a moment. If we don't have coconut crab, we will have to resort to coconuts. The seafood in the shallows was off limits for now, as the blood of the enemy had seeped into the beach. We would have to wait a day or two until the water had thoroughly washed it away. She shook her head repeatedly. No. Seafood mixed with human blood is too terrifying. Let us just wait a week before we go. Before I could respond, her eyes brightened. "Brother Zhao, you mentioned wanting to set traps for wild rabbits?" I glanced up at the dimming sky. "It's almost dark. We can set the traps another day. If you're tired of coconut crab, why don't we venture into the grass behind the coconut grove? We might be able to forage for wild vegetables to cook." Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wild vegetables? That sounds so fresh. We Haven Tea had vegetables in ages. However, she added cautiously, but Brother Zhao, can you tell which wild vegetables are edible? I stared at the swaying grass in the distance, trying to recall. As a child, I foraged with the adults, but most of those memories have faded. However, I'm certain dandelions are safe. While there is still some light, let us hurry and gather a few to make soup. Linlin nodded, half understanding, and briskly headed toward the coconut grove. Twilight enveloped the sky like thick ink as Linlin and I stood before the wooden cabin, adding firewood to the blaze. The pot of hot water bubbled softly, while a woven basket made of coconut fronds held the clean dandelion leaves, alongside a bundle of coconut crabs weighing 3 to 4 pounds. Today's dinner had been significantly delayed due to our encounter with the enemy. As the sky gradually darkened, Linlin expressed her concern. Brother Zhao, how will we eat when it gets completely dark? I can't even find the chopsticks. I stirred the bubbling wild vegetables with a stick, the sparks dancing in the twilight. It's no trouble. Once it's cooked, we can remove the earthen pot and elevate the fire. It will be quite bright. Her face brightened at my words as she grabbed a handful of homemade coarse salt from a dry coconut shell. Brother Zhao, is the wild vegetable ready? Should I add the salt? I nodded while gazing at the unfurling leaves in the pot, the flickering flames casting shadows on her profile, and the fresh aroma of the wild greens enveloped us in warmth. Linlin devoured a generous bowl of dandelion, crafted from the dry coconut shell, and as I cracked open a crab shell, savoring the tender, succulent meat, she swallowed hard. Brother Zhao, I suddenly feel that I might not tire of coconut crabs so quickly. I chuckled softly and shook my head, offering her a crab leg. After our meal, Linlin and I, as usual, embraced and lay together on the mattress woven from coconut leaves. Indeed, one thinks of warmth and comfort after a satisfying meal. Following a playful scuffle, we now lay in tranquil silence. Linlin nestled against my chest, one foot resting on my legs. Brother Zhao, shall we set traps when we wake up tomorrow? I draped my left arm over my head, supporting my neck as I replied, let us set aside the traps for now. Tomorrow, I intend to build a storage area to secure the weapons and equipment we gathered today. She nodded in agreement. I continued, everything has unfolded contrary to my earlier expectations. With the onset of the S3 season, ships have been drifting by more frequently. I wonder what else may come our way. These weapons may prove useful at any moment. How about I teach you to use firearms tomorrow? She suddenly sat up, her face alight with excitement. Can I really? I smiled and nodded, explaining, of course, as long as you understand the principles of firearms, anyone can use them. Accuracy, however, varies from person to person. In her exuberance, she planted a kiss on my cheek. At 20, she seemed to embody a world brimming with curiosity for every new experience, perhaps a reflection of her youthful innocence. After a brief moment of exhilaration, her voice trembled slightly as she asked, Brother Zhao, does that mean I will have to kill someone in the future? Her grip on my clothing tightened unconsciously. I gazed at the mottled ceiling above and replied slowly, those people we encountered today, had we not eliminated them first, it would be us lying on the beach now. Teaching you to use a gun is meant to empower you to protect yourself. She bit her lip and inquired, but will shooting hurt? I gently patted her back. I hope you never have to use it, but when faced with danger, survival is paramount. She inched closer to me. Are all ships, except for rescue boats, filled with bad people? What if good people come? I replied, good people do not appear in such places armed. I interjected, expressing that when liberated from the constraints of society, one can easily descend into chaos. In this island devoid of laws and regulations, the darker facets of human nature will unmistakably be revealed. To suppress potential dangers in their infancy is our sole option for survival. Pausing for a moment, I continued, the S3 season is currently ablaze with fervor. Aside from the vessels from our nation, we cannot place our trust in those from other countries. Henceforth, if I encounter any drifting ships that do not belong to our nation, I shall eliminate them, just as I did today. Linlin fell silent for a while, nestling closer to me. I will heed your words, Zhao Ge. As long as you are by my side, I fear nothing. I embraced her, gazing out at the night enveloping the wooden cabin. Let us rest. Tomorrow brings a multitude of tasks. Suddenly, an important thought struck me. Ah, If that vessel has not drifted away by morning, I shall board it to procure some engine oil or gasoline. Any form of oil will suffice. This way, we shall have fuel for our lamps. Linlin was startled by my sudden exclamation, lightly punching my chest. You scared me. I thought something was amiss. I chuckled, holding her tighter, while faint sounds of explosions emanated from the missile boat on the shallow waters outside. Chapter 43, 30 Gallons. Before the darkness of dawn had entirely faded, I quietly rose and stepped out of the wooden cabin. The fervent resolve to construct an oil lamp ignited within me like a blazing flame, instantly dispelling my weariness. The habitual morning exercises, usually unyielding, were momentarily cast aside. Barefoot, I sprinted across the still cool sands towards the beach, my heavy breaths echoing in the serene morning air. In the distance, I caught sight of the dilapidated Japanese missile boat, awkwardly stranded on the shallows, the waves lapping at its sides as if poised to consume it whole. My anxious heart eased slightly. Fortunately, it had not yet been swept away by the tide. I hastily retraced my steps to the cabin, seized the prepared vine, and dashed back to the beach. The seawater lapped at my ankles, its icy chill cutting through me, yet I paid it no heed. I quickly secured one end of the vine to a prominent rock on the shore and hurled the other end towards the deck of the missile boat. After meticulously ensuring its stability, I climbed aboard with both hands and feet. The deck bore the stains of dried blood, the dark crimson splotches exuding an unsettling aura. The sea breeze, laden with salt and decay, assaulted my senses. Yet I suppressed my discomfort as I meticulously searched from the deck to the stern for materials to craft the oil lamp. With each step, the metallic surface echoed beneath me, as if issuing a warning. However, apart from the remnants of destruction, I found nothing. My gaze finally settled upon the entrance to the cabin, obscured by coconut fronds. Summoning my courage, I gently brushed aside the leaves, and an overwhelming stench erupted. A nauseating blend of brine and putrefaction that penetrated my nostrils. Before me floated the lifeless body of a Japanese soldier, its skin bloated and pallid, eyes half open and clouded, seemingly frozen in the terror of its last moments. A wave of nausea surged through my stomach, and I stumbled back, clutching the railing as I retched. After a considerable while, I regained my composure, replaced the coconut leaves, and sank onto the deck in despair. Yet, the thought of the pitch-black cabin awaiting me at night spurred my unwillingness to surrender. I surmised that the oil supplies might well be deep within the flooded cabin. Yet there lay 6 bodies, 2 of which were grotesquely decomposed, their flesh peeling away, maggots writhing upon them. Merely imagining it sent chills down my spine. The fierce battle between fear and desire raged within me, my sweat-soaked clothes betraying my tension and fatigue. After a tumultuous internal struggle, the yearning for light ultimately triumphed over my dread. I took a deep breath, clenched my fists, and once more approached the cabin. With trembling hands, I pushed aside the coconut fronds, the bodies swaying gently with the water's movements, as though they might lunge at me any moment. I picked up a wooden stick and, suppressing my inner terror, gradually parted the floating corpses to carve out a narrow passage for myself. Each movement of a body sent a shiver across my scalp. I cautiously stepped into the cabin, the frigid seawater immediately rising to my waist, and as I ventured deeper, the water level ascended, soon reaching my chest. Inside the dim cabin, the control panel and instrument dashboard were haphazardly scattered, barely discernible beneath the murky water. I trudged towards the stern of the vessel, each step feeling like a battle against an unseen force. The resistance of the water made my progress arduous, and my vision was severely obstructed by debris and the dim light below, rendering everything a blur. Gritting my teeth, I took a deep breath and plunged beneath the surface. The underwater realm was even more sinister. Beams of eerie light filtered through the murky water, casting unsettling shadows. Corpses drifted languidly, occasionally brushing against my body, their cold, clammy touch sending shivers down my spine. I opened my eyes wide, searching in the depths, yet apart from the frigid metal and tangled cables, I found nothing. A blend of disappointment and fear surged within me, prompting a decision to abandon my search and resurface. Just as I turned, my right foot unexpectedly encountered a round object. The metallic clink echoed within the confines of the cabin. Initially startled, an uncontrollable wave of joy surged through me. Without a moment's hesitation, I submerged again, my hands frantically groping in the darkness. At last, my fingertips brushed against the familiar grooves of a barrel, the rough metallic texture and the raised lettering upon its surface. Indeed, it was the fuel drum. Summoning every ounce of strength, I endeavored to shift the barrel. Remarkably, it seemed to lose its weight in the water, allowing me to easily push it towards the cabin entrance. However, when I lifted my gaze, a chill gripped my heart. At some point, a bloated, pallid corpse had floated to the ladder, obstructing my only escape route. Its hollow eyes fixated upon me, as if mocking my plight. My hair stood on end. My heart raced wildly in my chest, and cold sweat mingled with seawater trickling down my cheeks. Yet, glancing at the barrel beside me and envisioning the imminent light of an oil lamp, I steeled myself, extending my trembling hand to forcibly shove the corpse aside. The slick, repulsive liquid coating its surface clung to my skin, nauseating me, but I disregarded the revulsion and fought my way out of the cabin. Back on deck, I removed the vine and returned to the cabin, securely binding the oil drum. The moment the barrel broke free from the water's grasp, I truly felt its weight. Gritting my teeth, veins bulging, I summoned every ounce of strength to hoist the barrel upwards. With a resounding thud, it crashed heavily onto the deck, and I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as if I had just emerged from a life-and-death struggle. After a brief respite, I mustered my weary body to roll the barrel down the beach. Watching it settle firmly on the sand, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Whispering to myself, finally accomplished, I covered the corpse with palm fronds once more. The stench grew increasingly unbearable, and I could not allow it to waft into my wooden cabin nestled among the coconut trees. Finally, I descended the missile boat slowly along the vine. Though my steps were heavy, my heart brimmed with hope. This single barrel of oil would sustain us for an entire year. In front of the wooden cabin, I collapsed on the sandy ground, panting heavily. At that moment, Linlin awoke, calling out, "Zhao Ge." I responded, breathless, from outside the cabin, "I'm here." As she stepped out of the wooden cabin, her eyes brightened upon noticing a gallon drum beside me. "Zhao Ge, is this drum filled with oil?" she inquired, to which I nodded, still catching my breath. She approached the oil drum and began to examine it, noticing the Japanese characters inscribed upon it. 30. "Look, Zhao Ge," she exclaimed, pointing at the Japanese text. I struggled to my feet and ambled over for a closer inspection. Wow, what a treasure! The characters resemble our Chinese script, and this 30 must indicate the volume. It seems this drum indeed contains 30 gallons of oil, Linlin said excitedly, tapping the drum's surface, producing a dull thud. "From now on, we shall have oil lamps." After a brief pause, her brow furrowed as she added, "Zhao Ge, are there no pots and pans on the ship?" My throat tightened and I quickly waved my hand. There should be some, but the cabin, it's infested with maggots. We can substitute pots and pans with other items, but fuel cannot be replaced. Acquiring this drum of oil is already a considerable feat. Chapter 44. Bird hunting. I patted the oil drum, which was damp with seawater, and turned to Linlin, inquiring as a university student, "How many kilograms does this 30-gallon drum translate to?" She crossed her arms, her eyes darting as she calculated mentally, approximately 91 kilograms, which is over 180 pounds. Upon hearing this revelation, a surge of elation coursed through me. The perilous moments spent desperately searching in that eerie cabin had now transformed into something worthwhile. This aviation fuel, weighing over 180 pounds, could likely illuminate our humble abode for an entire year. Curiously, Linlin squatted beside the oil drum, inspecting it closely. "Brother Zhao, why does the vessel require aviation fuel? Isn't that meant exclusively for airplanes?" I scratched my head, momentarily at a loss for words. "I can't say for certain, but perhaps the engines of these high-speed vessels operate on principles similar to those of aircraft engines, allowing for such fuel to be utilized." She nodded, partly understanding. I chuckled and waved my hand dismissively. Regardless, As long as it can be fashioned into a lamp to brighten our little wooden house, it's a treasure. Brother Zhao, are you going to teach me how to shoot today? Lin stood up, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. I rolled the oil drum to the eave of the house, saying, "No rush. Let us first make a few oil lamps. Go fetch the dried coconut shells." She scampered off and soon returned, cradling 4 or 5 sun-dried coconut shells in her arms. "Are these suitable?" I nodded affirmatively. "Exactly those." I began by carving a circular hole, the width of my thumb, at the top of the coconut. This would not only regulate the flow of the oil, but also facilitate the subsequent insertion of the wick. Next, I trimmed the excess angles of the coconut shell, shaping it into a rounded sphere. This form would not only provide stability, but also minimize the risk of fuel sloshing and spilling. Once completed, I gently poured the aviation fuel into the coconut shell until the liquid neared the edge of the circular hole. Finally, I twisted the coconut leaf fibers into a tight, rope-like wick and inserted it into the hole, employing the principle of siphoning to allow the fuel to rise through the fibers. As the wick absorbed the fuel, a simple oil lamp, crafted from a coconut shell and natural fibers, was born. Lin carefully cradled the coconut oil lamp in her hands, eyes alight with wonder. "Wow, it's round and resembles a little lantern. It's adorable." I gazed at her, amused by her excitement, and replied, "As long as we have this oil, it's not difficult to create. No longer shall we fear the darkness of night." She tilted her head back and flashed me a sweet smile. "Brother Zhao, you're incredible. With this lamp, our little house feels like home." I retrieved my Nepalese knife, my gaze sweeping across the expansive coconut grove. "We must hasten to construct a storage room. These weapons and equipment require proper storage, lest they rust and deteriorate over time." Lin trotted over, naturally linking her arm with mine. "Brother Zhao, is there something I can assist you with?" I gestured toward the overgrown patch of land to the right of the wooden house. "First, clear that area to create a flat space. We shall commence our work there." She nodded decisively and turned toward her objective, her skirt billowing with an air of determination. The construction of the storage room adheres to the principles of being elevated to prevent moisture and utilizing natural materials. Following my pre-established plan, I selected a 2-square-meter plot of land and opted for a suspended structure elevated 50 centimeters off the ground. This design not only protects the weapons from dampness, but also deters wildlife intrusions. First, I prepared the foundation. I felled a straight coconut tree and fashioned it into 4 equally sized wooden stakes, approximately 1.8 meters in height. I then symmetrically excavated 4 pits about 40 centimeters deep in the designated area, firmly embedding the stakes vertically to create a supportive framework. Next, I constructed the main body. I joined coconut tree trunks horizontally to form a rectangular floor, securing the corners to the tops of the stakes to create an elevated loft. To ensure airtightness, the surrounding walls were woven into a lattice using the main trunks of coconut leaves, with tightly packed thatch filling the gaps, allowing ventilation while preventing small animals from entering. The roof was designed with a dual sloping structure. I first erected triangular supports using coconut wood, then covered them with 2 layers of coconut leaf mats. The lower mat was laid with the leaf tips facing outward to direct rainwater away, while the upper mat was inverted to create a V-shaped rain shield, with the intervening space stuffed with weeds for enhanced insulation. The entire construction process relied solely on coconut materials and vines for binding, resulting in a sturdy structure that harmonizes with the environment. The day had thoroughly exhausted me. I had first gone diving for oil, followed by chopping wood to build the storage room. Just as I had organized the weapons inside, securing the wooden door with vines, I collapsed onto the ground. I intended to take a short nap, but suddenly remembered that I had not eaten anything from the morning until now. While I could tolerate hunger, I could not allow Lin to go without food. Summoning my strength, I rose, unfastened the wooden door of the storage room, and retrieved a Japanese rifle, a handgun, and the assault rifle belonging to the soldier from Country Y. Turning to Lin, I said, "Let us head to the left shallows and catch a few seabirds. With them, we can have a warm meal tonight." She nodded, accepting the handgun I handed her, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. The sea breeze, infused with a briny scent, brushed against my cheeks as I led the way, the rifle stock rustling through the underbrush with a soft rustle. In the distance, A few seabirds were pecking at the ground, blissfully unaware of the impending disturbance. I crouched low and advanced cautiously, signaling to Lin Lin to remain silent to avoid startling the birds. We concealed ourselves behind a rock by the shore, the seabird about 30 to 40 meters away. I whispered, "Watch closely. Tonight we shall feast on roasted birds." She nodded enthusiastically. I rested the assault rifle on the rough rock, the stock firmly against my right shoulder, my eye close to the scope, my left hand supporting the cool barrel, and my right hand gripping the handle, with my index finger lightly resting on the trigger. Through the scope, I spotted a gray-brown seabird pecking at shells, its neck feathers catching the fading light of the sunset. I held my breath, steadying the crosshairs on its body, and suddenly squeezed the trigger. Bang! The shot reverberated, sending a tingling sensation through my ears, and Lin Lin gasped beside me, instinctively drawing back her neck. The seabird, 30 to 40 meters away, jolted a couple of times before collapsing onto the shallows. The remaining seabirds took flight in a flurry of panic, their wings beating against the surface of the water, leaving behind a chorus of anguished cries. "Come, let us retrieve it." I tugged at Lin Lin's sleeve, and she snapped back to reality, hastening to follow me. As I lifted the seabird, I realized a bullet had pierced its neck, and its head was nowhere to be found, the severed wound oozing dark crimson blood. It was not large. Once plucked, it would weigh little more than a pound. I shook the creature in my hand. Lin Lin gazed at the mutilated body of the seabird, a flicker of compassion surfacing in her eyes. "Zhao, it's so pitiful." I thrust the seabird into her hands, its warmth still lingering on my fingertips. "Hold it. On this island, we must survive first before we can speak of pity." Before she could retort, I had already readied my gun again, my gaze sweeping towards the distant flock of birds. One was insufficient. I would take another. Tonight, one would be simmered in soup, and the other roasted for consumption. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded, placing the seabird into the fish basket woven from coconut leaves at her waist. The setting sun elongated her shadow, and I observed her fingers gently caressing the basket, as if soothing the gradually cooling body within. The sea breeze, laden with a briny scent, swept over the rocks, and in the distance, a few seabirds returned to the shallows, blissfully unaware of their kin's fate. I narrowed my eyes, tightening the crosshairs in the scope. On this merciless island, survival was never a matter of choice. Chapter 45. The marksman of Coconut Island. The midday sun blazed down upon the wooden cabin as I positioned a coconut tree log 30 meters from the structure, meticulously arranging a row of coconuts atop it as targets. Lin Lin, wielding a Japanese rifle, held her breath, concentrating intently on her aim. At my command to fire, the shot startled the seabirds roosting in the tree, yet the coconuts remained undisturbed. She furrowed her brow and lowered the rifle, exclaiming, "Zhao, my shoulder feels like it's about to dislocate. It hurts so much." I approached her, gently massaging her stiff shoulder as I explained. Shooting is not merely a matter of brute strength. Much like horseback riding, where the interaction between rider and horse involves forces and counterforces. Attempting to resist the recoil with sheer force can lead to greater impact on the body. The same physical principles apply to shooting when a bullet is fired. The firearm experiences an equal and opposite recoil according to Newton's third law. If you attempt to withstand this force with muscle alone, it is akin to colliding with a moving wall. Not only does it drain your energy, but it can also result in muscle strain. I gestured for her to observe the rifle's mechanics. The correct approach is to relax your shoulder muscles in the direction of the recoil at the moment you pull the trigger, utilizing your body's flexibility to absorb the shock. It resembles the principles of Tai Chi, where one harnesses force and redirects it through the motion of the body. Furthermore, each firearm possesses distinct characteristics in terms of weight distribution, barrel length, and chamber pressure, which affect the nature of the recoil. Only through repeated practice, familiarizing oneself with the weapon's vibration frequency and recoil patterns, can one develop muscle memory and achieve a harmonious unity between the shooter and the firearm, thereby enhancing accuracy. Lin Lin nodded, seemingly grasping the concept, and I continued, psychological composure is equally pivotal in shooting. The ability of a bullet to hit its target relies not only on one's technical skills, but also test the steadiness of one's inner resolve. In the heat of battle, circumstances can shift in an instant, and the wilderness is rife with distractions. Yet, when one raises the rifle, it is imperative to enter a state of flow, shielding oneself from external chaos, casting aside intrusive thoughts, and synchronizing breath and heartbeat with the firearm. Only by maintaining a calm demeanor, unperturbed by imminent danger, can every pull of the trigger behind the sight become a precise and lethal strike. Lin set the rifle down and leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhao, did you serve in the military before? I scratched my head, feeling a flush of warmth creeping to my ears. No, I never did. She blinked in confusion, her face a picture of bewilderment. Then, did the security chief on the ship teach you these shooting techniques? He did impart some theoretical knowledge, I reflected as I gazed at the distant coconut targets. But much of it was self-discovered. The first time I fired at the enemy on the ship, my hands trembled and my heart raced with anxiety. I was consumed by the fear of missing my target. Eventually, I compelled myself to clear my mind. As my heartbeat slowed, I entered a state where all sounds faded away, and I could only see the sight. Remarkably, I hit the mark with all 4 shots, and 4 adversaries were dispatched on the spot. Lin's eyes widened with admiration, and she began to stomp her feet in excitement. That's incredible. I heard a series of gunshots from the cabin. Were they retaliating? I nodded with a smile, affirming that the bullets had all struck the thickets by the shore, leaving them unaware of my hiding place. Suddenly, Lin wrapped her arms around me, exclaiming, I was terrified. I almost rushed out to find you. I gently brushed the strands of hair from her face, reassuring her, silly girl, that is all behind us. Let us continue our shooting practice. Lin, somewhat aggrieved, nodded in agreement. After an afternoon of shooting exercises, Lin's marksmanship remained less than satisfactory. At a distance of 30 meters, she managed to hit the coconut target only once out of every 10 shots, leading me to suspect that her single success was merely a stroke of luck. However, she had acquired a fair amount of basic knowledge regarding firearms, ensuring she could at least protect herself in close encounters. We proceeded to tally the ammunition we had scavenged, the quantity exceeding our expectations. There were 160 rounds of rifle ammunition and 118 rounds of pistol ammunition from the enemy soldiers. The assault rifle rounds from the soldiers of Y Country were stored in a large metal box, amounting to approximately 400 or 500 rounds. Combined with the 7 rounds in my G37 pistol, our arsenal was quite substantial. With the stockpile, we felt a sense of confidence on the island. As for the enigmatic giant entity lurking within the island's primordial forest pools, after careful consideration, I resolved not to provoke it. After all, it had never attacked us, and this peaceful coexistence was rather agreeable. We ought to maintain a respectful reverence for nature, as mutual non-interference is the key to lasting harmony. Yesterday, we feasted on roasted seabirds and stewed seabirds, the flavor of which was extraordinary, much to Lin's delight. Thus, for dinner today, I traded a few rounds for 2 seabirds, planning to prepare them in coconut milk. The clean seabird meat was carefully wrapped in tender coconut flesh and placed into hollowed-out coconut shells. I scooped up the milky coconut water, watching as the succulent seabird meat floated and sank in the clear liquid, finally sealing this delicacy with a coconut shell lid. As the mud-covered coconuts rolled into the crackling fire, Lin squatted nearby, her eyes fixed on the dancing flames, occasionally tending to the embers with a stick. Time passed, and the mud shell gradually blackened, with fine cracks oozing golden fat that sizzled in the fire. Suddenly, a cloud of steam, infused with the aroma of coconut and meat, burst forth, enveloping the entire grove in a rich fragrance. Lin eagerly fished out the scalding coconuts with a stick, and without waiting for them to cool completely, she pried open the coconut shell. The steam, carrying bubbling broth, wafted towards us as the snowy coconut meat swirled in the creamy yellow liquid, and the seabird meat became tender and fell off the bone, easily yielding to a gentle tug. We sat beside the crackling fire, disregarding the heat, and grabbed chunks of meat with our hands. Juices dripped between my fingers, and upon tasting, the sweet freshness of coconut and the rich flavor of seabird meat exploded on my palate. Lin's cheeks were stuffed, and she mumbled with delight, Zhao, this is more delicious than any dish I have ever tasted. I chuckled and added another piece of skin-on meat to her coconut bowl, the flames reflecting on our grease-smeared lips, radiating a warmth of satisfaction in the night. After a hearty meal within the wooden cabin, I ignited 2 oil lamps crafted from coconut shells. The moment the flames flickered to life, a fragrant blend of coconut and fuel wafted through the air, illuminating the roughly 10 square meters of the cabin. Linlin was overjoyed, rolling around on the woven mat made of palm leaves like a carefree child. He sat beside her, smiling as I watched. Linlin, stop rolling around. Come here. Upon hearing my call, she shyly nestled into my embrace. I took the opportunity to hold her soft, white rabbit-like hand. Just as we were about to indulge in our passionate embrace, Linlin suddenly spoke, Zhao, what if I become pregnant? Chapter 46. The red and black monster, snake. Upon hearing Linlin's words, I was momentarily taken aback. My hand that had been gently caressing the large white rabbit came to a halt. I embraced her and lay down, pondering deeply. Indeed, this issue warrants careful consideration. Linlin rested her head against my chest in silence, merely pinching my earlobe with her fingers. I silently contemplated the implications. What if Linlin were to become pregnant on this desolate island? My knowledge of gynecology is virtually non-existent, and there are no medical supplies to be found on this island. The thought of childbirth in such dire circumstances seemed akin to dangling one's life by a thread. The mere idea of going through the delivery process without professional assistance sent cold sweat trickling down my back. How could I dare to imagine such a scenario, when the very thought of losing her was unbearable? She has become the very essence of my existence. In my everyday life, I yearn to cradle her in my hands, shielding her from even the slightest breeze. How could I possibly stand by and watch her struggle at the threshold of life and death? This love is not merely precious because we are castaways on an uninhabited island. Rather, it has been forged through countless days and nights of mutual support, where we have become the light in each other's lives. Her eyes reflect my future, and her visage is etched deep within my soul. This profound bond is beyond the reach of mere words. I still recall that monumental rock where we exchanged vows. Her cheeks flushed as she declared her desire to be mine, no matter the distance. That statement lingers in my ears, the fervor of love making me clench my fists. Regardless of how far apart we may be, my heart will forever beat for her, even on this barren island. I shall strive with all my might to safeguard this love that transcends life and death. With this thought, the fire of desire within me had long since subsided. I gently stroked her long hair with my right hand and said, let us not continue, let us sleep. Yet Linlin playfully thumped my chest in mild discontent, then turned away, feigning sleep. I refrained from further explanation, rose to extinguish the coconut oil lamp, and shifted closer to her, gently embracing her from behind. The next day, I awoke as usual and quietly rose from the wooden cabin. My first thought was of the enemy's missile boat. I hurried to the beach, gazing out at the distant sea. Indeed, with the rising tide, propelled by the sea breeze and waves, the missile boat, having endured the ravages of war and now floating with 6 enemy corpses in its cabin, had drifted approximately 400 to 500 meters from the shore. I took a deep breath. At last, I could venture out to the sea. I returned to the wooden cabin, performed a series of lunges in front of it, and had just completed a set of push-ups when Linlin's urgent voice pierced through the air. Rabbit, don't run. Zhao, quickly catch it. My movements froze in place. I held my breath for a moment before hastily pushing the door open. There she was, curled up in a mat woven from coconut leaves, her eyelashes fluttering, and her cheeks flushed, a clear indication that she was still lost in dreams. Looking at her peaceful, sleeping visage, I couldn't help but chuckle softly, reaching out to gently cover her fallen camouflage jacket. This college student, even in her dreams, is preoccupied with thoughts of wild rabbits. I whispered softly, my gaze lingering on the subtle upward curve of her lips, a tender warmth blossoming within my heart. Since I had dreamed of it, I was determined to catch one today, no matter what. Stepping out of the wooden cabin, I focused on the soft, sandy ground, my mind swirling with plans for traps. The tracks of wild rabbits on the island were not uncommon, Yet having never dabbled in the art of hunting, I found myself increasingly perplexed. As I paced back and forth, a sudden spark of inspiration struck me from the direction of the storage room. Why bother with elaborate traps? A firearm would suffice. After all, these wild rabbits and feral cats could never be tamed. The hard truth was that they were best suited for the pot. Once Linlin awoke, I would take her on a venture into the primitive jungle. With ample rifle ammunition and sufficient firepower, I felt confident even in the face of ferocious beasts. As for the vague, red-black monstrosity lurking in the depths of the forest pond, I had no intention of delving into that territory. Without further ado, I untied the vine securing the storage room, retrieving a Japanese rifle, a handgun, and an assault rifle previously used by a soldier from Y Country. After meticulously inspecting the firearms and loading the magazines, I also gathered about 50 or 60 spare rounds. Just then, Linlin stirred awake, her first utterance each morning being a call for me. "Zhao, go." I replied while organizing my gear. "I'm here, get up. We're going to hunt rabbits soon." The moment she heard about the rabbit hunt, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she appeared before me in an instant, the remnants of sleepiness vanishing. "Zhao, go. We're going to hunt rabbits." I handed her a Japanese rifle, saying, "Let us first check the grass by the edge of the coconut grove. If we don't find any rabbits there, we'll venture into the forest." Her grip tightened around the rifle, a flicker of anxiety crossing her eyes, yet laced with anticipation as she nodded gently. I examined her closely and suddenly shook my head. "No, you can't go in." "Why?" she asked, blinking in confusion. I tugged at the hem of her dress. "You're wearing a sundress with half of your legs exposed. You'll be bitten by mosquitoes in the jungle, and the dense foliage could easily scratch you." Her brow furrowed in disappointment. "Then what should I do?" I gazed toward the jungle, softening my tone. "You wait for me in the cabin. I will return quickly. But please, don't wander off like last time, all right?" She stamped her foot in place, her voice tinged with a hint of pout. "I don't want to be alone. I feel anxious when you're not here. What if we don't hunt rabbits?" I couldn't help but chuckle. This girl had been dreaming of catching rabbits, yet now she hesitated. All right, I conceded. Let us walk along the beach instead. We'll shoot at whatever we see. Consider it practice." Her face brightened immediately, and she nodded vigorously. "Okay." It was a splendid day, the morning sun casting its golden rays along the coastline, the waves rhythmically crashing against the shore, and the sea breeze carrying a salty tang that caressed our faces. With our rifles and handguns slung over our shoulders, and I additionally bringing along the binoculars from the Y Country soldier, we proceeded along the left side of the coast, following the very route of our previous island adventure. After walking for approximately an hour, the terrain suddenly ascended, revealing a winding mountain path ahead, prompting us to decide against venturing further. Throughout this journey, we found no traces of hares. The island was enveloped in a dense, primordial jungle, where a cacophony of birds chirped amidst the lush foliage. Occasionally, a low growl from an unknown creature echoed from deep within the thicket. Just as we prepared to retrace our steps, Linlin suddenly froze, her finger trembling as she pointed towards the jungle. "Zhao, look." Following her gesture, I raised my binoculars and beheld, within the jungle about 100 meters from the sandy shore, a tree with a diameter of over a meter, its trunk entwined by a serpent of considerable girth, slowly ascending towards the canopy. The creature coiled around the trunk in a spiral, resembling a massive screw embedded in the tree. A rough estimate of its length suggested it was nearly 8 or 9 meters long, similar to the formidable creature in the pond. This serpent bore 3 striking crimson vertical stripes along its back, extending from its neck to the tip of its tail. The glossy black scales interlaced with the vivid red markings created a jarring visual impact under the sunlight, instilling a sense of dread. I hurried to Linlin's side, encircling her with my arm. "Fear not, it is far from us." Linlin, tense and transfixed by the ascending serpent, tremulously inquired, "Zhao, is this the creature you spoke of from the pond?" I shook my head. "Not this one. Its size is distinctly smaller than the one I encountered in the depths of the pond." As the serpent ascended, its scales brushed against the trunk with a rustling sound. Its triangular head slightly raised, revealing its sharp fangs as it flicked its tongue. With every movement, the serpent left a faint mark on the bark, dislodging fragments of wood and fallen leaves. At that moment, the bird song in the jungle abruptly ceased, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence, where only the whisper of the sea breeze through the leaves and the sounds of the serpent's movement intertwined, heightening our tension and unease. Linlin clutched my sleeve, her fingers nearly digging into my skin. Will it come towards us? I pressed down on her gun-holding hand, sensing her rapid breaths. No, we shall maintain our distance. Yet my gaze remained fixated on the serpent. Its crimson stripes appeared as unhealed wounds, glaring against the ashen scales, while its tail dangled below the trunk, swaying gently as it moved, akin to a pendulum counting down to death. As I gazed upon this sight, a wave of fear surged within me. The forests of this island were not to be trifled with. There were undoubtedly more serpents of this magnitude lurking within. Chapter 47. The Stench in the Deluge, Part 1. We gazed at the colossal serpent coiled upon the tree for a good 10 minutes, until it finally ascended to the canopy and lay motionless, its languid body draped across the branches, its tongue occasionally lazily flickering over the leaves. It appeared to align with my initial thought. It had merely come to bask in the sun. Linlin remained transfixed by the red and black behemoth, her pupils still reflecting a lingering trepidation. Gently, I shook her shoulder, urging let's move on. This creature is simply sunbathing atop the treetops and poses no threat to us. Suddenly, she turned and flung herself into my embrace, her arms tightly encircling my waist, the barrel of her rifle digging uncomfortably into my back. I instinctively placed my hand at the nape of her neck, feeling the fine beads of sweat, and it dawned on me just how fiercely she was trembling. It's all right, I murmured softly, caressing her hair gently. We want to hunt the wild rabbits. We can stew some crabs and roast a seabird instead. She buried her face into my chest and nodded dully, her hair brushing against my chin, causing an itch. As I turned to shield her from the serpent's gaze, it remained coiled in the tree, indistinguishable from other snakes except for the 3 vivid crimson stripes along its back. This particular species was unknown to me, leaving me to ponder whether it was an anomalous variant endemic to this island. As we traversed the grove of coconut trees, Linlin suddenly looked up. Zhao, go. Is there any chance that the large snake might venture into the coconut grove? The wind tousled the loose strands of hair on her forehead, and though her eyes still glimmered with moisture, there was a hint of ease about her now. I adjusted her misaligned rifle strap, my fingertips grazing her cool hand. In my humble opinion, I believe not. Snakes are rather simple creatures. They merely eat when hungry, sleep when weary, and either attack or flee when threatened, occasionally wandering about to bask in the sun. There is little to suggest anything sinister beyond that. I paused and continued. Moreover, the coconut grove offers none of the sustenance it seeks. The ground is merely sand, and the trees bear coconuts. The sole inhabitants are the coconut crabs, which, being hard-shelled, are unlikely to be a snake as preferred fare. Linlin softly acknowledged with a gentle drawing closer to me. I had intended to add, unless it has come specifically to feast on us, but I refrained, fearing such words would only frighten her further. In the distance, the sound of crashing waves grew clearer. Startled seabirds flapped past the treetops, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shimmering patterns upon her dress, infusing the atmosphere with a semblance of vitality. On this island, if we were not consumed by the thirst for adventure, the coconut grove and the beach alone provided ample sustenance. Various seafood from the shallows, seabirds from the treetops, and the abundant coconut crabs. The primordial forest within the island remained an impenetrable realm, seemingly concealing some enigmatic secret. Though my curiosity was piqued, the mysteries hidden within that forest paled in comparison to the imperative of survival. Before the wooden cabin, Linlin and I busied ourselves with kindling a fire and preparing our meal. In addition to the coconut crabs and seabirds we regularly consume, we also foraged tender dandelion leaves and young mugwort shoots along the shore on our return journey. The fragrant sweetness of coconut crab meat and the rich flavor of seabird flesh, complemented by the 2 types of wild greens, rendered our meal on this solitary island extraordinarily sumptuous. Were this feast to be served in a bustling metropolis, even with a willingness to spend lavishly, It would be a challenge to savor such exquisite delicacies. After indulging, Lin and I reclined in the wooden cabin. The scene we had witnessed earlier pierced Lin's heart like a thorn. She was no longer her usual vivacious self. Her gaze was vacant, clearly shaken by the fright. I found myself at a loss for words, having had a similar experience in the past. During my last venture into the forest water pools, I stumbled upon a monstrous object, as thick as a gas canister, which haunted my dreams incessantly, leaving me with lingering trepidation to this day. From now on, I intend to confine our activities to the beach and the vicinity of the coconut grove, perhaps occasionally scaling the giant rocks to feel the sea breeze and gaze into the distance. I can only hope that with the passage of time, Lin's fears will gradually subside. After such a tumultuous day, twilight descended upon the wooden cabin. As Lin and I lay down, the coolness enveloped us, sending a shiver through our bodies. The wind outside suddenly intensified, whipping up sand and gravel that rattled against the palm leaf walls, while the hay beneath the eaves rustled ominously. As I rose to close the window, I caught sight of the clouds on the horizon roiling like boiling ink. The sunset torn into fragments that cast a dark crimson glow through the gaps in the clouds. A heavy rain was imminent. I muttered to myself as I seized the vine to secure the wooden window tightly, leaving only a narrow gap the width of a finger. The cold wind immediately seeped through the crevice, assaulting my face with the briny scent of the sea. Lin huddled on the palm leaf mat, peering through the window's gap at the swirling clouds, and asked, "Zhao, this wind is terrifying. Could it be a typhoon?" I leaned closer to the gap, squinting at the sky. Beneath the gray clouds, a faint blush of rosy twilight lingered. Elders say, a red sunset promises a windless tomorrow. I tightened the vine further, reasoning that if a typhoon were truly approaching, the clouds would have already pressed down upon us. Nonetheless, I noticed the waves had begun to crash against the rocks, the white froth appearing particularly striking in the dusk. Suddenly, a fierce gust shook the wooden cabin, causing the fastened window to emit a series of soft clicks. As I bent down to check the vine, a nauseating stench suddenly wafted through the gap, a foul odor mingled with brine and rust, reminiscent of decaying bodies in a missile boat's cabin. Lin instinctively covered her mouth and nose, her expression tightening in alarm. That smell. I gestured for her to remain silent, holding my breath as I leaned closer to the window's crevice. In addition to the putrid stench, there was an indistinct rustling sound, akin to damp fabric being rubbed together. Outside, the coconut grove swayed wildly in the wind, shadows suggesting something was moving within, elongating and shortening like countless disembodied arms. The flame of the coconut shell oil lamp suddenly flickered low, casting grotesque shadows on the wall, and a cold sweat began to bead on the nape of my neck. The foul stench wafted in from an indiscernible direction, despite the missile boat having been swept away by the waves into the obscurity of the distance. Following a violent gust of wind, two thunderous claps reverberated, and torrential rain cascaded down like large beads, drumming upon the thatched roof of palm leaves. Lin and I huddled closely on the grass mat, our camouflage jackets enveloping us both, and I could feel her fingertips trembling from the chill. Outside the wooden hut, the downpour was relentless, with flashes of lightning sporadically illuminating the rain curtain, allowing glimpses of the palm trees swaying violently in the tempest. Inside, the flames of two coconut oil lamps flickered restlessly, casting dancing shadows upon the walls. This deluge marked the heaviest since we had taken refuge atop the massive rock. The roar of the rain drowned out all other sounds. Yet, that elusive stench lingered in the air, mingling with the dampness of the rain, appearing and vanishing sporadically, sending shivers down my spine. I reached out to steady the wavering coconut oil lamp, my palm slightly damp with perspiration, uncertain whether it was due to the stifling warmth within or the unsettling unknown beyond. Chapter 48. The Stench in the Downpour, Part 2. The torrential rain poured down like a celestial river, the thatched roof woven from coconut leaves creaking under the immense strain. Accumulated rainwater surged through the gaps in the leaves, initially trickling sporadically before swiftly coalescing into a dense curtain of water. The attic floor soon bore dark stains from the soaking, as water meandered along the wood grain, pooling into murky puddles in the low-lying areas. Lin and I huddled in a corner, using coconut shells to catch the dripping rainwater. The leaks above intensified, with torrents cascading down every few seconds, splattering onto the floor and sending up fine sprays of water. The damp air was saturated with a foul odor, permeating the entire room. The straw mat soaked through with moisture. Gazing at the swaying roof amidst the storm, I clutched Lin's cold hand tightly, contemplating the urgent need to reinforce the roof at dawn and to prioritize the plan for crafting tiles. Time passed indistinctly. At last, the rain began to diminish, the deafening sound gradually subsiding, though the roof continued to leak. Lin, exhausted from the arduous trek and the fright of encountering a giant serpent, had already succumbed to sleep in my embrace. The coconut leaf mat beneath us was drenched from the rain, and I leaned against a coconut wood pillar, too fearful to move. After a while, the rain outside ceased entirely, leaving only the remnants of water dripping chaotically from the palm fronds. Suddenly, a series of thudding sounds akin to a creature battering against iron reverberated, accompanied by splashes that resembled an alligator thrashing in a water-filled barrel. The noise was erratic, sometimes erupting after several minutes, at other times abruptly breaking the silence within mere seconds, utterly unpredictable. I dare not breathe, afraid of awakening Lin. The eerie commotion sent chills down my spine, and the darkness obscured any understanding of the situation. As I strained to listen, the surroundings felt eerily silent. Just when I began to relax, the sound erupted again, jarring and unexpected. An overwhelming dread coursed through me, causing cold sweat to drench my body. My left arm tightly embraced Lin, while my right hand gripped the assault rifle of a foreign soldier, my mind fixated on a single thought. I must endure until dawn. If this mysterious entity dared approach the wooden cabin before the light of day, I would unleash a merciless barrage. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The water droplets from the treetops fell onto the wooden planks like the ticking of countdown. Then, the cacophony resumed. Crash, 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 bang. The muffled sounds of the creature striking the iron walls mixed with the splattering of water, creating a sharp echo that reverberated against my eardrums, causing the coconut wood floor beneath me to tremble. I was taut with tension, sweat trickling down my spine. Lin stirred in my arms, murmuring restlessly. I fought to suppress the rising terror in my heart, gradually shifting her closer to the coconut pillar. The rustling of the mat against the floor sent my heart racing, fearful of disturbing her slumber. If she awoke, I feared the strange noises outside would frighten her into a panic. I stealthily crept to the wooden window, my fingers just grasping the frame when a bone-chilling cold surged up my fingertips. Gritting my teeth, I pried open a small gap, and a nauseating stench instantly assaulted my nostrils. A repugnant mix of rotting flesh soaked for days in seaweed, laced with the unique saltiness of seawater, as if someone had shoved decaying entrails directly down my throat. I covered my mouth, gagging violently, tears streaming uncontrollably down my face, and my vision blurred into darkness. Suppressing the spasms in my stomach, I squinted through the cracks of the wooden window. The night after the torrential rain was thick with darkness, rendering everything invisible. Yet, I had a looming suspicion about the matter. It was likely that the missile boat, laden with 6 corpses of the enemy, had drifted back. The nauseating stench mingled with the sound of something alive battering against the iron walls, further solidifying my fears. However, the occupants of that missile boat had long since perished. What, then, was making such a commotion? Could it be that the dead were rising? The more I pondered, the more peculiar it seemed, leading me to question the existence of ghosts and deities in this world. Among those 6 bodies, 4 slain by my own hand, could they truly return to seek vengeance, as depicted in films? The thought sent a wave of panic through me, my taut nerves coiling like a tightly wound spring, ready to snap at any moment. Yet, glancing at Lin by my side, I struggled to suppress the blend of fear and anger that threatened to burst forth. If I were alone at that moment, I would have rushed out of the wooden cabin, firing wildly at the source of the eerie sounds. The long night stretched on, fear shadowing my every thought, until the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, preventing me from daring to close my eyes. As the morning light emerged, I gripped my assault rifle tightly, trembling as I untied the vines securing the wooden door and stepped towards the beach. In the aftermath of the storm, the entire island was shrouded in thick fog, the dampness enveloping me with an overpowering stench of decay, each breath akin to swallowing rotting flesh. The distance from the cabin to the beach was a mere 30 meters, yet it was obscured by the dense mist. Taking a deep breath, I dashed into the fog. 10 meters ahead, a familiar silhouette began to materialize. The battered enemy missile boat lay askew on the beach, its rust more pronounced than days before. The moment I fully comprehended the scene, my blood seemed to freeze. This vessel, which should have sunk to the ocean's depths, was now standing defiantly in front of my cabin. The barnacle-encrusted bow faced me like a single, unblinking eye. Staggering backward, I fell onto the sand, my back colliding with a protruding rock, yet I felt no pain. My throat was parched and painful, and I struggled to swallow, forcing myself to stand. Clenching the rifle, I approached cautiously. With each step, the damp sand emitted an eerie, creaking sound. When I was merely 3 meters from the bow, the chilling sound of slapping returned. The thudding noise, mingled with splashes, emanated from the depths of the boat, sending a jolt of pain through my eardrums. This cacophony was no mere illusion. Something colossal must be lurking within that cabin, each impact resonating like the drumbeats of death. Cold sweat trickled down my spine as I bit my tongue to maintain composure. The rifle aimed at the bow as I slowly retreated. At that moment, my greatest concern was Lin, for she could not withstand such an uncanny fright. In a short distance back to the cabin, my mind raced with words of comfort for her. I held my breath and gently stepped inside. Lin remained curled up on the straw mat, damp strands of hair clinging to her cheek, her sleep restless. I sidled beside her, gently patting her shoulder twice with my palm. Noticing her eyelashes flutter, I dared to encircle her nape with my hand, slowly assisting her to sit up. Lin, wake up. There is something I need you to keep an eye on. She murmured, her eyes fluttering open, her nose wrinkling suddenly. What is that smell? So foul. I pressed down on her shoulder to prevent her from rising, using my fingers to brush aside the damp hair from her forehead. As my fingertip grazed her icy earlobe, I could feel her tremble slightly. It's the scent of the sea. The tide is coming in. Pausing momentarily, I softened my tone. I just noticed that missile boat drifting back. I need to take a look. You stay inside, all right? At my words, she abruptly lifted her head, her pupils narrowing into slits in the morning light. But wasn't he it? Shoo. I gently pressed my fingertip against her lips, the sling of the assault rifle digging into my palm, leaving a red mark. Just a few minutes. Stay in here and don't go out. If you hear any strange sounds, cover the window gap with the coconut shell. Do you remember how to tie the vine? Though fear lingered in her gaze, she bit her lip and nodded. As I grabbed my weapon and stood up, she suddenly clasped my wrist, her nails nearly embedding into my flesh. Chu Yi. I glanced down and offered her a reassuring smile, withdrawing the Nepalese knife from my side and placing it in her palm. Don't be afraid. See, the sunlight is already shining on the threshold. When I return, we'll start a fire to roast seabirds. Zhao. Just as I turned to step out of the wooden door, I heard her trembling call behind me. I didn't look back. I merely switched the assault rifle's safety to automatic, allowing the metallic click to drown out the rapid thumping of my heart. The missile boat loomed in the thick fog like a lurking beast, and the gun in my hand was, at that moment, my only talisman. Chapter 49. The Stench of Decay in the Torrential Rain, Part 2. With a bundle of rattan in tow, I plunged once more into the fog-laden beach. Before me, the enemy's missile boat lay precariously askew upon the sands, and as I raised my assault rifle and cautiously approached, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. I mused that perhaps the storm from last night had blown towards the island, returning this vessel that should have drifted far away. The stench was overpowering, suggesting that the corpses of the enemy within the cabin had begun to decompose. As for the sounds of something alive thrashing against the hull, I remained uncertain of their source, but in broad daylight, I could hardly believe that anything sinister lurked. Taking a deep breath to steady my trembling fingers, I unfastened the rattan from my shoulder and hurled it with force towards the ship's bow railing. The moment the rattan snagged the railing, the metallic clash resonated sharply in the stillness of the island morning, causing me to hold my breath and listen intently. Yet the noise from within the cabin abruptly ceased, as if whatever was there had taken to lurking in the shadows. Gripping the doubled rattan tightly, I summoned all my strength to ascend. The 3-meter-high bow deck swayed like a precipice amidst the fog, my arm muscles taut, and just as the tips of my feet grazed the hull's rust, a deafening crash erupted from within. I jolted, the rattan slipping from my grasp, leaving me suspended in midair, cold sweat trickling into my eyes, stinging with its saltiness. In those 20 suspended seconds, the sound of my heartbeat drowned out all else. Once assured that no further disturbances arose, I gritted my teeth and pressed on, my knee striking the barnacled edge of the deck, pain darkening my vision. As I finally clambered onto the deck, my stomach lurched violently. The coconut fronds that had covered the hatch were torn into tatters, and maggots streamed forth from the cabin in a relentless tide. Those corpulent larvae glistened with a pale sheen, some even sprouting translucent wing buds, forming a writhing carpet upon the rusted deck. I fought down the urge to retch, leveling my rifle as I approached the hatch. The squelching sound of maggots crushed beneath my boots reminiscent of someone gnawing on brittle nails. In the moment I peered inside, a wave of bile surged up my throat. 2 corpses obstructed the hatch, their limbs contorted at grotesque angles. The already swollen bodies had been torn to a pulp, exposing fragments of bone still clinging to translucent sinew, while maggots crawled in clusters from the hollow sockets of their eyes and the corners of their mouths, tumbling into the waist-deep sludge below, creating a cacophony of splashes. The dense swarm of larvae blanketed the entire surface and from the deck. It appeared as though the corpses were boiling within the foul waters. I mused that if a person with a phobia of clusters were to witness this, they might very well perish on the spot. Thankfully, I was not afflicted by such a condition. As I focused on the writhing surface of maggots, suddenly, the tranquil liquid seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, ripples rapidly expanding outward, and from the depths of the cabin came a low, ominous sound of movement. I swiftly raised my assault rifle, the barrel fixed resolutely on that bizarre disturbance. In an instant, the water erupted. A creature of over 3 meters in length broke the surface, a grayish-brown monstrosity, its sharp teeth still glistening with maggots and shredded flesh. A fetid wind, mingling with the stench, assaulted my senses. This beast was armed with a multitude of barbed teeth, densely packed within its gaping maw, easily numbering in the hundreds. Fear coursed through my veins like electricity, and I instinctively pulled the trigger. The rapid-fire gunshots erupted within the cabin, startling a flock of seabirds into flight. The once damaged corpse dissolved into a mist of blood under the barrage of bullets, while the monstrous creature, wounded, thrashed madly in the murky water, sending maggots flying in all directions. As the waves gradually calmed, I finally beheld the true visage of this terrifying beast, a grayish-brown body, riddled with folds and gill slits resembling lacerated wounds. It was none other than the legendary living fossil of the deep sea, the frilled shark. It swished its robust tail fin, its murky vertical pupils fixed intently upon me, as if poised to leap out of the hatch at any moment. Alas, its head had already been obliterated by my bullets, rendering it powerless to resist. Though the sight before me remained repulsive, the revelation behind the strange noises from the previous night allowed my taut nerves to finally ease. I exhaled deeply. So was this frilled shark that had caused the commotion. It was likely that the torrential rain had dislodged the palm fronds from the hatch, and this vessel, already adrift in deep waters, had drawn it in with the scent of decaying flesh, leading it to gorge itself within the cabin. After feasting, it found itself unable to escape, subsequently drifting back to the beach along with the currents and the wind. By now, the sun had ascended to the treetops, and the dense fog enveloping the island had transformed into a delicate veil. The missile boat had run aground mere 30 meters from the wooden cabin, and the gunfire had already startled Lin Lin to the window. I turned to look, and there she was, one hand covering her mouth, the other desperately pointing toward the bow of the ship, her eyes wide with terror. "A shark has entered the cabin," I exclaimed, though she remained frozen in place. her trembling finger nearly piercing the window frame. Curious, I approached the railing of the deck for a better view. Good heavens! A disheveled black bear was clawing at the side of the boat, its hefty paws making a clattering sound against the rusty metal. Upon hearing the commotion, it raised its head and roared at me, saliva mixed with a nauseating stench spewing from its gaping jaws. The bear's size was imposing, likely weighing 300 to 400 pounds, its back rising like a small hill, presumably lured by the foul odor emanating from the cabin. It circled the bow, its heavy breaths audible even from the deck. I contemplated firing a few shots toward the beach to scare it away, but then I recalled Lin shivering under the grass mat the previous night. If I were to skin this bear, it would yield enough fur for 2 thick blankets. Thus, a murderous intent took hold of me. Through the scope, I could see the fine fur on the bear's forehead. I held my breath, my index finger gently tightening on the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced the bear's skull. Its massive body suddenly jolted upright, as if a mountain had come to life, staggering a few steps on the beach before crashing down. As its limbs twitched, a cloud of dust mingled with dark red droplets of blood. "Fear not. It is merely a clumsy bear," I called out to the wooden cabin, and Lin's face peeked out from the window frame, her lips still trembling. The bear's corpse radiated warmth under the sun, and I patted my gun, realizing I needed to swiftly address the stench of decay, lest it attract more scavengers. Moreover, I vaguely recall that creatures such as pythons are known to consume carrion, albeit it is not their preferred delicacy. I descended the vines to the sandy shore and made my way directly to the wooden cabin. Standing at the entrance, I called out to Lin, "Toss out the Nepalese knife. I am quite dirty and shall not enter." Trembling, Lin approached the door and threw out the knife, exclaiming, "Zhao, go. Hurry back. I am nearly frightened to death." I picked up the knife from the sand, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, I extracted a dry coconut frond from the pile of firewood beneath the cabin and fashioned it into a torch handle with a knife. I tore off several desiccated coconut leaves, tightly wrapping them around one end, and saturated them with fuel scavenged from the missile boat before igniting it. Next, I filled a coconut shell with fuel, gathered a bundle of dried thatch and coconut leaves, and ascended once more to the foredeck of the vessel. This iron hulk would not be consumed by flames, yet the remnants of carrion and the swarms of maggots within the cabin had to be eradicated. I evenly doused the remains with fuel, tossed in the thatch, and finally ignited the torch. An explosive roar ensued as flames swiftly engulfed the hatch. The oil ignited with a violent flare, mingling with the acrid stench of charred flesh that assaulted my nostrils. The maggots twisted into ashen-black crusts in the intense heat, while the crackling sounds intertwined with the roaring flames, as if orchestrating a macabre symphony for this bizarre cremation on the deserted island. Chapter 50. Smoked meat after a fierce conflagration. Only charred remnants remained on the deck of the missile boat. The stench of decay significantly diminished, replaced by a robust aroma of char. I covered the hatch anew with fresh coconut fronds and, wielding my Nepalese kukri, approached the bear carcass. A kick from my boot met the bear's hindquarters, the weighty form swaying slightly. This behemoth, weighing 300 to 400 pounds, could not be dragged back to the cabin directly. In the coconut grove, I located a thick coconut log, wedged one end into the sand while positioning the other against the bear's back. As I pressed down on the lever, the principles of leverage allowed the bear's body to slowly roll over, exposing the sparse white fur on its belly. The moment the blade pierced the abdomen, a warm gust of visceral scent mixed with blood erupted forth. I held my breath, guiding the blade along the curvature of the ribs, as dark red entrails surged forth like an unstoppable tide. As I endured the foul odor while skinning the bear, my fingers became slick with grease. The hide, still warm to the touch, was dense enough to wring out moisture, and merely gripping its edge made my arms ache. After the skinning was complete, I proceeded to dissect the muscle. The kukri slid along the joints, dividing the forelimbs, hindquarters, and spine into 6 substantial pieces, each heavy with fascia and fat, roughly weighing 40 to 50 pounds. As for the pungent entrails, I used a stick to poke them into the sea, watching as they bobbed in the surf, attracting a few small silver-scaled fish. At that moment, Lin rushed from the cabin to my side, her brow furrowed tightly enough to crush a fly, her nose twitching slightly. Zhao, is it not done yet? I bent down to lift the bare leg, my muscles straining and causing my lower back to ache. Just in time, lent a hand to carry the meat back. She gazed at the greasy chunks of meat on the sand, suddenly stepping back a pace, her complexion paler than coconut shells. This is too bloody. Can we not eat this? I hoisted the bare meat onto my shoulder, waving the bloodied tip of the knife at her. Silly girl, this is a treasure. Once we kindle a fire to smoke the meat, it will suffice for both of us for half a year. Noticing her lingering hesitation, I added, don't you always say you're tired of coconut crabs? Bare meat stewed with mushrooms is so fragrant it could waft to the sea. She bit her lip, her gaze drifting toward the missile boat, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. But that boat. It's too terrifying left here. Following her line of sight, I saw the charred hull lying askew on the beach, indeed resembling a bloated corpse. I intentionally adopted a light-hearted tone. It's just that the wind was strong last night, and the missile boat drifted back. The enemy's remains have been incinerated. The shark has been dealt with. There is truly nothing left to fear. In a couple of days, when the tide rises, it will float back out to sea. As I spoke, I nudged the bare meat with my boot. Hurry up, lend a hand. If we dawdle any longer, the seagulls will come to claim the meat. She shivered again at the sight of the meat, but ultimately pinched her nose and approached, picking up the smallest piece of forepaw meat. Sunlight glinted off her hair, casting the shadows of her eyelashes onto her cheek, resembling two startled butterfly wings. A smoking rack fashioned from coconut wood and wrought tan rose before the cabin, and I stood on tiptoe to hang the bloodied bare meat from the crossbeam, the fat dripping down the coconut wood into the fire, sparking tiny embers. Lin squatted nearby, poking at the four plump bare paws with a small twig. Zhao, the television says bare paws are a delicacy. Is this what they mean? I added a handful of dry grass to the fire, and thick smoke enveloped the fragrant aroma. I've never tasted it either, were it not for this deserted island. One could never encounter such a thing in the city. Bears are protected animals. If one were to hunt them casually, imprisonment would surely follow. She pouted, letting out a soft "oh," her eyes suddenly gleaming as she twirled the twig above the bare paws. Then shall we roast them and have a taste? Roasting bare paws? I imagine it would be akin to chewing on wax. I prodded the fire with a stick, and the flames leaped high, without any seasoning or iron pots. The result would be dry and hard. Those with weak teeth might even lose them. She stamped her feet anxiously, the twigs stirring the sandy ground with a rustling sound. Just let us try it once. It's not every day we encounter this. I gazed at her sparkling eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. All right, but we must change our approach. Once the meat is infused with smoke, we can simmer it in a clay pot until tender. Perhaps then it will be palatable. She immediately leapt up, clapping her hands, the grass clippings on her eyelashes shaking. I'll go gather firewood. As she turned to run, her skirt fluttered, creating a gentle breeze. In the intervals of smoking the meat, I fetched two thick vines, tying one end to the trunk of a coconut tree and stretching the other tightly across as a horizontal line. The bare skin, still warm and oily, draped over the vine, resembling a furry curtain. The dense fur glistened with a golden-brown sheen under the sun, and running my fingers across it, I could feel the supple texture. Indeed, this was a splendid natural fur blanket. Once it dried, and the residual meat was scraped away, repeated kneading with stones would allow me to snuggle under it for warmth at night, watching the flickering flames beneath the smoking meat. I rubbed my sore shoulders and turned to Lin. Lin, keep an eye on the fire. Make sure it doesn't extinguish. I'll go chop some coconut leaves to repair the roof. She was busily tending to the fire with a twig, and upon hearing me, she looked up, her eyes reflecting the firelight, and nodded earnestly. Standing beneath the eaves, I gazed at the sagging coconut leaf roof, recalling my plans to make tiles. Originally, I intended to dig clay from the hillside to craft tiles, but that task required not only digging and molding, but also constructing a kiln for firing. The workload was simply too immense. Today, I had already dealt with the decaying carcass of a missile boat and a wrinkled shark, in addition to confronting a wild bear. And now I felt utterly exhausted, as if all my strength had been drained. The most pressing matter was to properly smoke and preserve the bear meat, and then simply patch the roof with newly cut coconut leaves to shield against the elements. As for the tile making, that could wait until I had rested adequately and regained my strength. With that thought, I tightened my grip on the machete and made my way toward the coconut grove, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight, as the sun began to cast elongated shadows of the coconut trees. The bare meat on the smoking rack had transformed into a glossy, firm piece, exuding an enticing aroma. But how to preserve these hundreds of pounds of meat? I pondered over the meat, troubled. If wild beasts were to trace the scent, not only would the meat be lost, but Lin might also be frightened. She was squatting nearby, scrubbing the clay pot, occasionally glancing up at the golden-brown bear paws that had been smoked. It seemed that tonight they were destined to be eaten. As I paced back and forth beside the crackling fire, my eyes were suddenly drawn to the armory adjacent to the wooden cabin. In a space of approximately 2 square meters, several rifles stood propped against the wall, while bulletproof vests were stacked neatly. In one corner, 5 handguns and a pair of brand-new combat boots lay neatly arranged. Making a bit of room should pose no challenge. Untied the vines securing the wooden door and arranged the equipment against the wall. Indeed, a perfect space had been cleared to accommodate the meat. However, the enticing aroma of the meat mingled with the smoky scent wafted far and wide, and I found myself crouched at the doorway of the storage room, scratching my head in contemplation. Just then, Lin quietly approached and, unexpectedly, gave me a gentle pat on the back. "Zhao Gu, what are you daydreaming about?" I crossed my arms and rubbed my chin. I was pondering how to mask the scent of the meat. Otherwise, it would attract other animals in the night, and that would be troublesome. Her eyes sparkled with an idea as she suddenly pointed to the oil barrel beneath the eaves. "How about sprinkling some of this? The scent of the oil is quite strong. It will certainly overpower the aroma of the meat." I paused for half a second, then wrapped my arm around her shoulder and planted a firm kiss on her forehead. "My dear, that's a splendid idea. Once we secure the meat, we shall encircle the floor of the storage room with a ring of oil. Let's see which fool dares to approach." Her cheeks flushed with delight at the compliment, yet she was eager to prompt me. "What are we waiting for? I'll fetch some water from the barrel. The bear paw is still waiting to be cooked." Chapter 51. The ultimate taste of humanity. I grasped the charred bear paw, my fingertips gliding over its coarse fur, the viscous grease trickling down my palm. This object was as tough as aged tree bark. The resistance of the blade sent a shiver through me. Lin, must we gnaw on this hard bone?" She squatted beside the earthen pot, stirring the rainwater within as it approached a boil, her eyes gleaming in the flickering flames. "It's not that we must eat it." With a sudden shift in tone, she leaned closer, her nose nearly brushing against the bear paw, exclaiming that bear palm melts in the mouth, a delicacy relished by the dignitaries on television, leaving me curious about its true flavor. I recoiled slightly, a wry smile tugging at my lips. "Look at this. With its tough skin and thick meat, and we have but a single open earthen pot without even a lid. What can we possibly do to create something that melts in the mouth?" Her cheeks puffed out, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "I have an idea. Zhao, you should carve the meat from the paw and cut it into small pieces." As she gestured enthusiastically, she proposed skewering them on a twig to roast, then sprinkling some of our homemade sea salt, crispy on the outside, tender within. Surely it would be delightful. I gazed into her bright eyes, then looked down at the heavy bear paw in my hand. The blade met resistance as it bit into the fibers, emitting a sharp, sizzling sound. Lin tiptoed closer, her hands resting on my arms. "Just try a little piece." All right, my dear university student." Reluctantly, I eased my grip, and the blade finally broke through the tough exterior. "Just a small piece, but if it proves too tough to chew, you mustn't complain." She immediately clapped her hands in cheer and darted off to find the straightest twig, resembling an exuberant little squirrel. As dusk enveloped the coconut grove, I found myself squatting by the fire, stifling yawns. 2 sleepless days had left a weariness that surged up from my eyes. Yet I could only persist in turning the skewers. On the left, the sizzled pieces of bear paw, on the right, fist-sized chunk of bear leg meat. The grease dripping into the fire, crackling reminiscent of Lin's earlier footfalls. The evening breeze, laden with sea mist, carried a salty tang intertwined with the aroma of char. In the distance, the ocean mirrored the orange-red twilight, resembling a spilled cup of carrot juice, while a flock of seagulls skimmed the water surface, their wingtips glistening like flecks of gold. Had the scene unfolded in the city, I would have whipped out my phone to capture dozens of photographs. Yet in this moment, I could only stare blankly at the skewers until Lean's voice burst forth. "It's burning." "Oh no." I hurriedly shifted the skewers away, the charred surface oozing butter, shimmering in the firelight. Lin had already extended her neck, eagerly awaiting, her nose nearly touching the skewer. It smells delightful." However, she wrinkled her nose, questioning why it bore a resemblance to the flavor of an undercooked coconut crab. How could meat not marinated in any spices not be gamey? I rubbed my eyes, chuckling, my throat feeling as if stuffed with dry hay, urging her to taste it and see if it was cooked. She opened her mouth and bit into a small piece, her front teeth cracking against the meat with a resounding crunch, her cheeks puffing out as if filled with a stone. "Zhao, this is hardly bear paw. It is clearly a rubber tire." At that, I could no longer contain my laughter, collapsing onto the sandy ground, my back resting against a smooth pebble, oblivious to any discomfort. Lily, with an indignant expression, held the skewer of meat aloft, the evening glow casting a golden hue upon her flushed cheeks. "What do you mean by melt in your mouth? Such deceivers. The television is full of liars." The skewer fell to the sandy ground with a soft thud, and she immediately rose to retrieve it, her skirt brushing against my knees. "It's all your fault. You said just try it." All right, it's my mistake," I replied with a chuckle, grasping her wrist to return the skewer to the fire. Regardless of its taste, it was too wasteful to discard it. After all, attracting other wild beasts would present a far greater problem. She huffed slightly, but obediently crouched down, her fingertips delicately teasing the charred skin of the meat. In the distance, seabirds flapped their wings, soaring towards the palm trees before settling densely atop the fronds. "Why does this bear meat taste so exquisite?" Lily queried, nibbling on the bare leg meat I had cut for her, her cheeks gently puffing as she spoke. I savored the firm morsels in my mouth, the juices mingling with a hint of smokiness spreading across my palate. The flavor indeed resembled that of beef, yet it possessed a wild, chewy texture that beef lacked. The bear's paws, accustomed to supporting hundreds of pounds while climbing trees and walking, had long since developed tough, sinewy fibers. Without a pressure cooker to simmer it for hours, it would be nearly impossible to chew. Lily swallowed a piece of meat with satisfaction, the corners of her eyes lifting slightly. Television is all a deception. They claim the bear paw is the ultimate delicacy, but it's merely a gimmick. This leg meat is far more substantial. I smiled and, wielding my military knife, sliced off another generous portion to offer her. "Eat up. We need to gather strength to repair the roof tomorrow." As she accepted the meat, her fingertips brushed against my palm, and she suddenly let out a light laugh, her profile illuminated by the warm glow of the fire, appearing exceptionally lively. We shared a bear leg weighing at least 2 to 3 pounds, and by now, the night had fully enveloped us. The starry sky above was pristine, as if washed by water, the Milky Way arching gracefully over the treetops, and the stars were distinctly countable. I pressed the grill down into the sand, the flames leaping to half my height, illuminating the silhouette of a missile boat resting crookedly on the beach from the shadows, the rust on its hull glimmering dark red in the firelight, reminiscent of a wounded whale stranded ashore. Lily's head gradually slid onto my shoulder, her hair brushing against my wrist with a delightful warmth. She gazed at the distant vessel, her fingertips gently twisting my sleeve. "Zhao, let us go back to the wooden house." The sea breeze tousled her long hair, and I caught the mingling scent of smoke from her locks, identical to my own. "What is there to fear?" I held her cool hand, gently rubbing it against my chest. With the shark and bear dealt with, we were the fiercest beings on this island now. She looked up at me, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Then what about me? Am I considered a ferocious beast?" I lower my gaze to her, noticing the flickering firelight reflected in her eyes, resembling 2 fallen stars. Thus, I reached to support the bend of her knee and, amidst her exclamation of surprise, lifted her into my arms. As we passed the bonfire, she instinctively nestled closer to me, her warm breath brushing against my neck. Be gentle. Don't knock over the fire pit. The bare pelt in the wooden house still retained the warmth of the day, and, as I set her down, the woven palm mat emitted a soft, rustling sound. The firelight from outside danced upon her face and in the flickering shadows. I could see her tousled hair obscuring her charming features. I reached out to gently tuck her hair behind her ear, my fingertips brushing against her soft cheek as I whispered in the most tender voice, not fierce at all, "You are my treasure." Outside, the sound of swaying palm leaves rustled softly, while the distant waves caressed the shore, as if someone were humming a lullaby. When Lin turned her body, her hair grazed the back of my hand, a delightful tickle that made me want to grasp it. So, I simply rolled over to lie flat, allowing her to rest her head upon my chest, listening to the harmonious rhythm of our intertwined heartbeats. Utterly exhausted from the day, having gone 2 nights without sleep, my body ached all over. Suddenly, Lin sprang up from my embrace. "Let me give you a massage." To my astonishment, she removed her dress and then unfastened her bra, leaving me bewildered. A massage is one thing, but why are you undressing completely? After loosening her bra, she donned her dress once more. "I didn't want to wear this. It's uncomfortable. I intended to wash it today, but I was busy preparing the meat." "Now, turn over, and I'll give you a proper massage," she declared, climbing onto my back. In that fleeting moment of her turning, I caught sight of her ample bosom swaying, igniting a surge of masculine desire throughout my being. Chapter 52. The plan for our home. I recall Lin once confessed to me, declaring that I am a gentleman, which stands as the highest commendation I have received regarding my character throughout my life. To be candid, as an individual of modest educational background who has navigated the struggles of life for 30 years, I have never possessed a clear understanding of what it means to be a gentleman. In my worldview, the essence of human interaction lies in sincerity. Although I recognize the significance of being suave and diplomatic in society, I have always felt an inherent resistance to such ways. I am inherently stubborn, firmly believing that sincerity is the foundation of all relationships. In my interactions with Lin, my intentions were solely driven by a genuine desire to care for her. Once I have committed to a person, I offer my sincerity without reservations. Initially, I did not envision her as a partner, merely considering her as a younger sister. Nothing more. However, I was taken aback when my sincerity touched this 20-year-old university student. To me, she has become the most precious light in my life. As I articulate these thoughts, I am, in truth, attempting to convince myself. Here on this desolate island, it is unavoidable that Lin and I, as a solitary couple in love, must confront a pressing reality: intimacy. I may consider myself a gentleman, yet I am not a monk devoid of desires. I have consistently restrained my instincts. After all, Lin is only 20, and I fear that an unintended pregnancy could place her in jeopardy in this medically barren landscape. Yet, there are moments when she expresses a desire for intimacy, while I find myself hesitating. Upon reflection, perhaps yielding to nature is the rightful course. Henceforth, I shall no longer suppress my emotions. If intimacy is to be, then so be it. However, it is paramount that I provide her with a stable home, a sturdy house built by my own hands, complemented by practical wooden furniture. No matter when we can leave this place, I must assume responsibility for our future. If Lin were to become pregnant, I would do everything in my power to ensure her safety. In the future, I will teach our child courage, while Lin imparts knowledge. Even if we remain ensnared on this deserted island, we can still cultivate a life filled with hope. Suddenly, the cry of a seagull pierced the silence, rousing me from my slumber. As I opened my eyes, I beheld Lin leaning against the wooden window, gazing into the distance. I propped myself up, causing her to turn in surprise. "Zhao, you're awake," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mirth. I squinted, nodding in acknowledgement, my voice still heavy with sleep. Lin, you're up quite early today." She settled beside me, her hair brushing against my shoulder. "I've been awake for quite a while. It's already noon," she chimed, her fingers playfully poking towards the window, sunlight filtering through her palm, casting delicate patterns on the wall. I stifled a yawn, rubbing my weary eyes. These past few days have been exhausting, I finally managed to get a good night's sleep. Are you hungry? Tilting her head, her eyelashes fluttered. Not really. I just wanted to wash my bra, but since you were still asleep, I didn't dare go alone. Her voice trailed off, glancing uneasily at the ship on the beach, which always made her feel anxious. Foolish girl, I said, gently tousling her hair, feeling the softness beneath my palm. With me here, what is there to fear? If something troubles you, don't hesitate to wake me. She gently shook her head, her cheek brushing against the back of my hand. You are too weary. I merely wish for you to rest a while longer. Upon hearing her words, a sudden warmth surged through my chest. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders and placed a kiss upon her crown. The sea breeze flowed through the window, tousling her hair, carrying the essence of sunlight and salt water, gentle as the starlight in her eyes. On the beach, Lin crouched by the rocks, washing clothes. I idly gazed at the rusted enemy missile boat in the distance, and picked up a pebble, hurling it with force. A dull thud startled a flock of seabirds, and Lin gasped, nearly tumbling into the waves. Shu Ye, what are you doing? Her wide, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with surprise, droplets of water glistening on her hair, almost taking my breath away. I quickly smiled, jogging over. I merely wanted to see if there were still any living creatures inside. One can never be too cautious. Before I could finish, she suddenly splashed a handful of seawater onto my face, the coolness shocking me. You just love to bully me. She laughed, her fingertips still dusted with sand. I wiped the seawater from my face, grinning foolishly. So, this enchanting island beauty, what shall we have for lunch? Bear meat, crab, or perhaps fowl? She shot me a glance, all of them. I turned to head back to the wooden hut to fetch my assault rifle. But Lin called out, Zhao good, don't leave just yet. Wait for me to finish washing, and we can return together. I continued walking, responding, what is there to fear in broad daylight? It's only a few dozen meters away. I'll grab my rifle and shoot a seabird for you to eat. Before the wooden hut, the remnants of the fire still exuded warmth. Lin sat beside the fire, holding a golden-brown roasted bird leg. Her cheeks puffed like a little hamster, juices dripping through her fingers. I struck the shell of a coconut crab with the back of my knife, prying out the snow-white crab meat. As I looked up, the sunlight dazzled my eyes. I intend to build a sturdier dwelling. She abruptly paused her chewing, her eyelashes fluttering. Didn't you say yesterday that a little repair today would suffice? Fragments of bird bones tumbled from her mouth onto her skirt. I wiped the sweat from my brow. The blazing sun had me drenched. Who knows when we'll be able to leave this island? We need to construct something more solid. The charcoal in the fire crackled, startling two seabirds perched atop the wooden hut. Lin, I love you. She furrowed her brow, tilting her head to look at me, the midday sun casting a rosy hue upon her ears. Zhao Ge, why are you being so sentimental today? I turned to meet her gaze, the sunlight fracturing into golden flakes within her pupils. Once our new home is complete, I shall craft a set of wooden furniture. Lowering my voice and raising an eyebrow, then we can do as we please, if you catch my drift. You rascal. She playfully punched my shoulder, the grease from the bird leg smudging my arm. The distant sound of crashing waves mingled with the warm breeze, the aroma of the roasted bird clinging to her hair. More tempting than the coconut crab meat. Since scavenging a batch of equipment from the enemy's missile boat, I have acquired a rifle equipped with a bayonet, which has finally provided me with a proper tool. This triangular blade is sharper than a military sword, with sufficient hardness, affixed to the rifle. It serves as a means of defense, and detached, it can function as a chisel, essential for constructing the wooden cabin. Previously, the most significant challenge in building this cabin was the processing of timber. While it was feasible to chop down trees with my Nepalese knife, boring holes and crafting tenons in logs as thick as a bowl was beyond the knife's capabilities. Now, armed with the bayonet, I can first mark the wood with the tip of the blade, then use a stone as a hammer to tap the handle, gradually chiseling out deep holes. Although I lack formal woodworking training, I have experience from my youth working on construction sites, observing skilled craftsmen create doors and windows, and I understand the intricacies of mortise and tenon joints, such as the dovetail joint and the through tenon joint, shaping the end of a beam into a trapezoidal tenon and carving corresponding mortises into the posts to withstand lateral forces once interlocked. The roof is of utmost importance. Previously, using thatch resulted in leaks. This time, I plan to learn the ancient technique of tile making, akin to the methods used for crafting water jars and clay pots. I will first excavate high-viscosity red clay from the hillside behind a giant rock, mix it with fine sand to form a clay body, shape it into tile prototypes using the bayonet, and let them dry partially before stacking them in a clay kiln. The kiln will be constructed from stones and wet mud, leaving an opening at the bottom for the fire and a vent at the top for smoke. The remaining coconut wood from prior felling will be used for firing. Once the fire reaches the appropriate temperature, I will douse it with water to steam the clay, facilitating carbonization. The success of this method, which I stumbled upon while idly scrolling through Douyin back home, hinges on precise control of the heat. The bayonet conveniently serves as a lever to rearrange the firewood within the kiln. Material planning also requires meticulous budgeting. Each day, I will fell adult coconut trees, using the trunks as posts and splitting the branches into purlins, stripping the bark with a military knife to prevent insect infestation. Excavating clay for tile making will necessitate continuous fire for 5 days, so I must stockpile enough dry firewood in advance. The mortise and tenon connections will rely solely on the precisely chiseled mortises made with the bayonet, with each joint carefully measured and compared to ensure a perfect fit. Following this plan, I aim to fell 10 coconut trees, chisel 20 joints, and produce 30 tiles each day, completing the main structure of the house in approximately 2 weeks. However, rain falls at least once a week on this island, sometimes thrice, so I can only hope for minimal rainfall during the construction of our new home, allowing Lin and me to move in sooner and indulge in our desires. Chapter 53. The gradual manifestation of happiness, having meticulously crafted the blueprint for our new abode yesterday. I rose early this morning. After a simple breakfast of coconut, I retrieved an old rifle and detached its bayonet. My desire was to construct a new dwelling on the existing site, where the current wooden cabin is remarkably anchored by 4 naturally grown coconut trees. However, to rebuild on the same spot would necessitate dismantling the old cabin, leaving Lin and me without shelter until the new house was complete. This grove of coconut trees boasts 300 to 400 specimens, and after circling the area multiple times, I could find no second site as suitable as the old cabin's natural foundation. Reluctantly, I resolved to fell the coconut trees. Yet the challenge of excavating a foundation loomed large. My Nepalese army knife and the triangular bayonet were adequate for cutting timber, but wholly inadequate for digging a foundation a meter deep. To erect a wooden house capable of withstanding storms and typhoons, the foundation must extend more than a meter below ground. After careful consideration, I decided to consult Lin. Why not dismantle the existing wooden cabin and directly carve holes into the trunks of the 4 coconut trees to construct the new house? This approach would preserve the stability of the natural foundation while circumventing the arduous task of relocating and excavating anew. Lin, what do you think about building the new house atop the existing cabin? I proposed, my fingers still dusted with fresh coconut bark shavings as I pointed to the marks on the tree trunk. Lacking tools to dig a foundation, relocating would only complicate matters further, potentially hindering even the establishment of a framework. Lin, cradling a coconut shell, lifted her gaze, with coconut water trickling from the corner of her mouth down to her collarbone. She absent-mindedly wiped it away. Where we stay until the new house is finished? The sea breeze tousled the wisps of hair on her forehead, her eyes reflecting the distant white-capped waves. I gestured towards a massive rock on the right side of the beach. For now, we can stay atop the giant rock, as we did before, and construct a simple shelter. With fuel in our possession, we could encircle the shelter with it. The scent would deter wild beasts from approaching. She rolled her eyes, casting shadows with her lashes. The last storm nearly toppled the shelter. I still feel anxious when I recall the thunder. Her voice trailed off, her fingers gently clutching the hem of her skirt. I brushed the coconut leaf debris from her hair, my fingertips grazing her slightly warm earlobe. How about this? On fine days, we can stay on the giant rock, and when we see dark clouds approaching, we can retreat to the coconut grove to set up a makeshift shelter. Pausing, I drew the bayonet from my waist, its blade reflecting the slight furrow of her brow. The coconut tree stumps of the old cabin are sufficiently robust by chiseling a few mortises and erecting crossbeams. We could have the main framework standing in 3 or 4 days. Suddenly, she leaned closer, her arm entwining with my elbow, her hair brushing against my hand. I trust your judgment. The scent of coconut milk mingled with the sea breeze. As long as you are by my side, I feel secure wherever we reside. Our eyes met, and a gentle smile blossomed between us, her earlier worries dissipating like sunlight shimmering on the surface of tranquil waters. In the distance, waves crashed against the rocks, startling a flock of seagulls, their cries fragmenting into a chorus as they flapped their wings and soared into the horizon. Dismantling the existing wooden house proved to be a straightforward task. I used the army knife to sever the entwined vines, and the thick coconut wood posts slid down one by one. Lin crouched beside the ruins, deftly extracting the fronds from the coconut tree trunk, neatly stacking them to the side. The grass mat on the ceiling was rolled into a cylindrical shape, its palm fiber texture still bearing traces of sea salt left by the winds of yesteryears. This mat serves perfectly to protect against moisture in our makeshift shelter atop the great stone. The beam was too heavy. I had to bend my back and prop it up with my shoulder to allow Lin to extract the stones placed beneath. Beads of sweat dripped onto the sandy ground, creating a constellation of damp spots. The water barrel in front of the wooden house was immovable unless emptied, so after much contemplation, I decided to pour it out. Lin hurriedly used a coconut shell to catch the clear rainwater, which shimmered in the sunlight, ultimately collecting enough to fill 12 coconut shells for future use, stacked beside the coconut tree like a row of crooked towers. We also used an earthen pot to hold water, its surface adorned with a layer of dried leaves. When I pried it open with a dagger, the reflection of the sky appeared in exquisite blue, almost transparent. After a day filled with labor, by the time all our belongings were moved, the setting sun had cast long shadows from the coconut trees. Lin and I sat atop the giant stone, beside our temporary shelter, gazing at the breathtaking scenery illuminated by the sunset, our hearts brimming with happiness. In the distance, the missile boat on the beach rusted to a dark brown in the twilight. One could only wonder when this iron relic would drift away from our shore. Brother Zhao, do you think there will be shooting stars tonight, like last time? Lin asked, tilting her face up, her eyelashes fluttering like translucent butterfly wings in the dusk. The sea breeze tousling her long hair, with a few strands wrapping around my wrist. I pulled her closer, my fingertips brushing against her delicate shoulder blades. This girl had tanned a bit lately, yet her collarbones still gleamed with a pearlescent shimmer. The last sliver of orange light at the horizon was being swallowed by the deep blue, and the dome of the sky gradually revealed itself like a scattering of diamonds. The sky was as pristine as a washed glass jar, and perhaps the shooting stars would swim towards us like schools of fish. Even if they didn't tee as I looked down, I noticed a grain of sand on her nose, and I reached out to brush it away. With so many stars overhead, we could count them until dawn. Suddenly, she stood up, the grass mat rustling softly atop the giant stone. The moonlight crept along the curve of her profile, rendering her exclamation of how wonderful, resplendent. Living here is delightful, as if standing on the shoulder of the sea. But when it rains, her words were abruptly scattered by the sea breeze, and she shivered, her hair brushing against the back of my hand. I quickly pulled her back 2 steps, the soles of our shoes scraping against the sandy edge of the giant stone. This rock must have been 4 or 5 stories high, and falling would not be a trifling matter. Our newly constructed wooden house was not to be underestimated either. Once it was fully built, I would craft a set of wooden furniture like a bed, chairs, and even a vanity. Her eyes suddenly sparkled, and she wrapped her arms around my neck. The scent of sea salt blending with coconut milk wafting into my nostrils. I want to pick some wildflowers for decoration. All right, whatever you wish. But we have no mirror, so that vanity might be a challenge. I gently lifted her waist, assisting her as she jumped up, her arms encircling my neck as she swayed. Didn't you find 2 dead phones on the missile boat last time? Dismantling the screen reveals a mirror. I was momentarily taken aback, realizing I had forgotten. Your vanity must be quite splendid. She smiled and gently brushed her lips against mine. In the distance, the call of a night bird echoed, and suddenly, the first shooting star streaked across the sky, as if someone had struck a match against the celestial canvas. Fleeting, yet illuminating the galaxy in her eyes. She buried her face in my shoulder, her voice muffled yet laced with laughter. Zhao, if we could never return, then let us live our days like the stars. I gazed at the increasingly dense cluster of stars, feeling her heartbeat resonate through my ribs, intertwining with my own. The coconut trees rustled in the evening breeze, and in the distance, a dagger stood embedded in the sandy ground, its hilt wrapped in a strip of cloth, gently swaying with the sea wind, a token she had fashioned for me from scraps of fabric. Chapter 54. What if? Zhao, go. Shall we play a game? Linlin turned slightly in the sanctuary atop the giant rock, resting her head gently on my right arm. My left arm supported her head, and although I felt a languid ache throughout my body from a day spent dismantling the old house, gazing at the starlight filtering through the sieve-like sky above me made my heart feel as light as if I were immersed in warm water. On this late evening, what could university student wish to play? I flicked the grass clippings clinging to her hair with my fingers, as the sea breeze slipped through the crevices of the shelter, carrying with it a hint of coconut fragrance from her skin. Suddenly, she turned to face me, her nose nearly brushing against my chin, her eyelashes fluttering across the shadows beneath her eyes like a moth in flight. Let us play the what-if game. I will pose the questions, and you must answer seriously. No half-hearted responses allowed. I raised an eyebrow and tugged at the tip of her hair, watching the moonlight shatter into silver fragments within her pupils. Then, please enlighten us with your question, esteemed university student. What if you and T boarded that giant ship with my father? What would life be like? Linlin posed the first hypothetical with a serious tone. This question plunged me into contemplation. Had I not accompanied your father onto that vessel, it is highly likely I would have transformed into a true recluse. After the failure of my entrepreneurial ventures, I had grown weary of the social intricacies of life, yearning for a period of tranquility to reflect upon myself. I had long devised a plan for those days, spending considerable time pondering the meaning of life, alongside writing, exercising, and indulging in online gaming. Linlin turned to gaze at the starry sky, her brow furrowed in confusion. A recluse? I understand the rest, but why would you want to play online games? I chuckled softly. I have been fascinated by online games since childhood. Back in elementary school, I once trekked several kilometers to the city just to recharge a mere 3 yuan worth of game credits. That was a dream etched into my youth. As I grew older and became engulfed in the hustle of life, I scarcely found time to indulge in my childhood passions, making playing online games all the more significant to me. It was a rare opportunity to commit to self-care, allowing me to resolve that lingering emotional knot. After listening, she nodded, half understanding, and then inquired further. What specifically do you contemplate when reflecting on life? I gazed at the swirling constellations above, exhaling slowly. Part of it involves reviewing the reasons behind my entrepreneurial failures, but more so, it is about planning for the future. Before she could respond, I added with a self-deprecating tone, to be honest, I have little confidence in my future. The aspirations of starting a family and establishing a career seem increasingly distant, and I have gradually learned to accept this reality. She tilted her head, continuing to probe. Establishing a career may be challenging, but starting a family shouldn't be too difficult, right? Zhao, you are so. I turned to her. So what? Suddenly, she shifted closer, embracing me, her hair brushing against my chin. So exceptional. Wouldn't it be easy for you to start family? I couldn't help but laugh aloud. My dear young lady, you are still naive and do not comprehend the weight of reality. Your family is well off, so you need not worry too much about financial conditions. But for me, my voice lowered gradually as I gazed into her eyes, where the starlight danced. I had never envisioned a connection with someone a decade my junior. At my age, most men seek partners who are at least 25. Yet women within this age bracket often have financial expectations. As a man who has faced entrepreneurial failures, even if I were to be fortunate enough to possess something, it would only bring hardship upon my partner, a thought I cannot bear. Suddenly, Linlin playfully struck my chest, her fingertips warm against my camouflage t-shirt. Are you implying that I am too young? Taken aback, I gazed at her flushed face. both amused and bewildered. How did she misconstrue my words so? Apart from your youth, you excel in every other way, I remarked, extending my hand to tickle her side. Her laughter erupted, a melodic sound that mingled with the rustle of the grass mat beneath us. Stop it. We still have one last if. Releasing her, I reclined again, resting my arm behind my head as I watched her sit up, taming her tousled hair, the moonlight casting a gentle glow on her blushing cheeks. Pose your question, but once answered, it will be my turn to inquire. I playfully tugged at the crumpled edge of her shirt. Lin sat cross-legged, her fingers idly tracing the frayed edges of the mat. If one day you could leave here and return to your former life, what is the one thing you would wish to do? The question tightened my throat. The sea breeze carried the distant sound of waves, and as I gazed at the stars slowly revolving overhead, I recalled a conversation with my mother on the sofa before my departure. At that moment, I could never have anticipated that this farewell might be everlasting. If that day were to truly come, I turned to her, finding her gaze fixed upon me, her eyes shimmering like the ocean's depths. I would first take you to meet my mother, to assure her that I have upheld the promise I made when I left home. Then I would accompany you to your house, standing before your mother to say. My voice faltered, and I cleared my throat, expressing that I had once safeguarded her daughter with my life and would continue to do so for a lifetime. Suddenly, she covered my mouth with her hand, her fingertips carrying the sweetness of coconut milk. Do not speak of life and death in such a manner. Her voice trembled, yet a smile blossomed in the night. I want you to take me out for hot pot first, with a beef tallow base and double the tripe. I captured her hand and placed a gentle kiss upon it. First hot pot, then we shall meet the parents. From afar, the call of an owl echoed through the coconut grove as her head gradually rested on my shoulder. Gazing at her silhouette beneath the starry sky, I suddenly felt that those once seemingly unattainable were now pulsating into tangible shapes with each breath she took. After a long moment, I discreetly wiped away a tear that had escaped from the corner of my eye and cleared my throat. Now it is my turn to ask. She nestled closer into my embrace, her hair brushing against my chin. Go ahead and ask. I looked at the flickering fireflies outside the shelter, hesitating to speak. Some questions carried too much weight, and I feared that voicing them might evoke memories of despair, leading Lin to tears. She lifted her face, her lashes brushing against my wrist. Zhao, why are you silent? Have you fallen asleep? I gently pressed her head back into my embrace, inhaling the scent of sea salt woven within her hair. My inquiry mirrored your second question. If one day you were to leave this place and return to your former life, what would you do? My fingertips grazed the delicate strands of the nape of her neck as I lowered my voice, urging her to respond earnestly. After a prolonged silence, her voice trembled slightly. I did not know if my father is still here. Before she could finish, her words were choked with emotion. I would first hold my mother and weep profusely, and then I would go with you to obtain our marriage certificate. Lastly, I would return to school to complete the unfinished books. Oh! Tears soaked into my garment as her shoulders shook with sobs. I remained silent, merely enveloping her in my arms, tenderly caressing her back while listening to her stifled sobs mingling with the distant sound of waves, resonating through the night. Even as I deliberately steered clear of sensitive topics, she continued to tremble with grief. Witnessing her sorrow rendered my subsequent questions lodged in my throat, unable to be voiced. I gently held her close, listening to her gradually calming sobs, and as the sea breeze caressed us, we sank into slumber, entwined in each other's warmth. Chapter 55. The gloomy green eyes in the ensuing days, it seemed as though the heavens were favoring us, for the rains held off. Lin and I devoted ourselves wholeheartedly to the construction of our new abode. Thanks to the robust natural foundation of the old house, the framework's assembly progressed remarkably well, soon taking on a discernible shape. However, the roofing posed a formidable challenge before us. Originally, we intended to fabricate tiles, yet the practical execution proved fraught with difficulties. The process of producing tiles not only demanded a considerable investment of time, but also required ample dry firewood. Although the island was lush with trees, most were green wood, unsuitable for immediate combustion. Deep within the forest, while there lay dead branches, The terrain was perilous and fraught with unknown dangers, making us hesitant to venture forth in search of them. Moreover, even if we succeeded in crafting tiles without the reinforcement of cement, they would be easily dislodged by strong winds and typhoons. After much contemplation, I resolved to utilize the trunks of coconut leaves for the roofing. First, I meticulously flattened each trunk, then interlaced them tightly and bound them securely with sturdy vines. Finally, I laid a carefully woven mat of coconut fronds atop. This roofing solution not only promised greater durability than tiles, but also alleviated any concerns regarding leaks. Although over time these materials might succumb to rainwater erosion, we could undertake repairs at any moment. Presently, this plan seemed most suitable for our needs, and I felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As twilight deepened, the day's labor approached its conclusion. Lin and I kindled a fire upon the sandy ground before our new home. With bear meat and seabirds sizzling and releasing their savory scents, which mingled with the ocean breeze. Not far away, a rusted missile boat lay askew upon the beach, impervious to the ebb and flow of the tides, as if an unseen hand had anchored it within the gritty sands. To me, this derelict hulk of steel was but a useless relic, stirring no waves of concern. Yet, for Lin, it was an entirely different matter. Each time she passed it, she instinctively quickened her pace, her eyes brimming with vigilance and unease. Even in the mundane act of washing clothes, she would deliberately circumvent that area, opting to take a longer route to maintain her distance from the missile boat. The crackling fire punctuated the evening air as Lin leaned closer to the sizzling bear meat, her nose wrinkling in curiosity. Zhao, why does this meat seem to have an odd taste? I deftly turned the meat with a stick, oil spattering into the flames and igniting tiny bursts of fire. It's likely because I didn't smoke it thoroughly last time. It might be slightly spoiled. However, it's nothing to worry about. It's still edible. After we finish eating, we can take the remaining meat from the storeroom and smoke it again. She bit her lower lip, her face a canvas of hesitation. Observing her, I chuckled. It's akin to smoked cured meat. A hint of spoilage can actually enhance the flavor. If you find it unpalatable, you can always eat more seabirds. The firelight danced in Lin's eyes, and suddenly, she added a few dry branches to the flames. Her tone resolute. I want to eat bear meat. Zhao says it's fine, so it must be. I shook my head with a smile. The setting sun painted the sea in hues of shattered gold, while the coconut trees shimmered with a warm, golden glow in the twilight. Lin chewed on the aromatic bear meat, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. So delicious, she exclaimed. The scent was somewhat peculiar, yet the taste resembled seasoned smoked meat. I chuckled and placed another piece of meat into her coconut shell bowl, then stood up to lift several thick coconut logs. With some rattan, I fashioned a meat rack about the height of a person. A faint, briny odor wafted from the storage room, where half a bear carcass lay submerged in a light brown pool of blood, a sign of tender meat, indicative of protein breakdown on this island. The nearly 300 pounds of meat strained my arms as I hung each piece on the rack, turning to shout at Lin, add some firewood. Don't let the smoke die down. She was busy stuffing dry twigs into the fire, her cheeks glowing like ripe persimmons in the flickering light. Wiping my blood-stained hands in the sand, I gestured to Lin, I'm going to wash my face by the sea. I'll be back shortly. Suddenly, she set down her coconut bowl, her gaze drifting to the rusting missile boat nearby. It's getting dark. I'm scared. I drew my pistol from behind my waist, slid out the magazine for inspection, and firmly reinserted it. What are you afraid of? If danger arises, just fire. I'll be close enough to hear you yell. Her fingers felt icy as she took the gun. I walked over the fine sand towards the sea, hearing her murmuring behind me. You don't care about her at all. I glanced back to see her shadow illuminated by the bonfire, moving anxiously between the meat rack, like a protective creature fixated on the dancing flames. This girl, though timid, possessed remarkable resolve. Zhao, come quickly. Lin's scream abruptly shattered the stillness of the night. I leaped back to the bonfire in a few swift strides, finding her pale face directed deep into the coconut grove, her fingers trembling so violently she could barely grip the gun. In the darkness, several pairs of eyes glimmering with an eerie phosphorescence were fixed on us, flickering in and out of the firelight like sharks lurking in the deep sea. A chill ran down my spine, and I swiftly seized the assault rifle propped nearby, the stock crashing heavily against my shoulder. The safety clicked loudly as I engaged it, the barrel steady against the glowing figures. Lean's nails nearly dug into my arm. Her voice quaking, "Is it that giant snake?" The damp sea breeze, infused with the savory scent of smoked meat, carried an underlying stench, one of warm, living flesh. "It's not a snake," I whispered, my breath steadying the rifle. I focused intently ahead. The flickering flames revealed the outline of pointed ears and a mane in the underbrush, smaller than the wolves I remembered, yet emitting a more ferocious, low growl. They were evidently not attracted to the smoked meat. Rather, they had their sights set on two living beings still active in the deep of night. Bang! The moment I squeezed the trigger, Lin buried her face into my back. The vibration of the gun stock coursed through my bones, reaching my temples, as the bullet carved a crimson arc through the night, eliciting a chorus of anguished wails. A few pairs of green eyes abruptly shifted direction, the blades of grass quivering violently, accompanied by the brittle snap of broken twigs. It was not until the last echo of the mournful sound faded into the depths of the dense forest that I realized my back was already soaked in cold sweat. It was a pack of forest wolves. I kicked the jerky rack beside me, sending a few sparks flying. Lin lifted her head, tears still clinging to her eyelashes. Yet she clutched my garment tightly. This girl had likely exhausted all her courage in that moment. The distant roar of the ocean suddenly became strikingly clear, akin to the breath of some colossal beast, waiting in the thickening darkness for the next glimmer of dawn. Chapter 56. The completion of our new home on this island. The existence of Lin and I has consistently adhered to a fundamental principle. Aside from fulfilling our basic needs for sustenance and self-defense, we shall never inflict harm upon any creature. I firmly believe that maintaining a reverence for nature is the key to enduring in this wilderness. Everything in this world is governed by balance, and once boundaries are transgressed recklessly, unforeseen consequences inevitably follow. The encounter with the forest wolves last night exemplified this truth. When those glowing eyes lingered in the shadows, I opted to frighten them away with the sound of my gun rather than hunting them down. They were merely hungry beings drawn by the tantalizing scent of smoked meat. There was no need to annihilate them when they posed no real threat. Much like the peculiar snakes and the enormous creatures dwelling in the ponds, we never intrude upon their domains, maintaining a tacit understanding of mutual non-interference. Upon our arrival on the island, in search of flint and fresh water, I ventured deep into the heart of the forest and caught a glimpse of the enormous shadow swirling in the pond. My first instinct was not to raise my weapon, but rather to hold my breath and retreat. On this land, which does not belong to humanity, we are the intruders. My only desire is to live a tranquil life with Lin, gathering fresh fruits in the coconut grove at dawn, sharing meals by the campfire at dusk, and awaiting the fortuitous opportunity for escape that fate may bestow. Should fortune favor us with a departure, I shall carry away only gratitude for this land, rather than the sins of slaughter. In the realm of nature's laws, survival is never a zero-sum game of life and death. Instead, it is a matter of respecting and avoiding every form of life. At last, the moment of capping our new home has arrived. I stand upon a wooden ladder, crafted from vines and coconut wood, meticulously joining the smoothly hewn coconut fronds to the roof. Lin looks up from below, deftly handing me the fronds one by one. This harmonious cooperation has transformed the approximately 12-square-meter wooden cabin from blueprints into reality. From drilling and polishing to framing and finally reaching this day of capping, we accomplished it all in just 5 days, far quicker than I had anticipated. The construction required only a handful of coconut trees. At this moment, the afternoon sun streams through the gaps in the unfinished rooftop, casting dappled shadows upon the sandy ground. If we push through until evening, Lin and I can move into this new home, built with our sweat. Tonight, thinking of this prospect, the coconut frond in my hand suddenly feels lighter, infused with the scent of anticipation carried by the sea breeze. "Zhao, come down and have a sip of water," Lin called up to me, her coconut shell bowl gently swaying in her grasp. the fresh water reflecting the dancing shadows of the trees. I continued binding the vines without looking up, my fingertips raw from the coarse fibers. I am not thirsty yet. There is only this small area left to complete. And tonight, we shall no longer have to curl up in the shelter of the boulders, enduring the midnight sea breeze. She reluctantly set down the bowl, bent down to gather a few strands of coconut fronds, and skillfully twisted them into knots, continuing to pass them to me. You are always so impatient. I hurriedly pressed on with the roofing work, and I do not know how much time passed, but as the last coconut frond fit snugly into place, the framework of the roof was finally complete. Next, I merely needed to weave a few coconut fronds together and secure them tightly, and the roof would be complete. As I stood at the edge of the rooftop, stretching my aching back, I suddenly caught a glimpse of the sunlight dancing upon Lean's hair as she tilted her head back. A warm feeling surged within me, and without a second thought, I leapt from the rooftop. The dull thud of my landing was accompanied by Lean's startled exclamation, and the mat she had woven from coconut fronds fell with a soft thump onto the sandy ground. Zhao, are you out of your mind? What if you break your leg jumping down from such a height? Her cool palm pressed against my knee, and in a huff, she brushed the grass clippings from my pant leg while her fingertips discreetly checked for any injuries. I chuckled, tousling her windswept hair. I just wanted to see what it felt like. It isn't that high when you look down from up there. She shot me a sharp glare, and, as she picked up the mat, deliberately let a few fronds fall onto my head. Not high, you say? If you end up crippled, I'll be quite curious to see how you manage. The sea breeze lifted the hem of her skirt, and the setting sun cast our shadows upon the coconut wood wall, resembling two palm trees rooted in the sand, swaying yet steadfast. I circled the newly constructed wooden house, scrutinizing every detail until I finally paused at the front door. The abode faced the beach and the sea, and upon opening the door, one could behold the tide gently lapping over the delicate grains of sand. Behind the house, a coconut grove stood closely, and further within lay a forest of rampant vegetation. On either side, we were embraced by coconut trees, with our home nestled slightly to the right, as if cradled by verdant hands like a precious shell. To the right, 200 meters away, a sloping path meandered toward the colossal boulders by the sea, our former makeshift refuge. To the left, 300 or 400 meters distant, the coconut grove culminated in a dense thicket of wild grasses, intertwined with shrubs and vines, forming a green barrier through which even sunlight struggled to penetrate, seamlessly merging with the perilous depths of the island that we had always approached with caution. In contrast to the humble dwelling we once inhabited, the wooden house before me could be deemed a mansion. Its four walls were meticulously crafted from polished coconut wood, fitted together with precision, leaving no gaps through which the sea breeze could intrude. The roof's coconut fronds were seamlessly joined, ensuring that even the heaviest downpour would merely cascade along the natural lines of the mat, never seeping into the interior. The loft floor was also constructed from flattened coconut wood, its interlocking design rendering it both level and sturdy. When stepped upon, it produced a reassuringly muted thud, instilling a sense of tranquility. A newly opened small window on the front wall was particularly ingenious, allowing the sea breeze to dispel moisture while providing us with a constant view of the beach and the coconut grove. I placed my hand upon the sturdy wooden wall, a surge of accomplishment washing over me. Turning to Lin, I flashed a broad smile, and before she could react, I scooped her up in my arms. She gasped, wrapping her arms around my neck as her feet kicked up tiny grains of sand. We twirled in the clearing before the wooden house, the solid silhouette of our new home behind us and the golden glimmering sea ahead, a moment that made me reflect. With dedication and effort, there is no house that cannot be built. Gently setting Lin down, I turned to pick up a green coconut and deftly carved a crescent-shaped opening in its shell with my machete. She cradled the coconut, tilting her head to observe me. Her eyelashes dusted with the sand that had risen during our spinning, yet she remained silent, refraining from asking any questions. As the blade once again pierced through the coconut shell, the golden sunset gracefully spilled over the edge of the rooftop. With one hand clasping the coconut, I directed its opening towards her lips. Come, let us toast to our new home. She momentarily paused, then, with her eyes gleaming with joy, leaned in and our two coconut shells met with a crisp, delightful sound. In the briny breeze, coconut water trickled down the corners of our mouths, forming two delicate crescent shapes in the sandy ground. In the distance, the tide surged, waves rolling in like fragments of gold upon the shore. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the newly constructed wooden house, enveloping us in its warm embrace. Lean's hair brushed against the back of my hand, carrying the fragrant essence of coconut leaves and sunlight. In this moment, the sunset, the sea breeze, our new home, and the girl beside me, beaming with delight while cradling her coconut, finally coalesced into a complete world that belonged to us on this desolate island. Chapter 57. Potatoes Before the Wooden Cabin. I observed Lin diligently weaving a mat from palm leaves, her hands already calloused from the toil. I set down the coconut wood I was carving and approached her, gently cradling her hands in mine. Lin, if your hands ache from weaving, you need not continue. I can finish the mat once I have completed the bed. She gazed at me with affection, withdrawing her hands. I'm not tired. This is quite enjoyable. I lifted her hands once more, once delicate and fair. They had become rough and reddened from her prolonged labor. My heart ached at the sight, yet perhaps this was a form of shared happiness for her. Though I wished to alleviate her suffering, I refrained from further discouragement, allowing this joy to flourish naturally. To my astonishment, my pampered university student had transformed into a diligent little bee. It was truly remarkable. After much contemplation, I resolved to offer her emotional support through praise. She smiled, her hands never ceasing their work. Our bed measured over 2 meters in length and approximately 1.6 meters in width, positioned snugly in the corner of the cabin. First, I utilized a triangular chisel to pierce the wooden wall, then inserted the carved poles into the holes, thereby eliminating the need to craft 2 bed legs. I carved 10 pieces of coconut wood, each about 15 centimeters in diameter, and upon assembling them, they precisely achieved the necessary width of about 1.6 meters. After inserting these coconut poles into the drilled holes, I fashioned 2 bed legs at one end, and a pure coconut wood bed began to take shape. The entire process involved smoothing the wood with a military knife and embedding the poles without requiring any binding with vines, resulting in a remarkably sturdy construction. The bed stood approximately 50 centimeters off the ground, providing ample storage space underneath. Previously, the storage room had been limited, forcing us to pile firearms and smoke bear meat together. Each time I retrieved a weapon, its metallic surface was tainted with the scent of smoke and grease, impairing both grip and usability. Now, however, the firearms could be neatly stored beneath the bed in a ventilated and dry environment, making access much more convenient. We had already planned for the mat's dimensions to correspond with the bed's surface. Just as I completed the bed frame, Lin finished weaving the coconut leaf mat, which fit perfectly atop the bed. However, a single mat was insufficient. The wooden slats of the bed were quite rigid. Therefore, we decided to mix dried seaweed with hay cut from the hillside and lay it beneath the mat, ensuring a more comfortable sleeping experience by softening the hard surface. Next, I intended to construct a table, which I planned to combine with Lin's vanity, serving both as a table and a dressing station. It would be placed directly in front of the wooden window inside the cabin. Employing the same method, I chiseled through the wooden wall, then inserted the carved coconut wood into the wall holes, thus bypassing the need to create 2 table legs. From the storage room, I retrieved 2 Sony phones salvaged from the enemy, intending to dismantle the screens to serve as mirrors for Lin's vanity. I recalled having attempted to power them on when I first found them, but to no avail, as the batteries had long since died. Today, on a whim, I decided to try again, and to my surprise, the screen lit up. I called out to Lin, come quickly. The phone can be turned on. She paused for a moment, then hopped over to me. We both stared intently at the startup animation on the screen, but just seconds after reaching the home screen, the phone blacked out and shut down. No amount of pressing the power button elicited a response. Lin picked up the phone and gently pried open the SIM card slot with a slender wooden splinter, revealing 2 phone cards lying quietly within. She delicately replaced the card. Even if it had power, it would be of no use. I noticed upon startup that there was no signal on this island. I sighed and shook my head. Never mind, I might as well disassemble it for you to use as a mirror. After arranging the table and bed, I opened the storage room to retrieve the firearms. The 6 rifles, though tinged with the aroma of smoked meat and grease, remained in pristine condition. I placed each gun under the bed, neatly stacking the ammunition. However, while counting, an unsettling feeling lingered. 6 rifles, 1 Y-Country assault rifle, and 6 handguns. The numbers were correct, yet my heart felt hollow. I called Lin over. "Is this all our equipment?" She knelt on the floor, peering under the bed. And when she stood up, her eyes sparkled. "Zhao, where is your G37 handgun?" I was taken aback, hastily reaching for my thigh holster. It was empty. Lin crossed her arms, gazing at me. Could it have been left at the shelter atop the boulder? Without a moment's hesitation, I dashed out the door. "Wait at home. I'll go check." I stumbled up to the summit, the sea breeze whipping sand against my face, the briny taste mingling with sweat at the corners of my mouth. The makeshift shelter, crafted from coconut fronds and dried wood, curled up in the twilight like a huddled old tortoise. A corner of the fronds lifted by the wind, revealing its mottled shadows within. I threw myself into the shelter, my knees crashing against the hard coconut wood. Ignoring the pain, my hands frantically rummaging through the thatched pillow. Indeed, the grip of the G37 handgun pressed against my palm, its metallic surface still warm from the thatch. This handgun had accompanied me through my darkest moments, upon first arriving on the island. It was my only source of confidence in this unfamiliar, primal environment. I had used its bullets to ignite my first fire and ventured deep into the island's jungles with it. Running my fingers over the familiar frame, I suddenly recalled the first time I strapped it to my waist, when the captain had said that a gun is the second life of a security officer. Now it lay quietly in my palm, the trigger guard dusted with bits of thatch, allowing the stone that had been suspended in my chest to finally settle. After checking the firearm and reholstering it, I caught a glimpse of a vibrant green hue at the bottom of the dirt slope. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it was a patch of mugwort seedlings, their fuzzy leaves glistening in the golden rays of the setting sun. I intended to pick some to brew soup with Lin later. As I crouched down, my fingertips barely brushing the mugwort stem, I noticed a thick vine tightly entwined around its roots, its dark brown tendrils coiling around the grass stalk like a serpent. A nuisance indeed. I muttered to myself as I grasped the vine and pulled forcefully, not expecting this seemingly delicate vine to be deeply entrenched, uprooting the entire mugwort along with a clump of soil. At that moment, several round, brown objects rolled out from the earth, tumbling across the sandy ground. Potatoes. My breath hitched sharply, my throat constricted as if something had lodged within. I picked up a potato the size of an egg, my fingertips tracing its rough skin, still coated with fresh soil. At the moment my teeth pierced the skin, the unique, bitter yet sweet flavor of raw potato erupted on my tongue. A taste so familiar it brought warmth to my eyes. Beneath the vines lay 4 potatoes, the largest as hefty as a fist, while the smallest was merely the size of a thumb. I carefully placed 3 whole potatoes into my pocket, my fingertips brushing against their firm contours beneath the fabric, suddenly recalling the days spent in my grandmother's garden, unearthing potatoes. She often remarked that potatoes were grains that grew from the earth. Plant one, and a cluster would flourish. Squatting on the sandy slope, I dug around until my fingernails were filled with soil, yet I uncovered no new tubers. Nevertheless, these 3 potatoes sent shivers through my body. Wild potatoes on this desolate island, symbolizing tomorrow, embodying hope, and perhaps one day we could cultivate a granary in this barren land. The setting sun cast my shadow among the coconut trees, resembling a madman with arms outstretched. The potatoes in my pocket gently tapped against my thigh with each step, grounding me in an undeniable sense of reality. As I passed the mugwort by the shore, I gathered a handful of tender leaves, contemplating a pot of mugwort soup for dinner, accompanied by roasted bear meat and coconut crab. A delightful existence. The wind rustled through the coconut fronds, and I suddenly burst into laughter. How surprising it was that, even in this seemingly desperate place, fate had discreetly buried its surprises. Chapter 58. Contentment. I cradled the tender sprig of mugwort in my hands, with 3 potatoes nestled in my pocket, and returned to the wooden cabin with a light step. Upon seeing me, Lin's gaze immediately fixated on my bulging pocket, her eyes widening as she pointed at my waist. Zhao, your eggs again. Before she could finish her sentence, her face flushed crimson. I stifled a laugh, placing the mugwort under the eaves, then gently cupping her warm face in my hands and kissing her forehead. What are you thinking? I'm merely carrying treasures. As I spoke, I retrieved the potatoes, juggling them in my palm. Lin gazed intently at the 3 dark brown orbs, her eyelashes fluttering in disbelief. Is this sweet potato or taro? Potatoes. I elongated the word deliberately, watching her eyes brighten as if a lamp had been suddenly lit. She reached out to touch the potatoes, but recoiled as if burned. How could there be potatoes on the island? Wild ones, I replied, giving a little shake of my G37 pistol at my waist. The gun was found, right in its usual spot. Only then did Lin relax her brow and reach for the potatoes, yet her fingers hesitated upon contact. She looked up at me, the glow of the campfire reflected in her eyes. This is astonishing. Wild potatoes on this island. I took one potato from her hand, spinning in my palm. Life is always full of unexpected surprises. I intended to share my plans for the potatoes, but Lin suddenly snatched one from me, sniffing it vigorously at her nose. I think I can smell the aroma of baked potatoes. As she opened her mouth to bite into the potato, I swiftly grasped her wrist. Ancestor, this is seed. If you damage it, how will we plant it? Her front teeth hovered half a centimeter from the potato skin, and she slowly raised her gaze to mine, her excitement gradually giving way to guilt. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, poking my chest with her fingertip. I know now, but seriously. She pressed the potato to her cheek, her voice light as a sea breeze. It feels like a dream today, finding the gun and now potatoes. Chu Yi, don't you think we're incredibly lucky? I scratch my head. It's not too bad. It's just the 2 of us on this island. The gun wouldn't stray far, but these potatoes are indeed a delightful surprise. Lin twirled the potato in her palm. But Zhao, can you really grow potatoes? I chuckled, playfully poking her nose. Underestimating me, are you? As a child in my grandmother's garden, I was the chief potato digger. It's not difficult. First, place them in a cool, damp spot to sprout. Once the shoots appear, cut them into small pieces, each with an eye. Bury them in the soil, water them, and in 3 to 4 months, we'll have a harvest. There could be a whole bunch beneath the ground. Her eyes sparkled as she suddenly jumped up, clapping her hands, then furrowing her brow towards the slope. Shall we plant them on the slope? I squatted down, sifting through the sandy soil at my feet, mixed with fallen coconut leaves. We can plant them in front of the cabin. We'll dig some rich soil from the slope and spread it over the sand, mixing in some coconut leaf humus. It'll be softer than the garden. Lin suddenly wrapped her arms around my neck, her hair brushing against my chin. Zhao, how come you know how to do everything? That's incredible. I was choked by her grip. Enough with the flattery. We shall commence work early tomorrow. First, we will excavate soil on the hillside and then erect a fence. When she released her hold, the potato accidentally rolled into the sand, and she hurried to retrieve it, oblivious to the grass blade that clung to her hair. The sea breeze, infused with the refreshing scent of mugwort, gently caressed us as I gazed at the darkening sky, already calculating the dimensions of the pit we would dig the following day. Lin continued to converse with the potato, her fingers tracing the image of climbing vines in the sand. The next day, as the morning light crept up the coconut trees, I stood with a machete beside the designated potato patch, gazing at the newly constructed wooden house behind me. The sea breeze swept past the eaves, laden with the briny scent of the ocean, and I suddenly realized something was amiss. Lin, let us build a fence around the wooden house. I turned to her, who was busy arranging grass mats. This would not only delineate our garden for planting potatoes, but also shield us from intruding animals, finally securing our home. Her eyes brightened, and she promptly set aside her task. I selected a few tall coconut trees, and with a swift motion, the machete sliced into the base of the fronds, producing a crisp snap as the 5-meter-long frond fell to the ground. This sturdy frond, with its naturally textured surface, was perfect for constructing the fence frame. Before assembly, I traced a rectangular outline in the sand, maintaining a spacing of approximately 20 centimeters. Too close would waste materials. while too far apart would invite wild beasts to breach our defenses. Next, I sharpened the ends of the fronds into pointed cones and drove them into the sand to a depth of about 30 centimeters, ensuring each frond stood upright. Lin handed me some dried vines, and I bent the tops of the adjacent fronds to intertwine them, wrapping them in an H-shaped pattern 3 times, securing it with a knot for reinforcement. At the corners, I deliberately crossed 2 fronds, adding 3 additional vine ties for extra stability. The midday sun beat down relentlessly, beads of sweat rolling down, but as I watched the fence extend step by step, gradually enveloping the wooden house, even the sea breeze seemed to soften. When the final frond was embedded in the sand, Lin clapped her hands in delight. It resembles a fairy tale cottage. Indeed, the interwoven fronds cast dappled shadows in the sunlight, transforming the formerly modest wooden house into a semblance of home. I wiped the sweat from my brow and gazed at the leveled soil within the fence, envisioning the potatoes flourishing throughout the yard. On this deserted island, who says that flowers cannot bloom in adversity? With a little effort, even the most barren sands can form the shape of a home. Zhao, it hasn't rained for many days. If it were to rain, would it wash away our potato patch? Lin looked up at the sky, the scorching sun making her skin feel ablaze. It had been a full week since the last storm, and a hint of humidity lingered in the air. I surmised that heavy rain would soon arrive. You are right. If it rains, it could indeed wash away our garden. After a moment of contemplation, I proposed, let us construct a canopy, a simple shelter to shield us from the rain and fierce winds. As long as the soil remains intact, we will be fine. Lin nodded earnestly. I gathered fresh coconut fronds and enclosed the 2-meter-long potato planting area, erecting the framework and weaving the fronds into a grass mat to cover the canopy. For an entire day, we busied ourselves with the protective work of fences and plots. As dusk settled, our labor finally bore fruit. Exhausted, Lin and I sat by the crackling fire, where a hearty pot of bear meat sizzled, releasing its savory aroma into the evening air before our wooden cottage. Coconut crabs, a frequent delicacy on our table, were abundant on the island. Occasionally, I would pluck a claw and roast it over the flames, relishing this indulgence. Gazing at our newly constructed cabin, the surrounding fenced yard, and beside me, the charming and lovely Lin, my heart brimmed with sentiment. This must be what happiness looks like, contentment at last. Chapter 59. The colossal being beneath the 100-meter deep sea, gazing back at the past, from the moment we plunged from the colossal vessel into the tumultuous waves, to drifting upon the boundless ocean, and subsequently encountering the heart-stopping sea tornado, Lin and I, driven by an ardent desire for survival and an indomitable spirit, ultimately reached this island. Upon our arrival, confronted by the primal and unfamiliar surroundings, we erected our first shelter atop a massive rock. However, during a fierce storm, the flimsy roof of our shelter was torn away, and Lin and I narrowly escaped being swept beneath the towering boulders that plummeted some 20 to 30 meters below. Learning from this harrowing experience, we constructed a wooden house amidst the grove of coconut trees. Yet, due to its rudimentary nature, the structure swayed perilously during another tempest, with rain pouring through the leaky roof. In the face of this existential crisis, I utilized the assault rifle of a Y-country soldier to dispatch several hostile figures who had inexplicably drifted ashore, fortuitously acquiring some firearms from their missile boat. It was these very weapons that enabled us to build a truly sturdy wooden dwelling. As months slipped by, the potatoes within the fenced yard of our wooden house ripened, allowing Lin and me to finally savor a genuine staple food. The hostile missile boat had long since drifted away from the shore, lost to the tides of time. During this period, our life on the island was both joyful and fulfilling. We strolled along the coast, basking in the sea breeze during the day and at night. We reveled in feasting around the campfire, indulging in our culinary delights, before curling up together in the warmth of our wooden abode. Naturally, intimacy formed an integral part of our existence, and we cherished this harmonious aspect of our lives, which imbued our monotonous days with a sense of warmth. Fortunately, Lin was not with child. Considering the risks of childbirth on the island, I always took precautions during critical moments. Just yesterday, A torrential downpour had swept through. Strangely, despite our prolonged stay on this island, we had never experienced a gentle rain. Each rainfall had been a deluge accompanied by fierce winds and lightning. The island, after such rains, was invariably shrouded in thick fog, rendering visibility exceedingly low. On such fog-laden days, Lin and I would ascend the giant rock to gaze into the distance. Only from that vantage point could we achieve a broad perspective. Today was no exception. In the early morning, as the sun ascended from the horizon and the mist lingered, the entire island remained enveloped in a veil of vapor. Lin and I sat atop the massive rock, surrounded by a sea of swirling clouds beneath us. We contemplated that once the fog lifted, we would plant wildflowers in our yard, weave sturdy ropes from coconut fibers, and carve out a swing set from coconut wood. In time, our fenced yard would blossom with clusters of flowers, and as the swing swayed, we might dance with the butterflies, transforming our wooden house into a fairy tale dwelling. As the sun climbed higher, the dense fog gradually dissipated. Suddenly, Lin grasped my arm, exclaiming in astonishment, "Zhao, look at the sea." Following her trembling finger, I beheld a vast plume of mist rising from the distant waters, as a dark, colossal silhouette slowly emerged from the depths. The outline exuded an inexplicable eeriness, neither resembling the smooth arc of a whale nor the agile leap of a dolphin. "Stay here. I'll grab the binoculars from the wooden house." I pressed her into the hollow of the rock and sprinted back towards our dwelling. The clattering of firearms beneath the bed echoed in my ears as I hastily retrieved the Y-Country soldier's binoculars, the cold metal biting into my palm. As I breathlessly rushed back to the colossal rock, Lin maintained her previous stance, her eyelashes fluttering with tension. "Is it a blue whale? Why is it so enormous?" The lens of the binoculars was misted with a thin layer of perspiration, and I swiftly adjusted the focus. In an instant, the scene on the ocean was magnified infinitely. A gray-black steel spine cleaved through the waves, dozens of circular hatches aligned neatly like the scales of some abyssal leviathan. When that dark, rounded hull fully surfaced, I gasped in astonishment. A steel behemoth, nearly 100 meters long, lay across the sea. The white foam it created soaring to the height of 3 stories. Even more striking was the blue and white flag of the United States emblazoned on its side, particularly vivid under the sunlight. It was an Ohio-class nuclear submarine. My voice trembled involuntarily. Through the binoculars, I could see the conning tower's hatch slowly opening, the sound of metal grinding seemingly penetrating the water surface and striking my eardrums. Lin stood beside me, her fingertips gripping my sleeve tightly. "Zhao, this submarine." Her voice was fragmented by the sea breeze. I instinctively pulled her into my embrace. The self-defense principle I had vowed to uphold, to annihilate any adversary, crumbled to dust at this moment. The nuclear submarine lay before us like a black leviathan, its rivets thicker than my fists. With just a few rifles I had tucked beneath my bed, I couldn't even tickle it. This was dire trouble. My throat tightened, and the binoculars quivered slightly in my palm. A submarine of this caliber housed at least 100 crew members, and undoubtedly, there would be SEALs among them. Lin's nails dug into my lower back, but then her arms encircled my waist. Would they come ashore? She tilted her face up, dew from a morning mist still clinging to her eyelashes. At that moment, the submarine resembled a slumbering giant, devoid of any movement except for the occasional glint of metal from the conning tower. My mind raced. Any vessels drifting nearby were likely to have faced defeat. They would be seeking fresh water and supplies, making a landing highly probable. Before I could finish my thought, a chill ran down my neck. If they saw our eastern features, would they shoot us on sight? After all, we were amidst a world war, and for us, marooned on this desolate island. The current global dynamics left us uncertain about who constituted friend or foe. I gently sat down with her, sand slipping through my fingers. The discipline of American soldiers is generally well regarded internationally, at least not akin to the atrocities committed by the Japanese. Moreover, Lin was fluent in English, and I had a rudimentary understanding. After much contemplation, my palms began to sweat. We must take the initiative to extend goodwill. Suddenly, I grasped her hand. suggesting we return to the wooden cabin, place coconuts and potatoes on the beach as offerings, and then wait for them to land and partake. If they intended to attack, they would have obliterated the island with torpedoes long ago. Lin nestled closer into my embrace, the top of her head brushing against my chin. I'll follow your lead. Zhao, go, she murmured, her voice as delicate as a feather. Yet it reminded me of the seagull she had rescued from the crevices of the rocks last month, a small creature with a broken wing, which ultimately managed to accompany us back to the cabin for coconuts. Perhaps in this dire predicament, kindness remained the only universal currency. In the distance, the conning tower of the submarine suddenly opened, and a figure adorned with a red beret emerged halfway. I sprang to my feet, and, through the telescope, I observed that the individual raised not a weapon, but a white flag. Witnessing this scene, I furrowed my brow. Why would this person choose to surrender? Hearing my murmurs, Lin snatched the telescope from Zhao Ge, exclaiming that someone was indeed brandishing a white flag. I gazed at the submarine lying on the sea's surface, perplexed. Indeed, this was quite strange. I was left to ponder what intentions lay hidden within this nuclear submarine. Chapter 60, 7 Stalwart Men. The sudden appearance of a white flag atop the submarine's command tower momentarily stunned me, and Lin gazed at me with a face full of confusion. Nonetheless, in the face of such a colossal entity, attempting to confront it with a weapon in my hand would be utterly futile, potentially even perilous. The nuclear submarine had surfaced for quite some time, yet remained stationed at a distance, showing no signs of approaching the shore. I couldn't help but speculate. Perhaps, like the previous enemy missile boat, it had lost power? Initially intending to bring some coconuts and potatoes as a gesture of goodwill, I now felt it prudent to observe a while longer. Zhao Ge, should we return to the cabin to prepare some food for them? Lin inquired. I kept my gaze fixed on the sea surface and shook my head. No need. They have likely lost power. Let us wait and see what unfolds next. Lin gently wrapped her arm around mine, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. We stood silently on the boulder, listening to the waves crashing against the rocks, awaiting the next move of that nuclear submarine. After about an hour, the submarine remained eerily still on the surface, showing no signs of activity. The sun had climbed high, and the mist on the island was nearly dissipated. Just as Lin and I planned to return to the cabin, we suddenly spotted a dark object on the beach. It was a diver transport vessel, its streamlined hull encrusted with seaweed, unmistakably designed for underwater infiltration. Zhao Ge, look, isn't that a small submarine? Lin exclaimed, pointing at the beach. My grip on her hand tightened, my throat constricting. This vessel, known as a transport, typically carried Navy SEALs, whose arrival often signified the execution of specialized missions. My heart raced, thundering in my ears as I hurriedly led Lin back to the cabin. My peripheral vision fixated on the transport vessel, my palms growing clammy. Upon returning to the cabin, I immediately retrieved my assault rifle from beneath the bed, yet hesitated as I grasped it. Brandishing a weapon could be perceived as a threat, jeopardizing any chance for negotiation. With that in mind, I swiftly returned the rifle to its place, instructing Lin to remain inside. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out of the cabin. At that moment, the hatch of the diver transport vessel began to open slowly. The first to emerge was a burly man wearing a beret, followed by 6 Navy SEALs, some clad in black diving suits, their tactical gear glinting in the sunlight. My heart raced uncontrollably, my clenched fists trembling with tension, yet I compelled myself to step forward. Hi, welcome to this island. My halting English tumbled out, quivering with anxiety. The man in the beret strode toward me, extending his right hand. Instinctively, I raised my hand to shake. His palm was rough and strong, calloused at the base. Hello, we are the M Country Navy SEALs belonging to the Pacific Fleet. I am Commander Hans. Our submarine encountered an unknown situation during our mission, whether it was his rapid speech or my own nervousness. The latter part of his sentence became a blur of syllables in my ears. Gritting my teeth, I interrupted, sorry, could you speak more slowly? Or perhaps, let my partner communicate. Hans nodded, his gaze sweeping over my shoulder toward the wooden cabin. I turned and called out, Lin, come out, they mean no harm. The wooden door creaked open, and Lin emerged, clutching the hem of her clothing, half her body exposed to the sunlight that kissed her hair tips, casting a golden hue on her trembling eyelashes. She inhaled deeply and walked slowly towards us, her Converse sneakers crunching softly on the sandy ground. Hans straightened his posture, removed his beret, and nodded slightly. "Greetings, beautiful lady. I am Hans, the commander of the M-Country SEAL team, and these 6 are my comrades." Lin took a step forward, her polite smile illuminating her face. "Hello, I am Lin, and this is my husband, Zhao. How may we assist you?" Hans rubbed his beret in his hands before making a request. "May I explain our situation?" Upon receiving an affirmative response, he continued, "Our submarine was attacked in the Pacific, caught in an underwater vortex, and lost control. Originally, there were 135 crew members, but only 7 of us remain. We were fortunate to be in the Frogman transport when the disaster struck. After drifting for 2 months beneath the sea, our food supplies were exhausted, and the submarine was deserted, as though the others had vanished without a trace." Lin's eyelashes fluttered, her voice tinged with emotion. "I'm sorry to hear that. About 6 months ago, my father was the captain of a 300,000-ton freighter, and Zhao served as the security officer aboard. Our vessel encountered naval warfare in the southern Indian Ocean, sinking to the seabed, after which we drifted for several days before finally reaching this island." Hans scanned the surroundings warily. "Is it just the 2 of you on this island?" Lin nodded, "Yes." Hans exhaled a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders relaxing. "Thank heavens. After being trapped underwater for 2 months, our provisions are long gone, and the nuclear reactor was damaged in the encounter with the vortex. We feared the island might harbor enemy troops, so we ascended with a white flag. We can hardly stand, let alone fight." Lin gestured towards the cabin. "Let us go there to rest. I will have Zhao prepare food for you." Hans saluted, his eyes glistening with gratitude. "Thank you so much. We shall remember this kindness." With the full picture finally revealed, my anxious heart settled. I retrieved the coconuts hidden beneath the cabin and skillfully opened them with my military knife, handing them one by one to the SEAL team members. Their hoarse murmurs of gratitude filled the air as they accepted the coconuts. Observing the dwindling potatoes, I pondered, with 7 additional strong men, our scant supplies would not suffice. I must catch some coconut crabs and hunt a few seabirds. I turned to fetch the assault rifle of the soldier from Country Y, but as I stepped out of the cabin, the atmosphere became tense. The team members, startled, dropped the coconuts, which rolled onto the sand, and in unison raised their weapons at me. Lin's expression changed dramatically as she hurriedly shouted, "Don't misunderstand. He only intends to hunt to prepare food for you." I quickly lowered the rifle, spreading my hands. "Yes, just hunting, no need to be alarmed." For a brief moment, several pairs of eyes locked in a gaze before they gradually lowered their weapons, revealing slightly awkward smiles. I lifted my gaze and noticed a few seabirds perched atop the fronds of the coconut trees in front of the wooden cabin. Instantly, I raised my assault rifle, pressing one eye tight against the scope. With a sharp crack, a gunshot rang out, and one seabird convulsed violently, its pristine white feathers scattering like snowflakes. The struck body traced a parabolic arc before plummeting heavily onto the sandy beach. I hastened forward to retrieve the still-warm prize, raising it high to signal to the others. Hans gave Lin a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Zhao's marksmanship is impeccable." Lin's lips curved into a smile, her eyes sparkling with the dancing sunlight as she gazed at me with delight. I had shot down 10 seabirds and also captured 4 coconut crabs, each weighing around 5 or 6 pounds. As I returned to the front of the cabin, burdened with my spoils, the soldiers widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Good heavens, this is incredible." They were captivated by the massive pincers of the coconut crabs, marveling at their robust physique. With a smile, I set down my catch and then picked up the seabirds, heading towards the beach to prepare them. At that moment, Hans suddenly called out to me, "Hey, Zhao." I turned to see him signaling to a team member, whispering a few instructions before designating 2 others to assist. That team member then swiftly made his way towards the Frogman transport device. Chapter 61. Transporting supplies. The feathers of the seabirds are truly exquisite. They must be delightful when roasted. By the rocky shore, 2 team members deftly plucked the feathers while sharing laughter. Though I comprehended their words, I merely smiled and nodded. Continuing with my task. With their assistance, we swiftly processed the seabirds, and the coconut crabs merely required a simple rinse before they could be cooked. The midday sun scorched the sandy ground as the 8 of us gathered around the bonfire in front of the wooden cabin, waiting for the team member who had gone to retrieve the transport vessel back to the submarine. Each of us held a stick threaded with a seabird, and the drippings from the fat sizzled in the flames, releasing an aroma that mingled with the scent of coconut wood, wafting through the palm grove. Lin squatted closely beside me, while Hans sat to my right. Hans poked at the fire with his stick and remarked, "Gentlemen, the submarine is completely incapacitated. We do not know how long we shall remain on this island. Therefore, after we have eaten our fill, we must commence building a camp." The soldiers nodded in agreement, their eyes glued to the golden-brown seabirds, their throats visibly working as they were evidently ravenous. Lin and I exchanged a glance, our eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Commander Hans," I ventured first, suppressing my inner excitement, though my voice trembled slightly. "Will there be a rescue?" Hans hesitated, the firelight dancing in his pupils. "There will be. Once we regain our strength and bring over the radio equipment from the submarine to repair it, we can send out a signal." Hearing the word rescue, Lin gripped my wrist tightly. I turned to grasp Hans's hand, my palm slick with sweat. "Thank you. Thank you for your arrival." He patted my shoulder, a faint smile of bittersweetness playing on his lips. "It is we who should be grateful." Before he could finish his sentence, the distant beach erupted with the roar of an engine. The team member piloting the Frogman transport had returned. Hans stood up and waved towards the transport. "Hey, buddy, come over and eat first. We can move the equipment later." The driver nodded and staggered toward the bonfire, clearly nearing exhaustion. His combat boots were filled with sand and seawater, each step kicking up fine dust. At that moment, a soldier, unable to resist the tantalizing aroma, took a hearty bite of the golden, glistening seabird. Grease trickled down his fingers and chin as he closed his eyes, emitting a satisfied moan. "Oh my God, this is the best barbecue I have ever tasted." Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit, and soon the area around the fire was filled only with the sounds of tearing flesh and the crunching of bones. Lin and I sat to the side, observing as they savored even the bones as if they were delicacies, their throats moving rapidly as they swallowed the exquisite morsels. The sunlight danced across their ravenous faces, casting shadows of hunger in the corners of their eyes. It was hard to fathom that these elite soldiers, typically engaged in clandestine operations in the deep sea, now resembled refugees who had been starving for half a century, leaving no morsel behind, not even the tiniest scraps nestled within the bones. Hans, having finished devouring the seabird in his grasp, scraped the remnants off the bones with his military knife. Suddenly, he looked up and flashed us a smile, grease still clinging to his stubble. "Apologies, it seems our last proper meal was 9 days ago." His voice, muffled by the act of swallowing, stirred an unexpected emotion in Lin, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. She was reminded of the moment we had first discovered the island, when we had to steal kisses to regain our strength for rowing. I had just gnawed on a bird's leg when the others had already consumed the entire seabird, bones and all, leaving no trace behind. Several soldiers had already cracked open crab claws with their knives, deftly breaking through the hard shells. The potatoes in the fire were char-black, skins unpeeled, and they shoved them directly into their mouths. In less than 10 minutes, all the food had vanished as if swept away by a tempest. The soldiers wore bright smiles, their faces blooming with color, one cradling a coconut and eagerly sipping its juice. At that moment, Hans clapped his hands together. "All right, gentlemen, let us introduce ourselves." The first to stand was a tall soldier with blonde hair and blue eyes, approximately 6 feet tall. "I am John. Thank you for your hospitality." He bore the quintessential features of a Caucasian from M country. Next, another soldier of similar stature rose. "Henry, much appreciated." He was black, revealing a set of pearly whites as he smiled. The remaining 4 team members introduced themselves in turn: Jose, Arthur, Frank, and Grayson. Aside from Henry, the rest were Caucasian, as was Hans, their commanding officer. The ages of the team members ranged from 25 to 32, generally akin to my own, while Hans appeared to be in his 40s. Deep lines etched around his eyes, As we engaged in introductions by the fire, a sense of initial awkwardness dissipated, creating a more relaxed atmosphere. Sunlight filtered through the fronds of the coconut trees, casting a dappled light upon the sandy ground. The warmth from the fire mingled with the scent of coconuts, invoking a sense of ease akin to a picnic. Though none could foresee the waves of change this unexpected encounter would bring upon the desolate island. Just as Lin and I had gathered the charredwood, the soldiers strode purposefully toward the transport vessel on the beach. The metallic clang of the hatch breaking the silence echoed sharply as they swiftly unloaded several crates, their surfaces gleaming coldly, encrusted with patches of seaweed and rust. Hans was among them, his arms bulging with veins as he securely held the bottom of a crate, turning to cast me an encouraging glance. Suddenly, Lin grasped the hem of my shirt, her voice quivering with excitement. "Zhao, is it truly possible for us to leave this place?" I gazed into her eyes, filled with hopeful anticipation, and took her chilly hand in mine. "Absolutely. The submarine is equipped with complete communication devices. Once we repair the radio, the rescue team will find us swiftly." She then threw herself into my embrace, her tears soaking my shirt. I gently patted her back, my gaze drifting toward the rolling waves in the distance. Perhaps at long last, our months of drifting isolation on this island were nearing an end. After tidying the fire pit, I hurriedly joined the loading crew. Hans wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and called out to me, "Zhao, come with me to the submarine. We might find tools that could be useful." I glanced back at the wooden cabin where Lin leaned against the doorframe, waving at me, her hair tousled by the sea breeze. "I will return swiftly," I shouted loudly, then followed Hans onto the transport vessel. The engine roared as the craft sliced through the waves. The massive hull of the submarine gradually came into view, its metallic exterior marred by dents and cracks, as if it were narrating the tale of a fierce encounter. When the hatch opened, the briny sea breeze enveloped me, mingled with the scent of engine oil. Hans guided me through the narrow passageway. The interior of the submarine was dimly lit, with only a few beams of light streaming through the large circular glass panes above. The lower compartments were inundated with seawater, the power system evidently incapacitated, and the vessel was taking on water severely. He gestured towards the scattered debris. "Choose what you need." My gaze swept across the cabin, landing on a roll of unopened rope, which I casually picked up and slung over my shoulder. I followed Hans deeper into the submarine. The water pooled on the metal floor, reflecting a cold glow, each step echoing in the hollow space. The doors to the crew quarters were mostly ajar, and within the cramped confines, blankets and pillows lay strewn about, some even wedged between the bed frames. I crouched down to retrieve a military green blanket, my fingertips brushing against the soft cotton, far more comfortable than the prickly coconut fronds on the island. These would be useful. Hans bent down to help me organize the scattered bedding, his voice resonating distinctly in the enclosed space, suggesting that perhaps the lockers over there might contain usable clothing. I opened one of the cabinets and, indeed, discovered several sets of naval uniforms sealed in plastic. We made repeated trips between the submarine and the transport vessel until the latter's cabin was filled to capacity, at which point we intended to return. Before leaving, I glanced once more into the dim recesses of the cabin. It was eerily silent, as if concealing countless secrets. Sensing my unease, Hans patted my shoulder. "I know you have many questions, but I cannot clarify everything at once. Let us return for now." Upon reaching the beach, the setting sun painted the surface of the sea in hues of orange and red. Lin was seated on the coconut wood bench in front of the wooden house, and seeing her filled me with an unprecedented sense of reassurance. This encounter with Hans may very well be the fateful return destiny had bestowed upon us. Chapter 62. Repairing the radio. As we finished transporting supplies, dusk had already enveloped the sea. The soldiers, lacking the time to set up camp, merely felled a few coconut trees for provisions. Our wooden cabin, cramped in nature, could scarcely accommodate these 7 robust men. Moreover, I could never allow Lin to share such close quarters with unfamiliar males. Hans was absorbed in organizing the equipment when I approached him and gently tapped his shoulder. "Hans, nightfall is upon us. Why don't you and the others spend the night atop that massive rock? Its elevation will provide a refuge from the island's wild beasts." He turned to follow my gaze towards the imposing boulder perched at the edge of the coconut grove, its flat summit indeed offering a suitable resting place. "Thank you, Zhao," Hans replied, rising to dust off the sand from his hands as he called to his comrades. "All right, everyone, grab your blankets and follow Zhao to the rest area." The 7 soldiers gathered, each clutching rolled-up military blankets, their metallic gear glistening in the twilight. Leading the group through the coconut grove, our footsteps crunched on the dry branches. I heard John murmur behind me, "Who would have thought such a perfect camping spot existed on a deserted island?" Henry chuckled lightly. "Let us not forget, our survival hinges on this couple." His words made me pause, and a smile unconsciously crept onto my lips in the darkness. Indeed, in the face of life and death, kindness can genuinely be reciprocated with sincerity. Upon returning to the cabin, Linlin peeked out from the wooden window. Upon seeing me, a smile graced her features, and she promptly opened the door. Inside, as I removed my sand-covered combat boots, I remarked, "These men are quite reliable. They pose no threat." Linlin settled beside me, placing my odorous shoes in the corner. "Zhao, do you think the radio can be repaired tomorrow?" she inquired. I massaged my aching shoulders and sighed. It's hard to say. While retrieving supplies from the submarine today, I noticed water had flooded the interior. Most of the equipment is nearly destroyed, and it's in utter disarray. It's difficult to fathom what they have endured. Linlin appeared somewhat disheartened, gently leaning on my shoulder. "Perhaps we can ask Hans for an opportunity tomorrow." I nodded and extinguished the coconut oil lamp. I had taken 2 blankets from the submarine. One lay beneath me and another draped over, creating a remarkably comfortable resting place. In the darkness, the coconut leaves rustled outside the cabin, and faint murmurs from the soldiers atop the boulder reached my ears, although the specifics of their conversation remained indistinct. Linlin nestled against me. "Zhao, it feels wonderful to sleep on these blankets." I exhaled a long sigh, indeed. It has been over half a year since we last experienced such civilized comforts. It truly is delightful. Unbeknownst to me, at some point, she pressed her lips against mine. Perhaps it was the long-awaited comfort that stirred this sentiment within me, the details of which can be omitted. After an exhilarating exchange with Linlin, we contentedly embraced and drifted into slumber. As the first light of dawn broke outside, I gently opened my eyes. Linlin remained asleep in my arms, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the morning glow, her cheeks still adorned with a faint blush from our previous night encounter. Cautiously, I withdrew my arm, careful not to awaken her, and quietly pushed open the cabin door. The morning sea breeze carried a salty chill as I gazed toward the giant rocks, where a few soldiers had already risen, gathered together to prepare their gear. Hans stood atop a stone, his back to me as he gazed at the horizon, his military water bottle casting a shadow against his waist. I yearned to uncover the secrets of their underwater encounters, and more importantly, the feasibility of repairing the radio, our sole hope of escaping this desolate island. Approaching along the damp slope, I spotted John, who was cleaving a coconut with his military knife. He looked up and greeted me. "Good morning, Zhao. Care for a taste?" I waved my hand dismissively, my gaze fixated on Hans. He seemed to sense my attention, turning to beckon me forward. "Did you sleep well?" I crouched beside him as he stared out at the sea, having observed the wind direction last night. Indeed, this place was safe. I smiled and nodded. "Hans, about your radio. Is there still a chance for repair?" He paused for a moment, retrieving half a circuit board from his pocket, marred by scorched marks. "This is the main receiver. It's been submerged for 2 months since the whirlpool incident. However," he suddenly looked up, a spark igniting in his eyes. "In the box we moved yesterday, there are spare components. As long as they haven't been waterlogged, we might be able to cobble together a rudimentary transmitter." Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of energy. "That's excellent." Hans smiled faintly and continued, "First, let us roast some seabirds and crabs to quell our hunger. We've been famished for quite a while." I stood and brushed off the sand from my clothes. "I'll prepare something for you." After breakfast, Hans directed the soldiers to set up the camp, while he and Frank sat cross-legged on the sand, tinkering with the radio apparatus. Linlin and I squatted nearby, observing as the moment the metal box was pried open, a pungent mix of briny seawater and metallic mold wafted towards us. Hans picked up a component and gave a gentle flick. surprisingly dislodging a few drops of murky seawater. He gazed at the corroded surface of the component, shaking his head with a sigh of resignation. It's completely beyond repair. All the spare parts are ruined as well. Lin and I exchanged glances, disappointment creeping onto our faces. The anticipation of our return, which had filled our hearts last night, was now slowly evaporating along with the beads of water on the components. Frank's hand, clutching the screwdriver, hung suspended in the air, his knuckles whitening from exertion. A look of despair etched across his face. After a moment of silence, I patted Hans on the shoulder. Forget about the radio for now. Let's focus on getting the camp set up. At least we can survive on this island. He looked up at me, his gaze heavy, yet he nodded resolutely. Just then, a shout came from the distance. Jose exclaimed, "The submarine is gone." Everyone abruptly turned to look at the sea, only to find that the massive steel vessel, over 100 meters long, had vanished from the glistening surface, leaving only the faint ripples of the deep water a few hundred meters away. "Never mind, keep chopping trees." Hans continued to dismantle the components without lifting his head, a hint of relief in his voice. I anticipated this since the tide rose last night. That heap of scrap metal had long been destined to be taken by the sea. He traced his fingers over the charred marks on the circuit board, suddenly laughing at himself. At least now, we needn't worry about a nuclear reactor leak. Nearby, Jose shrugged and resumed swinging his military knife at the coconut trees. Amidst the thunderous crash of the fallen trunk, I turned my gaze towards Lin, who was bent over, gathering the scattered components from the sandy ground. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between her fingers, weaving a golden web upon her lashes. "Hans, may we converse?" I inquired. He looked up at me, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. "I was just about to speak with you," he replied. I smiled faintly, then adopted a serious tone. "What exactly transpired during your mission at the bottom of the Pacific? How could over 100 individuals on the submarine simply vanish?" Upon hearing my words, Hans's face drained of color, his pupils constricting sharply as his gaze fixated blankly on the distant sea. He swallowed hard before speaking. It was a nightmarish battle. Chapter 63. Another dimension. Hans, in a desperate attempt to evade the bombardment of naval mines from enemy surface vessels, we plunged urgently to a depth of 600 meters. Yet, upon reaching this depth, the submarine suddenly lost control, plummeting like a massive stone into the abyss. No matter the maneuvers of the helmsman, the rudder and ballast tanks became unresponsive. His voice trembled as he clutched grains of sand, and the depth gauge's needle spun wildly. As it surpassed 700 meters, the pressure hull emitted a disconcerting creak, followed by a torrent of seawater gushing in through the seams. It felt as though we were being consumed by a colossal whirlpool. Amidst the chaos, I pulled 6 crew members into the diver transport capsule. The moment the hatch sealed, a shockwave rendered me unconscious. Lena and I held our breaths, exchanging a glance laden with terror. Hans inhaled deeply and continued. When I regained consciousness, darkness enveloped us, and the hissing of the oxygen system was painfully jarring. We realized we were still at the seabed, and, fortunately, the transport capsule remained intact. We attempted to detach it from the submarine, only to discover the securing mechanism was firmly lodged by the water pressure, rendering it immovable. After enduring 2 days in the cramped chamber, our hunger grew unbearable, prompting me to take the perilous decision to return to the submarine in search of food. He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing heavily, and, as he opened the hatch, a blast of cold air infused with the scent of rust assailed us. The submarine lay in utter silence, all instruments dark, even the emergency lights failed to illuminate. More disturbingly, over 100 crew members had vanished without a trace. With headlamps in hand, we searched through the disarray of the vessel, eventually finding a few cans of compressed biscuits. Each subsequent day was spent in darkness, attempting to repair the ascent device. The hydraulic system had corroded and seized from exposure to seawater, snapping 3 wrenches in the process, while my fingernails were caked with black grease. It was only yesterday at dawn, when I pressed the emergency ascent button once more, that I finally heard the thunderous roar of the ballast water being expelled. We had succeeded. He suddenly laughed, yet the smile was more sorrowful than joyous. Upon surfacing, Our first act in the command tower was to raise a white flag, fearful of enemy forces on the island. Only upon seeing you all did we feel a semblance of relief. The sea breeze tousled his damp hair, revealing new strands of white at his temples. It dawned on me the hell this 40-year-old soldier had endured. 2 whole months within that dark abyss, surviving on scant provisions and the ever-dwindling hope of rescue. As for the missing crew members, I dared not dwell on it, and simply placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Lena's eyes were already glistening with tears as she softly remarked, "Your survival is already a miracle." Hans gazed down at his trembling hands, then whispered, "Sometimes I ponder whether those comrades who could not squeeze into the transport capsule have transformed into bioluminescent ghosts in the deep sea. But at least now." He lifted his gaze to the azure sky above the coconut palms, his voice gradually firming. "We are alive, and we must find a way to bring everyone home." Over 100 individuals aboard the submarine mysteriously vanished in the depths, presumably due to an enigmatic whirlpool, a phenomenon that even Hans, who was present, could not elucidate. Meanwhile, Linlin and I witnessed a colossal serpent adorned with 3 crimson stripes along its back, a sight that utterly shattered our understanding of nature. At that moment, I truly realized that this world harbors countless entities that transcend the bounds of reason. Beyond the limits of human comprehension, there may lie an abundance of unfathomable mysteries. Suddenly, Hans turned to me, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Zhao, from where did your weapons originate?" I hesitated before responding, retreating into the wooden cabin to retrieve a Japanese rifle and an assault rifle belonging to a soldier country Y from beneath the bed. A few months ago, a soldier from country Y, covered in sores, drifted here, and his lifeboat contained this rifle. I raised the assault rifle in my hand. As for the Japanese rifles, there were 6 in total, salvaged from another drifting Hayabusa-class missile boat. I refrained from mentioning the number of Japanese soldiers I had dispatched. Some details, if revealed too candidly, could incite unnecessary suspicion. Hans scrutinized the firearms for a considerable time before nodding. "I see. It appears that only you 2 are present on the island." This statement abruptly made me realize that it was only at this moment that he had truly lowered his final guard. Linlin suddenly pointed at the diver's transport vessel on the beach. "Can this small submarine take us away?" Hans and Frank exchanged wry smiles and shook their heads. "This is a short-range transport vessel with a maximum range of only 150 nautical miles, utterly insufficient to traverse the entire expanse of sea." Linlin's brow furrowed, and the glimmer of hope in her eyes gradually dimmed. The pressing concern was to ascertain our position. "Han spoke solemnly." "However," Frank interjected, shaking his head, "all the instruments are inoperable. How can we determine our coordinates?" Hans rummaged through an iron box and produced a rusted piece of equipment, using his military knife to pry open its casing and extract a slender spring. He straightened the spring into a needle and walked over to a nearby patch of grass to pluck a leaf. Subsequently, he rubbed the iron needle against his thigh repeatedly, an ancient method of magnetization. We gathered around the water tank, observing him as he placed the coconut leaf on the water's surface and gently set the iron needle atop it. A miracle was anticipated, yet the needle merely quivered slightly before coming to rest on the water, offering no directional guidance. Hans attempted 3 more times, yet the results remained unchanged. He gazed at the water's surface, murmuring its magnetic interference. There may be iron or veins or other unknown substances beneath this island. Frank retrieved the iron needle and suddenly exclaimed, "Have you noticed? Outside, a world war rages on, with nuclear explosions occurring daily, yet here, it is as tranquil as another realm." His words struck my heart like a heavy hammer. Indeed, we had resided on this island for over half a year, and apart from the occasional drifting wreckage of vessels, we had never heard any explosions. Even the sky remained perpetually clear and pristine. The Airschiff fushed, and the sound waves of nuclear detonations should have enveloped the globe by now. Frank tapped the edge of the water tank with his fingertips. Yet an extraordinary silence prevailed here, amidst flourishing vegetation and the sweet melodies of birds. "Do you think this could be a world of another dimension?" He abruptly shut his mouth, his gaze directed towards the primordial forest within the island, where the vegetation was dense and impenetrable. resembling a curtain that separated us from the world. Lin tightened her grip on my hand, her palms slick with cold sweat. I watched Hans as he repeatedly fidgeted with the iron needle, recalling the submarine that had vanished without a trace, and the crimson lines that adorned the back of the colossal serpent. Each grain of sand on this island seemed to harbor secrets that defied reason. Perhaps, as Frank suggested, we had unwittingly found ourselves in some forgotten corner of the world, or perhaps this place did not belong to the Earth as we understood it. Chapter 64. The eve of exploration, could it be that we are all actually dead? Lin's voice trembled as her fingers tightly clutched my sleeve. Hans gazed at the teammates setting up camp, then glanced down at the clear shadow beneath our feet. We are still alive, merely cast away on this isolated island beyond civilization. I gently embraced Lin, smoothing her hair tousled by the sea breeze. Do not let your thoughts wander astray. Feel the warmth of the wind and the sweet scent of the coconuts. These are all tangible. She tilted her head towards the sky, yet the midday sun made her squint, and she nestled back against my chest. Even if we are truly dead, as long as I am with you, I fear nothing. I tightened my embrace, inhaling the fragrance of her hair mingled with the scent of sea salt, and suddenly the absurdity and fear of the moment seemed insignificant. In the distance, the sound of a machete chopping at a coconut tree resonated. John and Henry were working together to lift a log, their laughter drifting through the coconut grove, vivid and within reach. Hans bent down to pick up a motionless compass, suddenly chuckling softly. During World War II, my grandfather encountered a ghost ship while on a submarine. All the crew had vanished, yet the soup on the dining table was still steaming. He pinned the compass to his chest, its metallic gleam strikingly bright in the sunlight. But we can still feel pain, hunger, and fear. That precisely proves we are alive. As for the secrets of this island, he stood up, brushing the sand off his trousers. Perhaps we should be grateful that it has taken us in. With that, he strode towards the teammates assembling the camp, calling out to Frank as he turned. I gently patted Lin's back before joining the group setting up the camp. Thanks to the ample manpower and materials, by the time the first hues of dusk swept over the coconut grove, the camp had taken shape. This area of over 20 square meters, although far more rudimentary than a wooden house, had been constructed with coconut wood into a shelter accommodating 7 people. Its roof covered with rainproof coconut leaves, providing some protection from the elements. After a day of labor, the men headed toward the beach to freshen up. The setting sun cast a honeyed glow upon the sea, and the 8 of us stood in the shallows, laughing and chatting, droplets of water cascading from our hair and creating sparkling patterns on the sand. Lin sat on a wooden stump in front of the hut, cradling a found coconut in her lap, a long-lost smile gracing her lips. The arrival of 7 soldiers had indeed infused this desolate island with a touch of human warmth. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the tranquility, and a silver gull plummeted into the shallows. Grayson shook his rifle, flashing us a grin as he strode toward where the prey had fallen. The flock of birds took flight, then settled again, while Jose had already raised his Japanese rifle, aiming, and in an instant, another seabird fell. "Gentlemen, let us each gather our provisions tonight," Hans announced, shaking the seawater from his hair. "We cannot always leave the food concerns to the Zhao couple." Before his words faded, the soldiers dispersed. John and Henry headed towards the rocky area with their guns. Frank and Arthur delved into the coconut grove in search of coconut crabs, while Grayson and Jose continued to aim at the seabirds in the shallows. I watched their busy silhouettes and smiled as I picked up a handful of dry coconut leaves. "I will go tend to the fire." Hans gave me a thumbs up, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes glistening with the warm glow of the setting sun. Lin had somehow appeared at my side, offering a handful of fine, dry grass. "Do you need help?" she asked. I accepted the grass and settled down on the sandy ground. In the distance, cheers erupted from Grayson, who came running toward us, triumphantly holding up 2 plump seabirds, the sun casting a golden halo upon his blonde hair. Suddenly, from the coconut grove, Frank exclaimed in delight, "There's an enormous coconut crab here." Shortly thereafter, the sound of a machete cracking open the crab shell echoed through the air. As I retrieved my flint and machete to start fire, Hans approached me, producing a lighter from his pocket. I stared at the lighter, my jaw dropping in astonishment. "You have a lighter?" Hans chuckled softly before igniting the pile of wood. As the flames danced among the coconut fronds and laughter resonated all around us, I felt an unexpected sense of comfort, even stranded on this mysterious island. With such vitality and companionship, perhaps it wasn't so terrible after all. As night descended like ink, the 9 of us gathered around the crackling fire. The seabirds skewered on branches sizzled as the flames licked at them, golden fat dripping into the fire and releasing a delightful aroma. Just as we were enveloped in this rare moment of contentment, Arthur suddenly began to hum softly. It's late at night, and I can't sleep. As a longtime music enthusiast, I immediately recognized this as time for Miracles, the closing song sung by Adam Lambert for the film 2012. In our dire circumstances, was this not the most fitting portrayal of our plight? I couldn't help but join in. Baby, you know that maybe it's time for Miracles. Jean snapped his fingers, and Henry began to clap a rhythmic beat, with others joining in, some harmonizing, others clapping along. Amidst the flickering firelight, Lin looked at me in surprise, her eyes brimming with warmth and joy, as if we had conjured a unique a cappella feast on this deserted island. As the song concluded, Hans gazed up at the star-studded night sky, tears welling in his eyes. I softly inquired, Hans, your eyes hold so many stories. Would you share one with us? He swallowed hard, a single tear tracing down his sun-kissed cheek. My daughter is 4. She has 2 little dimples when she smiles. And my wife. She always says that when I retire, we'll go to the sphere in Alaska together. He wiped his face, his voice trembling. Jose then spoke up. My wife is expecting our 2nd child. She was so sick when I left. Frank quietly added a log to the fire, the flames illuminating his reddened eyes. These battle-hardened men, so tough on the battlefield, revealed an unexpected tenderness and longing when it came to their families. For the sake of duty, they had forsaken the warmth of home, and now, stranded on this island, though they need not worry about hunger, the yearning in their hearts grew ever more intense. I grasped Lin's hand, feeling the warmth emanating from her palm, in stark contrast to those soldiers forcibly separated from their families. Our ability to support one another in this dire situation is an immense stroke of fortune. The flickering flame cast shadows, while the distant sound of waves crashing against the rocks resonated. Perhaps, as long as we harbor hope, even the darkest night shall eventually welcome the dawn's light. The radio remained irreparable. The submarine had been swept away by the currents, and the fuel for our transport was nearly depleted. Hans surveyed the group, his tone heavy with urgency, emphasizing that our immediate priority was survival. Starting tomorrow, we shall consolidate our resources and devise a long-term survival strategy. Arthur instinctively touched the gun nestled in his arms and proposed, we have weapons and supplies. Perhaps we could construct a sailboat. That is unfeasible, Frank interjected decisively. Shaking his head, the island's location is too peculiar. Magnetic interference would spell doom for any sailboat attempting to venture out to sea. The group turned to him in unison, but Hans directed his gaze towards me. Zhao, have you explored the forest within the island? My complexion paled instantly, and my throat tightened as I replied. I ventured in shortly after we arrived on the island. Deep within the forest lies a pool of water, and in that pool, those scarlet vertical lines entwined with aquatic plants, and the enormous shadows barely visible beneath the surface, surged in my mind, rendering me almost speechless. Chapter 65. The Carboniferous Period. Centipede noticing my sudden silence. Hans probed, what lies within the forest? I inhaled deeply. In the heart of the woods there exists a pond, roughly the size of a basketball court, its waters crystal clear, yet unfathomably deep. At the water's edge stands a colossal ancient tree, its roots partially submerged. On that day, as I washed my face by the pond, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a massive, red-black entity, as thick as a gas tank, nestled deep within the roots, most likely a gigantic serpent. The group exchanged bewildered glances, and a flicker of doubt crossed Hans's eyes. Is there truly a snake of such magnitude in existence? I nodded. Initially, I believed it was but a figment of my imagination. However, merely a few months ago, while hunting to the left of the beach with Lin, we returned to witness a tree in the forest, upon which coiled a serpent as thick as a thigh. its black scales adorned with 3 crimson stripes, identical to the one in the pond, yet half its size. "Oh my God!" Grayson exclaimed, his fingers instinctively tightening around the rifle stock. Lin trembled, clutching my arm tightly. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on our faces and in Hans's pupils. The flickering embers mirrored his uncertain expression. We should seize the opportunity to explore the forest. Perhaps we can unveil the secrets of this island and discover a means of escape. Arthur and Henry solemnly concurred, while John gazed into the inky darkness of the forest, his palm brushing against the AW-50 anti-material sniper rifle at his side. Compared to the carnage of the battlefield, what are these creatures? They are but flesh and blood, and bullets will surely pierce them. I added a few dry twigs to the fire, the sparks rising and falling. I support the exploration, but let us not provoke those beasts. Our primary objective is to seek clues for our departure from this island, not to hunt them down. After a moment of contemplation, Hans nodded in agreement. Frank remained silent, the firelight casting shadows upon his glasses, failing to conceal the awe in his eyes towards the island. For in this realm, where logic is defied, any reckless action could lead to calamity. The night wind rustled through the palm leaves, and from the depths of the forest came a low rumble, reminiscent of a colossal creature shifting its form. John patted the stock of his sniper rifle, the metallic clash resonating with the soldier's defiance. "Let us retire for the night. At dawn, we shall confront those big fellows." One by one, the group rose to retreat to their shelters, while Frank continued to gaze at the flickering flames, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the cross pendant upon his chest. I wrapped my arm around Lin and walked towards the wooden cabin, the sound of Hans organizing his gear trailing behind us. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the palm leaves, casting a delicate, spiderweb-like pattern upon the sandy ground. Lin whispered, "Zhao, will you join them in the forest tomorrow?" I remained silent, merely tightening my grip on her hand. The following morning, I gently rose to prepare for the adjacent camp, and as I pushed open the wooden door, Lin's voice echoed behind me. "Zhao, please don't go into the forest with them. I feel so uneasy." I turned and sat beside her bed, brushing aside the hair from her face. In truth, I am reluctant to venture forth, yet this island seems to conceal secrets. Unraveling them may present us with an opportunity to leave. For the sake of our future, I must take a look. Lin embraced me, her voice tinged with tears as she implored, "It is far too perilous there. If I were to lose you in the attempt to escape, I would prefer to remain here for all eternity." I cupped her shoulders gently, reassuring her, "Silly girl, I shall be fine. We are many, and Hans and the others possess formidable weapons." Turning my gaze towards the wooden window, I observed the sun slowly rising. "I will first check the camp. You should rest a while longer." With that, I rose and departed the wooden cabin, making my way to the camp. "Good morning, Zhao." The soldiers in the camp had already roused themselves, organizing their gear, each equipped with American assault rifles, handguns, and bayonets. John was shouldering a heavy AW-50 anti-material sniper rifle, explaining that this weapon was specifically designed to destroy high-value battlefield targets, such as radars, armored vehicles, and aircraft, capable of precise long-range assassinations. Equipped with 5 large-caliber rounds and a maximum range exceeding 2,000 meters. It was then that I comprehended why he was unperturbed by the island's colossal creatures. Noticing Hans was absent, I inquired with Frank about his whereabouts. Frank gestured towards a massive boulder to the right, and I proceeded in that direction. Atop the boulder, Hans was scanning the island with binoculars. Approaching him, I asked, "Are we truly venturing into the forest?" He lowered the binoculars and nodded. "The magnetic interference is severe. If we can ascertain the cause, we can determine our bearings, which is crucial for finding a way to leave." I gazed into the island's depths, observing impenetrable vegetation, with flocks of birds perched atop the treetops and faint, unidentified animal roars echoing in the distance. I turned to inquire, "When shall we depart?" Hans glanced towards the camp. "We will leave once the brothers have organized their gear." I nodded, "Please wait for me." With that, I hurried down the dirt slope back to the cabin. Inside, I told Lin, "We are heading into the forest now. We shall return by afternoon. Stay here in the cabin, and do not wander off before I come back, understood?" Before she could respond, I pressed the lighter I had requested from Hans into her hand. Lin's eyes brimmed with concern as she clutched my arm tightly. Zhao, please don't go. I gently pried her fingers away, crouching to retrieve my rifle from beneath the bed. Do not fear. I will return swiftly. The gun is under the bed. If danger arises, do not hesitate. Fire immediately. If you grow hungry, use the lighter to start a fire. And there are a few potatoes to tide you over. Just then, Arthur's voice called from outside, urging Zhao, it is time to depart. I acknowledged him, cupping Lin's face and planting a gentle kiss on her forehead before swiftly leaving the cabin. Based on my previous experience, we decided to enter the forest through the grass thicket behind the coconut grove. After half a year's absence, this stretch of grass, merely 20 to 30 meters long, had grown into an impenetrable green barrier, with ferns, vines, and wild grasses tangled into a chaotic net, reaching nearly waist-high. Hans and I drew our military knives to clear a path, the damp grass stems bursting with sap, mingling with the scent of decaying leaves that invaded my nostrils. Behind us, John let out a muffled grunt. His boot had sunk into the mire. Finally, as we broke through the thicket, the forest before us resembled an ancient painting steeped in ink. Centennial trees twisted their branches, their aerial roots dangling like countless gray-green arms, weaving a curtain half a meter above the ground. Sunlight filtered through the layered canopies, transformed into flecks of gold, barely illuminating the ground strewn with dead branches, where occasional faint rustling sounds emerged from beneath the decaying leaves. I snapped a brittle branch underfoot, the crisp sound startling several unidentified beetles from the canopy above. The terrain began to slope downward. Hans used the tip of his boot to scrape away the mountain mud, revealing the damp, dark humus beneath. We had scarcely advanced a few minutes when Arthur suddenly muttered a curse. What the hell? What is that ghastly creature? To our right, several tree trunks, as thick as a bowl, twisted grotesquely, and at their gnarled roots, a centipede, as thick as a wrist, was slowly making its way across the ground. Its exoskeleton glimmered a dark crimson, each segment of its body reflecting a metallic sheen. With over 40 pairs of legs, it moved with a soft, rustling sound, its length rivaling that of an adult's arm. Frank's rifle trembled slightly at the muzzle, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. The segmented body and dense legs bore a striking resemblance to the carboniferous arthropods found in fossils. Observing its spiracles, Hans's voice tightened. The oxygen concentration in this forest might be reminiscent of the Paleozoic era. Grayson had already placed his finger on the trigger when I abruptly pressed down on the muzzle of his gun. Don't shoot. It hasn't attacked us. The centipede seemed to sense the commotion. Its antennae suddenly stood erect, and its dark red compound eyes turned in our direction. John gulped nervously. If it bites me. We pressed on. Hans gripped his tactical flashlight tightly, the beam sweeping over the centipede's ridged back. Only fire if it attacks us, he ordered. The team fell silent once more, the only sounds being the crunch of our footsteps on decaying leaves and the distant low calls of unknown creatures. When I turned back, the colossal centipede was disappearing into a crevice among the tree roots. Just before the last pair of legs vanished, the luminous spots on its back flickered to life, resembling a string of dimming dark red lanterns. The aerial roots swayed gently in the wind, and for some inexplicable reason, I was reminded of Lin, who had clutched my sleeve earlier that morning. At this moment, she might be peering out the window of the wooden cabin, gazing at the distant sea. Meanwhile, we tread upon the ancient silence of this forest, each step echoing the weight of countless millennia, as we navigated through shadows that could spring forth at any moment. Chapter 66. The Emergence of a Colossal Entity. When I ventured here alone last time, anxiety consumed me, my mind racing with thoughts of seeking flint and fresh water. In such a state of panic, I hardly had the presence of mind to observe my surroundings. Now, accompanied by 7 others, each armed with formidable firearms, my fear has considerably abated. We delved deeper into the forest for approximately half an hour, yet no path emerged before us. Towering trees intertwined their branches, effectively blocking the sunlight, rendering visibility scant beyond 2 or 3 meters ahead. The thick layer of decaying leaves concealed the ground, Stepping on it could sink one's foot to the ankle, producing a creaking sound, accompanied by a sudden waft of damp mildew. Vines and roots sprawled across our path like a multitude of arms, some thicker than a wrist. When severed with a machete, they exuded a viscous sap. Hans and I forged ahead, using our blades to clear the way while remaining vigilant of our surroundings. I noticed the trunks were teeming with leeches. These grayish-black creatures curled into tight balls, extending their bodies towards us like springs when they sensed our proximity. Fortunately, we were clad securely, exposing only our faces, yet they still clung to our garments, testing their grip with their suction cups. Occasional rustles emanated from above. Glancing up, I spotted baboons perched among the branches, their gray fur glistening. As they turned their heads, their striking blue, white, and red faces were particularly jarring, revealing sharp teeth that resembled the unsettling visage of a Peking opera mask affixed to a monkey's face. Suddenly, a flash of green light darted before me as a vine descended. A green snake, with a triangular head and elongated neck, swiftly lunged towards Hans's helmet, colliding with a resounding clang. I instinctively recoiled, while John muttered a curse. "Oh shit, what in the world is that?" Hans reacted with remarkable swiftness, drawing his machete and severing the snake's head, which flew 2 meters away, landing among the dried leaves, its mouth agape, revealing sharp fangs and 2 glaring, crimson eyes that instilled a sense of dread. The snake's body, entangled in the vines, continued to writhe before collapsing to the ground, twisting grotesquely. Dark purple blood gushed from the severed end, staining the decaying leaves in its vicinity. Hans kicked the snake aside, stating, "A trimeresurus, nothing to worry about. Let us move on." We tightened our grips on our firearms and pressed deeper into the forest. Time became indeterminate as we traversed further, until we were confronted by several boulders the size of small automobiles, stacked haphazardly before us. The surfaces of these rocks were ensnared by vines, and from the crevices close to the earth, orange tendrils occasionally emerged, reminiscent of arthropod limbs probing the external world. I fixated on those quivering tips, recalling the giant centipede I encountered upon entering the forest, an involuntary gulp escaping my throat. A mere 20 to 30 meters ahead lay a waterhole. I lowered my voice, instinctively sweeping my firearm across the shadows beneath the boulders. Hans raised his hand, signaling the team to halt as 8 pairs of eyes simultaneously focused on those suspicious crevices. John positioned his AW-50 sniper rifle on his shoulder, the safety latch clicking softly. As we crossed the boulders and continued onward, a deep, mysterious waterhole abruptly came into view. The pool of water presented an eerie emerald hue, its tranquil surface resembling an ancient mirror dusted with a fine layer of grime. Only the ferns at the edge occasionally shed dewdrops, creating delicate ripples that danced like spider webs across the water surface. The clarity of the water was astonishing, yet it suddenly plunged into an abyss of inky green at about 10 feet deep, the color darkening as one ventured toward the center, as if it were a gateway to a watery hell. Towering beside the pool stood an ancient tree, its trunk so immense that it would take at least 10 people, arms outstretched, to encircle it. Half of its roots were submerged in the water and peering through the shimmering surface. The twisted roots appeared as if they were giant serpents entwined, with strands of withered aquatic vegetation caught among them, reminiscent of a drowning victim's decayed hair. "Is this the pool you spoke of?" Hans's tactical flashlight beam swept across the water's surface, and a glimmer reflected off an object hidden among the roots, causing one to squint. John unstrapped his backpack, the ammunition belt clinking lightly at his waist, his tone laced with impatience. "Zhao, where is the giant creature you mentioned? It can't possibly be a larger catfish, can it?" I fixated on the entangled roots at the bottom of the pool, my throat tightening, rendering me speechless until I finally managed to utter, during my last visit, it was coiled among those roots, revealing just over a meter of its body, crimson and dark. "Scale." Before I could finish, Frank suddenly pointed toward the dense foliage. "Listen, there's a disturbance." A chilling sensation crept up the back of my neck, coursing through my body as the surrounding ferns and vines rustled softly, as if countless invisible hands were caressing the leaves. Suddenly, A baboon in the tree emitted a sharp cry, bounding away, while a flock of birds above took flight simultaneously, their wings beating like a sudden downpour. Scattering in all directions, Henry was the first to break the silence, his voice trembling. The animals are fleeing. Hans furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. And after a moment of silence, he produced a makeshift iron needle from his pocket and plucked a broad leaf. Let's measure the magnetic field here. Just as he took 2 steps toward the pool's edge, the ground beneath us trembled slightly. At that moment, from the shadows of the roots below, a black-red body, as thick as a gas canister, slowly twisted upward, its scaled surface scraping against the roots, erasing the dust upon them, and sending murky ripples radiating outward. My heart felt as if it had slammed against my ribs, and my trembling fingers struggled to straighten. You all look. 8 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned toward the water surface. The leaf in Hans's hand fell to the ground, the iron needle quivering in the soil. John Adams' apple bobbed as he swallowed dryly. Arthur's breath quickened, his face pale as a sheet. Then, the sudden crack of gunfire shattered the still air. Arthur's M4 rifle spat flames, spent cartridges clattering onto the decaying leaves, emitting wisps of smoke. Hans cursed as he shoved his gun away. Fool. Don't provoke it. The water erupted violently, a massive wave surging upward, carrying mud into the air. A colossal serpent, far beyond the realms of comprehension, erupted from the water. Its abdominal scales as wide as 2 clasped hands, while its back bore black scales interspersed with 3 vivid crimson stripes, resembling wounds that would never heal. Its gaping maw was ample enough to swallow an entire adult wild boar, and its half-meter-long fangs dripped with a translucent viscous substance. As its forked tongue flicked in and out, the tips quivered rapidly, as if scenting the air for the presence of prey. I screamed desperately, "Run!" Yet my voice was swiftly drowned out by the gasps of the crowd and the crack of gunfire. John and Frank had already raised their rifles, unleashing a barrage of bullets that struck the serpent's scales, splattering dark red blood, but only managing to create a few indistinct streaks. The serpent violently lashed its tail, sending waves soaring over 2 meters high. Henry, unarmed, was swept off his feet, screaming as he collided with the trunk of a massive tree before plummeting heavily into the pool. Hans was toppled by the surge, and, as he looked up, he found himself locked in a gaze with the serpent's murky vertical pupils, reflecting our minuscule forms, akin to viewing a swarm of ants destined for consumption. Scatter! Into the woods. Hans's command was torn asunder by the serpent's roar. As I turned, I was ensnared by a vine, my knee crashing painfully against the stone, yet I felt no pain. Scrambling to hide behind a boulder, through a narrow opening, I beheld Arthur being seized by the serpent at the shoulder. In the instant his rifle was flung away, his eyes met mine, brimming with fear, as the serpent lifted him into the air. Chapter 67. The mysterious cave. Grayson fled into the depths of the jungle, tumbling and scrambling as the strap of his backpack tore through the vines with a ripping sound. Frank and Jose unleashed a frantic barrage from their rifles, the dense bullets splattering against the scales of the massive serpent, but it merely flicked its head, casting aside Arthur like a rag doll into the water. As Arthur's anguished cries were swallowed by the splashes, the colossal snake turned its gaze towards Frank and Jose, its belly scales brushing against the muddy bank with a muted friction. Jose, caught off guard, found himself ensnared by the serpent's bloodied body. I heard the sickening crunch of breaking bones mingling with the muffled groans escaping his throat. His face turned a ghastly shade of purple, his eyes bulging as if to escape their sockets, and the veins at his temples throbbed violently, resembling twitching worms. Frank's rifle fell to the ground as he fixed his gaze upon Jose's contorted face, suddenly unleashing a primal roar of despair before sprinting away. Upon witnessing this, John also panicked and fled, but in a state of sheer terror, he ran straight into the water, plunging into the depths with a resounding splash. The giant serpent released Jose's lifeless body, its crimson tongue sweeping across Hans's tactical vest. Hans had already braced his weapon against the serpent's jaw. The moment he pulled the trigger, I saw the vertical pupils in the snake's eyes contract sharply. The bullet shattered a portion of its upper jaw, a spray of blood and shattered bones splattering across Hans's face, yet the beast continued to convulse. As its tail swept towards me, I heard my own scream. Hans was knocked to the ground, the serpent's tail coiling around his right leg. Summoning my courage, I rushed forward to rescue him. Just then, another slightly smaller serpent burst forth from the water, droplets from its scales splattering against my face and blurring my vision. Its speed was astonishing, its triangular head darting straight for my throat. Instinctively, I rolled to evade it, my assault rifle striking sparks against the ground. When the serpent's venomous fangs grazed my nose and plunged into the earth, the stench of decaying leaves mingled with its foul breath assaulted me. Damn it! How could there be another one? Half reclining on the ground, I pulled the trigger, the muzzle flash illuminating the snake's pupils. The bullet pierced its right eye, dark, viscous fluid gushing forth, and, as the serpent writhed violently, it released Hans. I scrambled to seize Hans's tactical vest. His right leg was numb from the constriction, yet he managed to rise unsteadily. Behind us, the serpent roared, its head crashing through a tree trunk as thick as a bowl, the sound of the collapsing timber echoing as we stumbled into the dense ferns. To the left, Hans's voice, laced with blood, directed me towards a leaning dead tree. Use the trunk to block it. Yet I knew it would be futile. Those serpents could effortlessly snap a tree trunk the size of a water barrel, and our bullets would hardly inflict fatal harm upon them. As we darted past a patch of bioluminescent moss, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the water. My hair was soaked with cold sweat, my head unclear from the impact, blood trickling from my temple down my chin, my eyes reflecting the encroaching shadow behind us. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated. It was Hans throwing a grenade. The flames cast a crimson glow across half of the forest, mingling with the hissing of the giant serpent and the sound of shattering rocks. I dare not look back, only hearing Hans urgently whispering in my ear, "Keep running, they're still chasing us." The fronds of ferns brushed against my face as I counted my heartbeats, each step feeling like a precarious tread along the edge of a precipice. I lost track of how long I stumbled forward, the terrain gradually sloping upwards. Between the tangled roots and vines, a cave entrance, approximately 4 to 5 meters high, faintly revealed itself on my left, cloaked in weeds and tendrils. The mouth of the cave still betrayed its orderly square outline. The rock face was as smooth and straight as if it had been cut by a knife. Clearly not a creation of nature. I tugged at Hans's tactical vest, gesturing towards the cave entrance. "Let us rest there." He nodded, panting heavily, his weapon drooping lower. As we approached the cave, Hans suddenly staggered against a tree trunk, sliding down the rough bark to the ground. He removed his tactical boots, revealing an ankle swollen to a deep purple, nearly twice its normal size, with his socks drenched in blood. In the distance, the forest echoed with the now diminished roars of the giant serpent, retreating back to its abyss. Were we the last two remaining? Hans clutched his ankle, inhaling sharply, beads of sweat dripping from his chin onto his tactical vest, staining it with dark blotches. I leaned on my knee, gasping for breath, my gaze sweeping over the entwined vines around us, my breathing gradually steadying. Grayson and Frank had run deeper into the forest. I wondered if they had encountered other monsters. My throat tightened as I continued. John, Arthur, Henry, Jose. They are all gone. Jose was crushed by the serpent. His bones snapped. Henry was struck by the serpent's tail, smashing into the trunk of a colossal tree before plunging into the pond, likely never to awaken. Arthur was pierced by the serpent's venomous fangs and tossed into the water, where he faded into silence. John fell into the pond, and I never saw him again. Hans's throat convulsed violently, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Not sweat, but sorrowful tears. He raised his head, gazing into the sky through the gaps in the treetops, his Adam's apple bobbing like a rolling stone. It was my fault. I should never have let everyone venture into the forest. His voice was hoarse and fractured, laden with indescribable grief and regret. I crouched down and patted his muddy shoulder. The fabric of his tactical vest brushed against my hand, still sticky with the serpent slime, exuding a foul odor. At this point, self-reproach was futile. You had proposed the venture for the sake of everyone's escape from this desolate island. It is not your fault. He remained silent, the wrinkles in his skin deepening in the sunset, resembling an old map soaked by rainwater. He covered his face with his palm, suppressed sobs escaping between his fingers, his shoulders heaving violently. For him, this was not merely the loss of comrades. He was the commander, the backbone of this group. From the submarine disaster to being stranded on the deserted island, and now facing this dire predicament, every step felt like walking on the edge of a blade, and now the blade had finally pierced his palm. I turned my gaze towards the cave entrance, where fireflies danced in the shadows, their green light sporadically punctuating the darkness, as if someone had scattered shards of glass across the night. A sudden, sharp pain pierced my ankle, revealing that my pant leg had been torn, while my knee was encrusted with dried blood, mingled with dirt and plant sap. In our frantic escape, we had been recklessly sprinting forward, with dwindling ammunition and provisions left behind in the wooden cabins and camp nestled within the coconut grove. The camp lay on the other side of the forest, separated by a pond that concealed a monstrous serpent. From afar, the piercing cries of unknown birds echoed, their calls sharp as knives. Hans lowered his hands, tears mingling with the serpent's blood on his face, his gaze vacant as he stared into the depths of the forest. Twilight had already enveloped the treetops, and both Hans and I bore varying degrees of injury, hesitant to advance recklessly. At that moment, a faint sound of rushing water emanated from the depths of the cave, reminiscent of a distant waterfall, yet muffled by some unseen force. I leaned against the cave wall and ventured 2 meters inward, catching a glimpse of dark markings on the stone surface in the dim light. My heart raced. Hans, come quickly. Hans gritted his teeth, pushing himself up, each step causing his injured ankle to tremble. He retrieved his tactical flashlight, illuminating the cave wall, and in that instant, we both froze. The stone was densely adorned with intricate line drawings, depicting human figures, serpents, and circular patterns resembling the sun. These markings, etched with a sharp object, bore jagged edges, unmistakably the handiwork of humanity. Shadows danced within the recesses of the etchings, and the distorted lines appeared to writhe slowly. Hans's Adam's apple bobbed as the beam of the flashlight flickered against the stone wall. We exchanged a glance, our eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. Chapter 68. The Secrets of the Patterns, Part 1. Within the cavern, the patterns etched upon the stone walls are each as large as a basin. Apart from the chiseled marks, each line bears dark red traces, weathered by the passage of time, their hues faded like the remnants of desiccated blood. The engraved textures vary in depth, and in the interplay of light and shadow, they seem poised to spring to life from the stone surface. The first depiction reveals a distinctly outlined island amidst turbulent ocean waves. The peaks of the island and the curvature of its bays match precisely with the island beneath our feet. The second image portrays a sandy beach bustling with figures sketched in simple lines. Some are fishing in the sea, others are climbing coconut trees, while a larger group dances around the fearsome head of a serpent. The absence of clothing on these individuals suggests they are primitive beings or savages. In the third scene, the individuals appear by a pond deep within the forest. They kneel in reverence before a colossal tree, while a gigantic serpent, half submerged in the water, raises its head and flicks its forked tongue, the crimson tip almost piercing the stone wall. The crowd holds clay pots, drawing water from the pond. The fourth image presents a whirlpool resembling the sun, coiled around by a gigantic serpent. Unlike the monochromatic serpent from the previous scene, this one bears 3 vivid crimson vertical stripes along its back, the very creature we encountered. Strangely, the jagged edges of the sun's outline seem to hint at some malevolent force. The fifth illustration again shows the group kneeling beside the pond, but now the giant serpent has opened its maw wide, devouring one of them. The upper body of the unfortunate soul is already consumed, leaving only the lower half, including the legs, dangling outside. In the sixth frame, after drinking from the pond, the individuals collapse to the ground. Their bodies contort grotesquely at the pond's edge, their faces depicted with an especially sinister expression. Was the water poisoned, or was there another hidden truth? The seventh image captures the giant serpent emerging from the water, entwining itself around the fallen people and dragging them beneath the surface. The scales on the serpent's body are intricately detailed, each groove seemingly exuding a nauseating stench. The eighth depiction shifts to the interior of the cave, where a solitary figure clutches a sharp stone, laboriously etching upon the wall. His hunched form casts a shadow elongated by the light, resembling the outline of some monstrous entity. In the final frame, the artist turns and walks deeper into the cave. His silhouette recedes into the darkness until it vanishes entirely. Meanwhile, the dried bloodstains on the wall glimmer eerily under the beam of flashlight. These 9 illustrations weave together a narrative steeped in dread and despair, each stroke articulating a tale of terror. Hans and I gaze at the stone wall, cold sweat soaking our backs. What harrowing experiences did these primitive people endure? Is the sunlight pattern a totem or a forewarning? At this moment, are we not repeating their tragic fate? A torrent of questions explodes within our minds. The night has fully descended. I support Hans as he leans against the damp stone wall, the chill of the surface mingling with the metallic scent of his ankle wound, becoming increasingly pungent in the darkness. The night is utterly black. We shall spend it here. Breathlessly, Hans speaks, but before he can finish, a thought strikes me, and my heart leaps into my throat. Lin is still waiting in the wooden cabin. She has always been timid. Will she withstand the long, lonely night? If she were to venture into the forest in search of me? I stumbled towards the cave's entrance, while Hans shouted from behind, "Zhao, where are you going?" I froze in place, realizing that I had a wounded companion beside me. Lin was still waiting for me. If she entered the forest, my throat tightened, rendering me speechless. Hans gritted his teeth and managed to stand, limping towards me, his right hand heavily resting on my shoulder. I understand your feelings, but it's far too perilous outside. The forest becomes even more treacherous after dark, and those giant snakes are merely injured, with their capacity for self-healing. He paused, lowering his voice. If we go out now, it will be tantamount to a death sentence. I gasped for breath, images of Lin alone flickering in my mind. Yet Hans was right. The forest at night was an abyss that devoured lives. Before I could retort, he added, "Let us endure this night. We will set out at dawn." I swallowed my emotions and nodded, pacing back and forth within the cave. Outside, the eerie calls of night owls mingled with the faint sound of flowing water from deep within the cave, each second tearing at my nerves. Anxiety coiled around my heart like a vine, yet there was nothing I could do but wait. I lost track of time, but eventually managed to suppress my rising anxiety and sat beside Hans. He patted my back, his voice unusually gentle. "Do not worry. Your beloved will be waiting for you like a cat in the cabin." I nodded weakly, my throat feeling as though it were stuffed with waterlogged cotton. Hans then pointed at the stone wall. "What do you make of these paintings?" I took a deep breath, allowing the damp air to cool my throbbing temples. They must be from the island's indigenous tribe. They lived near the coconut grove by the beach, subsisting on fishing, and worshipped the giant snakes in the water as deities to procure fresh water. Later, a more ferocious giant snake with red stripes appeared, and the tribe believed their sacrifices were insufficiently devout, leading them to begin sacrificing live humans. However, after the sacrifices, they drank from the pond and succumbed to poisoning by chance. One person did not drink, and he escaped to this cave, inscribing these paintings before venturing deeper into the cave. Il Luc Daltons, who gave me a thumbs up, just as I thought. Yet this solar vortex. He illuminated the fourth painting with his tactical flashlight, and the jagged circle within the beam seemed to spin. What could it be? I shook my head, suddenly recalling something. The last time I ventured into the forest alone, I drank from the pond and felt nothing unusual. The water was crystal clear, akin to mountain spring water. Silence enveloped the cave, save for the intermittent chirping of insects outside, mixed with the distant sound of water from deep within the cave, echoing in the darkness. Hans retrieved a crumpled photograph from his pocket, and as the beam of the tactical flashlight illuminated it, I saw a family of 3 embracing and smiling. A woman wearing a floral headscarf, a girl clutching a plush toy, and the sunlight stretching their shadows long. Hans gently caressed the curled edges of the photograph, as if attempting to smooth out the creases left by time. Just as I was about to speak, a sudden sharp crack echoed from outside the cave, resembling the sound of a branch snapping underfoot. We both held our breath in that fleeting moment, tightly gripping our rifles, their muzzles aimed at the quivering vines at the cave's entrance. Not sensing any other movement, Hans extinguished the flashlight. In the darkness, the colossal serpent pattern on the stone wall seemed to come alive, the red veins within its scales dancing in the depths of our pupils. I ran my fingers along the icy metal of my weapon, still stained with the blood from our battle against the giant serpent. "Let's rest for a while." Hans's voice drifted from beside me. "We must set off at dawn." I leaned against the stone wall, listening to the steady cadence of his breathing, yet sleep eluded me. Did the primitive man depicted in that painting also curl up in a cave on some fateful night, listening to the slithering of the great serpent outside, awaiting the dawn? And was Lin Lin, at this very moment, curled up in the wooden cabin, clutching her knees as she awaited my return? Would she dare to venture into the forest? I closed my eyes, striving to recall her smile, but my mind conjured only the swirling crimson stripes in the water's depths. In the obscurity, Hans suddenly whispered, "Perhaps that whirlpool lies deep within the cave? Can you hear it?" I opened my eyes wide, yet only darkness greeted me, though the sound of rushing water from within the cave grew increasingly pronounced. Chapter 69. The Secret of the Patterns, Part 2. Hans, unable to suppress the tumult of his curiosity, struggled to rise and venture deeper into the cavern. I hastily interposed, urging him not to act rashly. What if there were monsters lurking within? We would be utterly ill-equipped to handle them. He activated his tactical flashlight, the beam cleaving through the darkness, revealing a downward-sloping passage 3 meters wide that seemed to stretch into infinity. The walls were damp, as if recently drenched by a fine mist, with stalactites hanging overhead, yet no bats were in sight. "Observe," he exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. The primitive man in the mural was poisoned only after the whirlpool manifested, attacked by the colossal serpent. The whirlpool must be the key. If we unravel this enigma, we may discover a means of escape. With that, he raised his firearm and strode forward with resolute steps. His reasoning held merit, yet thoughts of Lin Lin twisted my heart. Was she still waiting for me in the wooden cabin? How could she survive alone on this desolate isle if misfortune befell me? "Hans, let us wait until dawn," I shouted, but he did not turn back, his silhouette receding further into the beam of light, his voice echoing from the depths of the cave. "I've already lost too much. If this is my fate, I care not whether it is today or tomorrow. Zhao, remain here. If I did not return, leave at first light." I opened my mouth, yet no sound emerged. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, I clenched my weapon and hastened to follow him. The cavern in the darkness loomed like the throat of a colossal beast, and we were advancing into the unknown. Hans caught sight of my pursuit and glanced back, a glimmer flickering in his eyes. His voice was low but fierce. The monsters in the pool failed to claim our lives. What could be worse within this cave? I tightened my grip on the rifle, allowing the damp mist to envelop my face, and nodded silently. Having ventured into the darkness, there was no choice but to forge ahead. The deeper we traversed into the cavern, the steeper the terrain became. The moisture in the air coalesced into fine droplets, cascading down my bulletproof vest. Though we were on a tropical isle, an icy chill permeated the cave, with icicle-like droplets striking my helmet, producing a sharp, ringing sound. I could not suppress a shiver. Do you think there could be even larger serpents hidden within this cave? Hans's flashlight swept across the slick rock walls, motes of dust dancing in the beam. I cannot say for certain, but my intuition suggests that the whirlpool depicted in the mural is connected to this place. After what felt like an eternity, we were suddenly met with an expansive opening, a frigid gust of air rushing toward us. The sound of water roared like a stampede, mingled with a piercing metallic screech that throbbed painfully against our eardrums. Hans's flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing a gaping chasm, more accurately, an entire mountain hollowed out into a vast cavity, with us precariously perched at the brink. "Be cautious. Hans ceased my tactical vest." I staggered to regain my footing and peered over the edge of the cliff, instantly feeling my stomach churn. A gorge 50 to 60 meters deep revealed a massive whirlpool, large enough to encompass 2 football fields, spinning furiously. Water was hurled into the air only to crash against the rocky walls, creating a deafening cacophony. The center of the whirlpool resembled a colossal eye, devouring everything in its path. The obsidian abyss emitted a ghostly glow, revealing a metallic sheen. The surrounding rock walls were polished to a mirror-like finish, etched with spiral scratches, as if the marks were left by some enormous creature ceaselessly rotating for eons. Hans shouted in my ear, but his voice was drowned out by the roar of the whirlpool. He pointed towards a valley floor, gesturing in a circular motion. Suddenly, I recalled the jagged, sun-like circle depicted in the mural, strikingly similar to the whirlpool before me. A chill surged up my spine. The so-called solar whirlpool was not merely a totem. It was a genuine geocentric vortex. He tugged at me, eager to draw closer for a better view, but I clung desperately to the protruding rocks of the cliff. An updraft from the abyss swirled with mist, nearly dragging me into the depths. As the beam of my flashlight swept across the edge of the whirlpool, I glimpsed a piece of floating metallic debris, a rusted anchor, encrusted with seaweed. What were these foreign objects doing here, far from their native isle? This place, it was consuming things. Hans's voice finally pierced through the sound of the water, the out-of-control submarine, the colossal serpent in the pool. All were connected to this whirlpool. His words struck like an icicle to the heart. Could it be that the monstrous serpent we encountered emerged through this vortex? Was this immense whirlpool a portal? I suddenly grasped his arm, my nails nearly digging into his flesh. We must leave. We have to escape this place. If we linger any longer, we might be the next to be drawn into the whirlpool. Hans stared at the vortex below, his atoms apple-bobbing, and eventually nodded. As he turned, my boot slipped on the slick rock, and I stumbled precariously towards the cliff's edge. Just in the nick of time, Hans seized my bulletproof vest, yanking me back with great force. We collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, as the roar of the whirlpool reverberated in our ears. From afar, droplets cascaded down the stalactites, tracing countless silver lines in the darkness, as if the entire mountain wept for the abyss's insatiable hunger. Let us go. Hans wiped the moisture from his face, unable to discern whether it was sweat or mist. This place was bewildering. We would devise a plan once dawn broke. I glanced back at the ever-rotating whirlpool, relentless like a machine, while we felt like insignificant ants before this behemoth. As we crawled back towards the cave entrance, our bodies were already drenched in the mist within, our clothes clinging to our skin, the chill penetrating to the bone. Fortunately, the air at the entrance carried the warmth typical of the tropics, gradually soothing our trembling forms. Hans panted heavily, his voice still tinged with lingering fear. I just saw our comrades from the submarine within the whirlpool. They were devoid of bodies, but I recognized their clothing. Stunned into silence, it took me a moment to regain my voice. I also saw some objects that did not belong here, including a massive, rusted anchor and a piece of dark metal. I hesitated, filled with confusion. Didn't you encounter misfortune on the ocean floor of the Pacific? How could your comrades end up in the whirlpool? Hans shook his head, his face etched with fatigue and confusion. I am uncertain, he admitted. However, I am convinced that the chaotic magnetic field here is a result of this colossal vortex. Such a vast whirlpool spins incessantly, disrupting the magnetic field of the entire island and even affecting the surrounding waters. Any vessel that traverses this maritime expanse experiences a complete failure of all electronic devices. Upon hearing Hans's words, I nodded slowly. It was no wonder that this grand island had remained hidden from humanity. Neither satellites nor radar could detect its existence, all due to the malevolent influence of the vortex. A wave of despair suddenly surged within me. If even modern technology is incapable of pinpointing our location, how then shall we escape? Are we truly destined to be eternally ensnared on this isolated isle? As these thoughts consumed me, my heart sank, and I gazed out into the pitch-black forest beyond the cave entrance, feeling a profound sense of hopelessness about the uncertain path ahead. Chapter 70 Reunion that night. Hans and I leaned against the mouth of the cave, struggling to find slumber, although our bodies were utterly exhausted from the relentless tug-of-war between life and death. Our nerves remained taut, like stretched wires, jolting awake at the slightest sound. In the darkness, The roar of the swirling vortex within the cave intertwined with the eerie sounds of the forest outside, creating a web of noise that startled us from shallow dreams every few minutes, an unyielding cycle of unrest. As the first light of dawn pierced the veil of night, we staggered to our feet, dragging our injured legs. Hans used a branch to sketch a rudimentary map in the mud. We had entered the forest from the coconut grove yesterday morning and, after encountering the giant serpent, fled towards the left side of the pond, reaching the cave after an hour of frantic running. Judging from our position relative to the coconut grove, we realized we were now on the western side of the island, flanked by steep mountains to the north and south, their dense vegetation forming an impenetrable barrier. With our swollen ankles and bleeding knees, climbing was simply not an option. We could only navigate along the base of the mountain. Hans slashed at the obstructing vines with his military knife, the blade glinting as it caught the light as we avoided the pond in the heart of the forest. Opting for the most direct route, I observed our crooked stances, estimating the 3 kilometers ahead. It would take no longer than half an hour on flat ground. Yet now it felt as though we were separated by an insurmountable chasm of life and death. Fortunately, we possessed a rifle, and the knife, securely fastened at our waist, provided us with a semblance of courage. Each step we took felt like walking on the edge of blade. Occasionally, luminescent poison frogs erupted from beneath the decaying leaves, and spiders, as thick as a bowl, hung from the treetops, their webs glistening menacingly in the morning dew. Yet I paid little heed to these threats, for my mind was consumed by the vivid image of Lin alone in the wooden cabin. Had she curled up in a corner, hugging her knees through the night? Had she mustered the courage to venture even a single step towards the forest's edge? By noon, when the outline of the coconut grove finally broke through the dense foliage, my throat felt parched and smoke-laden. Suddenly, Hans grasped my sleeve, his trembling finger pointing towards a massive rock. There stood a slender figure, her long hair swirling in chaotic arcs in the wind. Zhao, go! The cry pierced my chest like an arrow. Lin stumbled towards me, her knees grazing the grass and drawing blood, yet she seemed oblivious. I rushed to meet her, the pain in my foot suddenly fading, my heart pounding fiercely in my throat. When she threw herself into my arms, her force nearly toppled me, her arms entwining around my neck like vines, her tears mingling with the remnants of her anguish upon my mud-streaked collar. We held each other so tightly, as if we sought to meld our very beings into one. Her sobs were muffled against my shoulder, reverberating painfully in my ears. Yet they were more melodious than any celestial harmony. It was then that Hans' cough broke the moment from behind us. Could you two perhaps consider the wounded meal first? I feel as though I could devour a wild boar. Lin's tears transformed into laughter as she lifted her tear-streaked face, her fingertips brushing the wound on my forehead. The coconut trees whispered in the sea breeze, sunlight filtering through the grass scattered in her hair, weaving a golden net upon our intertwined arms. In that moment, the forest behind us resembled a colossal beast in a temporary slumber, while the familiar wooden cabin before me evoked a profound sense of warmth. This reunion, having survived the ordeal, felt more precious than any moment I had ever known. The crackling of the bonfire in front of the wooden cabin mingled with the sizzling of 3 seabirds on the grill, their oily essence wafting through the air, intertwined with the fragrant aroma of charred potatoes and coconut milk. Lin stood vigil by the fire, her fingertips repeatedly caressing the skin of the potatoes. These few tubers were intended for her, yet she refrained from eating them in my absence. I crouched nearby, mashing dandelion leaves, while Hans, having shed his misshapen military boots, inhaled sharply at the sight of his bruised ankles. Deceiver, Lin suddenly approached from behind, her fist striking my shoulder blade, her voice laced with the tremor of unshed tears. You said you would return by afternoon. I waited an entire day and night, believing. Her words faltered in a choked sob. I paused my labor, gently enveloping her in my embrace, inhaling the faint scent of coconut milk from her hair. I am sorry. The circumstances are more intricate than anticipated. I shall explain everything shortly. I patted her trembling back, feeling the prominent vertebrae beneath her skin. She had likely lost weight over the course of that day and night. She tilted her face upward, tears still glistening on her lashes. Yesterday evening, I attempted to follow the footprints to find you. Upon reaching the grass behind the coconut grove, I heard a disturbance to my right. It sounded like claws scratching the earth, accompanied by the ominous snap of breaking branches. She gripped my sleeve tightly, her knuckles paling, then returned to the towering stone to survey the area, only to find a row of flattened grass, as if some colossal creature had crawled past. A chill raced up my spine. I sharply turned to gaze at the forest's edge, the shadows of the coconut trees swaying in the sea breeze, while the distant underbrush lay eerily still. Could those trampled plants be the remnants of a giant serpent's escape? Had it left the pond and roamed the entire island? Thank goodness you did not venture in. I pressed her icy hand against my palm. From now on, regardless of what transpires, do not leave the cabin. There are, I hesitated, things far more perilous than one could imagine. Linlin nodded, her tears finally ceasing. She picked up the crushed dandelion, gently applying it to the abrasions on my knee, her fingertips tracing over the scab blood. Does it hurt? I shook my head, feeling the calluses on her palm, remnants of our prior construction efforts, now transformed into the gentlest of touches on this desolate island. Having tended to the dandelion, the seabirds were now ready. Hans and I lifted the golden-brown birds, tearing into them with hearty bites, savoring the moment. This warm meal epitomized pure bliss. Linlin, holding a bird's leg, watched us intently, her eyes brimming with concern and joy. Once we had finished one seabird, Linlin inquired, "What are the others? Why are only the two of you back?" Hans and I exchanged a glance, our expressions gradually falling into despondency. The others may not return. Henry, Arthur, John, Jose. They did not escape. Linlin's face reflected confusion. What transpired in the forest? I turned to Hans, who remained silent, and cleared my throat, recounting our encounter with the giant serpent and our exploration of the cave in earnest detail. Upon hearing the tale, Linlin trembled, instinctively curling closer to me. After a prolonged silence, Hans quietly remarked, "Frank and Grayson may still be alive." I strived to recollect the scene of our escape. Grayson was the first to flee, darting towards the right side of the pond, and if he continued in a straight line, he would arrive at the cliff we had once visited with Linlin, the precipice that dropped 100 meters, a remnant of our island-hopping journey from months past. Meanwhile, Frank, having witnessed Joss being constricted by the colossal serpent, fled in a panic towards the grove of coconut trees. At this thought, a heavy weight settled in my heart. Could it be that the movement Linlin observed in the underbrush behind the coconut grove yesterday evening was Frank? Hans, let us investigate the underbrush behind the coconut grove shortly. Hans tightened his grip on the rifle and nodded. Chapter 71. The swamp. Although Hans and I had narrowly escaped from the forest, with our wounds still throbbing, we resolved to venture forth to validate the suspicions that lingered in our minds. If Frank or Grayson were still alive, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Even if not, understanding the situation was crucial for our continued survival. Moreover, we had reloaded our ammunition, and should we encounter the colossal serpent, we at least had the confidence to retreat unscathed. After satisfying our hunger, Hans and I washed ourselves briefly and donned the Navy uniforms we had discovered aboard the submarine a few days prior. The fabric was of good quality, fitting my 6-foot frame quite well, and it carried a faint scent of seawater. I instructed Linlin to wait for me in the cabin, but she clutched the hem of my clothing, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I want to go with you. I would rather die together than be apart." Her tone was resolute, her gaze filled with both anxiety and determination. I looked at her dress, worn for over half a year, now faded and yellowed, with several holes at the hem and frayed edges. These imperfections were a testament to her toil on the island, and the thought of the hardships she endured alongside me tugged at my heartstrings. I couldn't help but pull her into an embrace. "I'm sorry for the suffering you've endured. Regardless of what happens, I shall ensure you live a good life." She paused momentarily, then gently cupped my face in her hands, her voice choked with emotion. "Zhao, I'm not afraid of hardship. I fear being separated from you. Without you, my world is devoid of color." Before she could finish, I softly kissed the back of her hand, mistaking my gesture for a refusal. Her eyes brimmed with tears. I quickly reassured her, "You can come along, but you must listen to me. First, change into this uniform. I handed her a set of navy attire, and her tears transformed into a radiant smile as she nodded vigorously, resembling a joyful little bird. Watching her exuberance filled my heart with warmth and pain. Once a pampered heiress, she now braved the elements by my side. Yet, despite everything, she was willing to face danger with me. Perhaps this was love. Though marooned on a desolate island, I could not bear to see her suffer even a little. Zhao, this outfit is too large. Lin's complaint echoed from within the cabin. I stepped inside to find her wearing a navy jacket that hung down to her knees, resembling a dress. Haha, this jacket could easily serve as a gown. I chuckled, unable to contain my amusement. She shot me an annoyed glance and raised her hand to remove it, but I quickly intervened. Don't take it off. The underbrush is teeming with mosquitoes and leeches. Wearing a dress is too perilous. Just make do for now. I will help you alter it when we return. She frowned and muttered, but at that moment, Hans called from outside, urging Zhao, let us go. I helped her tuck the jacket into her trousers, fastening it with a rope as a makeshift belt, and she finally looked somewhat presentable. Upon seeing Lin joining us, Hans raised an eyebrow in question. I could only shrug helplessly. This girl was utterly unyielding. To ensure our safety, we first climbed to the summit of a large rock to survey the underbrush with binoculars. Indeed, beyond the grove of coconut trees, we spotted a depression in the grass, with a winding indentation stretching from the forest's edge into the center of the thicket, where the vegetation was increasingly flattened, forming an irregular clearing. Having confirmed our bearings, the three of us set forth on our expedition. Hans led the way with a knife in hand, while Lin nestled in the middle, and I took the rear as a lookout. After stepping into the thicket for just a few meters, Hans abruptly halted, exclaiming, "Oh no!" His voice trembled with fear. Startled, Lin turned and dashed into my embrace. I quickly inquired, "Hans, what is it?" He remained silent, anxiously scanning his surroundings. I gently patted Lin's back, reassuring her, "Do not fear. Stay here and do not move. I shall investigate." I hastened to Hans's side, and the sight before me made my heart lurch. A dark brown swamp, with half a severed head protruding from the muddy surface, hair matted with sludge. The body completely engulfed by the mire, leaving only the top of the head visible. Hans gazed in horror at the head in the swamp. It's Frank, just as I had suspected, but the immediate priority was to retrieve him. "Go to the coconut grove and fetch 2 sturdy coconut logs," I urged, suppressing my unease. Hans's face turned ashen, yet he nodded resolutely. I escorted Lin back to the cabin, instructing her to remain in place. "We will return once we have rescued him." Remarkably, she obeyed, nodding towards the distant swamp. After all, that deathly bog was not far from our cabin. Hans and I staggered as we carried the 2 heavy coconut logs toward the swamp, the humid air thick with the stench of decay. The weight of the logs pressed painfully against our shoulders, each step slipping on the yielding mud, yet neither of us called for a halt. As we positioned the logs across the surface of the swamp, the foul-smelling sludge bubbled ominously, as if it were determined to swallow Frank whole. We strained with all our might to grasp Frank's arms. His body felt as though it were ensnared by the swamp, heavy and unyielding, the fabric tearing from the mud with a sticky sound. Ignoring the fresh uniform, now stained with black mud, Hans hoisted the corpse onto his back. His spine remained rigid. Though he could not disguise his faltering steps, sweat mingling with mud trickling down his neck. The sound of waves crashing against the shore grew clearer as Hans gently laid Frank on the damp sand. The briny waves lapped over the body, washing away the mud and revealing his frozen expression of terror. His face pale as parchment, lips tinged with a bluish hue, eyes wide open, seemingly frozen in the moment of being engulfed by the mire. Suddenly, Hans knelt beside the corpse, this hardened man of 40 emitting stifled sobs from his throat. Trembling hands brushing over Frank's stiff eyelids. "I'm sorry, Frank. I shouldn't have. His voice shattered in the sea breeze, fingers whitening from gripping the sand too tightly. I crouched beside him, placing a hand on his violently heaving shoulders. Yet I was at a loss for words of comfort. The distant waves continued to crash against the rocks, as if mourning Frank's departure. Time slipped away, until Hans hoarsely suggested, "Let's find a place to bury him." As he stood, two deep impressions remained in the sand, like scars etched in our hearts. I gazed at his reddened eyes, ultimately nodding in silence. On this desolate island, death had arrived so abruptly, and all we could do was grant the departed a peaceful resting place. After this ordeal, we were utterly exhausted and resolved to rest for 2 days to recover. Hans's ankle swells like a steamed bun, and my knee aches subtly from the fall. Without rest, I fear I shall not endure. As for Grayson, I can only hope he retraces his steps back to us. Should he remain absent 2 days hence, I dread the worst. This island, seemingly modest in size, conceals countless lethal traps. The coconut groves and sandy shores offer rare sanctuaries, but once one ventures into the depths of the forest, peril lurks at every turn. Centipedes as long as one's arms scuttle through crevices and beneath roots, while spiders the size of bowls dangle ominously in their webs. And vividly hued, venomous snakes lie in wait among the vines. Most chilling of all are the immense red and black serpents, two that dwell in the waterhole. One nearly 30 meters in length, its scales as hard as shields. The other, slightly smaller, yet still an imposing 20 meters, flicks its scarlet tongue as if heralding the arrival of death. Even more terrifying is the knowledge that these colossal serpents are not merely confined to two. Countless others may lie in ambush, poised to devour any intruder whole. Chapter 72, The Island Encirclement Plan 2. 0 after Frank's burial. The sight of Hans tightened my heart. His once resolute features were now etched with fatigue, as if he had aged a decade overnight. Though our time together had been brief, I understood deeply that they were all men of unwavering resolve, possessing integrity and courage, along with an indomitable spirit. To have such companions on this desolate island was indeed a stroke of fortune. Yet, fate had dealt a cruel hand, and now only Hans remained by my side, while the others had vanished like ephemeral experiences, hurriedly departing. Grayson was still unaccounted for, and Hans and I had vowed to search for him once our injuries had healed. Even in the worst-case scenario, recovering his body for a proper burial would bring solace to his restless spirit. As for the pond, I dared not approach it again. The monstrous serpent lurking there was more terrifying than the giant python in the childhood film Anaconda. No longer was I merely experiencing fear from behind a screen. I was truly ensnared in this dire predicament. To preserve the green hills was to safeguard Lin Lin, for we must continue to endure in the days to come. After rummaging through Hans's iron box in his hut for quite some time, I finally unearthed a small spring. Lin Lin had been wearing the same dress for over half a year, now tattered and worn. I resolved to fashion a needle from this spring. It was not a daunting task. I first straightened the spring, then flattened one end of the wire with the back of a knife, and finally drilled a small hole with the tip of a bayonet, thus creating a simple yet functional sewing needle. As for the thread, I carefully unraveled it from old garments. When I presented the makeshift needle and thread to Lin Lin, her eyes sparkled with joy, and she leapt in delight, exclaiming, "Zhao, Ge, you are amazing." Before I could respond, she tiptoed and placed a gentle kiss on my cheek. Gazing at her radiant smile, the fears, fatigue, and anxieties that had plagued me during this time seemed to dissipate in that moment. Inside the wooden cabin, Lin Lin and I engaged in laughter and conversation, as if we had never encountered any misfortune. Meanwhile, just 10 meters away, Hans sat alone on a wooden stump, his gaze vacantly fixed on the sea. Unable to bear his solitude, I approached him softly and inquired, "Hans, what occupies your thoughts?" He continued to stare at the water, murmuring, "How could our submarine's uniform end up in that damned whirlpool?" This question had been lodged in my mind. I squatted beside him, and an idea suddenly emerged. "Do you think it's possible that the whirlpool is akin to a wormhole in the universe?" Hans turned to look at me, a glimmer of light emerging in his eyes. I continued, "After all, everything on this island defies logic. The serpent in the pond is more exaggerated than the titanoboa that roamed 60 million years ago. It utterly shatters our understanding. If such a colossal serpent can exist, then it is not inconceivable for the whirlpool to be a wormhole." Hans nodded thoughtfully and suddenly pointed towards the shallows, asking, "Shall we circle the island for observation?" I shook my head with a wry smile. Lin Lin and I tried. After walking along the coast for over an hour, we encountered a steep slope with no path. The vegetation was as dense as a wall, matching the interior forest of the island in its impenetrability. There's a narrow path along the coastal cliffs, but it has a drop of 100 meters. It is far too perilous. Hans pointed to the frogman transport device on the beach and exclaimed, "Use this." I smacked my forehead, realizing my forgetfulness. "But is there enough fuel?" I questioned. He confidently replied, "This contraption runs on batteries, with a maximum range of 150 nautical miles. We've only used less than half of that. Circling the island should suffice." His words ignited a sense of hope within me. I thought perhaps we were but a circle of distance away from unraveling the island's mysteries. As I gazed at the sky, now tinged with the hues of dusk, I turned to Hans and suggested, "Let's start a fire to roast some birds. After a hearty meal, we can rest well and embark on our circumnavigation of the island tomorrow." Hans nodded in agreement. While we prepared a fire in front of the wooden cabin, Lin suddenly dashed out, exclaiming, "Ding, ding, ding. Zhao, go look." She had donned a modified country naval uniform, a navy blue top paired with pure white trousers. After her alterations, it fit her impeccably, accentuating her stature with a perfect blend of military poise and youthful grace. I could not help but circle around her, exclaiming, "Wow, you look splendid. This outfit seems tailor-made." Yet, feeling my compliment fell short, I hastily added, "But truly, it's your beauty that makes anything shine." Lin's cheeks flushed with warmth, and she playfully punched my shoulder. "You're just flattering me." Hans, tending to the fire, chimed in with a smile. "Ellen, it's truly beautiful." Her ears turned a delicate shade of red as she softly replied, "Thank you." In the flickering glow of the flames, the golden threads at her cuffs shimmered, delicate embroidery salvaged from her old uniform. Who would have imagined that this originally oversized military attire would transform into the most striking sight on the deserted island, thanks to her skilled hands? Reflecting on the previous day, when our group of 9 gathered around the fire, singing and laughing, I felt a heavy sorrow as only 3 of us remained. The atmosphere shifted, becoming suffocating and somber. At that moment, Hans was in utter despair, having lost all his comrades. The pain and hopelessness he felt were beyond the comprehension of others. Unsure of how to console him, I quietly consumed the seabirds, and once satiated, we dispersed. Before parting, Hans mustered his strength to remind me, "Tomorrow, we must use the frogman transport device to observe the island." Although we had escaped the perilous forest, today had not been idle. First, we struggled to extract Frank from the swamp, and then we attended to his final rites. Lin and I barely had a chance for a proper conversation. As night deepened, inside the wooden cabin, Lin suddenly embraced me tightly, her voice trembling with emotion. "Zhao Ge, do you know? You said you'd return in the afternoon. I waited from daylight until dark, and then through the entire night, my heart filled with despair." Before I could respond, she continued, "At dawn, I climbed the giant rock to wait for you. If you hadn't returned, I had planned to jump." I quickly interrupted. "Silly girl, even if something were to happen to me, you must live well. I will take care of myself. With you here, how could I ever bear to leave?" She could no longer contain herself and burst into tears, exclaiming, "I am truly terrified." I gently lifted her and laid her upon the wooden bed, whispering, "It's all over. Please do not cry anymore." I had barely slept for 2 days and felt utterly exhausted. Holding her while we slept was the greatest happiness I could imagine. She obediently nodded, and we embraced, gradually drifting into slumber, in a state between dreams and wakefulness. I faintly heard a tremendous crashing sound emanating from the direction of the island's forest, reminiscent of a colossal serpent striking the surface of a pond. Following that was a piercing hiss that penetrated my eardrums, sending chills down my spine. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar of swirling water exploded in my mind, jolting me awake with a start. "No." Lin, nestled in my arms, stirred from my abrupt movements, her voice hoarse and laced with sleep. "Zhao Ge, what is the matter?" It was then that I realized my forehead was slick with cold sweat, slowly coming to the realization that it had been a nightmare. Taking a few deep breaths to steady my heartbeat, I tightened my hold on her and rested my chin atop her head, murmuring dully, "It's nothing, just a bad dream." Lin's arms tightened around me, her fingertips gently brushing my chest through the fabric. Please do not venture deep into the forest again. Ever since you returned from the pond last time, you have been plagued by nightmares for several nights. Her hair brushed against my wrist, carrying a faint scent of coconut. Let's remain by the beach and the coconut grove, shall we? I leaned down to kiss the crown of her head, a muffled escaping my throat. The sounds of the distant waves began to rise, drowning out the echoes of the haunting cries from my dreams. Her breathing gradually steadied, curled up in my embrace like a vigilant yet serene little creature. In the darkness, I gazed through the gaps in the wooden cabin at the starlight beyond. Those colossal serpents and whirlpools swirling in my dreams would one day be left behind. Chapter 73. Island Adventure. The following day, as the morning sun pierced through the clouds, Hans was conducting the final checks on the amphibious transport vehicle. Lin, clad in military attire, was all set for departure, while I busied myself with the firearms beneath the bed. The island encircled a mere 10 nautical miles, and with the aid of such a vessel, we would complete the journey in no time. Hence, we carried no provisions. Amidst the roar of the engine, our transport vehicle gradually glided away from the beach. Hans, gripping the control stick, explained that this apparatus, capable of accommodating up to 18 individuals, could submerge like a submarine or skim the surface in a semi-floated mode, achieving a maximum speed of 50 knots in the latter configuration. The briny sea breeze, laced with fine spray, assailed us, causing Lin's long hair to dance wildly. As we navigated along the shoreline towards the towering boulders, a cliff loomed before us, its height exceeding 100 meters above the sea. The deep azure waters relentlessly battered the cliff face. Crashing waves shattered against the jagged rocks, sending sprays soaring over 10 meters into the air. We halted beneath the precipice, and Hans stood, pointing at the steep rock wall. Zhao, beyond this cliff lies the mountain concealing a massive whirlpool beneath. Before he could finish, I spotted a colossal black serpent slowly slithering up the sheer rock face, its scales devoid of any vertical stripes glinting ominously. Its girth was as thick as a man's thigh, and it measured at least 8 or 9 meters in length. Look, there's a giant snake, I exclaimed, just as the creature seemed to sense our presence, accelerating its crawl. Lin's complexion turned pale, instinctively drawing closer to me. Zhao, this is terrifying. Hans swiftly raised his rifle and aimed, and after a series of gunshots, several wounds burst forth on the serpent, which convulsed before plummeting into the sea, leaving a trail of deep crimson blood spreading across the water's surface, its body writhing amidst the waves. Damn beast! Hans cursed as he stowed his rifle. Yet, just as we prepared to ignite the engine of our transport vehicle, the sea erupted violently, and an even larger serpent breached the surface. Its back was adorned with 3 vivid crimson stripes, one I hollowed out, and a rotting wound revealed exposed bone. None other than the creature I had previously shot by the forest pond. Hans shouted, raising his weapon once more. I quickly urged Lin to retreat to the lower cabin and readied my own rifle to fire. A barrage of bullets struck the serpent's grotesquely scaled body, erupting in sprays of blood. In pain, the enormous serpent coiled its black form and rapidly descended into the depths, its tail thrashing and sending waves crashing over us, splashing blood across both Hans and me. Fearing it might entwine around our vessel from below, I shouted, "Hurry, let's go." Hans immediately engaged the engine, and the transport vehicle sped across the water, leaving behind a tumultuous sea. Despite the lingering terror of the giant serpent, we resolved to continue our circumnavigation of the island. Lin's face was as pale as parchment, her petite frame trembling uncontrollably in the sea breeze. This was her first encounter with the serpent of the pond, and fear had consumed her entirely. I gently embraced her, attempting to offer a semblance of comfort. "Do not fear, we are already far from that place." Yet she continued to tremble incessantly, her voice tinged with sobs. "How can there be such a large snake in this world?" I gently brushed aside the damp strands of hair clinging to her tear-streaked face and whispered, "The world is vast, and it is full of wonders. Do you remember the whirlpool I mentioned? Deep within the island's mountains, it is far more perilous than a giant serpent." Upon hearing this, Lin Lin could no longer contain herself, burying her face in my embrace and weeping. Zhao Ge, when can we leave this island? I slowly patted her back, gazing out at the endless sea, my voice laden with helplessness. I do not know. Perhaps only by unraveling the secrets of this island will we find a chance to escape. Her sobs grew more fervent, resonating with a sense of despair amidst the vast expanse of the ocean. During our circumnavigation of the island, the waters remained tranquil, yet no new discoveries awaited us. The island resembled a cradle embraced by mountains on three sides, aside from the flat terrain of the coconut grove where we sought refuge. The remaining three sides were steep cliffs with vertical drops exceeding several dozen meters, as if a natural barrier had securely sealed away the island's secrets. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Lin Lin and I had gathered a plethora of seafood along the shallows. She crouched by the water, sifting through crabs, her damp hair clinging to her cheeks, while oyster shells formed a small mountain at her feet. Meanwhile, Hans was busy in the neighboring camp, his head bowed in concentration. On the sandy ground lay 2 hand grenades, an M4 assault rifle, an M18 handgun, and 2 large boxes of ammunition, enough to estimate 1,000 rounds. Observing Hans engrossed in his task, I approached him. "This is all that remains," he remarked, lifting his gaze to the weapons, his fingers lightly caressing the M4 stock. I took a seat opposite him, my eyes fixed on the arms scattered across the sand, inquiring, "What are you planning to do?" Suddenly, he clenched his fists, the knuckles whitening with tension. "We must eradicate those red and black giant snakes. My comrades cannot die in vain." My throat tightened, and just as I was about to respond, he gestured toward the frogman delivery device by the shallows. "Do you see the torpedoes on either side? The Mark 37 model can capsize a cruiser. It is more than sufficient to deal with the giant serpents." Following his gaze, I spotted 2 silver-gray torpedoes mounted on either side of the device, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Yet, doubts churned within me. The water pools are within the island. How shall we transport the torpedoes? No need to transport them. He suddenly rose, the crunch of gravel beneath his boots echoing softly. We simply need to lure that wretched red and black serpent into the sea. I was taken aback, remembering the terrifying figure beneath the cliffs. If such a powerful weapon exists, why did we not fire it when we had the chance at the cliff's edge? Hans chuckled wryly, scratching his head, bits of grass still clinging to his stubble. In my eagerness to shoot, I forgot we had this. I sighed in exasperation, about to say something more when Lin Lin's voice called from beside the campfire. "Zhao Ge, the oysters are ready. Come quickly." The aroma of smoke mingled with the scent of grilled oysters as it wafted into my nostrils. I patted Hans on the shoulder. "Let us first satisfy our hunger. We shall conserve our strength over the next few days and devise a strategy once our wounds have healed." He gazed at the torpedo for a few more seconds, finally nodding, yet his eyes remained ablaze like an unquenchable fire. The demise of Hans's crew stemmed from Arthur's initial assault on the colossal serpent, which, enraged, proceeded to annihilate them all. For me, I once believed that the eradication of the serpent was inconsequential, as Lin Lin and I had coexisted on the island for over half a year, and these serpents had never actively threatened us. I had even resolved to respect the laws of nature. However, everything has changed now. In a desperate bid for survival, I blinded one of the serpent's eyes, and now, to ensure a stable existence on this island and to safeguard Lin Lin's well-being, I have no alternative but to relinquish my initial convictions and stand shoulder to shoulder with Hans, confronting this life-and-death struggle against the serpent together. Chapter 74. The vigil, the dilemma of luring the colossal serpent residing in the central forest pond to the sea has become our most pressing challenge. Initially, Hans considered hunting wild boars, wolves, and bears, using their blood and flesh as bait. However, the pond lies at least 2 to 3 kilometers away from the shore. At such a distance, even if we were to slay several bears, the scent of blood could dissipate in the sea breeze long before it could attract the giant serpent to follow us to the coast. The idea of using a human as bait to provoke the serpent into the sea is equally unfeasible. There are 2 enormous serpents in the pond, the larger of which stretches 20 to 30 meters in length. Once enraged, its speed in the water would render any attempt at escape futile. and a moment's lapse in caution could lead to a gruesome fate. After much deliberation, we were left with two options. First, we could remove a torpedo from the transporter and detonate it directly in the pond. Yet, the Mark 37 torpedo, measuring over 4 meters and weighing more than 1,500 pounds, is far too heavy for just Hans and me to unload, let alone transport several kilometers to the pond's edge. The second option involves patiently waiting for the serpent to occasionally venture into the sea for food. We had observed a serpent in the waters beneath the cliff today, confirming that it does indeed venture into the ocean. Our plan is to locate a vantage point on the island from which we can monitor the cliffside waters daily with binoculars. The moment we spot the serpent, we shall promptly navigate the transporter to strike it down with the torpedo. However, the transporter's battery is running low, limiting our ability to patrol the waters daily. Thus, we must rely on a fixed observation point to seize fleeting opportunities. Ultimately, Hans and I resolved to adopt the second plan and agreed to commence our search for the optimal observation point once his foot has healed. While this strategy may not be foolproof, it stands as our sole viable option at present. In the ensuing 2 days, Grayson did not return, and given the island's treacherous environment, we have come to the somber realization that he has likely met with misfortune. Fortunately, Hans's foot is gradually improving, allowing him to walk normally, and thus our exploration for observation points on the island has officially commenced. We first examined the boulder to the right of the coconut grove. Although it offered some visibility, its elevation was insufficient, and standing atop it would not grant us a view of the cliff. In contrast, the summit behind the earthen slope clearly presented a more advantageous position. However, that mountain rises approximately 500 to 600 meters, cloaked in dense vegetation, with vines entangled like a spider's web around towering ancient trees. Beneath the damp leaf litter lies an unknown multitude of venomous insects and serpents. Carving a path to the summit in such an environment would prove as daunting as scaling the heavens. Just as we found ourselves at an impasse, Lean's voice echoed from behind. "What you two big men doing, regressing? Why not just drive the transporter to the cliff's edge and keep watch?" Hans and I exchanged glances and simultaneously slapped our foreheads. Of course, why hadn't we thought of that? This way, we would avoid the exhausting back and forth and have a stable observation platform without the need to scale the mountain. Yet, a new dilemma arose. If the transporter were to remain in position for an extended period, how would we manage food and fresh water? Lin, however, had already devised a meticulous plan. She suggested we smoke a plentiful supply of seabirds for preservation, set aside a portion of fresh water, and gather several dozen coconuts for future consumption, which would suffice for an entire week. With her fingers counting off the steps, she eloquently detailed the process of preserving seabirds and the methods for storing coconuts, her clarity rendering us two grown men quite flushed. It must be acknowledged that in the nuances of wilderness survival, this seemingly delicate young woman demonstrated a finesse far superior to ours. Despite the awkwardness, her proposal was indeed practical. That very afternoon, we divided our tasks. Hans undertook the examination of the transporter's power system, while I accompanied Lin to hunt seabirds with a rifle. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, 12 plump seabirds hung from a wooden rack. 30 ripe coconuts formed a small mound, and dozens of liters of fresh water filled the transporter's tank. These provisions were ample to sustain one person for a week. On the following morning, Hans loaded the equipment onto the transporter, and as the engine roared to life, he steered towards the cliff, the vessel trailing a silvery wake. During the week that Hans was away, Lin and I fully embraced our freedom. By day, we scoured the retreating waves for shellfish, observing hermit crabs scuttling among the rocks. By evening, we strolled hand in hand along the pristine beach, allowing the sunset to stretch our shadows long, occasionally climbing onto a massive boulder to gaze dreamily at the vast ocean. And as night fell, we settled in a wooden cabin, listening to the sound of the waves while engaging in software hardening and pipeline maintenance. Those tender intimacies and gentle affections, often difficult to express in the civilized world, felt remarkably natural on this secluded island. As for Hans, with his skills and the sturdy transporter, we harbored no concerns for his safety. It must be said, Spending time with a loved one is truly a source of happiness. The smoked seabird meat carried a distinctive savory aroma. The fresh coconut water was sweet and refreshing. And by the campfire at night, Lean-Lean's laughter sparkled brighter than any star. We resembled lovers who had stolen a fleeting moment of tranquility, reveling in this brief serenity. Seemingly oblivious to the lurking dangers on the island, and to our companion who remained alone at the cliff's edge. It was not until the seventh morning, when the engine's roar of the transporter echoed across the sea, that we realized a week had quietly slipped away. The seabirds had been consumed, only 6 coconuts remained, and not a trace of the giant serpent had been seen. Hans expressed his disappointment. I glanced at the transporter. How much power was left? Hans sighed. At most, we can make 3 or 4 round trips. I nodded. Let us prepare some more food and fresh water and continue our watch. Perhaps tomorrow we might finally catch a glimpse. Hans made his way towards the camp. That seems to be our only option. I followed him, patting his shoulder and feeling the pronounced outline of his shoulder blade. He had lost at least 5 kilograms over the week. How about this? I suggested, turning to point at the torpedoes on either side of the transporter, their metallic shells glinting coldly in the dusk. Tomorrow, I'll join you. Let us divide the observation into 2 shifts. I'll keep watch at night while you take the day's shift, and we can rest in turns. Hans turned to me, the bloodshot veins at the corners of his eyes spreading like a spider's web. Didn't you say you want to be with Lin-Lin? I took a deep breath and glanced at Lin-Lin in front of the wooden cabin. It is imperative to vanquish the colossal serpent first. I shall speak to her later, inviting her to join us, for we are equipped with torpedoes, rendering us impervious to the serpent's attacks. Hans pondered for a moment and agreed, acknowledging that leaving her alone on the island would indeed pose a greater danger. This time, we have prepared a more abundant supply of provisions, and we filled the water tank of the transporter with the remaining half-barrel of fresh water. We also brought along an ample supply of weaponry and ammunition, exceeding 1,000 rounds. One could say we are fully committed to this endeavor. Should we remain in ambush for another week without sighting the giant serpent, we shall have to devise alternative strategies. Chapter 75, the final chapter of the one-eyed giant serpent. After replenishing our provisions, all 3 of us ventured out once more. The roar of the engine resonated like an enraged beast, bellowing across the vast expanse of the sea. We piloted the transport vessel towards the edge of the cliff. Before long, we reached our destination. Hans skillfully cast the anchor line, allowing it to arc gracefully through the air and ensnare the rocks near the cliff face, thereby stabilizing our vessel amidst the tumultuous waves. As I gazed up, the towering cliff loomed above us, resembling a dark barrier rising into the clouds. Its surface marred by the passage of time, with mottled moss and interwoven crevices, evoking an inexplicable sense of oppression. At that moment, the transport vessel rocked violently under the onslaught of the waves, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest. Lean-Lean's complexion turned as pale as parchment, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she clutched the railing tightly, her knuckles blanching from the effort. I hurried to her side, steadying her trembling form. Before I could utter a word of comfort, she suddenly clasped her mouth, overwhelmed by a powerful wave of nausea, her body convulsing violently as she retched, the contents spilling into the churning sea. Hans observed this scene, his brow furrowed deeply. He glanced up at the seemingly endless height of the cliff, and then at the frail Lin-Lin, stating, "You should return. This cursed place is far too tempestuous for Lin-Lin. She simply cannot endure it. I can manage alone here." I gently patted Lean-Lean's back, feeling her tremors, my heart heavy with concern. Assessing the harsh conditions before us, and then looking into Hans's resolute eyes, I reluctantly nodded. Indeed, the waves are far too tumultuous here. If this continues, Lean-Lean's body will surely not withstand it. Let's return. Lin-Lin continued to heave intermittently, her weakened form leaning against me. Hans swiftly retracted the rope he had secured to the rocks and hastened back to the cockpit, igniting the transport vessel's engine. The vessel gradually turned, steering towards our wooden abode. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from behind us, akin to the crack of thunder splitting the sky, instantly shattering the sea's tumult. All 3 of us felt a tightening in our chests and instinctively turned our heads. They're approximately 200 meters away atop the cliff. A stone weighing hundreds of pounds was plummeting with a force that seemed to echo the wrath of the heavens. With a resounding crash, the stone plunged into the sea, sending up a spray of water that soared 30 meters high, creating a colossal white column, which then cascaded back into the ocean like a torrential downpour. This sudden upheaval left us utterly astonished. Before we could recover from our shock, an even more terrifying sight emerged before us. From the cliff above, following the descent of the stone, a triangular head, the size of a basin, slowly protruded. Its scales glimmered with a chilling sheen under the sunlight, and its eyes, akin to dark sunglasses, radiated an eerie green light, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. It exhaled a forked, dark brown tongue, its tip glimmering with a chilling light, as if probing the atmosphere around it. Subsequently, its robust body slithered down from the precipice. The glossy black scales on its back adorned with 3 striking crimson vertical stripes, which appeared particularly vivid under the sunlight, creating an unsettling contrast between the black and red hues. "It has arrived," Hans shouted, his voice tinged with an unmistakable blend of tension and exhilaration. I gripped my weapon tightly, my heart racing as if it might burst from my chest. Lin, too, momentarily forgot her discomfort, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the scene before us. The colossal serpent clung to the sheer cliff face, moving in a peculiar yet fluid manner. With each undulation of its body, it stirred the air, producing a haunting rustle, while its belly scales scraped against the rocky surface, causing debris to tumble into the sea with a cacophony of sounds. As it drew nearer to the water's surface, the true horror of the serpent became apparent to me. Its girth surpassed that of a gas cylinder, with an estimated diameter of nearly 1 meter and an astounding length of 20 to 30 meters, resembling an oil pipeline and exuding an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. "Good heavens, I've been waiting for you," I murmured to myself, though fear coursed through my veins. An equally potent surge of determination ignited within me. Hans swiftly adjusted the direction of the transport device, locking his sights on the serpent, his eyes reflecting resolute determination. "Wait until it surfaces, then fire. You both head to the lower chamber. I'll switch to submarine mode," he shouted as he maneuvered the transport device. I nodded vigorously, assisting Lin as we descended into the lower chamber. The atmosphere inside was thick with dampness and tension, the confined space feeling stifling. However, just as Hans prepared to submerge the transport device, a grave issue arose. The magnetic field interference was alarmingly strong, rendering the device's radar incapable of functioning. The screen filled with static, preventing any target monitoring. After several futile attempts, Hans slammed his fist onto the control panel in frustration. "Damn it! This cursed place does not belong to Earth." Faced with the inability to operate underwater, Hans was left with no choice but to bring the transport device back to the surface, intending to visually locate the serpent. He turned to us, instructing, "Stay in a lower chamber and do not come out. While I launch the torpedo, it will create a powerful explosion, and the resulting waves could capsize our transport device. So, after pressing the launch, I must swiftly switch to submarine mode." Lin and I exchanged a solemn glance before nodding in agreement. After approximately 10 seconds, the torpedo had yet to launch. A wave of anxiety washed over me, fearing the serpent might slip away and elude our chance. Thus, I turned to Lin beside me and said, "Lin, stay put. I'll step out to provide cover for Hans, just in case." A look of worry crossed Lin's face. Her eyes filled with unease. "Zhao," she began, but before she could finish, I slipped out of the lower chamber. Half of my body was exposed atop the transport vessel. As the sea breeze lashed against my face like a sharpened blade, the briny scent of seawater inundating my nostrils, I held my assault rifle, vigilantly gazing towards the cliffs. At this moment, the colossal serpent was nearly surfacing, suspended just 2 or 3 meters above the water surface. Hans was wholly absorbed in adjusting the position of the transport device, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like pearls. I had only witnessed such a transport vessel in military reports, utterly ignorant of its operation. Observing Hans's intricate maneuvers left me utterly bewildered. A wave crashed against the cliff, splashing the giant serpent with water. It seemed to sense impending danger. Instead of plunging into the ocean as we had anticipated, it abruptly extended its neck, hovering above the water while its massive body clung tightly to the cliffside. Its gargantuan form cast an ominous shadow beneath the sunlight, evoking a sense of dread. This posture was exceedingly terrifying, especially given the creature's girth, more substantial than a gas canister, stretching 20 to 30 meters in length, looming before us as if poised to pounce and devour us at any moment. I nervously swallowed, my voice trembling slightly as I addressed Hans. "Hans, can we fire?" Hans remained focused on adjusting the angle, veins bulging on his forehead. "Almost there, just give me a moment to aim." I fixated on the giant serpent, daring not to blink, fearful it might turn and slither back to the cliff's apex. After a tense few seconds, Hans finally instructed me. "Zhao, we are about to launch. Retreat to the lower cabin quickly." In truth, I yearned to witness the moment the torpedo struck the serpent, but reason prevailed, reminding me that safety was paramount. I nodded swiftly and retreated into the lower cabin. Upon my return, Lin enveloped me tightly in her embrace, her body trembling slightly. I held her close, attempting to offer solace. As the overhead hatch began to close, Hans suddenly bellowed, "Die Beast!" Immediately thereafter, we felt the transport vessel shudder violently. A powerful recoil surged through, causing the entire apparatus to tremble fiercely as one of the torpedoes shot forth, whistling sharply towards the Leviathan. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted, a thunderous boom that seemed capable of shattering the very world. The vessel lurched violently in the water, akin to a mere toy in the hands of a giant. The shockwave from the blast causing it to spin uncontrollably in all directions. I clutched Lin tightly with one arm while grasping the handhold within the cabin with the other, my body enduring repeated impacts from the inertia, pain radiating throughout. This brought to mind our earlier encounter with the sea tornado, reminiscent of a kite severed from its tether. After a minute of relentless turbulence, the vessel gradually stabilized. From the cockpit came Hans's exhausted yet concerned voice. "Zhao, are you both all right?" I took a deep breath, striving to steady my voice. "We're fine." Hans began to operate the transporter, ascending with an eerily slow velocity, as if some formidable force were pulling it upwards. Unable to restrain his frustration, he muttered, "Oh, shit." Lin, her face a mask of panic, clung tightly to my embrace, her voice tinged with a sob as she implored, "Zhao, what is happening?" I cast a wary glance towards the pilot's seat, the sound of rushing water filling my ears, and an ominous dread surged within me. I am uncertain. Could it be? Before I could finish my thought, the transporter successfully broke through the ocean surface, and Hans swiftly activated the speedboat mode. As the top hatch gradually opened, Hans and I instinctively leaned out, and the sight before us caused our pupils to constrict instantaneously, our hearts seeming to halt in their rhythm. Chapter 76. The wormhole after the Mark 37 torpedo bombarded the colossal serpent. Hans and I cautiously peered out from the top cover of the transport vessel. Before us, a towering cliff, rising 100 meters high, was grotesquely torn open by the explosion. A gaping maw approximately 5 meters high and 4 meters wide, reminiscent of a monstrous throat, as torrents of seawater surged in like a stampede of wild horses. The transport vessel was drawn towards the abyss as if it were a mere leaf in the wind, while coconut shells on the deck tumbled and clashed, producing a rhythmic cacophony. Indeed, within this cliff lay the whirlpool. "We must return to the lower cabin. I need to close the top cover." Hans's frantic shout mingled with the roaring water. As he lunged towards the control panel, his knee struck a sharp edge, the muffled groan swallowed by the tumult. I held tightly onto Lin, who was attempting to rise, securing her in the safety harness. "Don't move." No sooner had I spoken than the transport vessel accelerated towards the cavernous opening. I turned to Hans and shouted, "Quick, start the engine. We must escape." 20 meters, 10 meters. As the vessel glided to the precipice of the opening, I beheld the cavern's walls adorned with protruding stalactites, the curtain of water shattered by falling debris. Hans frantically pounded the ignition switch, but suddenly, Electrical sparks erupted from the dashboard, and all the indicator lights extinguished in an instant. The circuit is fried. Despair tinged his voice. In a moment of dire urgency, the hydraulic hatch thunderously slammed shut just as we plunged into the opening, isolating us from the surging waves outside, yet the engine remained unresponsive. At that moment, a violent sensation of weightlessness enveloped us, and Lean-Lean's scream caught in her throat. I clutched her tightly in my embrace. In the darkness, the transport vessel spiraled downwards like a kite severed from its string, plummeting into the unfathomable whirlpool. The descent felt interminable, each second stretching into an eternity, as if the second hand transformed into a thread tightening around our necks. Suddenly, a deafening crash. The vessel struck the water's surface with a heavy thud, sending provisions like smoked seabirds and coconuts flying like cannonballs. Lean-Lean's head collided violently with a metal pillar, producing a heart-stopping thud before she slumped in her seat, unconscious. Lin-Lin, I struggled to shake her awake, but the second wave of impact followed swiftly. The vessel tilted and struck the rocky edge of the whirlpool, the metal frame groaning under the strain. I braced my back against the cabin wall, shielding her in my arms, feeling her ribs press against my abdomen, while the fire extinguisher overhead loosened and fell, grazing my ear before crashing onto the floor. In the darkness, the only sounds were the swirling water's roar and the lament of contorting metal. The transport vessel spun like a capsule in the whirlpool. Each rotation met with the clattering of debris raining down upon the hull, akin to countless hammers striking an iron coffin. I fumbled for the tactical flashlight, and in its feeble beam, I saw Lean-Lean's pale face, blood trickling from her temple and cascading down her hair. Check the airtightness. Hans's voice emerged from the shadows, laden with heavy breaths. I steadied myself against the wall, rising, only to collide with the edge of the control panel, a jolt of pain blurring my vision. The flashlight illuminated the observation window, revealing a spiderweb of cracks across the glass. Fortunately, the cabin had not yet flooded, but the left flotation chamber had crumpled into scrap metal, like it can crushed by a giant fist. The vessel's rotation gradually slowed. It began to sink towards the center of the whirlpool. I lay against the observation window, confronted only by an inky darkness, occasionally pierced by fleeting shadows of falling debris. The depth gauge had ceased to function, its state unknown, while the sound of Hans prying open the toolbox with a military knife echoed unnervingly in the silence. Oxygen levels stood at 80. An uncertainty loomed over where we might be swept away. Suddenly, the transporter jolted violently, as if struck by some colossal entity from below. A shadow darted past the observation window, a triangular head gliding alongside the hull, as a serpentine creature traced an eerie arc in the water. Another massive serpent. Its neck was ensnared by a rusted iron chain, thrashing wildly in the turbulent whirlpool, the clanking of the chain against the rock walls sending shivers down my spine. It was entangled by a ship's anchor chain. My flashlight nearly slipped from my grasp. Could we maneuver the transporter upward? Hans shouted back, declaring the transporter utterly incapacitated, incapable of any operation. I clutched the unconscious Lin-Lin tightly, her head languidly resting on my shoulder, warm blood soaking through my collar. Hans continued to attempt controls, but the transporter remained unresponsive. We were still descending into the abyss, with no knowledge of how deep we had sunk. Above us, the colossal serpent writhed in a frenzy, its tail striking the outer shell of the transporter with resounding thuds. The descent accelerated sharply, and the vessel spiraled out of control in a frantic whirl. I held Lin-Lin protectively in my embrace, surrendering to the inertia that flung us against the walls. My flashlight shook violently, its beam dancing wildly within the cabin, and I glimpsed Hans being tossed about, his body colliding repeatedly with the unforgiving walls. Time lost all meaning as the relentless spinning and impacts drained my strength, my consciousness fading until I succumbed to oblivion. When I opened my eyes again, I was engulfed in utter darkness, unable to see a hand in front of my face. The sound of bubbling water echoed in my ears, reminiscent of bubbles rising from the depths of a chasm. Trembling, I reached out into the blackness and my right hand brushed against a mass of long hair. It was Lin Lin. I hurriedly pulled her close, my shaking hands gently patting her cheeks. Lin Lin, Lin Lin. But she remained unresponsive, her body limp in my arms, whether unconscious or worse. In the darkness, my trembling fingers grazed her forehead, feeling a sticky warmth. Raising my hand to my nose, the sharp scent of rust assaulted my senses. It was blood. Tears streamed uncontrollably down my face as I could no longer contain the depths of my fear and despair, crying out, Lin Lin, don't die. Lin Lin, I cannot bear to live without you. At that moment, a voice emerged from the darkness. Zhao, are you all right? It was Hans. I stifled my sobs, choking back a reply. I'm alive, but Lin Lin. Hans, navigating towards me, spoke with weary composure. As long as you're alive, there is hope. Don't give up. With that, he rose and began to search through the darkness, the sounds of metal clashing ringing out intermittently. I held Lin Lin close, tears cascading on her face. At this moment, we were trapped within the transporter, drawn into a colossal whirlpool within the mountain, lost in our unknown surroundings. Perhaps we were drifting through an uncharted underwater tunnel, or perhaps we were sinking deeper into the abyss. How much oxygen remains in the vessel? Do we still have a chance to surface? These questions swirl in my mind, yet I find myself devoid of the will to contemplate. My heart and eyes solely focused on Lin Lin, whose fate hangs in the balance. In the darkness, Hans's groping hand inadvertently brushes against Lin Lin's chest, igniting a surge of anger within me. I demand sharply, Hans, what are you doing? He recoils as though struck by a jolt, his voice tinged with panic. I'm sorry, I only wanted to find you. He continues, I found some seabirds. Let us eat a bit to stave off hunger. My voice is so hoarse that I can barely speak. You eat. I cannot stomach it. The sound of his chewing soon fills the cabin, the dry, smoky taste of the seabird permeating the darkness. Don't worry too much, he mumbles. She just fainted. It's merely shock. I remain silent, carefully leaning my ear closer to Lin Lin's nose. Chapter 77. Desperation in the Depths of Darkness. The sound of Hans chewing on seabird flesh mingled with the rasping noise of his machete slicing through coconut shells, akin to countless tiny steel needles drilling into my eardrums. A wave of irritation surged to the top of my head, and I roared towards the source of the sound. Hans, stop moving. Your noise is unbearable. The sound of the machete abruptly ceased. Hans sighed. Okay, Zhao, but you need to calm down. I refrained from responding. Instead, I cautiously pressed my ear against Lin Lin's nose. The warmth of her breath barely grazed my ear, and my taut nerves instantaneously relaxed, prompting me to exhale deeply. Thank heavens. Guilt then washed over me, and I softened my tone. I'm sorry, Hans. I should have snapped at you. Hans resumed his task of peeling the coconut, the blade scraping against the shell, producing a delicate crunch. No worries, brother. Have something to eat. We'll think of a way to escape once we're nourished. I gently settled Lin Lin in her seat, but the metallic seatbelt snapped at my fingertips. The impact from the fall had already severed it. I fumbled my way over to Hans, who offered me a greasy seabird. Just as I took a bite, a struggle emanated from the direction of Lin Lin's seat, her tearful cries piercing through the darkness. No. No. I immediately rushed to envelop her in my embrace. Lin Lin, don't be afraid. It's all right, it's all right. I whispered soothingly. Her icy fingers clutched my clothing tightly. Brother Zhao, are we dead? Is this hell? We're not dead. We're still okay. I tore off a small piece of meat and handed it to her, urging her to eat and regain her strength. Yet, she merely shook her head vigorously, curling up and trembling in my arms. Hans' voice interjected at an opportune moment. Dear lady, would you care to try some sweet coconut juice? Lin Lin finally ceased her sobbing and loosened her grip. Brother Zhao, where are we now? As I gnawed on the bird's leg, I replied, We've fallen into a whirlpool within the mountain. We're likely trapped in a dark current tunnel. She nestled closer into my embrace. Are we going to die here? Hans suddenly chimed in. Hey, you two, can we speak in English? Lin Lin hurriedly apologized. I switched languages. I'm not sure how much oxygen is left in the cabin, but we have enough food to last a while. After finishing the coconut juice, Hans slammed the shell onto the metal floor. This transport can sustain oxygen for 40 to 60 hours at full capacity. With 3 of us, we can stretch it to about a week. However, after the fall, we're left with only 80, and since we've all been unconscious for some time. He paused. I estimate we can last another 3 or 4 days. Silently, I held Lin close, and in the darkness, the only sound was the water flowing outside the transport's shell. The observation window was pitch black, devoid of any light, mirroring our current predicament, trapped in an unknown abyss. Clinging to the faint hope of survival, praying to resurface before the oxygen ran out. Once satiated, we groped our way back to our seats, leaning against the cold cabin wall in quietude. To conserve oxygen, we deliberately lightened our breaths, with only the occasional rumbling of our stomachs piercing through the silence. The darkness enveloped every inch of space like thick ink, and after the descent, all electronic devices had ceased to function. We lost our sense of time, relying solely on our hunger to gauge the passage of day and night. Whenever my stomach rumbled, I would fumble to share the remnants of seabirds and coconuts. The act of relieving oneself became the most awkward endeavor. The metallic bucket clattered within the cabin, yet no one felt it was inappropriate, for in such dire straits, dignity was the first casualty. I could not ascertain how many cycles of hunger had transpired when I stumbled upon the last seabird, a putrid odor wafting through my nostrils. The coconuts had long since become mere shells, stacked in a corner, producing hollow clinks. Only the freshwater tank continued to gurgle, the sole life-sustaining liquid amidst the darkness. We were like blind moles, measuring this less than 10 square meter transport chamber with our palms, the sharp edges of the control panel, the broken safety belts beneath the seats. Every inch transformed into a textured memory, yet no further food could be found. Outside the vessel, the persistent bubbling echoed like the heartbeat of some colossal beast, reminding us that we still drifted in unknown currents. Perhaps it was an underground sea of karst topography or a lava tube formed by volcanic activity. Hans's voice resonated through the darkness, thick with nasal tones. I stroked Lin's dry hand, listening as she weakly inquired if we might reach the Earth's core. We had speculated countless possibilities with our limited geographical knowledge. Underwater faults, crustal fissures, even secret man-made passages, but each discussion faded into the boundless darkness without resolution. As I touched the deformed hinge of the hatch for the 3rd time, an absurd illusion struck me. Perhaps we had already been drawn into the core, now floating above magma, and those bubbling sounds were proof of the mantle's breathing. Breathing began to feel like swallowing shards of glass, each inhalation tinged with a metallic tang. Lin was the first to succumb, her forehead pressed feverishly against my collarbone, murmuring incoherently. I loosened her collar, wiping her cheek with a cloth dampened in fresh water, yet I heard my own chest produce a sound reminiscent of a bellows. Hans's cough echoed from the corner, each bout accompanied by the dull thud of his body against the cabin wall. Oxygen. We were likely depleting it. His voice faltered, and we fell into silence before finishing our thoughts. I knew it was not an illusion when I attempted to take a deep breath. My lungs could only manage a half-hearted intake, dizziness crashing over me like a tide, colorful spots dancing before my eyes. Lin's body grew heavier in my embrace, her breaths faint as a candle flickering in the wind. I could not tell how much time had passed, perhaps when hunger struck for the umpteenth time, or when the fresh water dwindled to the bottom of the tank. Hans suddenly emitted a muffled groan and then fell silent. I reached out to touch him, but my hand fell limply midway. Darkness began to engulf my consciousness, fragments of memories concerning the Earth's core, whirlpools, and giant serpents swirling before me, ultimately crystallizing in the image of Lin laughing for the first time amidst the coconut grove. The metal shell of the transport vessel shuddered violently one last time, as if it had collided with something solid. The 3 of us have long been on the brink of suffocation, ensnared in an eternal slumber of darkness. The rhythmic sound of bubbles outside the vessel continues to resonate, as if tolling the final bell for this survival drama in the abyss. Excellent. Bind the iron chains to the deck railing. Sheng Hao, go to the tool chamber and fetch the oxyacetylene torch to burn open the door. Take it slow, take it slow. Perhaps it would be simpler to hoist the entire thing up. In my dying consciousness, I faintly perceive a group of individuals conversing outside the transporter, their words distinctly in Chinese. Chapter 78. A Glimmer of Hope? I gradually opened my heavy eyelids, and in my blurred vision, a tidy room began to come into focus. A pristine white quilt lay over me, and the sheets and pillows were equally unadorned. As I lifted the quilt, I felt the slightly coarse fabric of the hospital gown against my skin. Confusion filled my mind as I steadied myself on the edge of the bed, struggling to rise. Grasping the doorknob, I pulled it open with force, revealing a long corridor before me. Doors lined both sides in dense array, and I couldn't help but murmur to myself, "Is this a hospital? Is anyone there?" I called out loudly, my voice echoing through the corridor. Before I could utter a second word, 3 figures suddenly appeared at the far end. They hurried towards me. Leading the way was a middle-aged man clad in a crisp naval uniform, flanked by a doctor in a white coat and a nurse wearing a cap. Ignoring the need for decorum, I rushed forward, urgency in my tone. "Where are my companions? Where's Lin's room?" The middle-aged naval officer scrutinized me with piercing eyes, assessing me from head to toe. "I ask your name?" I suppressed my anxiety, striving for calmness as I replied, "My surname is Zhao. I need to know about my partner's condition, please." He nodded nonchalantly. "Follow me." With that, he turned and walked toward the end of the corridor, and I quickly fell into step behind him. Upon reaching the end, I was struck by the realization that this was not a hospital at all. Through the porthole, the azure sea shimmered brightly. It dawned on me that we were aboard a colossal warship. I followed the naval officer into an office where he took a seat in a leather chair, while I stood awkwardly by. "Mr. Zhao, please take a seat." He gestured toward the chair across from him. I cautiously sat down, but before I could speak, he broke the silence. "This is the Z Nation Navy's Type 075 amphibious assault ship, hull number 32, the G-West ship. I am Major General Luo Qingyi of the Southern Theater Navy." "Major General Luo, I'm immensely grateful for your rescue." My voice trembled with excitement. To my surprise, however, Major General Luo's gaze sharpened instantly. "We discovered your submarine's transport near Guam. Are you a citizen of M Nation or Z Nation?" It became clear to me why he had been so guarded, and I hastily explained, "I am a citizen of Z Nation. I was originally part of the security for a merchant vessel." I recounted my harrowing experiences of warfare, shipwreck, survival on a deserted island, battling a giant serpent, and being caught in a whirlpool. The 3 individuals in the room listened, astonished. Major General Luo turned to the doctor and instructed, "Take him back to the medical bay for a comprehensive checkup." His tone indicated disbelief in my account. Desperate, I stood up. "Major General, whether you believe me or not, please tell me how Lin and Hans are doing." He stared at me for several seconds before responding coldly. "Regrettably, Mr. Zhao, your partner has already lost all vital signs in the transport. However, that M Nation officer is still alive, though he remains in a coma and is receiving treatment." Impossible. This cannot be. My world shattered in an instant. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Lin. I collapsed to the floor, overwhelmed with grief. The doctor stepped forward to elucidate. Upon autopsy, it was determined that the female victim had been deceased for no less than 4 days. I gripped his shoulders frantically, exclaiming, "What did you say?" "For days. How long have I been unconscious?" The doctor gently peeled my arms away from him, stating, "Mr. Zhao, we rescued you at 9:20 this morning. It is now 5:30 in the afternoon." My pupils constricted in disbelief this. Before I could finish, Major General Luo, with a stern expression, called out towards the door, "Guard, escort him back to the infirmary." 2 soldiers seized me, dragging me away as I struggled amidst despair and collapse. The corridor lights blurring into a haze. Upon returning to the infirmary bed, the doctor administered a sedative. As its effects began to take hold, the agony within my heart remained painfully vivid. Leaning against the headboard, tears streamed down my face, rendering my vision indistinct. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, from the descent of the transport vessel into the whirlpool, to the depletion of our food and the urgency of oxygen. Based on Hans's calculations of the remaining oxygen, our submersion in the underground currents had lasted approximately 3 to 4 days. During this time, Lin had been securely held in my embrace, awakening briefly to converse and eat, until the oxygen was entirely exhausted, plunging us both into unconsciousness. Yet why did Major General Luo and the doctor adamantly assert that Lin had been dead for 4 days? This statement contradicted every moment I had personally experienced. I could not fathom such a reality. "Doctor," I croaked, pleading, "please, take me to see my beloved." The doctor approached the bedside, his expression laden with helplessness. "Mr. Zhao, your beloved's body is stored in the ship's lower cold storage. You require Major General Luo's approval to view it." I rose urgently from the bed. "Then please, take me to see Major General Luo. By the way, what did the autopsy conclude regarding the cause of death?" The doctor furrowed his brow, his tone heavy. "The cause of death was severe trauma to the head, resulting in a fractured skull." I clutched my hair tightly, murmuring to myself, "No, this cannot be." Lin, the doctor hesitated. Yet I was too consumed by my turmoil to heed his words, urgently interjecting, "Then take me to see my companion Hans." The doctor shook his head. "He remains in a deep coma. It is inadvisable to disturb him at this moment. I will inform you as soon as he awakens." I collapsed helplessly back onto the bed, my mind a chaotic whirlwind. What on earth was happening? Was I merely dreaming? Or was this merely a hallucination at the brink of death? I slapped myself harshly across the face. The sharp sting brought forth a wave of despair. Gripping the blanket tightly, I wept uncontrollably, repeatedly murmuring, "This isn't real. This cannot be real." The wall clock in the room indicated it was just past 9 in the evening when the door creaked open. The doctor entered, flanked by 2 soldiers, his tone somewhat softened. "Mr. Zhao, your companion Hans has awakened." I nearly leapt from the bed, barely taking the time to secure my shoes. "Thank you so much. Please, take me to see him." Hans's room was just next door. As I pushed open the door, he was leaning against the headboard, an oxygen tube nestled in his nose, his pallid complexion contrasting with a faint smile. "Zhao, I'm truly delighted that we are still alive." I rushed to his bedside, my knees striking the edge of the bed with a heavy thud. But I paid no heed to the pain, embracing him tightly. In that moment, within the depths of despair where we had struggled side by side, a sense of reality finally emerged. Yet before the smile could fade, a wave of sorrow crashed upon my heart. "Hans," the doctor said, Lin, "that she has long since passed. What on earth is happening?" The smile on his face abruptly froze, and he nodded silently, his voice hoarse. "I'm sorry, Zhao. What the doctor said is true." A buzzing sound erupted in my mind, as if something had exploded within. My vision darkened, and I fell backward, stiff as a board. Chapter 79. Delusion. When I opened my eyes once more, the harsh illumination of the hospital room stung my eyes. Hans sat beside my bed, his gaze filled with a tumult of emotions. "Zhao," he said, "I'm about to be sent back to M country. Before I go, I must reveal the truth to you." Bewildered, I lifted my head to see him retrieve a tactical flashlight from the bedside table, the very one that had malfunctioned after our fall. I had grasped it as we plunged into the vortex. He pressed the switch, and a faint beam illuminated the fissures in his palm, casting light upon Lin's head, revealing a deep gash, her skull shattered. "You had held her close, weeping uncontrollably until you fainted." He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. "When you regained consciousness, you cradled her, speaking to her as if she were still alive. I knew you could not bear such a shock, so I played along for those few days, pretending she was still with us. It turned out that the warm breaths and gentle responses in the darkness were mere phantoms of my own imagination. The sounds of seabirds feasting, the rush of water, had become my self-directed soliloquy. What does it feel like to love to the very bone? Perhaps it is the ability to distort even death through consciousness. My mind is now clearer than ever. Yet I would gladly remain trapped in that illusion of her presence forever. I remained silent, slowly leaning back against the headboard, my gaze fixed on the ceiling, where a shadow resembled her delightful face when she smiled. The entire night passed with me in this position. My body felt as fragile as a withered leaf, yet my awareness was acutely heightened. It was not until the first rays of dawn crept across the windowsill that I slowly blinked. My tears had long since dried, and the emptiness within me ached painfully. Yet I understood that Lin Lin would not return home. I must bring her back. I would take her to the small town where she had grown up and entrust her to her family. As for what would come next, those matters could wait until she was returned to her homeland. General Luo regarded me with a scrutinizing gaze. At just over 30, I appeared juvenile in his presence. He clearly dismissed my experiences with the great serpent, the vortex, and the undercurrents. It was only when Hans awoke from his stupor, recounting the same harrowing ordeal with utmost sincerity, that the Southern Theater's general finally furrowed his brow. We are currently in the Third War period, and our warship is undertaking an island landing mission. The acrid scent of warfare seeped subtly from the seams of his sharply pressed uniform. Yet I had no desire to inquire further. Having lost Lin Lin, I had become a living corpse, my world reduced to shades of black and white, with the sole hope that General Luo would expedite my return home. As for Hans, the companion with whom I had shared seabirds in our dire plight, he was, in fact, a soldier of the enemy nation. Our country was at war with M country. However, as a principal nation, General Luo decided to separate matters and sent Hans to a nearby military base on Guam. Should we encounter each other again during the island operations, it would take on an entirely different nature. After 2 days of sailing aboard the 075 warship, I was transferred to a helicopter, which flew me to the medical ship station behind the fleet. Subsequently, I was transported via the medical vessel to the Philippines, and finally, I boarded a plane to return home. After several days of arduous travel, I had finally brought Lin Lin's remains back to our homeland. The moment I returned to my hometown, the villagers were incredulous. They had assumed, like everyone else, that I had perished in the southern Indian Ocean, much like my friend Shui Ge. Astonishingly, after more than half a year, I had miraculously come back. My mother embraced me, weeping profusely, and I held her tightly, promising through my tears that I would never venture far again, that I would remain at home to till the land, for at least this way, I could continue to live. Lin Lin's remains were temporarily stored in the city's funeral home, a fact I chose to keep to myself. Once I had settled matters at home, I made my way to Shui Ge's residence in the neighboring village. His home still exuded opulence, with the stone mermaid sculptures at the entrance standing sentinel. Yet the door was firmly shut, devoid of the vibrancy it once possessed, clearly abandoned for quite some time. My childhood friend, Achong, had learned of my return and had reached out to me early on. He was now by my side. I stood in a daze before Shui Ge's house when Achong broke the silence. Since the tragedy that befell Shui Ge, no one had inhabited the house, which had fallen into disrepair for over 6 months. He then offered me a Hai-Yun Jinlong cigarette. Having long since quit smoking, I had thought I would never indulge again. Yet, feeling like a living dead man, I accepted the cigarette and lit it. As I took a puff, my throat reacted with an uncomfortable itch, prompting a few coughs. I asked, Achong, ISN T Shui Saw coming back to stay? He shook his head. Shui Saw is living in the city. She is quite unfortunate. Having lost both her husband and daughter, a wave of sorrow washed over me, and I struggled to contain the tears threatening to spill. Let us go, see Shui Saw. With a swift press of the accelerator, Achong drove us to the city. In a neighborhood called Sunshine City, we stood before Shui Saw's apartment on the 18th floor. Achong rang the doorbell, and it was Shui Saw who opened the door. Her expression was one of sheer astonishment. At that moment, she was unaware of the tragic tale that bound me to her daughter Lin Lin. Overwhelmed with surprise, she invited us in, saying, "Don't just stand there, come inside." Once seated in the living room, Shui Saw offered to pour us some water, but I quickly stood up to stop her. Shui Saw, please sit down. I have something to tell you. She looked at me with a puzzled expression as she slowly took a seat. I fell to my knees before her, tears streaming down my face. My voice trembling as I uttered, I am so sorry. I could not protect Lin Lin, but I have brought her remains back from the city's funeral home. With that, I bowed my head, unable to cease my sobbing. At first, she was taken aback, but soon her eyes glistened with tears as her lips trembled while she urged, quickly, take me to see her. As the mortuary's body drawer was gradually pulled out, Shui Saw trembled violently at the sight of Lin Lin lying within. Moments later, she broke down in tears, collapsing beside the drawer, inconsolable. I too knelt on the ground, weeping, while Achong bit his lip, his eyes visibly reddened. After a long while, Achong assisted Shui Saw to her feet. Inside the funeral home, words were unnecessary. We were enveloped in our grief. Hers was the anguish of a mother mourning her daughter, while mine was the sorrow of a husband lamenting his wife. Upon returning to Shui Sa's home, I recounted the entire sequence of events from beginning to end. After listening, her expressions shifted from shock to heartbreak, and she ultimately accepted me as her future son-in-law. Beside me, a Chong was utterly astonished. My experiences, if shared, would likely be met with disbelief. Nevertheless, as long as one acts with a clear conscience, it suffices. Upon returning home, I found it unchanged, untouched by the ravages of the World War. This latest conflict primarily waged upon the seas, a matter in which I had little inclination to engage. Each day spent at home was a relentless reminder of Lin, flooding my mind with memories of our shared moments. Her adorable smile, her melodious voice, her playful demeanor, the warmth of her embrace, and our first time together. Countless recollections flitted through my mind like scenes from a film. Ultimately, after languishing at home for half a month, I could no longer withstand the aching longing for Lin and chose to conclude my brief existence. The manner of my departure was to leap from a precipice. Much like once plunging into a swirling abyss, let me and Lin be eternally entwined within that shadowy whirlpool. Chapter 80. Reality in the fleeting moment of leaping from the precipice, the familiar sensation of weightlessness surged over me like a tidal wave, accompanied by the howling wind in my ears. With an unwavering obsession to reunite with Lin, my body plummeted rapidly, just as I was about to collide with the ground. A shiver coursed through me, and I cried out in alarm. Ah! Suddenly, the light and shadows shifted, and Lin along with Hans appeared at my bedside. Tears adorned her cheeks, yet her smile bloomed like a flower. Zhao, you've finally awakened. Without missing a beat, she leapt into my embrace. The familiar fragrance enveloped me, and I held her tightly, feeling her warmth seep through my fingertips. My love, she is still here. Hey Zhao, Hans teased from the side. I thought you were going to sleep like a vegetable. I was ready to take care of your wife. I sprang from the wooden bed, stepping outside in a daze. Surveying my surroundings, the coconut wood door, the beach, the palm grove, and the distant sound of flowing water from the forest. Wasn't this the deserted island we had taken refuge on? Lin and Hans followed me out. She shook my arm. Zhao, are you daft? Suddenly, I cradled her face and kissed her. The softness was intoxicating. Lin, I love you. She was startled by my unexpected gesture, while Hans muttered from the side about the sweetness being unbearable before turning back towards his campsite. I swept Lin into my arms and rushed back into the wooden house, gently placing her on the bed. How long was I unconscious? Her large eyes blinked at me, including today 2.5 days. Furrowing my brow, I pressed further. Did we not fall into the whirlpool at the cliff? She nodded, lifting her shirt to reveal a bruise, a deep purple mark evident on her side. I hit something during the fall. My ribs nearly broke. But I thought you were injured on your head? I blurted out. She pointed to my head. You hit your head. I bandaged you with my dress after you fainted. I reached for my forehead and indeed found it wrapped in rough fabric, only to discover it was a piece of Lin's faded dress. The whirlpool had a drop of nearly 100 meters. How did we return? I still felt disoriented. Lin nestled closer to me. After you fell, you hit an iron pillar and lost consciousness. Fortunately, Hans was unscathed, and he helped apply pressure to your wound. The transport device spun in the whirlpool, and eventually, seawater filled the mountainside, allowing us to float back up. She gestured towards the shallow water outside. Look, the transport device is anchored there, though it's missing a torpedo. Following her finger, I indeed saw the transport device resting in the shallows, with the left torpedo launch tube empty. The sea breeze rustled through the palm trees, carrying the familiar salty scent. Could it be that the previous undertow, the warship, Major Luo, the doctor, Sister Shui, Qiangzi, the leap from the cliff, were all mere nightmares from my unconsciousness? Lin's warmth, Hans' playful banter, the tactile sensation of the beach felt so palpably real, and the lingering pain at my temple seemed to affirm this rebirth on the edge of the abyss. I could no longer discern between reality and illusion. Yet as long as Lin was by my side, I cared not for anything else. I recounted all the dreams I had while unconscious to Lin Lin, her eyes widening in astonishment, her face a picture of shock. Zhao, you can't possibly have gained the ability to traverse time and space, can you? Furrowing my brow, I shook my head, expressing my bewilderment at the matter. It was utterly enigmatic, even more absurd than the plot twists of an Indian film. Taking a deep breath, I reached out to enfold her in my arms, whispering that as long as she was by my side, nothing else mattered. Do you know? In my dreams, I lost you, and my heart felt as though it were being sliced by a searing blade, each cut more agonizing than the last. Before I could finish my thought, Lin Lin leapt into my embrace, clinging tightly to me. Zhao Ge, I love you just the same. During these 2 days, you were unconscious. I feared you might never awaken and scarcely found a moment's rest. Gently stroking her hair, I replied, silly girl, thank you for watching over me. No matter where we are, as long as we are together, it is enough. She nodded vigorously in my arms, her hair brushing against my chin, eliciting a ticklish sensation. Sunlight filtered through the palm leaves, illuminating the glistening tears at the corners of her eyes. The haunting visions of warships, funerals, and cliffs from my dreams receded like the ebbing tide, leaving only the tangible warmth of her presence and the faint scent of sea salt in her hair. Suddenly, Hans's voice pierced the air, laced with a hint of triumphant excitement. Look at this. Tonight, we must celebrate Zhao's awakening. Lin Lin and I exchanged glances before turning toward the door, where we found Hans standing on the beach, proudly holding a scruffy ball of fur, a plump wild rabbit. Its round, fearful eyes darted anxiously, while Hans gripped its long ears in his hand, its pudgy legs kicking helplessly, the gray fur glimmering softly in the sunset. Lin Lin gasped, instantly freeing herself from my embrace and rushing to Hans's feet, her eyes sparkling like fallen stars. Oh my, how adorable. Hans, please don't eat it. Let me keep it. She reached out to touch the rabbit's soft fur, hesitating as if afraid to startle it, her face awash with sincerity. I followed her outside, unable to suppress my laughter at the sight of the rabbit. We had searched the island countless times, and this was our first encounter with a lively wild hare. How did you catch it? We've been searching for half a year without a sighting. Hans proudly waved his wrist, the rabbit's paw tracing ephemeral patterns in the air. It was just behind that thicket of wild ferns by the coconut grove. At first, I thought I saw a shadow of a silver-ringed snake and nearly threw my dagger. But then this fellow darted out and bumped right into my military boot. He released one hand, gently brushing his fingers along the trembling rabbit's back, speculating that it must have been dazed from hunger. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easily captured. Retrieving my military knife from my backpack, I cut a length of rope I had previously salvaged from the submarine, approaching Hans with a mock-serious expression. Let us be clear, if it dares to bite Lin Lin, we'll roast it tomorrow. Hans chuckled and loosened his grip, and as soon as the rabbit hit the ground, it attempted to flee toward the coconut grove. But with quick reflexes, I ensnared its neck with the rope. It kicked defiantly, its plump rear leaving trails in the sand, making Lin Lin clap her hands in delight. Let us give it a name. Lin Lin took the rope, parading it in front of the cabin as if leading a small pet. Initially, the rabbit cowered and trembled, but gradually, her gentle voice coaxed it to relax, and it began to nuzzle her pant leg with its adorable nose. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the two figures, while Lin Lin's melodious laughter intertwined with the rhythmic sound of the waves, breathing life into the once desolate island. She crouched by the rocks, breaking the wild berries she had gathered along the shore into small pieces to feed the rabbit, her eyes narrowing in delight as it nibbled eagerly with its trifurcate mouth. Hans, nearby, tended to a fire, the flames casting a rosy glow upon his stubbled face. I say, could you two perhaps spare a thought for the famished soul who has gone 2 days without sustenance? He casually picked up a coconut from the sandy ground, and as he cleaved it with his military knife, the juice splattered onto the fire, igniting a small burst of blue flame. I approached Lin Lin, who was cradling the rabbit on her lap, carefully bandaging a small wound on its front paw, likely inflicted while it scurried through the thickets. Be cautious. Don't let its claws catch you. I gently brushed her wind-tossed hair aside, my fingertips grazing the delicate skin behind her ear. Look how gentle it is. Lin Lin lifted her face towards me, specks of grass clinging to her lashes. From now on, it shall be part of our family. The rabbit seemed to comprehend her words, nuzzling its head against her palm. The crackling fire beside us chimed in, while Hans waved a skewer of roasted fish. And the calls of seabirds echoed from the depths of the coconut grove at that moment. All nightmares of whirlpools and speculations of war dissolved within the flickering flames and Lean-Lean's laughter, transforming into a tangible warmth upon the deserted island. The gray-furred rabbit nestled in her embrace, its round eyes reflecting the firelight, like a star that had suddenly descended, illuminating the years we spent together in our shared solitude. Chapter 81. The confrontation in the thicket the following day. As sunlight streamed through the wooden window into the room, I groggily opened my eyes. Rubbing them, I realized that Lin was not by my side. She usually rises later than I do. A sense of unease washed over me, prompting me to hastily dress and rush out of the wooden cabin. The surroundings were deserted, with only a wild rabbit tied beneath the coconut trees in front of the cabin. I quickly made my way to Hans's shelter, only to find it equally empty. Following the coastline, I soon spotted a familiar figure in the shallow waters. Hans was busy foraging. Upon noticing my approach, he raised a woven coconut frond basket, exclaiming, "Hey Zhao, look what I found." I hurried over and could not help but marvel. Wow, today is a feast. The basket was brimming with blue crabs, sea snails, oysters, and a 3 to 4 pound grouper. "Have you seen where Lin went?" I inquired anxiously. Hans gestured toward a distant earthen slope, saying, "She's picking wild berries in the thicket behind the slope, claiming she wants to find something for the rabbit." I nodded. "You stay here and gather more good stuff." Hans smiled and nodded in agreement as I turned to run toward the slope. Behind the slope lay a dense thicket of weeds, vines, ferns, and thorny brambles, with large stones at the front and the mountainside at the back. "Lin," I called out, and her voice echoed back from the thicket. "Zhao, you're awake." I followed her voice, parting the grass as I approached, only to find her half buried in the foliage, reaching out to pluck wild berries. I took her hand gently, saying, "My dear student, this thicket is not a place to wander carelessly. Who knows what might be lurking?" My words were interrupted when the grass rustled just 2 meters behind us. A large king cobra, as thick as a wrist, suddenly reared up, its neck flattened like a spade, hissing and flicking its tongue at us, effectively blocking our path. "Don't move." I tightened my grip on Lean-Lean's hand, frozen in place. The king cobra exhibited a strong territorial instinct. In this posture, even the slightest movement from us could provoke an attack. Lin, frightened, loosened her grip, causing the freshly picked berries to scatter. Unfortunately, I had rushed out without my military knife or rifle, leaving us to face the serpent in a standoff, praying it would retreat. The two of us remained locked in this tense confrontation for over 10 minutes. Instead of leaving, the snake began to slither closer, its dark body inching toward us. Our hearts raced. Though this king cobra was not as intimidating as the giant snake in the pond, its venom was highly potent, and a bite on this desolate island would likely be fatal. As the sun rose higher, beads of sweat trickled down our foreheads, and the snake's head was nearly at my shoe tip. My mind raced with the thought of stomping down on its head the moment it touched my shoe. Just then, Hans returned, spotting us frozen in the thicket from the coconut grove several dozen meters away. He called out, "Zhao, what are you doing?" Our hearts pounded like drums, and we dared not respond. Instead, we exchanged frantic glances, shaking our heads and nodding, signaling that we were in peril. Hans immediately understood the situation. He dropped the fish basket and swiftly grasped his rifle, rushing towards me. Just then, the snake's head reared up, its upright form towering to the height of my thigh, poised to strike at my groin with its flickering tongue. A cold sweat beaded on my forehead as I thought to myself, if I were bitten, Lin would be left to mourn a widower. In a critical moment, a gunshot rang out, shattering the king cobra's head, blood splattering across my trousers. The snake's body, struck by the bullet, twisted violently to one side, thrashing madly in the grass. I tightened my grip on Lean-Lean's hand and hastily fled the underbrush, calling out to Hans, "Hans, splendid shooting." Hans, blowing on the hot barrel of his gun, gasped, "This island is only fit for coconut groves and beaches. Other places are uninhabitable." After speaking, he approached the patch of grass, Lin and I turned back to see him effortlessly lifting the serpent, astonishingly over 2 meters long, its shattered head still dripping blood, its body writhing in his grip, scales scraping against the grass with a rustling sound. "This would taste delightful when roasted," he remarked. As he approached us, the snake's tail trailed through the sand, leaving a winding trail of blood. Lin instinctively stepped behind me, frowning and shaking her head. "Hans, you can eat it." "I dare not touch that thing." I too waved my hand in agreement. Despite having lived on the island for over half a year, the thought of consuming snake was utterly repulsive. Hans, however, chuckled nonchalantly, pressing the snake's head against the trunk of a nearby coconut tree. With a swift motion, he drew his military knife and pinned the snake's neck, yanking the tail with the other hand. Its gray-black skin, stained with blood, was peeled away in one fluid motion, revealing the pale, white flesh still twitching from reflex. His movements were clean and practiced, clearly not his first encounter with such a task. The skinned snake coiled before the coconut tree, its remaining tail still thumping against the ground. Watching that writhing mass of flesh made my throat tighten, and I quickly pulled Lin towards the wooden hut. Behind us, the sounds of Hans processing the snake echoed, accompanied by the crunch of bone under his knife, mingling with the salty breeze carrying the scent of blood, urging me to quicken my pace. As we passed Hans's makeshift shelter, I picked up the coconut frond fish basket he had abandoned, intending to wash it by the beach. Upon opening it, I discovered that the crabs had been stripped of their legs, and the shells of conchs and oysters had been cracked open. Evidently, he had already prepared his catch. Lin and I built a bonfire in front of the wooden hut, sparks dancing across the sand, illuminating her hair tousled by the sea breeze. Before long, Hans approached, carrying the processed snake. He wound the pale flesh around a thick branch as if wrapping twine, then laid it over the fire. The meat sizzled upon contact with the heat, blood dripping into the flames, releasing a plume of acrid white smoke. Meanwhile, Lin and I busied ourselves roasting oysters, their shells gradually turning red in the flames, while I tossed a grouper into a clay pot. The sweet aroma of the fish wafted up as it simmered in clean water. The firelight cast a warm glow on Lin's profile, prompting me to caution her gently. "Do not wander off again. There are dangers everywhere on this island. Not only snakes, but also centipedes the length of an arm. A single bite could send you to your grave." She gazed intently at the flickering flames, her hair illuminated by the firelight, rendering it almost translucent. "What will that rabbit eat in the future?" I chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. "I'll take care of its food. You just need to stay close to the wooden cabin." Lin turned her gaze toward the gray rabbit beneath the coconut tree, which was nudging the sand with its nose. "Got it," she replied, elongating her voice, though a secret smile crept on her lips. Suddenly, a crab in the fire erupted with a crack, and Hans seized the moment to turn the golden-brown snake meat, oblivious to the splattering oil that landed on his stubble. "Zhao, perhaps we have a chance to leave this island," Hans remarked, stirring the snake meat with a stick. Lin and I simultaneously looked up at him. Chapter 82. The fiery signal, the midday sun hung in the sky like a molten iron disk, casting shimmering heat waves across the sandy beach. Before the fire pit, Hans tilted his head back, gulping down coconut water in hearty draughts, his Adam's apple bobbing vigorously. After finishing, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, juice trickling down his fingers. "The magnetic field on this island is chaotic, all thanks to that massive whirlpool," he remarked, casually tossing the coconut shell into the flames. "A few days ago, we detonated a torpedo against the giant serpent, inadvertently blasting open the mountain concealing the whirlpool. The seawater surged in, filling the whirlpool within the mountain, and the magnetic field improved as a result." As he spoke, he produced a rudimentary compass crafted from leaves and a fine needle from his pocket, shaking it beside the fire. I leaned in closer, observing the delicate needle quiver in the firelight, resembling a frightened insect trembling incessantly. "This morning, I confirmed that we are on an island in the Indian Ocean, near the equator," Hans said, his voice laced with excitement, his eyes sparkling as though he had uncovered treasure. A flicker of hope ignited within me, and I hastily inquired, "Can we ascertain our precise location?" Hans, tearing into a piece of roasted snake meat, paused momentarily, a frown creasing his forehead as he shook his head. Not without proper equipment. One must comprehend astronomy and geometry to calculate that, and I'm not particularly adept at it, he concluded, casting a glance at Linlin. Linlin, squatting nearby, aimlessly doodled in the sand with a twig. Upon hearing this, she sighed in agreement. I can't either. I dreaded geometry in school. Just the sight of triangles and circles gives me a headache. Hans and I exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress a chuckle. The crackling bonfire popped and sizzled, occasionally sending sparks into the air as the aroma of roasted snake meat mingled with the briny sea breeze, tantalizingly inviting. I picked up a shell from an oyster and poked at the flames, watching the flickering flames dance, and couldn't help but ask, how can we leave this island? Hans, scraping the remaining meat from the bones with his military knife, pondered for a while before responding. Once the magnetic field is fully restored, someone will undoubtedly discover this island. Starting today, we shall construct a signal tower, much like the ancient practice of lighting smoke signals to call for help. This will expedite our discovery. He tossed the clean snake bones into the fire, which flared up suddenly, casting shifting shadows across his face. First, we need to gather some damp mangrove branches. They will produce ample smoke visible from afar. The signal tower will be built on the slope behind the boulder, where the elevation provides a clear view. Linlin abruptly halted her doodling, pointing at the distant boulder, her voice tinged with concern. What if it rains heavily, with this strong sea breeze? Won't the signal tower be blown into the ocean? Hans tapped the coconut shell before him, producing a sharp sound, feigning indifference as he stated, therefore, we must first construct a stone base and then create a waterproof canopy from coconut fronds. I learned how to set up a signal station in the military. This minor task is well within my capabilities. You simply need to assist by passing me the materials and offering a hand. Yet I distinctly observed that after uttering those words, his gaze involuntarily flickered towards the tumultuous sea. The wind suddenly intensified, howling fiercely, causing the bonfire to sway precariously, with embers scattering in every direction, some even landing on my arm, scalding me and prompting me to withdraw my hand. I gazed at the surging waves, which relentlessly crashed against the rocky shore, their thunderous roar instilling a sense of unease. The deafening sound reminiscent of the explosion of the whirlpool echoed in my mind, accompanied by the sight of towering waves, causing my heart to race uncontrollably. Hans's compass lay abandoned on the sandy ground, its needle persistently pointing southeast, leaving us to wonder when the magnetic field would return to normal and guide us away from this island. After satisfying our hunger and thirst, we grasped our